The iron-blooded General Wen Nanxu returns in triumph, yet he shatters the vow of a lifetime by bringing back a woman with child. The entire household is in uproar, and the primary wife, Yingsheng, merely chuckles softly, her gaze lowered, as she quietly retrieves a letter of divorce from her sleeve. While others perceive her as weak and easily manipulated, they remain oblivious to her keen understanding of the unfolding drama, patiently awaiting the general's own revelation of his shortcomings. As night descends, the stoic man stealthily enters her chamber, tugging at her sleeve with a pitiful expression. "Sheng'er, my arm aches terribly." Yingsheng retorts with a cold smile. "Aching? I believe the issue lies here," as she points to his heart. He suddenly draws near, his breath warm against her. "Shall the lady personally examine who it is that resides within me?" Chapter 1. A novel comes to life, miss. Terrible news. The general has returned with a pregnant woman. Yingsheng rushes into the room, rousing the beautiful maiden from her sweet slumber. The beauty, unbothered by her appearance, turns over to continue her dreams, prompting Yingsheng to panic. How can the young lady sleep soundly when her husband has returned with another woman bearing his child? Yingsheng rolls up her sleeves and unhesitatingly pulls Yingsheng from her delightful dreams. "Miss, this is a grave matter. Wake up." Startled by Yingsheng's shout, Yingsheng rubs her sleepy eyes. "Did our family bank get robbed, or has our shop burned down?" "Handle such trivial matters yourself. I am truly exhausted." If it were a minor issue, Yingsheng wouldn't dare disturb her, but she hurriedly drags Yingsheng to the dressing table. Noticing the heavy fatigue in her eyes, she deduces that the young lady was up all night reading. "Miss, did you stay up late reading again? If you continue like this, I shall inform the old lady, and she'll scold you, confiscating all your books." Yingsheng harbors a deep disdain for her mistress's late-night reading habits, yet feels powerless to change her ways. "Please, those are my treasures." Yingsheng fervently shakes her head. In an era devoid of the internet, these tales are her source of joy during the night. "You cannot imagine, the book I read last night was infuriating." The general, who professed his unwavering love for his wife before departing, returned after a year with a pregnant mistress, coddling her while cruelly belittling the original wife for her inability to bear children. How absurd! How could she give birth when her husband is away? Should she emulate that scoundrel? The original wife's plight is truly tragic, such a fine young lady ruined by a family of scoundrels. "If Wen Nanxu dared to treat me this way, I would first break his legs, then add a side of paralysis, and finally throw the divorce papers in his face, informing him that this is the consequence of his betrayal." Yingsheng's heart skipped a beat. The reason she roused her mistress was indeed related to the general. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, which was promptly noticed by Yingsheng through the mirror. Usually, this maid would join her in condemning the characters in such tales, yet today she remained silent. Turning to her, "Your complexion seems off. Are you unwell? By the way, what was the grave matter you mentioned? Has our bank truly been robbed?" Yingsheng hesitated. Recalling her mistress's fierce words, she had not anticipated that fiction would spill into reality. Knowing her mistress's temperament, it was clear that the general was in for a rough time. She had initially believed that he was different from other men, but now recognized her folly. "Miss, the general has returned with a pregnant woman, and she is currently in the front hall. The old lady is present as well, and the doctor has confirmed that she is over 2 months along." With each word, Yingsheng's voice grew weaker, sensing the temperature in the room plummet. She was acutely aware of her mistress's temper, which was bound to slap. Yingsheng's hand struck the dressing table with a resounding thud, causing the jewelry to rattle. "He is finished." "Miss?" Yingsheng stood behind her, not daring to breathe, vigilantly observing her mistress's movements, fearful that she might charge at the general with a blade. He was a minister of the court. Yingsheng's fury ignited instantly, a novel reflecting her life. Enduring a moment of silence leads to ovarian cysts, retreating results in breast hyperplasia, cursing leads to boundless fury, and striking brings longevity. Three-legged frogs are rare, but two-legged men abound. If not now, when? Does he truly believe I cannot wield a knife? "Miss, please don't. Don't get agitated." Yingsheng sensed her mistress's temper spiraling and quickly blocked her path. "Do not be angry. What if there's a misunderstanding?" "A misunderstanding?" Yingsheng elegantly rolled her eyes, and in the next instant, grasped a knife from the wall. Yingsheng, caught off guard, watched in horror as her heart raced. She swiftly snatched it away. "Miss, let us first go to the front hall." Yingsheng contemplated for 2 seconds, regaining her composure. "You are right, I shall handle this gently. Bring me paper and ink." Though Yanxu was puzzled, she was relieved that her mistress had abandoned the idea of violence, hastily retrieving the requested items. Yingsheng swiftly wrote a note, folded it, and tucked it away. Let us proceed to the front hall. In the front hall, a noble woman sat regally, while a strikingly handsome man stood before her, accompanied by a beautiful woman, shyly gazing up at him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yingsheng felt as if the novel she had read was now being staged before her eyes, as if she were part of the story. At a loss for words, she decided to observe the unfolding drama. Calmly, she approached and greeted the woman in the esteemed position, mother, before taking a seat, her gaze as tranquil as autumn waters, as if the events before her were of no concern. When Nanxu watched as the woman who had just approached him did not spare him a glance, his concealed hand clenched tightly as he subtly shifted to the side. Meanwhile, the woman beside him displayed her emotions openly, glancing at Yingsheng and tugging at Wen Nanxu's sleeve, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. General, it seems my sister does not like me very much. Such a clutch line. Utterly uninspired, Yingsheng yawned lazily, mentally critiquing the performance. The beautiful woman then knelt suddenly before Yingsheng. What was this? Attempting to assert dominance? Yingsheng blinked her innocent eyes, silently watching the performance unfold. When Nanxu opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by her glare, obediently closing his mouth and averting his gaze to conceal his inner turmoil. The kneeling woman, sobbing, inched closer, leaving Yingsheng utterly perplexed by her intentions. With a thud, the unexpected act startled Yingsheng, who shivered at the sight of the woman bowing low. Is she trying to scam me? Is this industry so competitive now that even pregnant women are working so hard? Sister, I promise to serve you, and the general well. Please spare my child. The beautiful woman wept at Yingsheng's feet, her performance so dramatic that one might assume the original wife had plotted against her. Yingsheng's eye twitched. Dear lady, while your acting is commendable and your diligence admirable, some templates should not be disregarded. I haven't even spoken yet. The act has gone on long enough. Yet, maintaining her persona as the gentle one, it would be impolite to ignore her. What you say is quite absurd. Would I have a pregnant woman serve me? The kneeling woman's eyes instantly brightened, and the result, Chapter 2, Compassion of the Buddha, yet my heart is cold. I, the Buddha, embody compassion, however, I am devoid of it. The abrupt shift left the weeping figures on the ground even more distraught. Sister, Sheng'er does not seek a title, only wishes to remain by the general's side. The delicate beauty gazed at Yingsheng with tear-filled eyes, her appearance exuding an abundance of pity. You have sought the wrong person. Yingsheng cast a glance at her husband, whom she had not seen in age so despicable.
Sister, Sheng'er.
Tears streamed down Sheng'er's face as she sobbed uncontrollably. I am not the general, do not weep before me. Utterly ineffective. When Nanxu lifted the weeping girl and placed her on a chair farthest from Yingsheng, intending to distance himself, but was unexpectedly embraced. General, Sheng'er is frightened. Yingsheng, bemused, rested her chin on her hand, thinking there was no tiger in front and no wolf behind. What was there to fear? If one was frightened, how could they dare to provoke her? Gazing at the man enveloped by another woman's arms, Yingsheng did not conceal her disdain for Wen Nanxu. She pondered that he was a loyal minister, serving his country and its people. Thus, they could part amicably. Just as her hand reached into her sleeve, it was pressed down by a woman beside her. Turning her attention to her son, who was tightly embraced by that woman, she spoke coolly. Since you brought her back, let her stay. Feng Chui, arrange for someone to clean the westernmost courtyard. Let her settle in. Seizing the moment of distraction, Wen Nanxu swiftly stepped forward. I will follow mother's arrangements. Yingsheng observed the man before her, her hand once more reaching for her sleeve, only to be restrained again by the woman beside her. Is this how the matriarch of the family sits? Yingsheng blinked. Was she not sitting as properly as usual? Wen's mother gripped her hand tightly, continuing to gaze at her son, her voice devoid of warmth. Having just returned from the battlefield, are you truly this idle, my martial general? When Nanxu glanced at Yingsheng, who seemed out of sorts, and the words he nearly uttered remained unspoken, he turned to point at the tear-streaked woman seated opposite him. Mother, what about her? Without hesitation, Wen's mother shot him a glare. Do you require me to recite the family rules? Did I not just arrange for her to have a place to stay? Am I to bully her as well? When Nanxu said no more and bowed to his mother in a gesture of retreat. Military affairs are pressing. I shall take my leave. Yet, before he could move, the woman lunged at him. Considering the child she carried, he refrained from kicking her away. Sheng'er glanced fearfully at Yingsheng, trembling as though she might be devoured by her gaze. General, Sheng'er is scared. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If he goes to hell, will you follow him? Yingsheng could no longer tolerate this. Where had this green tea essence emerged from? Crying so pitifully? Truly wretched. With Yingsheng's retort, Sheng'er wept even more fiercely, clinging to Wen Nanxu's leg, unwilling to let go. Wen Nanxu maintained his usual cold demeanor. You are with child, you should remain in the estate. The military is fraught with peril, and it is not suitable for you. With that, he pried her hand away and departed, leaving Sheng'er sobbing inconsolably on the ground. Yingsheng cast a sidelong glance at the weeping figure, thinking her theatrics were excessive and impeded her own endeavors.
Wait.
The familiar voice startled Wen Nanxu, prompting him to halt, uncertain how to face the pitiful girl behind him. Since military affairs are demanding, you should not linger, Wen's mother urged, and Wen Nanxu released a breath of relief, utilizing lightness to vanish around the corner. Yingsheng's eyes flickered with annoyance. Why was he running? She bore no weapon. Forget it, she would engage in other matters first. Mother, look at my dark circles. I shall return to my room. Wen's mother gazed at her daughter, who was as affectionate as ever, her heart aching. How her precious child had endured such grievances, yet remained composed and resolute. Observing this, Sheng'er approached Wen's mother to defend her. Madam, how could sister treat you so? If it were me, I would never dare to act in such a manner. The delicate voice incited a visceral discomfort within Wen's mother, and she withdrew the compassion from her expression, reverting to her previous icy demeanor. At your age, has no one taught you to speak clearly? Is there a need for an outsider like you to interject? A wildflower, lacking status, dared to point fingers at the matriarch of the general's estate. How audacious. Relying on her condition, she believed she could bully the daughter-in-law of the Wen family. Such dreams were far-fetched. Take her away. Wen's mother supported her head with one hand, leaning back in her chair to rest. After Feng Shui had arranged matters, she inquired, Old madam, shall we begin preparing the feast to welcome the general? Wen's mother suddenly opened her eyes, fury filling her gaze. What is there to prepare? That wretched son has brought disgrace upon our household. Does he deserve a welcoming feast? To die on the battlefield carries at least the honor of sacrificing for the nation. We awaited his return like the stars and moon, yet he instead brings home a vixen with a child in her womb. Is he hoping to reunite me with his father, or does he wish for his wife to run away? Old madam, the general is your son, whom you carried for 10 long months. The battlefield is perilous, and your words may be too harsh. Wen's mother slammed her hand on the table, her anger unabated. There is no need to speak on behalf of that scoundrel. Is my Sheng'er not also a cherished child raised with care? Is it acceptable for him to be bullied like this? If it were not for his recent pacification of the border, providing stability for the common folk, would he even dare to leave in one piece? As for the welcoming banquet, do not even think about it. Feng Shui, having served Wen's mother for decades, was well aware of her temperament. She stroked Wen's mother's back, attempting to soothe her. Everyone knows you have always treated the young mistress as your own daughter, unable to bear seeing her wronged. You do not understand. Had I not intervened, she might have tossed that divorce decree in that scoundrel's face, and my precious child would have become someone else's treasure. How could I not be furious? The thought of her son's misdeeds ignited Wen's mother's rage. The family rules and teachings had apparently been cast aside. Feng Shui continued to comfort her. Madam, what if the general has his reasons? What grave reason could compel him to bring a woman home? I have seen no one with a knife to his throat. Wen's mother remained indignant. Although she suspected there was more to the story, he dared to bring a woman home, and he deserved to be scolded. After a lengthy tirade, Wen's mother grew weary. At this moment, Sheng'er likely does not wish to see me. Quickly send her favorite dishes from the kitchen and summon that girl Yan Qi. I shall inquire about the situation. Chapter 3. The general's inability to enter the general's mansion. At this moment, Yingsheng was remarkably composed, leaving Yan Qi baffled.
Miss?
That scoundrel Wen Nanxu. Just because he has legs, he runs so swiftly. Yingsheng pulled out the divorce letter from her sleeve and tossed it onto the table. Regardless,
She refused to be at a disadvantage.
after a moment's contemplation, she said, Yan Qi, gather your belongings. We are leaving. Gather our things. Yan Qi frowned. Just like that? Wouldn't that be advantageous for that woman? Yan Qi, will not agree to this. I do not wish to hear his explanations. After all, he is merely a man. Should I truly care? Even if it feels like a mere farce, there are always consequences to be paid. As for that woman, someone will take action on her behalf. This is mine, and this is mine as well. This face is worth 500 taels. And that one 800 taels. Take them all. Yingsheng meticulously counted various items throughout the estate. After surveying the surroundings, a sudden realization struck her.
Wait.
This entire general's mansion was constructed according to my preferences and funded by my wealth. Everything here is mine, except for the title of general. Moreover, finding another residence that suits my taste will be quite the challenge. Never mind then, I shall not leave. She lazily settled into a chair. Yet her vexation could not be quelled. In my domain, he brings me no joy. After being outside for too long, he has become insufferable. Let him leave. She resented the fact that she had to rely on her provisions and was still enraged. Scoundrel. Calming herself, she mused. Ah, in this world, men are abundant.
Who needs them?
I am a woman who commands half of the economic lifeblood of the Tianke. Men cannot compare to wealth. Farewell, then. If it does not suit me, I shall find another. Propping her head on her hand, she began to reflect on her past. As a person of the new century, she truly achieved the state of being perpetually 18, for on her 18th birthday, she suffered a tragic accident and subsequently found herself in the body of a wealthy merchant's newborn daughter in Jiangnan. The lady had experienced a calamitous childbirth, and they were meant to perish together, yet she fortuitously arrived and became the merchant's daughter. From that moment on, money was never in short supply. Lost in her thoughts, Yingsheng quickly fell into a peaceful slumber. Qi watched as her mistress drifted into sleep, feeling relieved. She covered her with a small blanket and quietly exited. Just in time, she encountered Aunt Tong, a maid beside the old lady, who sought her out and hurried to the old lady's side. Qi, how is Sheng'er doing now? Wen Mu asked anxiously, fearing her precious one might act out of line. Qi bowed to Wen Mu and replied, although the lady is indeed somewhat displeased, she has already fallen asleep. That is good, that is good. Wen Mu patted her chest, her anxious heart finally finding some solace. But did she say she wanted to leave? Qi nodded. However, the lady deemed it unwise and abandoned the thought. If she leaves, wouldn't that play into that vixen's hands? My Sheng'er cannot leave. Have someone guard the entrance. Do not allow that little rascal to enter. Misdeeds must always bear consequences. Wen Mu rubbed her temples, pondering. But we cannot prevent him from entering entirely, otherwise we cannot deal with him, and this grievance will fester within me. After a long silence, she concluded, no, we cannot let him enter too smoothly. Do you understand my meaning? Understood. The servants nodded in agreement. The general, oblivious to the unfolding drama, hastily handled military affairs and rushed home, only to be flamboyantly halted by the servants at the door. Mu Shan, Wen Nanxu's subordinate, was dumbfounded. The general's mansion, and the general cannot enter? How is this possible? The lady has ordered that the general is not to set foot inside the mansion, Mu Shan stated. He exchanged glances with his general and inquired, is this the lady's command or the old lady's? Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent in reverence. Meanwhile, Qi returned with the accounts from this month's shops in the capital. She cast a glance at the man who had angered her mistress, suppressing her displeasure. He was certainly not the one who had returned with the general. Before departing, she shot Mu Shan a glare and entered without a backward glance, clutching the account book. Mu Shan scratched his head in confusion. What did Qi take offense to? I merely asked a question and she exploded, even glaring at me. When Nanxu shot a glance at Mu Shan, you should just endure her glares. He had hoped for his little wife to glare at him. Yet now he could not even enter his own home. When Nanxu felt a deep sense of melancholy. Could his little wife not wait for him to explain? With no other choice, he patiently questioned the two guards stationed at the entrance. Is the lady angry? The guards shook their heads. It is the old lady who is angry. This is her command. And the lady? When Nanxu mused that if his mother was angry, then so be it. Anger is healthier. He believed his little wife would understand him. The two guards shook their heads once more. We do not know. When Nanxu concluded that no news was good news. He knew his little wife was the most reasonable and would not misconstrue him as one who cavorts outside. Moreover, he was quite virtuous. With this thought, his spirits lifted a bit. What did the old lady say? Faced with a general who commanded thousands, The guards felt somewhat intimidated by Wen Nanxu's imposing presence. Yet, they recalled that despite the general's prowess outside, he held no status at home, alleviating their fears. The old lady scolded you for half an hour without repetition. It matters not. Was the lady present during the scolding? Wen Nanxu, having lived long enough, was indifferent to his mother's scolding. Having been scolded by her numerous times, he had developed a certain immunity. One guard answered without hesitation no. The lady had returned to her room to rest at that time. Wen Nanxu felt quite satisfied. This is for the best. It prevents my mother from corrupting Sheng'er. The two guards exchanged glances, internally questioning whether the general had become muddled by a year and a half of warfare. How could he still smile when he could not even enter his own home, with his wife refusing to speak and his mother disapproving? Of course. They dared not voice such thoughts aloud, for mocking the current general would have dire consequences. Wen Nanxu stood outside for quite a while, growing increasingly impatient. Open the door. This general demands entry. An explanation was essential. The two guards blocked the entrance, stating, the old lady has decreed that the general is not to enter. That may be true, yet the lady did not expressly forbid me from entering. Wen Nanxu pondered why living with his mother proved so troublesome. Did she not realize he hadn't seen his wife in over a year? The guards remained resolute, though the lady did not expressly state you must not enter. She did instruct you to leave. This is her territory. After their proclamation, they cast a wary glance at their general, fearing he might draw his sword in anger. Fortunately, Wen Nanxu was confident. Sheng'er would never cast me out. She must have been led astray by my mother in my absence. Sheng'er would never turn me away. She is the epitome of gentleness. Chapter 4. A married man who ignores advice will meet misfortune. One guard, ignoring Wen Nanxu's confidence, said, General, please do not trouble us further. Some matters in our mansion are considered exceedingly rebellious. Would you not wait a while longer? Wen Nanxu was repulsed by the thought of that woman. If not for her interference with his plans, he would not be standing outside his home. And his temper grew increasingly volatile. So you refuse me entry? Very well. Yearning for his wife, he lost all patience and circumvented the main entrance, opting to climb over the wall through a side door. Moments later, a resounding slap echoed, followed by Wen Mu's sharp rebuke. You wretched fool! How dare you commit such rebellious acts and still have the audacity to enter? Mushan stood at the doorway, solemnly acknowledging the enduring prowess of the matriarch. He was well aware of the repercussions that would arise from his master's actions, and indeed, they materialized. A married man who disregards counsel is destined for misfortune. He offered a moment of silence for his master before addressing the two guards. The general is inside, and the matriarch did not expressly forbid my entry. Did she? After a brief deliberation, the guards acquiesced and opened the door for Mushan. As he stepped inside, he barely managed a couple of strides before being startled into stillness by a sharp reprimand from Wen Mu. His heart raced as he saw his mother positioned at the side entrance, blocking his path. Mother, allow me to explain, he implored. You will know the consequences of your actions soon enough, she retorted, her cane descending upon him without hesitation, her eyes ablaze with fury. Mother! Wen Nanxu gazed helplessly at his irate parent. He understood that unless he endured a few strikes, she would not release him easily. Resigned, he did not evade her blows. Feeling the wounds on his body split further with each impact. Go to the ancestral hall and let our ancestors witness your disgrace, you unworthy descendant. You wretched fool! She scolded while shoving him toward the hall. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, her cane struck his leg with unerring accuracy. With your demeanor, you dare to stand before our ancestors? I had hoped you would return with honor, yet you bring back a pregnant woman instead, dragging the Wen family's name through the mud. You disgraceful son. And I am still alive, yet you dare to rebel without even a semblance of responsibility. Her tirade continued relentlessly for nearly half an hour, her voice rising in indignation until she grew hoarse, leaving Wen Nanxu feeling utterly diminished. He attempted to interject, Mother, my actions stem from a difficult predicament, but she cut him off. What predicament could justify bringing a pregnant woman to torment my dear daughter-in-law? In his defense, Wen Nanxu asserted, the child is not mine. I have no connection with that woman. At that moment, skepticism was etched across Wen Mu's face.
Oh.
How was I unaware of your penchant for such affairs? Had it not been for your father's vigilant presence during your birth, I might have doubted your legitimacy. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Wen Nanxu patiently explained, although we recently triumphed against external foes, there are still internal threats, particularly from the Yingsheng family. Bringing that woman back was merely a strategic guise. My feelings for Sheng'er are genuine. However, Wen Mu was unfazed by the complexities of the situation, for she knew her son well enough not to expect such negligence from him. Yet, she was equally aware that the future was uncertain. I understand your plight as a mother, but what of your daughter-in-law suffering? Does she not deserve compassion? Wen Mu lamented. You know that I cherish only her. Yet look at the consequences of your actions. Wen Nanxu's heart sank at the thought of his beloved, yearning to see her, but he felt trapped by his circumstances. Just then, Wen Mu delivered another blow, causing him to wince in pain. Kneel quietly. Sheng'er is upset and will not see you now, she declared, imparting a moment of harsh reality. Wen Nanxu's mind was tumultuous, longing to reunite with the one he treasured most, yet uncertainty clouded his path. Mu Shan, having received the matriarch's orders, hurried to retrieve the general from the ancestral hall, only to find him still kneeling in silence. General, we must go. Find your wife.
Erist Mushan.
I do not deserve to see her, Wen Nanxu replied with a bitter smile. If you do not see her now, when will you? If your wife leaves, it will truly be the end, Mu Shan countered, perplexed at why such a victorious general would fear something so trivial. We must clarify the situation to your wife. She is reasonable and will understand that bringing that woman back was for the sake of the realm, he insisted. Really? Wen Nanxu questioned, uncertainty shadowing his heart. He feared that the woman he longed for might disregard him. Mu Shan, lifting his master, reassured him. Do not fret, General. I have inquired, and your wife returned home only to sleep. She has just awoken. If she were truly angry, she would not have been able to rest. With conviction, Mu Shan believed that no woman could sleep soundly while harboring resentment. Are you certain? Wen Nanxu voiced his doubt, contemplating how someone with no experience in romantic matters could offer him advice. Indeed, I was scolded thoroughly by Yanqi while trying to ascertain your wife's activities. That girl is fiery, but your wife is gentle. The thought of Yanqi's fierce demeanor made Mu Shan shake his head. Which man would willingly marry such a woman? Hearing others praise his wife filled his heart with joy, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. A plan began to form in his mind as he rose and made his way to the courtyard where she resided, not forgetting to retort to Mu Shan. Is there something wrong with my voice when I merely echo what Yanqi has said? Mu Shan quipped back. Does this count as genuine affection thrown to the dogs? Yingsheng had just finished dinner and was seated at the table perusing the account books of various establishments in the capital from the previous month. Each shop's profits were remarkably substantial, and as she contemplated the silver that awaited her, the matters concerning Wen Nanxu and that pregnant woman were cast far from her mind. Yanqi entered, cradling several plump, red peaches. Miss, have a peach after dinner. These are exceptionally sweet. Yingsheng accepted the peach and took a bite, the refreshing juice flooding her palate, invigorating her senses, and leaving her thoroughly satisfied. By the way, Yanqi, how is the site selection for the tavern on East Street progressing? Although she already owned a bustling tavern on West Street, earning a fortune daily, the capital was vast, teeming with princes and nobles. Her current tavern was often fully booked, so it seemed prudent to open another. After all, who could ever have too much money? Yanqi shook her head. The site selection has kept me quite busy. The shops on Xiangshan Road, Qingzhou Road, and Chaoga Road are all suitable for a tavern, but after careful consideration, Chaoga Road seems the most advantageous. How so? Yingsheng admired Yanqi's business acumen. Having followed her since childhood to manage commercial affairs together, Chaoga Road serves as a main thoroughfare in the East Street of the capital, bustling with a continuous flow of people. Its wide avenues can accommodate 4 large sedan chairs side by side without feeling congested, and the shops there are spacious with reasonable prices, making it an ideal location for our tavern. Yanqi succinctly summarized her findings, making it clear for Yingsheng. Nodding in agreement, Yingsheng declared, Then it shall be there. Go secure the premises, and I shall inspect it tomorrow and finalize the renovation plans. Right away. Yanqi, pleased to see her mistress in high spirits, added, I will prepare your bath now. Yingsheng nodded, gesturing for her to continue as she switched to another account book. However, as Yanqi opened the door, she was startled by the figure standing outside. What's the matter? Yingsheng dropped the account book and saw Wen Nanxu, her expression darkening as she returned to her seat. Pretending she hadn't seen him at all, Yanqi attempted to block Wen Nanxu but was pulled away by Mu Shan. Let the couple sort out their issues. You need not meddle. Once in the courtyard, Mu Shan released her, and without hesitation, Yan Qi slapped him across the face.
Who told you to touch me?
Truly, all men are equally despicable, just like your general. Mu Shan, holding his cheek in disbelief, stammered, do you even have any sense? Why resort to insults and violence? I speak only to those deserving of it and strike only those in need of a lesson. What is wrong with that? Yan Qi shot him a fierce glare before striding towards Sang Yingsheng's room, determined not to let that scoundrel bully her mistress. Mu Shan pulled her back. Why are you going? Sister, can you not be a bit calmer? Initially incensed that the general had brought another woman home to torment her mistress, Yan Qi's fury only escalated at being restrained.
Calm?
How can I remain calm when your general brings another woman to bully my mistress? I'd be remiss if I didn't at least arm her. With that, Yan Qi pushed Mu Shan aside, producing a curved dagger roughly half a meter long, and approached the door, listening intently for any sign of trouble within. If that scoundrel dared to harm her mistress, she would not hesitate to end him. Seeing Yan Qi brandishing the knife, Mu Shan felt a shiver of fear. How could such a seemingly delicate girl be so fierce? Yet, he was also curious about how his general would placate his wife, peering cautiously through the crack in the door. Inside, Sang Yingsheng rested her chin on one hand, continuing to study the account books on the table, occasionally jotting down figures on another sheet. When Nanxu gazed at her frail figure, his heart aching, he longed to embrace her but hesitated. Sheng'er Sang Yingsheng feigned deafness, the pen scratching against the smooth paper. Wen Nanxu remained unfazed, watching her fill an entire page before quietly approaching her from behind and enveloping her in his arms. Sheng'er startled, Sang Yingsheng sprang up as if shocked, desperately trying to escape his embrace. Sheng'er, I was wrong not to inform you beforehand, when Nanxu's voice was filled with regret. Unwilling to release the girl who occupied his thoughts day and night, Sang Yingsheng struck his arms. Let go of me. I don't want to see you. Yet, as she spoke, tears betrayed her resolve, spilling down her cheeks. Warm tears fell onto Wen Nanxu's wrist, instantly disconcerting him. Sang Yingsheng sniffled. Despite cursing him in her heart and telling herself not to let a scoundrel cause her pain, the moment he appeared, the walls she had built crumbled. Fine. She admitted it. She still liked him. Yet, she held her principles dear. Scolding herself inwardly for her weakness, she tried to regain her composure. Release me, you scoundrel. All right. I'm a scoundrel. It's all my fault. Please don't cry. Sheng'er, he pleaded, holding her tightly and whispering soothing words in her ear. Listening to her sobs felt like 1,000 sharp needles piercing his heart. Sang Yingsheng closed her eyes, her voice devoid of emotion. Let me go. Reluctantly. When Nanxu complied, though he was disheartened by her resolute push, Sang Yingsheng, growing impatient, took a deep breath, pulled open the drawer of her vanity, and produced the letter she had intended to deliver earlier that afternoon, placing it before him. Let us part amicably. The two characters' divorce letter caught Wen Nanxu's eye, causing veins to pulse at his temples and his gaze to turn a fearsome crimson as he tore it to shreds. Impossible. What's impossible? It's a matter of choice. Why should I suffer in silence? Had it not been for the inconvenient travel conditions of ancient times, she would have already set off on a journey to clear her mind. No, you belong to me. Wen Nanxu lunged forward, imprisoning Sang Yingsheng in his embrace once more. The force was so strong that Sang Yingsheng, caught off guard, felt the tears she had fought to hold back welling up as her nose collided painfully with his solid chest, igniting her fury. She retaliated with a resounding slap. The sharp sound startled the two eavesdroppers outside the door. Mu Shan was taken aback. So fierce. Is that really our mistress? Yan Qi shot him a glare. What? Do you think your general would dare lay a hand on my mistress? That was quite a loud slap. The mistress's hand must be sore, Mu Shan mused. Realizing that having a wife was far better, these seemingly delicate women were fiercer than expected. Yan Qi pondered this for a moment, clutching her dagger thoughtfully. Perhaps I should go in and deliver a knife to my mistress. Wait. That one to do. Mu Shan was alarmed at her suggestion, hastily restraining her. Do you wish to witness a bloody scene? Let us first hear what their situation is. Yan Qi blinked. All right then. The two pressed their ears against the window, straining to catch the conversation inside. If you dare touch me with your filthy hands again, I swear I'll have you chopped up. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I don't retaliate? Can one not possess a clearer understanding of oneself? What leads you to believe that I would greet your return with a smile simply because you bring a woman along? I apologize, but I am more guarded than a needle's eye. I would scold such individuals upon reading about them, And in reality, it is even more disheartening.
And you?
With your incessant prattling, do you not feel the insincerity in your own words? Go seek your beloved elsewhere. Do not flit about aimlessly before me. Are you seeking reprimand? Truly, in this vast forest, there exists every kind of bird. Indeed, marriage serves as a mirror, revealing your true nature. Akin to the general I encountered in a story last night, neither admirable nor virtuous, certainly tarnishing the esteem of one in such a position. I have no further words to spare. Henceforth, you are a great hero in the eyes of the nation, yet at home, do spend more time conversing with your mother. Her burdens are not light. Wen Nanxu fell silent, standing obediently before her after releasing her hand, allowing Sheng'er to scold him without uttering a single retort. As Sheng'er ceased her tirade and observed his quiet demeanor, irritation bubbled within her. She contemplated punishing him, yet her palm still stung from the previous slap. With narrowed eyes, she declared, "Very well, you may leave. I am too weary to deal with you." Wen Nanxu, observing his wife's puffed-up demeanor, gently protested, "Do not be like this. I have been quite unreasonable, and you ought not to let me off lightly." His words, sweeter than song, fell on deaf ears as Sheng'er turned her face away, her heart a tumult of emotions. Wen Nanxu chuckled softly. Every aspect of him was endearing, as he tenderly stroked the hand that had struck him, now flushed with color. What are you doing?" Sheng'er swiftly withdrew her hand, glaring at him in frustration. "Keep your hands to yourself. I am angry. Do you believe I would not dismantle that arm of yours? You are utterly exasperating." When he did not respond, she assumed he had finally grasped her words, but to her surprise, he stepped back, resting his right hand upon his left arm, and with a distinct crack, he bent his own limb. This action left even the seasoned Sheng'er momentarily stunned. What was that sound? What had he just broken? Blinking her tear-filled eyes in disbelief, she stammered, What is this?" "Nothing," Wen Nanxu replied, his expression unchanged, though beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed the gravity of his recent actions. His breath grew heavier as he asked, "Does this ease your heart a little?" Seeing his face gradually turn pale, Sheng'er felt paralyzed, her nerves taut as she swallowed hard. "Eased? What are you doing? Are you trying to force my hand?" Suddenly, Wen Nanxu collapsed heavily onto the ground, startling Sheng'er into a state of panic as she rushed to his side, torn between anger and concern. "You truly are insane. Fine, you have won." Attempting to rise and call for help, she was caught by Wen Nanxu's leg, tripping into his embrace. At this moment, her frustration reached its peak. She thought, let it all end here. Why do they not follow a script? Are they challenging her patience, or perhaps the efficiency of Yalma? With his back against the bed's end, Wen Nanxu tightly held Sheng'er in his embrace, gasping for breath. "Please let me explain, will you?" "Explain? Where were you earlier? Did you not have a voice?" She was at the brink of wishing him ill. "Silence, we shall speak later. I will fetch a doctor for you." Sheng'er suppressed her discontent, wrestling with the dilemma of escaping his grasp without aggravating his broken arm. Truly, men are troublesome. Wen Nanxu gently caressed her face, a smile gracing his features. "You care for your husband, do you not? If you do not release me, you may as well consider me a cripple." Sheng'er shot him a disdainful glance, her focus now entirely on his injured arm, lacking the patience for idle banter. After all, one must preserve life before addressing other matters. "Please, allow me to clarify today's events. I share no connection with that woman. Release me. Who wishes to hear your explanations now? Am I devoid of reason? Can I not discern?"
What is the point of this now?
Save your breath and act like a person. Sheng'er's lovely face twisted in worry, but seeing Wen Nanxu still capable of laughter only fueled her desire to strike him. His pain was palpable, and Wen Nanxu tilted his head back, striving to draw in a breath, yet his right arm firmly encircled her waist, his warm breath cascading over her face. "Promise me you will listen to my explanation, and I shall let you go." Reluctantly, he could not bring himself to relinquish his hold on her. Come what may, he would embrace her through the night. "Very well. I shall listen. I will hear whatever you wish to share." Sheng'er found Wen Nanxu to be truly mad. He seemed to be in agony, yet insisted on conversing for what felt like an eternity, as though the pain were not his to bear.
Outside,
two individuals eavesdropping believed tranquility had returned, only for Sheng'er to burst forth in a flurry, colliding with Yingsheng. "Quick, fetch a doctor." "Miss, what has transpired?" Yingsheng immediately dropped her weapon. studying the frantic Sheng'er, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Had a life been lost? Yingsheng's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the general had been bested by her mistress, or was he too timid to retaliate? Sheng'er furrowed her brow, her complexion dim as she pointed towards the door. He, himself hurry, summon a doctor. I fear he cannot hold on much longer.
Mushan peered inside,
uncertain of what mischief his master was up to. Observing Sheng'er's anxious demeanor, he surmised that his master's pursuit of affection had taken a peculiar turn. This man, truly a dog. Sheng'er and Yingsheng assisted Wen Nanxu onto the bed, witnessing his expression of profound pain. Sheng'er's brow knitted in concern. She could not fathom why he would resort to such extremes. Was it a strategy of self-inflicted suffering? Such measures seemed excessively harsh. Had a mere letter of divorce provoked him? Should she not be the one feeling the brunt of such provocation? Conflicted within, Sheng'er retreated silently to the side as the doctor arrived, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Wen Nanxu's injury. At this moment, Yingsheng discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Lowering her voice, Miss, you were rather harsh, were you not? Harsh? I did not lay a finger on him. Sheng'er protested internally. He had acted upon his own whims. Who could predict his folly? Yingsheng's face bore skepticism. Everyone knows the general only takes blows from you without striking back or retorting. Surely, he could not have injured himself? Though baffled by his peculiar behavior that day, Sheng'er maintained, it was he who acted first. How could a gentle soul like me resort to violence? It is entirely inconsistent with my character. Besides, do you see how his arm is twice the thickness of mine? How could I possibly break it? Sheng'er found the entire situation absurd. She was but a delicate maiden, one who staunchly opposed violence. Yingsheng shook her head, unconvinced. Miss, you have always asserted that human potential knows no bounds. The general brought a woman home, incited your ire, and thus anything could happen. This afternoon you even mentioned wanting to break his leg. Do not attempt to conceal the truth. Concealment is the truth. Silence, Sheng'er retorted. I am the one deserving of sympathy here. I admit I was slightly irked and slapped him once, but it was merely on the face. If I truly wished him harm, would I not have targeted a more vital area? Yingsheng nearly choked from her grip, gasping for air. Miss, your strength is quite formidable. You nearly suffocated me. Sheng'er reluctantly withdrew her hand, shooting her a glare. Do not speak so recklessly. I possess a gentle touch. As I stood outside with Mukshan, we distinctly heard the resounding slap echoing from within the room. Yingsheng believed that the young lady was merely speaking nonsense. Yet her remark about breaking a leg was indeed a truthful one. As for her claim of having a weak grip, that was simply unthinkable. No one had ever bested her in an arm wrestling match since childhood. Yingsheng endeavored to defend herself, her tone softened by 3 parts. If a rabbit feels threatened, it will bite. If he pushes me to my limits, is it not understandable that I strike back? Madam, you have truly accomplished what many have aspired to do. That was quite fierce, Mukshan interjected, sliding closer, startling Yingsheng. I am wronged. Just ask him, she sighed, resting her head on the vanity, simmering in her own frustration. Wen Nanxu stifled a smile at the corner of his mouth as the physician cautiously cut open his coat, revealing his previous wounds, a sight both harrowing and shocking. The deep gash on his back continued to seep blood. General, how did you sustain such a grievous injury? Despite years of medical practice. Even he was taken aback by the grotesque sight before him. It's nothing, Wen Nanxu replied, but before he could finish, Yingsheng sprang from her seat, hurriedly defending herself. I did not strike him. Mukshan clarified, Madam, such wounds must have been incurred on the battlefield. What wounds? Yingsheng blinked her bright eyes, peering over the physician's shoulder, her gaze falling upon the blood-soaked gash on Wen Nanxu's back, along with several small lacerations on his arm. His left arm, broken and swollen, rendered him utterly weak, his face devoid of color, a ghastly pallor. Wen Nanxu felt the intense gaze beside him, the beautiful, peach blossom-like eyes of Yingsheng brimming with tears, disbelief written all over her face. He reached out to wipe away her falling tears, but she cruelly evaded him. Clenching her delicate fists, she struggled against the rising sorrow, her voice trembling as she questioned, Why must you do this? You are already so injured. Why do you continue to mistreat yourself? Is your pain not sufficient, or do you wager that my heart is made of stone? Sheng'er, that was not my intention. Wen Nanxu, pained by the sight of her tears, suddenly felt he had gone too far. Ignoring his own injuries, he attempted to rise and embrace Yingsheng, only to be forcefully pushed back down by her as she commanded, "Behave yourself and allow the physician to tend to your wounds." Though she was angry at Wen Nanxu for bringing a woman home, she had never doubted him. Deep down, she firmly believed that he would never betray her. The harsh words she had spoken earlier were merely a momentary outburst, yet she hadn't anticipated he would inflict such harm upon himself. The tears in her eyes betrayed her will, falling one by one. As she wept, she chastised herself for her tears, unable to maintain her aloof demeanor. Chapter 8. Women are truly capricious. Yingsheng composed herself, quietly observing the physician as he treated Wen Nanxu's wounds. An hour passed, and the physician retrieved some external medicine, quickly producing a prescription. The general's injuries are quite severe, particularly the knife wound on his back. It must not come into contact with water. What about his hand? Yingsheng inquired hastily, her voice trembling with anxiety. The physician handed the prescription to Yanqi. "Madam, there's no need for excessive worry. The general's arm is merely dislocated. I have already assisted him in repositioning it, but he must be careful not to engage in strenuous activities for a while. If the joint pain intensifies, apply ice for a quarter of an hour, followed by heat to relax the muscles. Maintain a light diet, with plenty of bone broth. The general is robust and will recover swiftly. The prescription should be taken 3 times a day for 3 days, and the back wound requires regular dressing changes. I will return in 3 days to reassess his condition."
Thank you, doctor.
"Yanqi, please escort the physician out," Yingsheng said, politely nodding as she watched him depart. Noticing the sweat and blood on Wen Nanxu's face, she instructed Mukshan, "Prepare some water for the general to clean himself." "Yes, my lady," Mukshan replied, quickly fetching a basin of water and handing a towel to Yingsheng. "Madam, here." Yingsheng regarded him, returning to her aloof demeanor. "What is this for?" Mukshan blinked. "But didn't you say you wanted to clean the general?" "Indeed. I instructed you to do so. Is there a problem?" Yingsheng retorted, feeling that Mukshan might be somewhat dim-witted.
"Ah!"
Mukshan turned, sensing the disapproving look from his master, shivering at the thought of what would happen if he dared to clean the general himself. He looked at Yingsheng, perplexed. "Madam, I am just a big man. What if I accidentally hurt the general?" Yingsheng shot a glance at Wen Nanxu, unwilling to relent. "He is a man, strong and resilient. What does it matter if he feels a bit of pain? Besides, he doesn't seem like someone who is afraid of pain." Mukshan was baffled. Just moments ago, the madam had expressed deep concern for the general's health, yet her demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Women are truly capricious. Under Yingsheng's unwavering gaze, Mukshan reluctantly dipped the towel into the basin, wrung it out, and began to wipe Wen Nanxu's body. Just as the towel was about to touch Wen Nanxu, he roared, "Get out!" At his furious command, Mukshan hastily dropped the towel and fled, not allowing Yingsheng a moment to interject. He ran to the courtyard, recalling he had forgotten to close the door, and quickly dashed back to secure it. "You!" Yingsheng exclaimed, turning to see the culprit innocently watching her from the bed. Realizing the situation, her anger flared, yet she could not strike him. Frustrated, she declared, "You drove him away. You can clean yourself." Wen Nanxu chuckled softly. Just moments ago, she had been in tears for him. How could her attitude change so swiftly? He stood, pulling Yingsheng into his embrace. "Sheng'er, please do not be angry." "Why not?" "I should be angry with you." Yingsheng pushed him away in disdain. "You're filthy. Keep your distance." "Sheng'er, how about you hit me twice to vent your frustration?" Wen Nanxu gently grasped her delicate hand, placing it over his chest, coaxing her softly. "Absolutely not. I am not insane. Besides, do you think calling the physician is free? If you get hurt, I will still be responsible." Yingsheng huffed, rolling her eyes at him. No one believed her when she hadn't acted out. If she truly did, she would be accused of domestic violence. Seeing his wounds start to ooze again softened her heart, yet she maintained her stern demeanor. "The physician warned you not to move around. Have you grown deaf? Sit down." After being scolded by his wife, Wen Nanxu obediently sat on the bed, allowing her to wield the towel over his body. His gaze remained fixed on Yingsheng's face, admiring her every expression. Yingsheng washed the towel in the water and, upon meeting Wen Nanxu's eyes, expressed her irritation. "What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face?" In that moment, she truly wanted to throw in the towel, feeling utterly belittled. How had she come to this point, living off him and still serving him? Wen Nanxu took the towel from her hands and pulled her onto his lap. My Sheng'er is far more beautiful than any flower. Humph. Yingsheng turned her head away. You probably say that to everyone. Wen Nanxu adjusted his posture, allowing Yingsheng to completely nestle into his embrace. Observing the redness at the corners of her eyes, he felt a complex mix of emotions. In a hoarse voice, he mentioned the secret collusion between Lord Rongxing and Wada, the chaos within the court, and the unrest at the borders. Regrettably, he had no evidence. That woman knew quite a bit, and he and Yan intended to take advantage of her knowledge. Yingsheng's gaze was as pale as autumn water, devoid of any emotion, which only heightened Wen Nanxu's anxiety. He instinctively held his breath and urged her not to listen to that woman's nonsense. I will try, she replied. You can't possibly believe her, can you? Wen Nanxu's eyes widened as he gently grasped her hand.
Sheng'er.
Yingsheng's face still bore a frown. I know you wouldn't have anything to do with that woman, but I am angry and aggrieved. Do you understand? It's my fault for not informing you sooner. Wen Nanxu tenderly caressed her face, having contemplated writing to her, but he feared that she might leave without fully understanding. Moreover, he was besieged on all sides and did not wish to expose his vulnerabilities, worried that they might turn against Yingsheng, which would be far too dangerous for her. Yingsheng pierced through Wen Nanxu's thoughts. Are you afraid I would run away? Yes, I fear that if you leave, I shall never find you again. Wen Nanxu understood Yingsheng's nature well. If she truly set her mind to something, no one could sway her. Do you know why I am so angry and resistant towards you? Yingsheng looked up at the face she adored, wrapping her arms around his neck. Last night, I read a story in a book where the male protagonist, like you, was a general. When he returned, he brought back a pregnant woman. And his wife was bullied by everyone, living a tragic life. How can I allow myself to live such a miserable existence? Wen Nanxu pressed a kiss to her forehead, his words resonating with conviction. I, Wen Nanxu, am not that kind of person. In this lifetime, I shall love only you, my Sheng'er. But you just bullied me. Yingsheng pouted, unwilling to forgive him so easily because of one sentence. Chapter 9. How to comfort her. Did you break your right hand too? Wen Nanxu gently rubbed the tip of Yingsheng's nose, finding humor in the situation. How could he ever bear to bully her? Pray tell, which husband has wronged you? Yingsheng's nose tinged with sadness, losing her earlier sharpness. Her tone softened. You promised to take good care of yourself and return safely, yet you are covered in wounds. You deceived me. That is the first point. Is there a second point? Wen Nanxu tousled her hair, a smile playing on his lips, realizing that both he and his beloved cared deeply for one another. Of course there is. Yingsheng straightened, beginning to enumerate the ways Wen Nanxu had wronged her. You brought another woman back and were all affectionate with her, isn't that the second point? Wen Nanxu chuckled in disbelief. When had he ever been affectionate with another woman? It was that woman who clung to him, and he had pushed her away, barely willing to cast her a glance. Yingsheng counted on her fingers. The most outrageous was just now. I clearly didn't lay a hand on you, yet everyone thought I hit you. Am I really that violent?
No.
My lady is the gentlest of all, Wen Nanxu replied, taking her hand into his palm, pressing it against her face, leaning in close. His warm breath causing her ears to flush. Sheng'er is the most tender girl in my eyes. None can compare. Yingsheng pushed his face away. Stop with your sweet words. I am still angry. Then let your husband make you happy, shall we? Yingsheng leaped from Wen Nanxu's embrace, smoothing her wrinkled skirt. How can you comfort me? Did you break your right hand too? Wen Nanxu was momentarily taken aback. You should focus on healing. If you anger me further, I might just break all your limbs. With that, Yingsheng took the basin of water from the stool and stepped outside. Sheng'er, where are you going? None of your business, she called back, not looking over her shoulder. Wen Nanxu leaned against the bed's edge, lamenting that he hadn't yet had his fill of his little wife before she had fled. However, after the events of the evening, he was no longer worried that she would abandon him. His Sheng'er cared for him deeply. Reflecting on this, Wen Nanxu felt elated. He recalled that the reason for her earlier anger was a story she had read that paralleled his own life. He was curious to discover what kind of tale could incite such distrust in the one who loved him most. Opening the drawer of the bedside table, he found a book with a slightly damaged cover, confirming that Yingsheng cherished books. She would never let an ordinary tome sustain such scratches from her hairpin. As he flipped through the pages, he was met not with the story's content, but with Sang Yingsheng's bold writing beside the protagonist's name, scoundrel. Further along, she had penned numerous derogatory remarks about the male lead. Comparing her comments to what she had said to him, Wen Nanxu suddenly found her earlier remarks rather mild. Having read through the entire tale, Wen Nanxu comprehended why Sang Yingsheng was so enraged. The general in the story was indeed no man at all. He was infuriated simply by watching him, and, regrettably, his own actions earlier mirrored those of the general at the story's outset. It was no wonder that Sheng'er refused to acknowledge him. After her bath, Sang Yingsheng entered the room, as usual, drying her damp hair, only to remember that she was not alone. She immediately placed a hand over her chest, wary of any ill-intentioned individuals who might bully her, curling up in her chair. "Why are you still here?" Wen Nanxu suppressed a chuckle, blinking innocently. "Where does my singer wish for her husband to go?" Sang Yingsheng, momentarily caught off guard, retorted. "You can go wherever you please, but this is my room. If you stay here, where will I sleep? Don't you have your own room?" The moment her words left her mouth, silence enveloped the room. Sang Yingsheng suddenly felt that her statement was somewhat off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. While she was deep in thought, Wen Nanxu approached her, lifting her effortlessly and placing her onto the bed. "Which couple sleeps apart?"
Ah.
Sang Yingsheng blinked in surprise, suddenly realizing, oh right, this is also Wen Nanxu's room. It was all Wen Nanxu's fault for being away, leading troops in battle, less than a month into their marriage. She had grown accustomed to being alone, and she hadn't registered it until now. Wen Nanxu pinched her cheek playfully. "What is this? Enjoying your freedom and forgetting about your husband?"
How could that be?
Sang Yingsheng turned her face away, unwilling to admit that she had indeed forgotten. Even if just for a fleeting moment, that Wen Nanxu was her husband. To bypass the awkwardness, she began to bring up past grievances. "I see you're living quite freely, having brought a girl back with you." Wen Nanxu sighed. "I've already explained everything to you, but I never got to hear your explanation." Sang Yingsheng's voice trailed off as she gazed at him, realizing that she had indeed not heard it. I. Her eyes darted rapidly, and suddenly, she slapped his chest. "Even if I forgot you, it would still be your fault. We have only been married for less than a month, and you leave me already. One would think you are dissatisfied with your newlywed wife." When Nanxu seized her hand that was scratching his chest, feeling a ticklish sensation. "All right, it's the husband's fault. Tomorrow, I shall scold whoever upset my singer." Sang Yingsheng stood frozen, realizing that the one who had upset her was none other than him. Who else could he scold? Today he would scold himself, and tomorrow he would berate himself. Sang Yingsheng couldn't help but think that Wen Nanxu's mind must be somewhat peculiar. Perhaps she should call the physician again tomorrow to have him check on his brain. Wen Nanxu was acutely aware of Sang Yingsheng's thoughts about him, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He was not so cruel as to scold himself. Embracing Sang Yingsheng naturally meant chastising the one responsible for sending his husband off to battle. Cursing the emperor? Sang Yingsheng exclaimed in disbelief, regarding Wen Nanxu with an expression akin to that of a simpleton. Such an idea was indeed preposterous. Amused by Sang Yingsheng's whimsical reasoning, Wen Nanxu chuckled. "Silly girl. What are you thinking? Isn't that the case?" Wen Nanxu patiently clarified that he was condemning the ineffectual crown prince. If the prince possessed any military prowess, he would not allow Yingsheng to forget about her husband. Reflecting on the crown prince's lackluster abilities, Sang Yingsheng smirked. With such pitiful skills, expecting him to lead troops into battle was laughable. The emperor would be more concerned about him being assassinated when he ventured outside. "You're right. The crown prince is indeed inadequate." Upon seeing Sang Yingsheng, Wen Nanxu's face lit up with joy as he pulled the blanket over her, saying, "It's late. We should retire for the night." Sang Yingsheng thought, "What do you mean late? This is merely the beginning of my nightlife." Remembering that she had not finished reviewing the accounts from the day, she attempted to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Wen Nanxu. "What more do you intend to do at this hour?" Chapter 10. The uninvited guest with delusions of grandeur. "My hair is still damp, and I haven't completed the day's accounts. I must attend to them," Sang Yingsheng explained. "You may not," Wen Nanxu asserted, pinning her down with his legs. He gently took the towel from her hands and began to dry her hair with delicate strokes, employing his inner strength to evaporate the moisture from her strands. Sang Yingsheng looked up, astonished. His touch was more effective than her previous hairdryer. Wen Nanxu meticulously combed through her hair with his fingers, cautioning, "You should not wash your hair so late. What if you catch a chill?" Sang Yingsheng dismissed his concern. "I used to do this all the time. It's merely the key to starting my nightlife." If you must continue this way, then you must have me by your side, Wen Nanxu said. His gaze filled with affection as he caressed her flowing locks. Oh, Sang Yingsheng puffed her cheeks. Unwilling to hear Wen Nanxu's theories about the dangers of washing hair at night, especially with the convenience of his personal hairdryer. As the night deepened, Sang Yingsheng yawned, leaning against Wen Nanxu and promptly falling asleep. Listening to her steady breathing, Wen Nanxu felt that everything he had done that evening was worthwhile, cradling her in his arms. At last, he could drift into slumber with his beloved girl. When morning arrived, Wen Nanxu was no longer by her side, leaving Sang Yingsheng with a peculiar sensation. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching, she was greeted by another maid, Yan Qi, who entered and informed her, "Madam." Sister Yan Qi said she would handle a shop outside and asked Huang to assist you with your grooming. Sang Yingsheng nodded, understanding that Yan Qi had gone to finalize the location for a tavern. She said little else, allowing Huang to attend to her. Propping herself on the dressing table, she asked, "What time is it now?" "Just past the hour of Chen," Huang replied, having been waiting outside. This was her first time assisting Sang Yingsheng with her grooming, and she felt a twinge of anxiety, despite knowing Sang Yingsheng was gentle and never harsh with her servants. Yet, she couldn't shake the nervousness of potentially causing her any discomfort during the process. Noticing Huang's tension in the mirror, Sang Yingsheng reassured her, "It's all right. I can finish the rest myself. Please fetch the breakfast." "Yes," Huang responded eagerly, her heart filled with joy at Sang Yingsheng's kindness. After breakfast, Sang Yingsheng followed her usual routine of visiting Wenmu's courtyard to pay her respects and bring some cheer to the elder lady. Upon seeing Wenmu seated there, Sang Yingsheng dashed forward without hesitation, embracing her and playfully asking, "Mother, did you miss me today?" Wenmu looked down at Sang Yingsheng, her typically icy demeanor melting into a warm smile as she pinched her daughter-in-law's cheek, teasingly saying, "What a surprise to see you so early, seeking affection from your mother. You truly know how to flatter me." Sang Yingsheng puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance. "That's so unfair. By the way, Mother, you haven't answered my question yet. Did you miss me?" "Of course, my dear Yingsheng. I think about you every day," Wenmu replied, her eyes crinkling with joy. For there was no greater happiness for her than seeing her daughter-in-law. Sang Yingsheng delightedly asked this question daily, waiting for Wenmu's response before rising from her embrace. However, when she turned, she noticed an uninvited guest in the courtyard, though if one were to be precise, there were two. Observing the unusual expression in Qianu's eyes, Sang Yingsheng's smile faltered. She had sensed something amiss upon entering, and now she understood the source of the discomfort. Qianer quickly masked her emotions. Rising to greet Sang Yingsheng with a soft voice, "Sister, Qianer pays her respects." Sang Yingsheng felt a chill run down her spine at Qianer's tone, glancing toward Wenmu, who remained silent. Yet, from Wenmu's gaze, Sang Yingsheng immediately grasped the situation. Adopting the authoritative demeanor of the mistress of the general's residence, she offered a welcoming smile. "Please rise, Miss Qianer. Given your current condition, it is unnecessary for you to pay respects to my mother and me, especially as you are not part of the general's household. Such actions might lead others to misunderstand." Qianer blinked her watery eyes, her brows knitting in feigned distress as if she were being wronged. "Sister, Qianer merely wished to greet the old lady. I had no intention of causing any misunderstandings." However, no one in this house of women was swayed by Qianu's act of vulnerability. Sang Yingsheng regarded her with calm detachment. "Since you refer to my mother as old lady, does that not imply you ought to address me as madam? After all, our general's household does not indulge in the practice of taking concubines, especially since both the general and I are the only children in our families. I wonder where you derived the notion of addressing me as sister?" Though Sang Yingsheng maintained a smile, the authority of the general's wife was unmistakable. Qianer was rendered speechless, her eyes welling with tears. "Sister, madam." Sang Yingsheng nodded with satisfaction. "If you have no business here, it would be best for you to remain quietly in your quarters. Do not wander about under my mother's watchful eye. She is kind-hearted, but I am not. Let me be frank. I have the power to allow you to stay in the general's residence, but I can just as easily dismiss you. Know your place and act accordingly." At these words, Qianer immediately knelt, her defiance mingled with an air of vulnerability. "Madam, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to serve everyone in the general's residence." Sang Yingsheng could see through her intentions, her smile fading gradually. "I'm afraid that we have sufficient hands in the general's household, and no plans to employ a pregnant maid. You should rise." If anything were to happen to your child, do not hold me responsible. From this exchange, Sheng'er inferred that Yingsheng was unwilling to act against her, surmising that Wen Nanxu must have said something to her. With her apprehensions diminished, she felt emboldened, knowing that while she held no official status now, in a few days, as her belly swelled, the general would surely take her as his wife. Yingsheng had been married for quite some time without any sign of a child. The old lady's affection for her was merely an act. Soon, as the old lady became accustomed to her presence, she would undoubtedly demand that the general take her in. With this thought, Sheng'er felt increasingly pleased, rising unhurriedly from the ground and caressing her still flat abdomen. Rest assured, madam, I will protect the general's child. The child of Wen Nanxu? Surely, she was delusional. It was absurd to think that whichever man she clung to would be the father of her child. Silently felt disgusted by the antics of, whilst words and actions were truly unbearable. Surely, this was not the way to seek a father for her unborn child. S expression was also difficult to describe, her eyes betraying an undeniable revulsion. If the child truly belonged to, she would have dispatched him yesterday. It was as if she believed herself to be of utmost importance. Chapter 11. The general's resentful brother harbored a cold smile within, though her exterior displayed none of it. She thought to herself that it would be best for her to rest well and not to prance about, assuming she could take advantage of her condition. After all, there were consequences to such brazen actions. Glanced at, noticing her still wearing a benevolent smile, which further solidified her belief that she would soon usurp position. After all, what mother-in-law wouldn't wish to cradle a grandchild? Concealing her ulterior motives, she gracefully bowed to, and, before taking her leave, as departed, sighed in relief, grasping his hand with concern. My dear, if you are unhappy, you must tell your mother, do you understand? Why would I be unhappy? I have no reason to be angry with someone who is of no consequence to me, replied, leaning against lap and affectionately nudging her belly, playfully seeking her attention. Was thoroughly amused by his antics, gently brushing aside the hair that obscured her face. You certainly know how to please your mother. How delightful it is. A smile can take years off one's life. When we go out, those who see us might mistake us for sisters rather than mother and daughter. Do you think others are oblivious? Teased, poking his nose with a playful grin. The gentle spring breeze wafted in, carrying the fragrance of blossoms from outside, caressing the two women who were engaged in light-hearted banter, their laughter intertwining as it danced away. After court adjourned, immediately intercepted, launching into a tirade. Have you forgotten which side you belong to after a year and a half of campaigning? Today in court I spoke once, and you retorted thrice. What have I done to deserve such treatment? With a dismissive flick, brushed aside's hand from his shoulder. I am loyal to the country, and do not take sides. However, if the emperor learns of your factionalism, he will not let you off lightly. Come now. Slaps injured hand, the forceful contact aggravating the dislocated joint from the day before, causing him to wince. You know exactly what I mean. Noticing the discomfort, grew concerned. Is your hand injured? Wen remained silent, assumed his lack of response was an affirmation, as he had always been reticent when injured. Are you all right? When you return home like this, does your wife not feel sorry for you and refrain from confronting you about that woman? Glancing sideways, S' indifferent eyes revealed no emotion. The injury was sustained last night.
What?
Exclaimed, suddenly unsettled. Did go that far? Recalling that I'd brought home a pregnant woman, he could understand fierce reaction, even believing she could have been even harsher. Yet, when he noticed a faint smile tugging its lips, he realized she would never truly hurt you. Is that so, your mother? Wind mused, unable to fathom anyone else daring to confront, who would never retaliate. Moments later, a startling thought crossed his mind, though he hesitated to believe it. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, You didn't injure yourself on purpose to make listen to your explanation about that woman, did you? Seeing silence, S' heart raced. Indeed, every encounter with him reshaped his understanding. Suppressing his astonishment, he teased, Who would have thought that general is so adept? Capable of vanquishing foes on the battlefield and simultaneously inflicting injury upon himself to appease his wife. Indeed, replied nonchalantly. Sidled up too, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Now that you've been injured, does your wife not feel particularly sympathetic and let go of her grievances? Although it was a question, was confident, knowing his childhood friend well. To win over his wife, he had always employed clever tactics, playing the victim to elicit her compassion. This scheming man, reflected An's initial resistance, her fear and concern upon seeing his wounds, and how she ultimately fell asleep in his embrace. A pang of bitterness struck him. Fortunately, his beloved had not forsaken him. Thus, he was willing to endure a little pain, as long as would listen to his explanations and not misconstrue his intentions. Perhaps she was still angry.
Ah.
Is your pity ploy no longer effective? Mused, believing it should still work, considering how cunning he was before his wife. Yesterday must have startled her. Chuckled at the memory of vehemently attempting to absolve herself of any blame. Yet, he felt a twinge of pain at her worried expression. If he had not clarified things decisively the day before, it would be even harder to explain later, especially since he knew the woman he brought home was no innocent. Patted his shoulder sympathetically. You've had a rough time, my dear brother. Come, let us seek an audience with the Emperor and request a reward for your troubles. You better find evidence linking to the foreign enemy quickly, or I will throw that woman out immediately, warned. If it were not for S' urgent plea to rescue the woman, claiming she possessed vital evidence to bring down, he would never have brought her home. He despised other women trying to meddle with him, as it made his beloved unhappy. Draped an arm over shoulders, leading him toward the imperial study.
All right.
I will make haste. If I can find someone more reliable than you to bring that woman back, I wouldn't bother you, would I? I have some exquisite jewelry from the western regions. I'll pick some for your wife, as an apology. With a flick of his wrist, shrugged off S' arm, casting a cool glance his way. Do you think my wife lacks for your trifling gifts? He stepped into the imperial study ahead of. Caught off guard by his remark, grumbled internally. Well, who told your wife to be so wealthy and involved in every business? That effectively blocks any attempts to appease her. Just as he crossed the threshold, a flying document nearly struck him, prompting him to rub his nose as he reluctantly retrieved the scroll and placed it respectfully on the desk of the Emperor. Unable to resist, he quipped, Father, you're losing your touch. I was completely unprepared, and you still missed me. Chapter 12. Filial piety glared. How did I end up with such a rebellious son? Father, please don't say that. I am the offspring of the Empress, retorted, quickly hiding behind to evade a flying teacup, throwing a triumphant glance at from behind his brother. Seated on the dragon throne, struggled to contain his fury. Eventually finding some semblance of calm, he pointed at, make sure to teach this insolent brat a lesson, preferably one that leaves him bedridden. Father, unpalatable truths are often hard to accept, but I only speak what is true. Feng Yan mumbled to himself, from childhood to adulthood. You've always known how to let Wen Nanxu beat me. As the prince, I am constantly humiliated by ministers. What a disgrace to you. In matters of punishment, I have never been concerned with face. Whoever strikes you, I shall commend. The Emperor Anren was equally unreserved, watching his son's unrestrained tongue with increasing irritation. He couldn't fathom from whom this insolence was learned. Feng Yan sulked, standing just out of reach of his father's wrath yet unable to restrain his tongue. Father, how can you ask Nanxu to beat your son when he is busy repelling enemies on the front lines? Is it not shameful? The Emperor could hold back no longer. Rising from his chair, he delivered a swift punch to Feng Yan's handsome face, so quickly that Feng Yan barely had time to react. Cradling his stinging cheek, he continued to evade his father's blows, casting a sidelong glance at the unhelpful Wen Nanxu, who merely watched the spectacle unfold. The Emperor, having landed 2 more blows on Feng Yan, finally calmed down and returned to his seat, saying, Nanxu, remember to take care of him when you return. Feng Yan, rubbing his face and back, protested, Father, spare me. Nanxu is already injured, and you still command him. Are you not concerned that his wife may refuse to pay taxes next year? If Wen Nanxu were to strike him, it would not be like his father's punches, but rather a scenario where he would be bedridden for weeks recuperating. Upon hearing about Wen Nanxu's injury, the Emperor instantly donned a benevolent expression, showering Nanxu with concern. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? I shall summon the imperial physician for you. I have some excellent ginseng and deer antler. Take them to nourish yourself. For the next few days, do not rush to court. Focus on recovery. Feng Yan muttered. Who is the real son here? Suddenly, a document flew towards him, and he lazily caught it. What now, father? Hurry, and bring a chair for Nanxu. The Emperor's eyes, filled with barely contained fury, struggled to understand why Wen Nanxu, raised by the Wen family, was so agreeable and competent, whereas his own son seemed intent on vexing him daily with his antics. Feng Yan, recalling how Wen Nanxu had been enjoying the show, had no intention of fetching a chair, muttering, "His hand is injured, not his legs. What harm is there in standing for a while? He managed to twist his hand to appease his wife yesterday. Can he not stand today?"
Feng.
Yan, upon seeing his father truly angry, he quickly fetched a chair and placed it behind Wen Nanxu, bowing with exaggerated courtesy. "General Wen, please." Without even glancing at him, Wen Nanxu took a seat. Feng Yan glared at him in indignation. How rude. He sulked to the side, listening to the conversation between the two who shared a bond stronger than that of blood. Observing Wen Nanxu's victorious return, the Emperor's eyes brimmed with pride. "Your father in heaven would be delighted for you." "I hope so," Nanxu replied politely, wishing that his father could see him and take joy in his accomplishments. The Emperor patted Nanxu on the shoulder. "For this victory, whatever reward you desire, speak freely, and I shall grant it, except for a resignation from your post." Feng Yan, sitting nearby like a pickled cucumber, interjected, "Are you not afraid he might usurp your throne?" The Emperor's expression turned icy, and he hurled the document he had been holding at Feng Yan. "Do you think everyone is as careless with the throne as you?" Feng Yan deftly dodged his father's tender fury. "Father, it sounds as if I am eager to be the prince, waking earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs. You don't wish to be one? Then you may as well perish." The Emperor inhaled deeply, exasperated by his rebellious son. "No, no. Please don't be angry, father. Anger is harmful to your health, and I am not ready to ascend the throne just yet." Rebellious child. The Emperor's vision blurred with rage, nearly gasping for breath. When Nanxu hastily assisted him to a chair, saying, "Do not be angry. Let your nephew handle him." The Emperor took a sip of tea from Wen Nanxu, finally calming down. "Yes, help me punish him. Spare no courtesy." Feng Yan protested. "I merely spoke the truth. Is that so egregious?" Sensing another reprimand coming, Wen Nanxu spoke first. "Save your breath for the court tomorrow. Do not waste it on your father. If you have the wit, direct your ire at those disloyal ministers. Even with my left hand injured, I could still incapacitate you for weeks. If you doubt it, feel free to test me." With this direct threat from Wen Nanxu, Feng Yan promptly tucked his tail between his legs, refraining from uttering another word. The sight of his son subdued brought the Emperor great satisfaction. "Nanxu, you are indeed a valuable ally and a good nephew." Feng Yan silently grumbled to himself. "I suppose I am not your good son then." After discussing the recent military victory for some time, the Emperor added, "We must hold a celebratory banquet for your triumph. You cannot refuse." "Very well. I shall leave the arrangements to your majesty." Compared to his defiant son, the Emperor found himself increasingly fond of Wen Nanxu, his genuine laughter etching more lines upon his face. "There's no need for formality. You may address me as you did in your youth." "Yes, I shall heed my royal uncle," Wen Nanxu replied with a gentle smile. The elder general, Wen, had once shared close ties with the Emperor, helping him secure his footing in court when he was still a prince. Since then, Nanxu had grown under the Emperor's watchful eye. After General Wen's death in battle, the Emperor treated Nanxu as a son. "That is as it should be." The Emperor nodded in satisfaction. "You still have not answered what reward you desire. Protecting the nation is the Wen family's duty. Repelling external threats is my obligation. If you insist on rewarding me, grant it to my wife instead. I have been away at war barely a month after our marriage. I feel quite guilty towards her." Thinking of his young bride filled Wen Nanxu with a sense of indebtedness. Chapter 13. The unappreciated brothers witnessing Wen Nanxu's sense of responsibility. The Emperor felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards his own son. "Very well, I shall ponder this and inform you at the victory banquet." "I thank you, uncle," Wen Nanxu said, bowing. The Emperor waved his hand. "No need for formality. You're injured. Hai, summon physician Zhao to examine the general." "There's no need for such trouble. It's just a minor injury." Wen Nanxu instinctively tried to decline, eager to return home and embrace his little wife. "That will not do. I promised your father to look after you, and I cannot rest easy without a physician's assessment." The Emperor glanced at his attendant, urging him to hurry. Understanding he could not refuse, Wen Nanxu resigned himself to continue conversing with the Emperor, pointing out Feng Yan's mistakes from the court session that day. Each criticism struck a chord with the Emperor, who nodded in approval. "With you by his side to guide him, I can rest assured in passing the empire to him." Then he turned his gaze to the distant, sulking figure of his son, and immediately changed his demeanor, exclaiming, "You impertinent child! Why sit so far away? Come closer and listen to Nanxu's advice. Feng Yan, feeling utterly exasperated, thought, sitting quietly and far away still gets me scolded. To prevent his father from chastising him, he promptly moved a stool and sat beside Wen Nanxu. At that moment, Dr. Zhao happened to arrive, and Feng Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately stood up to offer his seat to Dr. Zhao. Following the edict of Emperor Anren, Dr. Zhao set down his medicine box and began to examine Wen Nanxu's injuries. As he palpated Wen Nanxu's left arm through his outer garments, he detected a slight misalignment of the bone. Had the general exerted too much force with his left hand, causing the recently realigned bone to shift again? Emperor Anren, standing nearby, was extremely anxious, while only Feng Yan felt that Wen Nanxu deserved his plight. After all, who else could he blame for his own misfortune? He stood by, gloating, until he received a fierce glare from Emperor Anren, which made him temper his expression. Wen Nanxu cast a casual glance at Feng Yan, causing a chill to run down Feng Yan's spine and an ominous premonition to stir within him. Slowly, Wen Nanxu spoke, perhaps due to the excitement of not having seen his ministers for a long time after court. As soon as he finished speaking, Dihai's feather duster came crashing down on Feng Yan's back, with the emperor pursuing him around the room, striking him until he was begging for mercy, exclaiming, "Father, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Please stop hitting me." A blow landed on Feng Yan's arm, causing him to grimace in pain as he rushed to Dr. Zhao. Pleading, "Dr. Zhao, please examine my arm. I think my father has broken it." After helping to realign Wen Nanxu's arm and offering a few words of caution, Dr. Zhao picked up his medicine box and, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of the prince who had been beaten since childhood, remarked, "Your Highness, you are still as much of a troublemaker as you were in your youth, always provoking the emperor." Feng Yan rubbed his sore arm in complaint. "Dr. Zhao, why don't you mention that my father is still just like he was in childhood, always beating me?" Dr. Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with eunuch Da, finally saying, "Rest assured, the emperor is benevolent. You are his only son, and he will not be too harsh on you. Do not waste these medical resources." With that, he exited, leaving Feng Yan in shock. His father is benevolent. Ultimately, it seems he is unworthy. Emperor Anren wished to invite Wen Nanxu to lunch at the palace. But this time, no matter what he said, Wen Nanxu refused, and the emperor had no choice but to relent, watching him leave. Turning back to his disappointing son, he snorted coldly and strode out. Feng Yan was once again bewildered. Was he truly so unappealing to his father? Once outside the palace, Wen Nanxu hurriedly raced home. Before entering, he reminded Mushin to ensure that he mentioned to the lady that the prince had misaligned his hand today. Mushin scratched his nose, completely perplexed by his master's intentions, and opened his mouth to ask, only to discover that his master had already vanished without a trace. The dining hall was already set for lunch when Yingsheng had just helped Lady Wen take her seat, and at that moment, Wen Nanxu's figure appeared before them. Yingsheng glanced at him and then averted her gaze, washing her hands in a nearby basin, thinking that he might not return. Wen Nanxu directly embraced her from behind, pressing his body against hers, saying, "How could I bear not to return with such a fragrant, soft wife at home?" Yingsheng rolled her eyes dramatically. "Spare me your nonsense. I'm still angry. Now that you're back, wash your hands and sit down to eat."
All right.
Wen Nanxu replied, quickly planting a kiss on her cheek before releasing her. Lady Wen observed everything with a knowing smile as she lifted her teacup to conceal the amusement at the corners of her mouth. Yingsheng sat beside Lady Wen. "Serving her dishes, mother. Do try this new dish." "Yes, you should enjoy it too. Do not worry about me," Lady Wen said affectionately, then gave her son a knowing look. Wen Nanxu understood the signal and fervently piled food onto Yingsheng's plate. Before long, half of the dishes on the table were heaped before her, leaving her unsure of how to proceed with her chopsticks. Lady Wen averted her eyes, covering her face with her hand, her disdain for her son unmasked. She deeply suspected that this expedition had somehow affected his intellect. When Nanxu offered a piece of tender meat to Yingsheng, saying, "Sheng'er, do eat some meat." Yingsheng took a deep breath, reminding herself not to be angry. After all, she had chosen this man. "Sheng'er." Smack. Yingsheng set down her chopsticks, crossing her arms defiantly. "Do the dishes have legs now?" When Nanxu looked at her with confusion, not comprehending. "They won't run away. Just pile them in my bowl. Are you building a fortress?" With that, she switched her bowl with his, insisting, "You serve yourself and eat. Don't waste food." When Nanxu chuckled at the sight of his petite wife's puffed cheeks, saying, I merely thought you looked too thin and needed to eat more. Even feeding pigs isn't done this way. To guard against Wen Nanxu piling more food onto her plate, Yingsheng slightly turned away, hastily eating from her small bowl. Wen Nanxu, concerned she might choke, served her a bowl of soup, saying, take your time. Don't choke. Yingsheng swallowed her food with effort, replying, if you don't keep moving around, I certainly won't choke. During the meal, she occasionally glanced at Wen Nanxu, wary of any mischievous actions. Wen Nanxu was in high spirits, slowly enjoying the mountain of food before him. Just as he picked up his second chopstick, Yingsheng snatched the bowl away, declaring, this dish is chilly. It has tainted the other dishes with spiciness. Ah Huang, bring me a new bowl. Drink this bone soup. It will aid in your recovery. With that, she filled a bowl of soup and placed it before Wen Nanxu, then filled another for Lady Wen, saying, Mother, you should have some soup too. Upon hearing that her son was injured, Lady Wen felt a twinge of concern, asking, what happened? Where are you hurt? Wen Nanxu set down his spoon, reassuring her mother, I am fine. You don't seem like someone with issues, Lady Wen remarked, feeling that boys were not worth too much worry. Wen Nanxu, Yingsheng chimed in, how could he be fine? If he had a normal brain, he wouldn't have harmed himself. Mushin, go find a doctor to properly examine your general. Mushin scratched his head in confusion, recalling the general's earlier instructions. Madam, today the crown prince slightly misaligned the general's hand. The palace doctor has already treated him. To his surprise, Yingsheng was not concerned about that, exclaiming, who cares about his hand? I want you to find a good doctor to check his mind. Don't you think your general has been acting strangely these past few days? First, he injures himself. Then, he keeps piling food onto my plate, and now he gets beaten by the crown prince. Who would believe this? Mushin's eyes widened. I wouldn't dare to think that. Lady Wen, sipping her soup, supported Yingsheng. Sheng'er, your mother agrees with you. Go ahead. The sooner we find out, the better. We are not lacking in funds for medical expenses. Health is paramount. Yingsheng urged him, unwilling to play games, knowing she was not easily fooled. Mushin hesitated, glancing at his master, his fervent gaze imploring Wen Nanxu to say something to appease his wife. Wen Nanxu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. How had his painstaking efforts turned into suggestions of mental illness before his wife? Sheng'er, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Wrong about what? The formidable general, seeing his wife's stern expression, immediately cowered. Everything was wrong. Are you still going to harm yourself? Wen Nanxu shook his head vigorously. Did you conspire with Mushin to deceive me about the crown prince hitting you? Wen Nanxu was nodding halfway when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Sheng'er, my husband did not deceive you. Yingsheng's face reflected disbelief. Ask my mother. See if she believes the crown prince hit you. Wen Mu set down the bowl of soup in her hands and gently dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. If En possessed such capabilities, who would still need to lead troops into battle? Wen Nanxu remarked, am I too formidable then? Did you hear that? Who would believe it? Put aside those trifling thoughts. Your wife is capable of ascending to the position of the wealthiest in Tianke, and she is not one to be underestimated. Do not harbor a plethora of concerns daily. I may care for you, but rest assured that I will not overlook any accounts that need settling.
Now,
let us eat well. After speaking, Yingsheng assisted Wen Mu back to her room to rest, leaving the two of them, master and servant, in a state of mutual contemplation. Mu Shan, witnessing the departure of the two most authoritative figures in the general's residence, immediately sought to absolve himself of responsibility. General, I acted according to your instructions. If the lady does not believe you, that is beyond my control. Wen Nanxu could not be bothered with him. After all, the misunderstandings had been resolved, and his priority was to continue pleasing his wife, who had just expressed her concern for him. With that thought, he lost interest in conversing with someone like Mu Shan, who was without a wife. After lunch, Wen Nanxu rose and made his way to Tingyu courtyard, when suddenly a flash of pink darted across the stone path. Yingsheng, clad in a water blue dress today, was unmistakably not the one. He instinctively sidestepped.
Mu Shan,
still in a daze, was caught off guard as the pink figure leaped into his arms, startling him into pushing her away. Sheng'er, equally bewildered, had clearly seen that the person approaching was Wen Nanxu. How could it suddenly change to one of his subordinates? Miss Qian, please conduct yourself with dignity. Mu Shan shifted aside, wary of a second impact to his chest, which would leave him at a loss for words. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Sheng'er's eyes as she raised her gaze, adopting a pitiful demeanor. General, It's Sheng'er. Wen Nanxu did not even spare her a glance, tossing a command to Mu Shan to handle her, and promptly vanished from sight. Mu Shan internally lamented, maintaining his courteous facade. Miss Qian, what seems to be the matter? Sheng'er's gaze remained fixated on the direction in which Wen Nanxu had disappeared, reluctant to part. Even after Mu Shan called her 3 times, he received no response. Miss Qian, he called for the 4th time before she snapped back to reality. Her face laced with grievances. Why does the general ignore me? Mu Shan thought to himself, to pay you heed, what would become of the general's own wife? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken, and Mu Shan hastily conjured a reason. The affairs of the military are pressing. The general is understandably preoccupied. Was the general always like this? Sheng'er twisted her handkerchief, dissatisfaction evident in her demeanor. Of course, the general is a busy man, being the Grand General of Tianke at such a young age. Mu Shan replied with conviction. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. As long as the lady was present, the general was never too busy. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Sheng'er, despite her discontent with Mu Shan, realized she could not rely on anyone else to approach Wen Nanxu. Softening her tone, she pleaded, could you please relay a message to the general that Sheng'er has matters to discuss with him? Miss Qian, if you have something to say, you may speak directly to me, Mu Shan responded. Sheng'er bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please, I beg you, just relay my message. Only the general can assist me. Mu Shan gently pushed away the hand resting on his arm and stepped back. Miss Qian, if you have something to discuss, it will ultimately be up to us subordinates to convey it to the general. It would be far simpler if you told me directly, thereby avoiding convoluted communication. Sheng'er shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain-soaked petals. No, only the general can protect me. Mu Shan, observing the distressed young lady before him, was utterly bewildered. Miss Qian, what do you mean that only the general can protect you? Surely, our general's residence is the safest place? Although Mu Shan could not comprehend the convoluted thoughts in Sheng'er's mind, his instincts warned him that she harbored ill intentions. However, she stuttered, but the lady, she. After a lengthy pause, she failed to articulate a complete thought, prompting Mu Shan's impatience to surface. Miss Qian, our matron is kind and benevolent, and Our Lady is gentle and amiable. I cannot fathom anyone would trouble you, unless you sought out trouble yourself. Yet, with tear-filled eyes, Sheng'er could hardly believe how the people of the general's residence were so protective of Yingsheng. There are no buts. Residing in the general's residence means adhering to its rules. Any unwanted thoughts must be cast aside. My lady is kind-hearted, and I will not be lenient. Yingsheng, returning from outside, overheard Sheng'er attempting to slander her lady. How could she possibly tolerate that? Upon hearing her voice, Sheng'er turned with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly wronged. I did not. Women understand each other best, and the petty schemes in Sheng'er's heart were far from hidden from Yingsheng's discerning gaze. Approaching Sheng'er, Yingsheng warned, you know the truth of your own heart. Do not feign ignorance here. Allow me to remind you, no one in the general's residence is to be trifled with, especially not the general's wife. Chapter 15. The cunning general emerges. Sheng'er gritted her teeth, her heart filled with resentment, dropping the facade of vulnerability as she met Yingsheng's gaze. I carry the general's child. Whether that claim holds truth will only be revealed with the birth of the child. I advise you to know your place and not harbor grand aspirations without the abilities to match. Yingsheng had been by Yingsheng's side since childhood, handling affairs, and a mere Sheng'er was no match for her. Left speechless by Yingsheng's retort, Sheng'er's gaze shifted to Mu Shan with tear-filled eyes. Lord Mu Shan. Yingsheng shot him a glare. Previously a mere spectator, Mu Shan straightened his posture and waved his hands frantically. I am no lord. I am but a humble servant. Miss Qian, please do not be so hard on me. Yingsheng is only looking out for your best interests. The battles among women can be far more terrifying than the clangor of steel on the battlefield. Mu Shan had always adhered to the principle of avoiding participation whenever possible. With Mu Shan refusing to assist her, Sheng'er resolved to secretly remember this Yingsheng for future reckoning with Wen Nanxu. Biting her lip, she thought to herself, Yingsheng will pay for this. Yingsheng cast a sidelong glance at her before proceeding to Tingyu courtyard to brief Yingsheng on the restaurant's location. Mu Shan, feeling a sense of helplessness, was apprehensive about Sheng'er's ulterior motives. He steeled himself to escort her back to Wu Ying Pavilion, instructing the two attendants to keep a close watch on her before returning to report. As Yingsheng settled down, she spotted Yingqi returning, her face still carrying a hint of annoyance. Pulling her down beside her, she inquired, "What troubles, my precious Yingqi? Who has upset you?" Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Nanxu interjected with a hint of jealousy, "My wife dares to call someone else precious." Yingqi recounted the events she had just encountered to Yingsheng in detail, emphasizing her disdain. What a person! Living under someone else's roof, yet attempting to slander the owner. Yingsheng was aware that Sheng'er was not an innocuous character and reassured Yingqi. "Do not worry. Aside from relying on the child in her womb, she has no other support, especially since the child may not even belong to the general." "Is that true?" Yingqi was taken aback. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have merely issued a simple warning to Sheng'er. Yingsheng nodded. "If it truly belonged to Wen Nanxu, do you think I would treat her with such civility?" Yingqi's irritation dissipated upon realizing this. Indeed, with a person like Sheng'er who could possibly take a liking to her. Producing the documents for the restaurant, Yingqi presented them to Yingsheng. "Miss, I have secured the location of the restaurant this morning. Here are the official documents. Now, we just await your review to finalize the renovation plan, and we can commence work." Yingsheng accepted the documents, genuinely impressed by Yingqi's efficiency. "You managed all of this in just one morning? That is remarkable, miss." "I am not one to seek excessive praise," Yingqi teased, sticking out her tongue. "If it took several days, that would be absurd." Yingsheng carefully stored the documents and patted Yingqi's shoulder. "Let us determine whether to visit the site this afternoon or tomorrow. Have you eaten yet? The kitchen has prepared your favorite 8 treasures rabbit today. Go have your meal and rest well afterward." Yingqi had not been here long when Mushan hurried over, exclaiming, "General, that Sheng'er is quite a handful, persistently wanting to meet you. How did you handle it?" Wen Nanxu contemplated in his heart when he could finally deal with her. "I replied, you are busy with military affairs and have no time to concern yourself with her." Indeed, he was preoccupied. After all, he still did not know when he could appease his own wife, let alone bother with someone irrelevant. Mushan then recounted the dialogue between Yingqi and Sheng'er verbatim, prompting Wen Nanxu to remark, "You should learn from Yingqi. She can discern another's intentions at a glance." Mushan mused, "One should consider who the master is. The lady can also perceive your hidden thoughts." After issuing a few more instructions, he watched as Yingqi emerged from the room, and without hesitation, Wen Nanxu kicked Mushan away before entering. "What is Sheng doing?" "Calculating accounts." Yingsheng took out the ledger from yesterday that she hadn't finished and continued to tally the revenues from each shop last month, comparing it with the previous month's earnings, contemplating whether to adjust the marketing strategy. Wen Nanxu embraced Yingsheng from behind, having just finished lunch. He believed she should rest for a while. "No, I want to finish this and then check the internal structure of the new restaurant this afternoon," she replied without hesitation, dismissing his suggestion for a nap. "You mustn't. It will tire you too much, and I would be distressed." Wen Nanxu encircled her waist with one arm, determined not to let his wife exhaust herself. "How could I tire myself from looking at a ledger?" Yingsheng still refused. Then, she saw Wen Nanxu move a stool to sit beside her, pitifully grasping her hand. "Are you still angry with your husband? I was wrong to hurt myself just to have you listen to my explanation. I shouldn't have let Mushan speak out. Nor should I have burdened you with so much food that it affected your meal. I shouldn't have gotten hurt and made you worry. And I shouldn't have been unable to control my eagerness to see you, leading me to agree to the Crown Prince's request." Yingsheng felt a pang in her heart and, dropping the ledger, embraced him, saying, "Stop it. Nothing is wrong. I am no longer upset." Wen Nanxu secretly rejoiced, holding Yingsheng tightly, and continued in an innocent and sincere tone, "Your husband truly cherishes you, thinking of you day and night, concerned about whether you are eating and sleeping well at home. However, a country must be defended for a home to be secured. I can only ensure your peaceful life by leading troops on the front lines, allowing you to earn a living without worry and pursue what you love." Yingsheng suppressed her tears, rising to take Wen Nanxu's hand. "Let us rest now." This time, however, Wen Nanxu remained seated. "Aren't you the one who wanted to see the ledger? I will accompany you." "What ledger? Your well-being is far more important. You are severely injured and must rest properly." Yingsheng pulled Wen Nanxu to the bedside, carefully unbuttoning his outer garment to inspect his wounds. "You are the most important in my heart." Wen Nanxu's heart swelled with joy, struggling to suppress his smile so Sang Yingsheng would not notice. Sang Yingsheng examined his rebandaged arm. Did the crown prince really lay hands on you? Yes, Wen Nanxu readily betrayed his brother. How despicable. Sang Yingsheng puffed up her cheeks, extremely displeased with the crown prince's actions, tenderly helping Wen Nanxu don his undergarments and assisting him to lie down comfortably. Wen Nanxu twirled his wrist, pulling Sang Yingsheng into his embrace. Yes, he is the most detestable. Stop helping him manage those shops. Sang Yingsheng found this reasonable. Initially, she had assisted the crown prince in managing those struggling shops out of loyalty to Wen Nanxu, but now that he dared to harm her husband, she saw no reason to continue aiding him. All right, I will instruct my people to withdraw from his shops tomorrow. Wen Nanxu's lips curled into a smile, thinking to himself how Wind Ian should have found evidence against the Yingsheng mansion sooner, allowing him to handle that woman without delay. Chapter 16. The Great Jealousy Pot. After waking from his afternoon nap, someone began to linger in bed lazily. Sheng'er, could you not get up? Wen Nanxu clung to his soft little wife, reluctant to let go, continuously nuzzling her cheek. Sang Yingsheng was amused by Wen Nanxu's contrasting demeanor and poked his face with her finger. Why are you so shameless?
Who told you to be my wife?
Wen Nanxu replied proudly, reveling in the joy of having a wife. If you don't get up, don't blame it on me. Those ledgers have been delayed for 2 days, which is truly not my style. Sang Yingsheng could not tolerate the procrastination of simple tasks, as it severely hindered her ability to earn. Sheng'er, you previously said I was the most important. Wen Nanxu entangled her further, refusing to let her leave the bed. Sang Yingsheng sighed. Who would have thought that the cold and formidable general of the state would behave like a little wife at home, clinging to his own lady? Well, if I stay here, I might as well sit and look at the ledgers. That is still accompanying you, right? She reasoned earnestly. But Wen Nanxu sat in a corner of the bed, tugging at the down in the pillow, lamenting. Is it because your husband has been away at war for too long that you no longer like him?
I do not.
Sang Yingsheng replied, bewildered. Was this still the Wen Nanxu she knew? How was he throwing a tantrum even more than she was? Wen Nanxu continued to tug at the pillow, lamenting. I am injured, yet you still have your mind set on ledgers. Am I not more appealing than those books? All right, I will stop looking at the ledgers. Just don't ruin my pillow. If you make it flat, what will I sleep on tonight? Sang Yingsheng snatched the pillow from Wen Nanxu and stuffed the down he had pulled out back inside. A clever glint flashed in Wen Nanxu's eyes. Perfect. You can rest your head on my arm while I embrace you. Are you not afraid your right hand will also be injured? Sang Yingsheng moved the pillow away, preventing him from being mischievous again. As she left the bed, Wen Nanxu immediately called out, Sheng'er, my hand hurts. Could you help me massage it? How is your hand hurting after you just pulled my pillow? Sang Yingsheng retorted. But she still retrieved a bottle of medicine from the cabinet and began to rub his arm. Wen Nanxu gazed at his wife, who was so close to him, feeling immense satisfaction in his heart. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, he pressed a kiss on her cheek, only to be met with a glare that made him behave. However, he did not remain obedient for long. He once again twirled a strand of her hair around his finger. Sheng'er, how do you plan to deal with that woman? Sang Yingsheng paused for 2 seconds before responding. Isn't she someone you brought back? Naturally, it is up to you to handle her. Wen Nanxu inhaled the fragrance of the hair he held, his tone casual, yet he felt irritated. I truly wish to eliminate her. But she is still your responsibility. Did you not say she was a breakthrough in finding evidence against the Yingsheng mansion? Sang Yingsheng was unfamiliar with court matters, so she never meddled in Wen Nanxu's decisions regarding them. However, it was difficult to investigate the matter in the short term, especially since that woman was not one to remain quiet. As the topic of Qianu arose, a glint of malice flashed in Wen Nanxu's eyes. If she dared to sow discord between him and his wife, he would not show her mercy. Sang Yingsheng gently massaged his left arm, thinking that since she had not done anything, she did not care about what he was concerned about. It is just that I see my Sheng'er is too understanding, which makes me unhappy on your behalf. Wen Nanxu's jacket hung loosely, revealing his perfect physique as he leaned lazily against the wall, exuding an effortless kingly aura that was hard to look away from. Sang Yingsheng admitted that Wen Nanxu was indeed a stunning man, talented and devoted. Not to mention Sheng'er, many in the capital were infatuated with Wen Nanxu. She is not the type to indulge in jealousy. Simply knowing that Wen Nanxu cares for her is enough. What else there to be displeased about? As long as she does not cause trouble. I do not mind having one more person in the general's residence. However, should she become restless, I will not hesitate to act. Let me be clear, should I discover even a hint of favoritism towards her, you may as well take your general's plaque and seek another abode. My heart was given to you 3 years ago. How could there be any other possibility? Wen Nanxu embraced Yingsheng, declaring that in this life, they could never part, nor in the next or the one after. She is forever to be his wife. You are quite possessive, even thinking of our next lives. Yingsheng remarked as she snuggled comfortably in his embrace. If the world were at peace, she could enjoy each day nestled against the one she loves, rather than enduring the solitude she had before. What if someone else takes my voice away?
She teased.
The thought of Yingsheng calling Yanqi my darling earlier filled Wen Nanxu with envy. Why was that term not reserved for him? Sensing the sourness in his tone, Yingsheng playfully poked his cheek. What are you so jealous about? Wen Nanxu grasped her tiny hand that was poking his face, feigning pride. This general does not get jealous. If you don't want to talk, then don't, she replied, feigning an intention to rise. Instantly, he grew anxious, wrapping one arm around her waist, his lips brushing her ear. In your heart, who is more important to you, me or Yanqi? Yingsheng was puzzled by the question, wondering what was troubling his mind. Answer me quickly. His demand was both domineering and insistent. They are both important, she replied, not understanding why he always compared her to Yanqi. What was there to compare between a man and a woman? Wen Nanxu frowned. You are being dismissive. Confused? Yingsheng retorted. How am I being dismissive? I answered as you requested. He turned his face away. I did not hear the answer I desired. What answer do you seek? One is my dear sister, and the other is my husband. What similarities can be drawn? If it comes to a comparison, you cannot compete with Yanqi. His jealousy flared. Why can I not compare?
Clarify that.
Yingsheng, not grasping the source of his irritation, answered honestly. Yanqi grew up with me. Although she appears as my maid, she is actually my confidant of many years.
And what about me?
I can accompany you for the rest of your life, he replied through clenched teeth, frustrated that he still felt inferior to that little girl. Yanqi is fine too. And besides, who can predict the future? Wen Nanxu tightened his grip, feeling utterly defeated by a girl, which infuriated him. Yes, who can predict the future? Tomorrow, I might find her a husband and marry her off. You cannot decide that. She must agree, and besides, she is mine. Upon hearing this, Wen Nanxu's anger surged further.
And what about me?
You are simply you, a grown man fretting over such trivial matters, Yingsheng dismissed, not wishing to delve deeper into his stubbornness. She stood and left the room, leaving Wen Nanxu seated on the bed, simmering in silence. Not long after, Mushin entered with a bowl of soup. General, please drink some mung bean soup. I don't want any. Wen Nanxu adjusted his outer garment, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of soup. It's to cool you down. Mushin, sensing his mood, recalled that it was Yingsheng who had sent him with the soup. General, will you not drink? If not, I shall take it away.
Put it down.
Who said I wouldn't drink? Wen Nanxu snatched the bowl from Mushin's hands. As he sipped the sweet mung bean soup, much of his displeasure dissipated. Mushin shook his head quietly, muttering to himself about Yanqi's favorable treatment compared to Yingsheng's. Is this general not good to you? Wen Nanxu shot him a sharp glance. Mushin, startled, quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud, and hastily shook his head. No, especially good. Yet, Yanqi receives compliments, while I am scolded, he continued. Hearing Yanqi's name filled Wen Nanxu with discontent. Where is my wife? With Yanqi. Feeding fish by the pond. With whom? The small spark of jealousy in Wen Nanxu ignited. Yanqi, who else could it be? Before Mushin finished, Wen Nanxu was already gone, leaving Mushin puzzled by his general's apparent animosity toward Yanqi. He hurried after him to see what was unfolding. By the pond, Yingsheng and Yanqi leaned against the railing of a pavilion, chatting and laughing, occasionally tossing fish food into the water.
Miss,
I've noticed you haven't been as eager to earn money lately. That's because she keeps clinging to me, Yanqi replied, not willing to take the blame. With her chin resting on her hand, Yanqi added, but the general used to be the same. He was worried you would run away. It's only been 2 days since he returned, so it's normal for him to cling to you. Yet I feel he is being unreasonable. Yingsheng thought of Wen Nanxu's inexplicable anger, making it hard to comprehend. Thus, she had asked Mushin to bring him mung bean soup to cool him down. The general usually a reasonable man? Yanqi inquired. Sang Yingsheng pondered for a moment and shook her head. In front of me, he has never acted reasonably. Not fully understanding their dynamic, Yan Qi chose not to probe further. Miss, will you have time tomorrow to visit that new restaurant? Yes. We can scout for people to start training. Sang Yingsheng considered what style the new establishment should adopt to attract patrons. Miss, the Furong shop has new pastries. All right. I see. Sang Yingsheng pinched Yan Qi's chubby cheek, knowing that whenever Yan Qi mentioned the new treats at Furong shop, it meant she was craving them. You are such a sweet-toothed little glutton. Aren't you worried about toothaches? Recalling how Yan Qi had suffered from a toothache due to her sweet tooth, Sang Yingsheng began to restrict her diet, even instructing the Furong shop staff to blacklist Yan Qi. Without her, Yan Qi wouldn't be able to buy the various pastries from there, and since she found other shops' offerings unsatisfactory, she had to plead with Sang Yingsheng whenever a craving struck. Yan Qi clung to Sang Yingsheng's arm. Miss, the new pastries are truly tempting. Sang Yingsheng shook her head. As long as I don't like them, they cannot tempt me. Miss, you will love them. This batch has all your favorite flavors. And I haven't had any pastries from Furong shop in 3 months. Yan Qi insisted, sweetly pleading. However, Sang Yingsheng was unyielding. But you have not been deprived of pastries from other shops. I cannot protect you from yourself. You will come crying to me when your teeth hurt. I want tea. I promise to control myself. Yan Qi quickly raised 3 fingers in a vow. Sang Yingsheng sighed. I've heard your vows so often. My ears are sore. You are the best, aren't you? Yan Qi clung to Sang Yingsheng, employing her usual charm, making it difficult for her to refuse. As they exited the Tingxue courtyard, Wen Nanxu spotted Yan Qi hanging onto his wife from a distance, a wave of jealousy crashing over him. Approaching, he saw Sang Yingsheng affectionately ruffling Yan Qi's hair. Fine, I will take you tomorrow. Miss, I love you the most. Yan Qi exclaimed, planting a kiss on Sang Yingsheng's cheek. Wen Nanxu stood behind a pillar, watching Yan Qi monopolize his little wife, and his displeasure escalated further. Mushan peeked out from behind Wen Nanxu, observing the pair of sisters with admiration, remarking on their strong bond. What nonsense! Wen Nanxu scowled, growing increasingly irritated by Yan Qi's presence. Mushan, puzzled, wondered why the general harbored such animosity toward Yan Qi. Had she offended him in some way? General, you seem rather displeased. Do they interact like this every day? Wen Nanxu inquired. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mushan replied that he had only just returned and was unaware of the dynamics between the lady and her maid. Investigate it, Wen Nanxu commanded. Mushan, confused, was about to ask for clarification when he was met with Wen Nanxu's intimidating glare, compelling him to comply. Although he did not understand the reason behind the general's anger, he knew it was best to retreat for his own safety. Sang Yingsheng finished feeding the fish and turned to see if Wen Nanxu had emerged from his sulking. Upon turning, she was met with his mournful gaze. Why are you out here? Who told you to leave the room? Wen Nanxu pulled Sang Yingsheng close, casting a hostile glance at Yan Qi. Sang Yingsheng sensed something was off with Wen Nanxu and tugged at his sleeve, urging him to return. I won't, he replied. Confused, she asked, what do you intend to do? Wen Nanxu, with a stern expression, pointed to the fish frolicking in the water. Feed the fish. Sang Yingsheng, bewildered, did not understand his intentions, having already fed them. Wen Nanxu expressionlessly grabbed the fish food from the table and tossed it into the lake, providing them with extra sustenance. If you feed them more, they'll overeat, Sang Yingsheng protested, snatching the fish food from his hand and giving it to Yan Qi, who promptly took it away. Only after Yan Qi left did Wen Nanxu's expression improve slightly. Can you keep Yan Qi away from you? Sang Yingsheng sighed, realizing he was being absurdly jealous. She pulled him down to sit, asking, Are you so insecure that you think you can't compare to Yan Qi in my heart? Wen Nanxu stubbornly denied it. Chapter 18. Kindness to all. Since you don't, then stop overthinking. If I didn't like you, I would never have married you, even against imperial decree. Sang Yingsheng feigned anger, rolling her eyes at him. The man's reasoning often baffled her. Her words dispelled all of Wen Nanxu's unfounded worries. Then will you let me accompany you while feeding the fish in the future? Sang Yingsheng thought that she had only fed the fish once since their purchase. To prevent Wen Nanxu from becoming irrationally jealous, she agreed. All right, you can join me. Now let's go check the accounts. Happy. Wen Nanxu took her hand and walked along the cobblestone path, finding beauty in the flowers and grasses around them. Seated in the non-welcoming pavilion, Sheng'er wore a dark expression, clutching a letter sent to her from the Yingsheng mansion regarding Yingsheng. How could a mere merchant's daughter marry the most favored general of the realm? Yet, she was pregnant with Wen Nanxu's child, and she could not believe he would delay allowing her into his household. She would not sit idly by. Jealousy consumed her reason, and she began to devise a plan. The next day, Yingsheng, gazing at the man beside her, almost thought she was still dreaming as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. When Nanxu looked at her with deep, affectionate eyes, propped on one arm, teasingly asking if she thought he was particularly handsome, Yingsheng quickly averted her gaze, but could not suppress her curiosity, asking, "Aren't you supposed to attend court? The emperor is considerate of his subjects. Knowing I owe you too much, and has excused me from court for a few days," he replied. "What if the emperor is merely being polite? You shouldn't take it too seriously," Yingsheng cautioned. When Nanxu leaned closer, his warm fingertip brushing against her lips, asserting, "He is the emperor, his words are golden. Don't you wish for your husband to accompany you?" Yingsheng's cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, "I do." The warmth of his lips followed, and after a while, he contentedly licked his lips, finding them sweet. "Please move away," Yingsheng pouted, pushing him aside. When Nanxu smiled, following her closely, like a tiger stalking its prey. "I'm going out. Will you come with me?" Without hesitation, he agreed, of course. Following their plan from the previous day, Yingsheng and Yanqi first arrived at the new tavern. The establishment boasted 3 floors, with a bright main hall and thoughtfully arranged rooms above. As Yingsheng assessed the tavern, her renovation ideas began to take shape. After ensuring the structure was sound, she followed Yanqi to the lotus shop. Watching Yanqi's excited expression, Yingsheng silently shook her head, anticipating that tomorrow would bring complaints of toothaches. Yanqi clutched Yingsheng's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Miss, let us hurry inside." When Nanxu, puzzled by Yanqi's insistence on holding on to his wife, wondered why she wouldn't enter on her own. "Because she can't go in without me," Yingsheng replied, but before she could finish, Yanqi had already pulled her inside. Seeing Yanqi with the menu, Yingsheng quickly interjected, "Choose the sugar-free options." Yanqi's face scrunched up in protest, "Miss." "No arguments," Yingsheng insisted, determined to spare Yanqi from the agony of toothaches, and thus, she exerted her authority as a mistress. After Yanqi ordered 3 items, Yingsheng swiftly took the menu from her hands. "That's enough for a taste." Although Yanqi longed for the sweet delicacies, she dared not contradict her mistress. Fearing she would end up with nothing, Yingsheng handed the menu to Mushan, asking, "What would you like?" Mushan was taken aback, hesitating to accept. "Madam, that might not be appropriate." Yingsheng pointed to Yanqi. "Do you see her being hesitant? Choose what you like. There's no need to be reserved around me." Mushan still felt uneasy and glanced at Wen Nanxu, who, impatient, snapped, "What else with the hesitation? If you don't want to, leave. I'm trying to admire my wife's beauty." After being scolded by Wen Nanxu, Mushan felt a great weight lift off his shoulders. Unfamiliar with the dessert shop, he quickly pulled Yanqi to another table, asking her to recommend which treats were good. With Yanqi occupied, Wen Nanxu was pleased with Mushan's actions. He picked up another menu, asking, "What would you like to eat, Sheng'er?" "You decide," she replied, her interest waning as she had designed the menu herself. "You used to love the rose pear jelly. Shall we try it again?" Wen Nanxu ordered all of her favorites. As Yingsheng looked at the table laden with desserts, she was transported back to the days spent with Wen Nanxu in Jiangnan, when she, like Yanqi, adored sweets, and he would indulge her whims, purchasing anything she desired. "Open your mouth," Wen Nanxu urged, offering her the rose pear jelly. The sweet taste pulled Yingsheng's thoughts even further away. After sampling each pastry, Yingsheng shook her head in response to Wen Nanxu's continued offerings. "Take all of this back, it's far too much. Jin Xiaofeng has recently received a new batch of fabrics. Let us go and take a look so I can make you a few new outfits." Wen Nanxu, having returned from his battles, was still clad in garments from 2 years prior. As the wealthiest man in Tianke, she could not allow her husband to go without new attire. This was one of her primary reasons for inviting him out. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Wen Nanxu suppressed a smile as he packed the pastries into a bundle. Turning around, Yingsheng saw Yanqi clutching an assortment of overly sugary treats, and her irritation surged. "Yanqi, what are you doing?" Startled, Yanqi hastily shoved the pastries into her mouth, pointing at the desserts on the table and shaking her head frantically. Miss, I haven't eaten these. They are all for Mushan. Receiving a pleading glance from Yanqi, Mushan came to her aid. Madam, these are indeed all intended for Mushan. Sang Yingsheng shot Yanqi a disapproving glance. You can expect a toothache by tomorrow. With that, she took Wen Nanxu's arm and led him out. Just before Yanqi dashed after them, she couldn't resist grabbing the last pastry from the table and stuffing it into her mouth. Mushan was astonished. Are you a starving ghost? You don't understand the plight of a sweet tooth. Even with her mouth full, Yanqi managed to articulate her words clearly. Noticing his little wife's displeasure, Wen Nanxu inquired, Sheng, why are you upset? Chapter 19. Jin Xiaofang. Sang Yingsheng sighed. Give her some face. I will chastise her later. Wen Nanxu felt a surge of delight. His little wife was going to reprimand Yanqi, proving he held more significance in her heart. Concealing his joy, he feigned seriousness, embracing Sang Yingsheng. What is there to chastise her for? She has done nothing wrong. Sang Yingsheng cast a sidelong glance at the guilty-looking Yanqi and spoke in a tone just loud enough for her to hear. She knows very well what she has done. I will give her face in public, but at home, she will wait for my retribution. Yanqi's heart sank. She realized her mistress was genuinely angry. Feigning ignorance, when Nanxu asked, would you truly scold Yanqi? I have spoiled her too much. So she is unaware of her own limitations. Sang Yingsheng glanced at his hand resting on her shoulder. If you dare to provoke my ire. A smile crept across Sang Yingsheng's lips, causing Wen Nanxu to shiver slightly, his fingers instinctively curling, filled with a desire for self-preservation. How could my husband ever anger you? You may find out. Sang Yingsheng's radiant smile sent a chill down Wen Nanxu's spine. Although they were discussing reprimanding Yanqi, the conversation had unexpectedly turned towards him, which felt quite precarious. Fortunately, Jin Xiaofang was not far from Fu Rongpu. Upon arriving at the shop, the attendants quickly gathered around, allowing Wen Nanxu to breathe a sigh of relief. A young girl in the store enthusiastically began to introduce the newly arrived fabrics to Sang Yingsheng, but her focus was elsewhere. Where is the shopkeeper? The girl, startled, feared she had done something wrong and that Sang Yingsheng would complain. Madam, did I do something incorrectly? Sang Yingsheng rubbed her forehead. Do not be nervous. You did very well. I just need to speak with your shopkeeper. The girl's tension eased slightly as she rushed to find the shopkeeper. While waiting, Sang Yingsheng wandered to the ready-made clothing section. Asu, this black robe with golden trim seems quite suitable for you. Would you like to try it on? The mention of a Su made Wen Nanxu feel elated, completely distracted from what Sang Yingsheng was saying, as he was wholly devoted to her wishes. Sang Yingsheng shot him a disdainful glance. What nonsense are you thinking now? Selecting two outfits, Jin Yang gracefully approached, her cool demeanor exuding an air of unapproachability. Adjusting the hairpin in her hair, Jin Yang surveyed the hall. Which of you is looking for Jin Yang? Sang Yingsheng placed the garments in Yanqi's hands. Jin Yang. Instantly, Jin Yang's cold facade melted into a warm smile as she approached, lifting Sang Yingsheng's chin. Little Sheng'er has finally come to visit me. Less of your nonsense. I have questions for you. Jin Yang immediately understood and led Sang Yingsheng into the inner room. Speak, I am all ears. Every time Sang Yingsheng heard Jin Yang's flippant remarks, she couldn't help but doubt whether her aloofness was merely an act. Why is the fabric section so disorganized? The names and materials do not match at all. This is not typical of your competence, Jin Yang. Jin Yang quickly denied it. Impossible. Such a basic error would never occur under my supervision. Furthermore, why are the spring styles in the ready-made section identical to those from the previous 2 years? Haven't there been any new arrivals? Many of the garments appear poorly crafted compared to what we previously produced at Jin Xiaofang. Upon hearing this, Jin Yang's expression turned troubled. Since spring began, many ladies and madams have been ordering spring garments from us. However, for reasons unknown, several embroiderers have quit recently. With insufficient manpower, it has been challenging to complete the spring attire for those noble ladies, let alone introduce new styles. It is already fortunate that there are any ready-made garments at all. Sang Yingsheng was puzzled. The embroiderers at Jin Xiaofang are offered high salaries. Many aspire to work here. Why would so many suddenly leave? This situation is quite strange. How many have quit? About 20 to 30. And they are all very skilled embroiderers. Jin Yang has been losing sleep over this issue lately. This only deepened Sang Yingsheng's curiosity. Did those who left provide any reasons? Jin Yang shook her head. Some said their mothers fell ill and needed care. Others stated family matters prevented them from working. Yet, claiming a sick mother is hardly a valid excuse. With their salaries, hiring 1 or 2 maids is entirely feasible. No sensible person would make such a foolish decision. The reasons for leaving seem dubious. It is likely someone is offering higher wages than Jin Xiaofang. It is hard not to suspect that someone is deliberately targeting Jin Xiaofang. No matter, you handle the matters in the store. I will take care of this issue. Since we are short-staffed, we shall recruit new workers. It is apparent that some envious individuals are eyeing Jin Xiaofang's booming business this spring, as orders for custom garments pour in, leading them to wicked intentions. Jin Yang was aware of some of the underlying reasons, but felt overwhelmed and unable to manage it all. Should we post a recruitment notice?
No.
Since this person can manipulate those within Jin Xiaofang, they will not easily allow us to hire new workers. I will take care of recruiting embroiderers. You focus on the current staff. Have them prioritize completing the garments for the noble ladies, and then increase their wages by 10%. The enemy is concealed. Yingsheng could not afford to reveal her vulnerabilities. Jin Yang nodded. Understood. With Yingsheng's presence, Jin Yang felt reassured about the hidden adversary's schemes. Upon exiting, Wen Nanxu immediately approached. Sheng, why did you take so long? What? Does General Wen fear that Jin Yang might take your wife? Jin Yang teased, fanning herself playfully as she approached Wen Nanxu. He pulled Yingsheng behind him. This general has only one wife. I must protect her. Indeed, General Wen's reputation for pampering his wife is well-deserved. Just yesterday, I received 4 different colors of soft silk. Would you like to buy some to make garments for your wife? Jin Yang concealed the worry in her eyes, engaging with customers openly, leaving others unaware of the issues within Jin Xiaofang. Wen Nanxu glanced at the shelves. Pack it all up. General Wen certainly knows how to spend lavishly. Jin Yang smiled with profound meaning, beckoning to the 2 attendants adjusting the shelves nearby, instructing them to wrap up the 4-color soft silk for General Wen. There's no need for that. I have come today to select materials for you, she stated. However, before Yingsheng could finish her sentence, Wen Nanxu interrupted. I too have come to choose materials for my family as Sheng'er, and you cannot refuse. Upon hearing this, Yingsheng understood that she could no longer continue her argument. Otherwise, he would surely unleash a torrent of twisted reasoning. To mitigate the situation, she opted to change the subject. Yanqi, Mushan, do have a look at the materials and select some for yourselves to make new garments. Yanqi, appearing somewhat guilty, stood before Yingsheng and quietly asked, Miss, are you no longer angry? Chapter 20. Investigating the reasons for resignation, Yingsheng picked out 2 bolts of cloud brocade from the shelves. As for the dessert matter, I shall settle it with you later. If you do not wish for these new garments, it matters not. Consider it a way for you to save some silver. Of course, I shall not praise you for saving my money. Yanqi clung to Yingsheng's arm in a playful manner, stating, I would never let you save money, Mississippi. After saying this, she went off to select her preferred materials and colors. Yingsheng turned to see Mushan standing still, pointing at Yanqi, who was happily selecting materials. Look at Yanqi. She is quite unreserved when spending my money, yet you stand here hesitating.
Go on.
Thank you, Madam, Mushan replied, taken aback by Yingsheng's generosity. He had never imagined that, as a servant, he could freely choose items in the most expensive and prestigious embroidery shop in the capital. The sudden wave of happiness left him somewhat overwhelmed. Yingsheng then pointed to a durable fabric on the shelf. Jin Yang, prepare a specified quantity of this material and send it to the general's residence. Upon hearing a specified quantity, Jin Yang understood Yingsheng's intent. In the past, they would prepare and deliver directly to the general's residence, but this time, they could only send materials to the door. In the afternoon, Yingsheng stuffed a letter into an envelope. Yanqi, send this letter to Jiangnan.
Miss,
why are you writing to Jiangnan all of a sudden? Yanqi asked, curious about Yingsheng's unexpected correspondence. Deliver this letter, and then accompany me on an outing. Yingsheng replied, glancing at the list of recently resigned workers from the embroidery shop that Jin Yang had handed her. The reasons for their departures were largely similar, with many hardly qualifying as valid reasons. A resignation without a cause is indeed peculiar. Yingsheng sifted through more than 20 information sheets and selected the one with the longest tenure. When she saw Yanqi return, she said, let us go visit Ali's home. Yanqi looked at the paper bearing Ali's information. She was among the earliest embroiderers at the embroidery shop.
Miss.
What do you seek her for? Many embroiderers have recently left the shop, and it is becoming difficult to fulfill orders for the garments commissioned by wealthy families. With dozens of them leaving at once, don't you find it suspicious? Yingsheng gathered her things and pulled Yan Qi towards the exit. Is someone causing trouble secretly? Yan Qi's expression grew serious. Her recent thoughts had been focused on the new tavern, leaving her little time to consider the affairs of other shops. It's hard to say, but it's likely, Yingsheng replied. Without a clear reason, she dared not jump to conclusions. However, having been in business for many years, she knew that such mass departures were typically the result of sabotage by competitors. Madame Wen sat in the back garden, admiring the flowers, and noticed Yingsheng's hurried steps. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Sheng'er, are you heading out? Yingsheng performed a small bow. There's a minor issue at one of our shops that I need to investigate. Let Nanxu accompany you. Isn't he free? Madame Wen suggested. I can handle business matters on my own, mother. I shall return to dine with you this evening, Yingsheng assured her, bowing again before leaving with Yan Qi. Madame Wen watched her daughter's departing figure with a mixture of concern and admiration. What small problem could require Sheng'er to personally intervene? Do not worry about business matters. Madam, the young mistress has been navigating the business world since she was 12. Nothing can daunt her, Feng Chui reassured. Yet Madame Wen still felt uneasy. But she is so capable that it only heightens my worries. How many people are eyeing the business she holds? Isn't the general in a similar position on the battlefield, besieged on all sides? Yet he returns victorious each time. The young mistress is merely addressing a business issue. There are no swords or bloodshed involved. Those like the general and the young mistress are not to be underestimated. Their capabilities are substantial, Feng Chui argued, soothing Madame Wen's concerns. Sheng'er hid behind a decorative tree, watching as Yingsheng left with her maid, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yan Qi lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the street scenery, pointing to a building. Miss, that should be the place. Very well, let us disembark. Upon stepping out, Yingsheng surveyed the bustling yet crowded environment, where the ground was littered with vegetable leaves and dilapidated houses, making it hard to believe that such a shabby sight existed in the prosperous capital. The foul odor of rotten eggs assaulted them, causing Yan Qi to wrinkle her nose in disgust. This can't be right. Ali is the highest-earning embroiderer at the embroidery shop. Surely she wouldn't live in such a place. Yingsheng found it odd as well, covering her nose. Let us investigate where Ali truly resides. Yan Qi walked ahead, shooing away the flapping poultry, and happened upon a woman chopping firewood. Excuse me, ma'am, may I ask you something? Do you know where Ali lives? The woman looked up, surprised to see two lovely young ladies. What business do you have with Ali? Yingsheng stepped forward from behind Yan Qi to explain, Ma'am, Ali has been an embroiderer at the embroidery shop for a long time, but we haven't seen her there lately. The shop manager is a bit concerned, so we've come to check on her. That's strange. Ali came back a few days ago to collect some things, saying that the shop has been particularly busy lately, and she has been staying there. The woman replied, recalling how she thought Ali's shop must be thriving. Yingsheng and Yan Qi exchanged glances, feeling an unsettling sense of incongruity. Did Ali mention which shop she was at? The question caught the woman off guard as she eyed the two finely dressed girls with suspicion. Isn't at your embroidery shop? Yingsheng sensed the misunderstanding and quickly clarified, Ma'am, we have more than one embroidery shop. Did she specify where she was going? Oh, I see. The woman relaxed her guard. She didn't mention specifics, but I remember her saying something about a street with Xiang in the name. Shangha Street? Yan Qi blurted out. The woman nodded eagerly. Yes, that sounds right. The embroidery shop is on Anning Street, separated from Shangha Street by nearly half the capital. Upon hearing this, Yingsheng realized that someone was deliberately trying to undermine her embroidery shop.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yan Qi stepped forward and pressed a silver coin into the woman's hand, who hesitated, unsure of whether to accept it. Yan Qi explained, We appreciate your sharing this information with us. It will help us report back. We also hope you won't disclose this information to anyone else, alright? The woman looked at the heavy coin, enough to support her family for a year, and nodded vigorously. Of course, I won't say a word. You can trust me. As a poor person, she would never divulge such a sudden windfall. What if they came back to ask for more information? Yingsheng politely nodded and led Yan Qi toward the next embroiderer's home. Chapter 21. An incident barely a quarter of an hour had passed since Yingsheng left when Wen Nanxu returned home, searching for her in vain, pacing through the halls. Where is my wife? He inquired. She has gone out, came the reply. Sheng'er, emerging from nowhere, approached Wen Nanxu, performing a graceful bow and sweetly calling out, General. Wen Nanxu frowned. Did she not go out this morning? Why has she gone out again in the afternoon without me? He glanced past Sheng'er and spotted his mother, Wen Mu, admiring the flowers in the garden. Mother, where's Sheng? He demanded. Wen Mu cast a sidelong glance at him. She has gone to resolve an issue at one of the shops. I didn't hear her mention any problems at the shops, Wen Nanxu replied, puzzled. We were out together this morning and she said nothing. Wen Mu sipped her fragrant tea, responding curtly, what good would it do to tell you? You know nothing of business matters. I could accompany her, Wen Nanxu retorted defiantly. Wen Mu dismissed him with a wave of her hand. You would only create more chaos. Focus on your recovery. Feeling unable to communicate with his mother, Wen Nanxu stood to leave. Noticing a figure behind the rockery, Wen Mu's gaze sharpened. Where are you going? You can't bear to stay with your own mother for a moment? To find a wife. After being admonished by Wen Mu, Wen Nanxu obediently sat back down. Wen Mu turned to Tong beside her. Tong, go fetch the bone broth from the kitchen for the general. Yes, Tong replied, understanding Wen Mu's intent, and promptly made her way to the kitchen. Wen Nanxu felt restless. Mother, what are you doing? Showing concern for my son. Can you not see that? Wen Mu set her teacup down and scrutinized her son, who often contradicted her. Have I offended you in any way these past few days? He asked. Do you not know in your heart? Wen Mu shot back. As the shadow behind the rockery vanished from view, Wen Mu's voice turned icy. When do you intend to deal with that woman? Wen Nanxu was not surprised by his mother's question. Has she caused trouble? 3 visits of greetings in a single day, all emphasizing that the child she carries is yours and that she wishes to enter the General's residence to serve you, Wen Mu lamented. Frazzled by Qianu's incessant chatter. If it weren't for your insistence that she is useful, I would have thrown her out long ago. I will send someone to speak with her, Wen Nanxu replied, reluctant to involve himself, but feeling compelled since he had brought her back. By morning. I do not wish to hear her voice outside my door. The mere thought of Qianu's delicate tone sent shivers down Wen Mu's spine. Rest assured. With that, Wen Nanxu rose and exited, ignoring his mother's calls. Hiding behind the rockery, Qianu noticed someone approaching and immediately feigned innocence, pretending to have just taken a stroll. Tong, likewise pretending ignorance of Qianu's presence, cast a glance her way before heading directly to the kitchen. However, Qianu followed closely behind. What is your name? She inquired. Tong, came the reply. Are you a maidservant of the old lady? Sheng'er continued. Yes, Tong quickened her pace, attempting to avoid further conversation. But then, Qianu, intent on uncovering the inner workings of the general's residence, kept her eyes fixed on Tong, trailing her footsteps but neglecting the stones beneath her feet. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Tong turned to see Qianu sprawled on the floor, a pained expression on her face, and her own turned pale with fright. Are you all right? Call for help. In the study, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense, with the servants afraid to breathe, uncertain of how the old lady would address the maidservant who had endangered the general's offspring. The gravity of the situation was palpable until a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Madam has returned. Wen Mu slowly lifted her gaze, setting her teacup down as she turned towards the entrance. Yingsheng had just dismounted from the carriage when she was escorted straight to the listening rain courtyard by the household servants. Furrowing her brow, Yingsheng thought, It's so late. Surely Mother is not still waiting for me to have dinner with her?
What a sin that would be.
Chapter 22. The unraveling green tea in the main hall of the listening rain courtyard, when Mu sat alone in the primary seat, one hand cradling a teacup while the other wielded a lid, brushing the tea froth without ever taking a sip. Sheng'er wept, her face pale and tear-streaked, forcibly restrained by Feng Chui on a nearby chair, preventing her from approaching Wen Mu. Tong bit her lip, kneeling on the floor with her head bowed low, her shoulders trembling with fear. The other servants in attendance speculated anxiously about how the old lady would deal with Tong, the maidservant accused of endangering the general's child. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension until a servant hurried in. Madam has returned. Wen Mu raised her eyes slowly, putting down her teacup and directing her gaze toward the entrance. Yingsheng had just alighted from the carriage when she was ushered into the listening rain courtyard. She frowned slightly, wondering, It's so late. Surely Mother is not still waiting for me to have dinner with her? What an oversight that would be. Stepping through the door with a heavy heart, I faintly heard the sound of a girl weeping, stirring a sense of doubt within me. Mother, what is happening? Yingsheng gazed at the scene before her, perplexed. How could such a spectacle unfold again so soon after it had just occurred? Sheng'er, come here, let me explain. Mother beckoned her over and briefly outlined the current situation. Yingsheng's gaze fell upon the sobbing figure, her brow furrowing slightly. Where is the general? Madam, replied a servant. The general went out this afternoon and has not returned. We have sent someone to search for him, but he remains untraceable. Yingsheng nodded. Indeed. If Wen Nanxu were present, she might not be witnessing this scene. A Tong, rise, she commanded. Madam. Sheng'er, with tear-filled eyes, broke free from Feng Chui's grasp and lunged towards Yingsheng, only to be intercepted by Yanqi. What do you intend to do? Are you unable to endure the tranquility of the general's residence? Yingsheng approached Sheng'er, lifting her chin to scrutinize her with a gaze that was both languid and tinged with chill. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, you have constantly appeared to be on the verge of tears in front of others. You are perpetually crying. Therefore, today, I wish to ask you, what is it that you are truly weeping for? Sheng'er lowered her gaze, tears flowing unbidden. What is it today? Is it that the maids of the general's residence cannot tolerate you, or are they envious of you? Yingsheng offered no space for Sheng'er to speak. A Tong is a maid closely associated with my mother, trained under her guidance, obedient in all matters. If you wish to claim that a Tong intentionally pushed you, then would that not implicate my mother as well? Meeting Yingsheng's cold, discerning eyes, Sheng'er realized that this line of reasoning would lead nowhere and hastily clarified. That is not what I meant. I simply stumbled. Very well then, explain why you fell this afternoon. I was feeling somewhat restless in my room and thought to step outside for some fresh air, but I accidentally tripped over a stone and fell, Sheng'er disclosed. You had just fallen and disturbed your pregnancy. You should have been resting in your room. Yet here you are, crying before my mother. What is this all about? Yingsheng pressed, her inquiries relentless, leaving Sheng'er flustered. She had not anticipated such direct questioning upon Yingsheng's entrance. Sheng'er was frightened. She had not seen the general for several days. Cradling her abdomen, she appeared both aggrieved and pitiable under Yingsheng's scrutiny. However, Yingsheng was unfazed. First, your unsteady walking is your own issue. Be mindful of it, for your grievances are of no consequence. Second, just because you have not seen the general for several days, do you believe you can act recklessly due to the child within you? If we were to follow your logic, my mother, who has not seen her son in over a year due to his military campaigns, should also cause a scene before the emperor, should she not? That is not my intention. Madam, you do not understand the fears and anxieties that come with pregnancy. I may not comprehend your fears and anxieties, but I do know that Wen Nanxu, as the general of the heavenly fortress, carries the weight of millions upon his shoulders. Should he abandon his responsibilities simply because of your fears? Yingsheng curled her lips in disdain, not wishing to engage further with the woman before her, yet unwilling to allow her mother a moment's unrest. Miss Sheng'er, I believe we need to have a serious conversation privately. Without waiting for Sheng'er to respond, Yingsheng turned and strode out. Sheng'er hesitated, biting her lip, before finally following. She assumed Yingsheng would lead her to Wen Nanxu's quarters, but was surprised when they arrived at her own residence, wooing Xian. Yingsheng took a seat and got straight to the point.
Now,
tell me what schemes are brewing in your mind. Madam, how can you speak of me so? Sheng'er blinked, tears welling anew. Yingsheng rubbed her temples, easing her fatigue. Maintaining this charade every day must be exhausting. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng'er discarded her pitiful facade and sat across from Yingsheng. The general is mine. A fleeting smirk crossed Yingsheng's face. And then what? I carry his child. You have no chance. Sheng'er provocatively touched her slightly rounded abdomen, gazing at Yingsheng with a triumphant demeanor. Unexpectedly, Yingsheng remained unfazed, leaving Sheng'er feeling defeated. She slammed her palm on the table. Yingsheng, I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. You cannot prevent me from marrying Wen Nanxu. Yingsheng was speechless. It is nightfall, and you are lost in delusions. What nonsense! Sheng'er presumed Yingsheng's silence was a sign of fear, growing more self-satisfied. I carry the heir of the Wen family. What do you possess to compare? Just a merchant's daughter. Do you truly believe the old matriarch would favor you? The more she listened, the more absurd it seemed to Yingsheng, who had granted her the audacity to speak such words. She herself was unclear about her own lineage, yet dared to mock Yingsheng's status. In her womb lay an uncertain child, Yet she had the audacity to provoke Sang Yingsheng as if she were the weak and easily bullied women of tales. Sang Yingsheng picked up a cup of water from the table and splashed it directly onto Qian'er's face.
Ah!
Qian'er frantically wiped the water from her face, hatred glimmering in her eyes as she sharply questioned Sang Yingsheng. What do you intend to do? Did you not see clearly? I wouldn't mind doing it again. Sang Yingsheng retorted, disdainfully regarding her. Were it not for the fact that you are with child, I would have slapped you long ago. Why waste water? Qian'er glared at Sang Yingsheng with venomous eyes. Wen Nanxu will not let you off. I carry his child. No one is eager to play the role of an unwitting father. Do you not understand your own background? No matter how fragrant the spices, they cannot mask the foul scent of your allure. Before mocking others, consider if you are worthy of it. Sang Yingsheng folded her arms, regarding Qian'er with a condescending air. I see you are simply envious that I carry the general's child, fearful that your position as the general's wife is unstable. That would indeed be a disappointment for you, for in this world, there is nothing that instills fear in me. A hint of mockery danced in Sang Yingsheng's eyes. Approaching Qian'er, she placed her hand on the latter's shoulder, causing Qian'er to panic, her nerves taut, clutching her abdomen as if fearing Sang Yingsheng would inflict harm. Sang Yingsheng leaned closer, her smile radiant. Qian'er, tense, gazed at the enlarged face before her, swallowing hard.
What do you want?
Fear not. I have no penchant for murder, Sang Yingsheng said, gently patting Qian'er on the shoulder. With every pat, Qian'er trembled. My dear sister, were you not just quite arrogant? Why the sudden fear now? Sang Yingsheng's slender fingers grazed Qian'er's delicate face. Ah, this pretty little face, if I were to mar it, would your tears not make you appear even more pitiful? Sang Yingsheng. Qian'er quivered, genuinely afraid that Sang Yingsheng might ruin her most cherished beauty. Sang Yingsheng's fingertip rested against Qian'er's pale lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. Pregnant woman, it would not be wise to anger me, especially someone like you who has just been startled in the afternoon. Moreover, I am not a man. I do not indulge in pity. Qian'er attempted to free herself from Sang Yingsheng's grasp, yet found herself at a loss against the strength of this girl. Furthermore, the physician had advised her against vigorous movements, compelling her to acquiesce to Sang Yingsheng's hold, remaining seated obediently. Sang Yingsheng's expression transformed into one of satisfaction. Excellent. I quite like you this way. Maintain this demeanor. Qian'er, reluctant to resist further, could only glare fiercely at Sang Yingsheng. I will not let you off. Very well. I shall await your move. Sang Yingsheng released her grip and sat across from her. Come, tell me how you met Wen Nanxu. Qian'er snorted softly and began to reminisce. 3 months ago, the general rescued me at Nanshan Pass. After that, he kept me by his side to serve him, taking me wherever he went. We developed mutual affection, which left many soldiers envious. Sang Yingsheng smirked with derision. A desolate land, filled only with endless yellow sand, devoid of any other scenery. Besides, for 100 miles around, unless it is a convoy delivering military supplies, common folk would never appear, especially not a delicate girl like you. 3 months ago, the desert was blanketed in snow. The conditions were harsh, and it was the peak of battle between the two armies. How could Wen Nanxu have found the time to rescue a woman? If memory served her right, enemy forces had ambushed the supply routes, causing the Tianke soldiers to endure 2 days without provisions. Wen Nanxu's deputy had even penned a letter to her in his stead, while she had leveraged her commercial influence to provide supplies to the army. The hero saving the beauty is indeed enviable. However, I am curious as to why a young lady like you would find herself at Nanshan Pass. Sang Yingsheng gradually revealed her true intentions. I was taken hostage by the Wada, Qian'er explained. Nanshan Pass is the first step in conquering Tianke, and its harsh environment serves as a natural barrier. The Wada can only have entered if there is an insider within Tianke. Moreover, why would they choose to capture someone like me, who only knows how to cry? It would be a thankless task. Sang Yingsheng feigned sympathy. How unfortunate for you. A fragile beauty. When Wen Nanxu learned that the Wada had captured Tianke citizens, he surely rescued many, yet he only had eyes for you. It seems you possess some exceptional quality. That's not true. The general only saved me. Qian'er vehemently denied. That shouldn't be the case. The general cares for the people. How could he only save you? Sang Yingsheng expressed her disbelief. In an effort to prove their bond, Qian'er insisted, the Wada only took me. There were no other citizens. Sang Yingsheng found it amusing. Who in their right mind would capture just you, someone unknown? It wouldn't threaten Wen Nanxu at all. Is it because of your beauty? Or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? Sheng'er was oblivious to Yingsheng's probing. It was because I was following the Wada. The Wada, a nomadic nation, consisted of formidable warriors, both men and women, towering in stature. How could a delicate girl like Qianna have tracked them without being captured or killed? Why were you following the Wada? I overheard them discussing plans to seize military supplies at a tavern in Yingsheng town, so I followed them. Yingsheng found this hard to believe. Discussing the seizure of military supplies in a tavern, especially on Tiang's territory? It seems the general must have been captivated by your bravery. No wonder when Nanxu remarked that you were a crucial piece in unveiling the treachery of the Duke of Chongqing. After all, she was involved in the entire affair, knew much, and held affections for Wen Nanxu, making it easy to extract information from her. The Duke of Chongqing, a respected civil official in his 50s, had many disciples in the court and was practically semi-retired. What reason could he have for treason? With his status, even if he retired now, he would enjoy a life of wealth and respect. Matters of the court were beyond her comprehension. Perhaps it would be best to let Wen Nanxu enlighten her later. She raised her gaze to Sheng'er, who smiled shyly, perhaps. Sheng'er's delicate voice sent shivers down Yingsheng's spine. To avoid alarming the snake, I envy you. Take good care of yourself. When the general returns, I will have someone inform him to see you. If you have any matters in the residence, just tell me. Do not let it reach the old lady. You should understand the Wen family rules. Qianna, flattered by Yingsheng's praise, felt as if she were floating in a sea of love, unable to descend. She believed in her heart that Yingsheng and Wen Nanxu's relationship was poor, even beginning to feel a twinge of sympathy for Yingsheng. Yingsheng had originally intended to warn her not to cause trouble in the general's residence, but unexpectedly found herself with a gain. Rest well. I shall take my leave. All right, I won't see you off. Sheng'er was now completely immersed in her fanciful romance, unable to extricate herself. As Yingsheng stepped outside and gazed at the starry sky, she realized it was nearly 2 a.m. After dealing with Sheng'er, she found herself ravenous. Yanqi had been waiting for Yingsheng outside for quite some time. Miss, what took you so long with her? Yingsheng acknowledged that it had indeed been a while, but deemed it worthwhile. Find 2 clever maids to take good care of her.
Why?
Yanqi was puzzled. She constantly disrupts the peace of the general's residence. It's a miracle she hasn't been punished. Why would we care for her? Yingsheng smiled knowingly. She possesses valuable information and needs gentle guidance. Upon returning to Tingxue courtyard, a Huang had already prepared the meal. Just as Yingsheng picked up her chopsticks, Wen Nanxu suddenly burst in, his expression grave, startling her. What happened? The Yu River has experienced a sudden spring flood, destroying homes along the banks, and many citizens are suffering. The court's reserves are insufficient. How much can you allocate? Wen Nanxu explained. Yingsheng furrowed her brow. The flood season has arrived so early this year? She set down her chopsticks and asked earnestly, what do we lack? How much? We need 100,000 tents, clothing, and a large quantity of medicinal supplies. This was why Wen Nanxu had not returned since he left in the afternoon. He had intended to spar with Feng Ian, but upon reaching the prince's residence, an official responsible for the Yu River rushed in to inform them of the early flood, leaving no time to evacuate the citizens, resulting in severe devastation. The warehouses here in the capital do not have enough supplies, but Ningzhou should have sufficient tents, as it is near the Yu River. I wonder if it has been affected, Yingsheng noted. Then this matter is entrusted to you. Understood. Yingsheng took out paper and ink, writing a requisition for supplies. After sealing it, she handed it to Wen Nanxu. Take this letter to Ningzhou. It can mobilize the necessary provisions to alleviate the immediate crisis. Wen Nanxu accepted the letter as Yingsheng continued, as for medicinal supplies, my reserves are limited and may not be of much help. However, Weiwei should be able to assist. She provided the medicinal supplies when you received military provisions. Is Weiwei the friend with excellent medical skills from Jiangnan? Although Wen Nanxu had spent years in Jiangnan, he had never met the friend Yingsheng spoke of. Yes. I don't know if she is still in Jiangnan. You can contact my father, and he will know what to do. After addressing the supply issues, it was already past midnight. The food on the table had gone cold, and Yingsheng was so tired that her eyelids felt heavy. She slept soundly until dawn, unaware of when Wen Nanxu had left. The following day, Yingsheng, accompanied by Yanqi, ventured to Xianghe Street to investigate the fate of the embroiderers. The flood disaster of the Yu River had become a hot topic among the citizens of the capital. In a tea house, Everyone gathered to listen to an informed individual recount the details of the flood and the officials dispatched by the court, as well as the amount of aid sent. Meanwhile, two figures in a corner remained engrossed in their conversation, never lifting their heads. Until the informant began to speak of the wealthy merchant Yingsheng and her substantial donations to the disaster-stricken areas, the two individuals exchanged glances, one of them asking, "Is this true? Can Yingsheng really be so generous?" Indeed, the admiration for Yingsheng was evident in the informant's eyes whenever disaster struck. While other merchants took the opportunity to inflate prices, she was always the first to provide aid to the afflicted, never profiting from the misfortune of others. Truly, she was a paragon of the business world and a beacon of hope for the common folk. The other, who had remained silent, wore a look of disdain and muttered, "She cuts off others' means of making a living and still dares to call herself a role model in business?" The one who had spoken earlier smirked slightly, responding, "So what? If we can manipulate the embroiderers of Yingsheng, why should we fear her other employees?" With dozens of workers leaving Yingsheng, and so many orders for spring garments from affluent families in the capital at stake, if they failed to deliver this time, it would spell disaster for the establishment, resulting in monumental compensation costs. Indeed, my Lin family embroidery shop was once renowned in the capital. The moment Yingsheng's Yingsheng opened, it drove all of our business out of the city. She must pay the price for that. If she is as generous as they say, this minor cost should be insignificant to her. The speaker's lips curled into a calculating smile. Yingsheng spent the morning wandering along Sheng'er Street, yielding no results. Just as she and Yanqi were about to take a break at a nearby tea house, two men passing by caught her attention. Though their appearances were unremarkable, with blank expressions, she felt an unsettling dissonance about them, as if they were attempting to conceal their malice, utterly uncharacteristic of good people. However, they were merely strangers passing by, so Yingsheng did not dwell on her suspicions and took a seat where the two men had just vacated. After ordering a pot of tea, she rested her chin on her hand, listening to the lively chatter around her while surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the throngs of guests, she spotted a familiar figure. She nudged Yanqi, gesturing towards a seat nearby. "Yanqi, is that not Ali's mother?" Yanqi's eyes widened as she followed Yingsheng's gaze. After a brief moment, she struggled to contain her excitement and whispered, "It is her." Ali's mother had been taken away by someone and was now brazenly sitting in public, facing a young man. Yingsheng frowned, thinking this was peculiar. Yanqi shared her confusion. If they were attempting to evade detection, why would Ali's mother suddenly appear in plain sight? Driven by curiosity, Yanqi rose and approached the seat behind Ali's mother. "Mother, why can't I go home?" the young man questioned. "It is not that your mother forbids you from returning, but rather that you should refrain from doing so for now." "Is it because my father is causing you trouble again?" "No, it is a matter concerning your mother alone." "Then where will you be staying during this time?" "I will be residing at the embroidery shop." "You need only focus on your studies and listen attentively to your teacher. Just avoid coming home for a while." "Mother, if I miss you, can I come to Yingsheng to find you?" "Your mother is no longer at Yingsheng, so do not seek me there." "Then where are you?"
You need not know that.
"Enough of this, it is getting late. Hurry back to the academy, or you may face punishment." As the mother and son departed the tea house, Ali's mother turned into a narrow alley, with Yanqi closely following. Suddenly, Ali's mother halted, declaring, "By the end of the month, I will have the money ready for you. Your current pressure will not change anything." Yingsheng and Yanqi exchanged glances, remaining silent. Ali's mother sensed their lingering presence and sighed heavily. "Are you truly intent on driving me to desperation?" Yingsheng observed the lonely figure before her, pondering if this was the reason for her departure from Yingsheng. Chapter 25. What? Have two honest words offended you? Ali's mother froze, turning to see a woman dressed in white standing before her, with delicate brows and captivating eyes, her ink-like hair swaying gently in the breeze. Her seemingly gentle demeanor held an undercurrent of coldness. Ali's mother opened her mouth, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. She had once met Yingsheng when Yingsheng had just opened. At that time, Yingsheng had recognized her dire circumstances and extended an invitation to join the establishment, offering her the most generous salary. Bitterness filled Ali's mother as she lowered her gaze, unable to face the one who had illuminated her path and brought light to her life. Yet, Yingsheng sought not the pangs of guilt within her heart. Stepping forward, she asked, "As your former employer, may I inquire about your reasons for leaving Yingsheng?" Without warning, Ali's mother knelt before Sang Yingsheng, bowing deeply 3 times. Choking on her words, she confessed, "Mistress Sang, I have betrayed your trust and let you down." Sang Yingsheng chuckled softly, bending to assist her up. Ali's mother found herself momentarily captivated by Sang Yingsheng's clear and bright eyes. Why was she not angry? "Since you have found a better opportunity, as your former employer, I support your choice. May you not regret your decision." Sang Yingsheng's few words dispelled Ali's mother's confusion. At that moment, Ali's mother felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, her voice as light as a feather, yet piercing her heart like 1,000 swords, leaving her breathless. She had once vowed to dedicate herself fully to helping her mistress elevate Jin Xiufang, to repay the kindness shown to her. Yet she had succumbed to reality and turned her back on her promises. "Mistress Sang," she thought, meeting Sang Yingsheng's gentle gaze, but the words caught in her throat. Sang Yingsheng produced a silver note from her sleeve and placed it in Ali's mother's hand. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I will not force you. I believe you have your own reasons. After all these years of dedication to Jin Xiufang, consider this silver note as your reward for your hard work. From now on, our paths diverge. I wish you well." With a polite nod and a smile, Sang Yingsheng departed with Yanqi. Ali's mother stared at the silver note worth 1,000 taels, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Sang Yingsheng's gesture severed all ties between them. Should she encounter hardship elsewhere in the future, it would be her own choice. In the carriage, Yanqi struggled to comprehend Sang Yingsheng's actions.
Why?
"After Ali's mother betrayed us, did you not confront her, but instead gave her money? Is there truly no other use for this money?" Sang Yingsheng observed Yanqi's bewildered expression, a smile playing on her lips as she gently tapped Yanqi's forehead. "Cannot fathom it?" Yanqi nodded honestly. "Yes, why? After we spent so much time searching for her, how could you not ask anything? If someone is held by the throat, even if you lift them up, they will not speak," Sang Yingsheng replied, closing her eyes against the carriage's interior, her fingers massaging her temples. "It seems others are conspiring against me." At the general's residence, 2 women locked eyes, sparks flying. "Who are you, and why are you at the general's residence, acting as if you own the place?" The young woman in an elegant, pale yellow gown with plum blossoms scowled, pointing an accusing finger at Sheng'er, who was assuming the posture of the residence's mistress. Sheng'er wore a faint smile, feeling no remorse for her actions. "Since the young lady was aware that this was the general's residence, and as I was present here, it stood to reason that I belonged to this household. Yet, it was curious that the young lady ventured into the general's residence to question its inhabitants." Feng Yisai regarded this self-proclaimed resident of the general's house with rising ire. Observing her smug demeanor, Feng Yisai clenched her delicate fists, suppressing her anger. Eager to discern the true nature of this ostentatiously dressed woman, with her enchanting eyes sparkling with interest, Feng Yisai scrutinized the individual before her. Though she appeared demure and innocent, an unmistakable air of superficiality and vulgarity emanated from her. Her attire, designed to be modest, brazenly revealed glimpses of her figure. And her meticulously styled hair was deliberately allowed to cascade over her forehead, exuding an innate coarseness that would likely elicit little more than disdain in the opulent brothels of the capital. Sheng'er, perceptive enough to grasp the underlying implication, briefly displayed a shadow of discontent in her eyes, quickly masked by a fade of innocence. Biting her lip, her misty gaze conveyed an abundance of grievance, evoking a sense of pity that made Feng Yisai feel quite nauseated. How could such a repugnant creature find its way into the usually pristine general's residence? Feng Yisai openly expressed her disdain, raising her chin defiantly. "What is it? Have my honest words offended you? How dare you flaunt your power in Sister Sang's territory? Just wait until I ensure this vulgar woman receives her due." Sheng'er retorted fiercely. She had originally intended to wait for Wen Nanxu's return, but after a morning filled with anticipation, she was met with the unwelcome sight of another woman, instantly provoking her sense of crisis. Fearing that this woman might be aware of Sang Yingsheng's early departure, she became increasingly unyielding. However, Feng Yisai wore an expression of disdain. "Is that so? I shall see how my brother Nanxu intends to deal with me." Strutting around the general's residence with such an air of authority, perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror at your own repugnant reflection. "Stop slandering me." "Am I slandering you? You truly have never seen the world, have you?" Feng Yisai shot her a disdainful glance and turned on her heel towards the courtyard of Wen's mother. Intending to inquire about the presence of such a pollutant in the general's residence, only to be halted by Qianu's command. Stop right there. Forced to a halt. Feng Yisai crossed her arms defiantly. You wish to witness a scene of slander, do you? The old matron has decreed that she shall not receive guests today. Perhaps she simply refuses to see you, Feng Yisai countered, unconvinced of the matron's intentions. She had no desire to waste time on this individual, attempting to sidestep her, but was once again obstructed, causing her frustration to escalate. Sheng'er, visibly distressed, knew that the matron indeed refused to see her. Not only that, but the old woman's attendant had threatened her earlier, stoking her anger. Yet, she swiftly composed herself, adopting a gentle tone. The old matron is unwell and cannot receive visitors. I was sent by Aunt Cui to inform you. Otherwise, if you disturb her rest, the general will not let you off lightly. Although Sheng'er was uncertain of Feng Yisai's identity, she perceived her merely as a mere admirer of the general. If that was the case, she was certainly inferior to Sheng'er. Striving to maintain her regal demeanor, Feng Yisai forced a smile. Might it be that your anger has rendered you unwell? Chapter 26. A mirror is a wonderful thing. The young lady's words were utterly ludicrous, casting unfounded aspersions upon me. Did she believe the general's residence was a place where one could behave so audaciously? Sheng'er grew more confident in her earlier assumptions, her tone sharpening as if she were the mistress of the general's household. Feng Yisai found this amusing, who had bestowed upon her the audacity to act so brazenly. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I intend to ask you to leave. Causing a ruckus in the general's residence comes with consequences. Sheng'er met Feng Yisai's gaze, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. I should like to see how you might compel me to exit, Feng Yisai said, stepping closer to Sheng'er, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Fearful that Feng Yisai might strike, Sheng'er retreated slightly, yet her tone remained unyielding. Then I shall summon the general's guards to remove you. Feng Yisai glanced around, noting the absence of any servants of the general's residence. Was this a deliberate ploy? Observing Sheng'er closely, she noticed the way she protectively clasped her abdomen. Was she with child? Seeing that Feng Yisai had fallen silent, Sheng'er raised an eyebrow triumphantly. If you understand fear, you ought to leave the general's residence at once. Should I have to summon someone to expel you, it would be quite embarrassing for you. Though she spoke thus, in truth, Sheng'er held no actual authority within the general's residence and could not command its servants. This woman, having been allowed entry by the guards, undoubtedly had some connection to the general, especially having heard her refer to him as Brother Nanxu. It was imperative that she not allow this woman to linger, lest the general return unexpectedly. The general could only belong to her. Feng Yisai, observing her demeanor, simply brushed off her sleeve and seated herself upon a nearby bench. I shan't be leaving. What can you do about it? You possess not even a feather to command. Sheng'er, taken aback by Feng Yisai's audacity, found her composure faltering. I have never encountered someone so brazen. Feng Yisai leaned on the stone table, admiring the scenery of the general's residence. A mirror is indeed a splendid object. One should gaze into it more often. You? Sheng'er fumed, having detested being alluded to in such a manner her entire life. Did she not deserve to possess the finer things in life, to attract good men? Feng Yisai turned, brushing aside the finger pointed at her. What of it? You presume to wreak havoc in the general's residence and still have the audacity to complain? It was plainly Sheng'er who was causing a disturbance. Yet she obstinately refused to leave. Feng Yisai's gaze drifted towards the listening rain courtyard. I would indeed leave, were it not for someone as obstruction. Qianu's face shifted between hues of red and white, clutching her abdomen. The old matron was ailing and could not receive visitors. How could she allow this woman to ingratiate herself with the matron's favor in the general's residence? Feng Yisai propped her chin on her hand. No matter. I shall wait for the general's wife to return. Sheng'er seethed with anger, but having been advised by the doctor not to provoke her condition, she dared not risk it. Drawing a deep breath to regain her composure, she remarked, since you know of the general's wife, why engage in self-inflicted suffering here? Feng Yisai raised an eyebrow, amused at the realization that this ghastly woman presumed her to be a suitor of Brother Nanxu. How intriguing! Pray tell, what is your relation to the general's residence? I am curious why I have never encountered you here before. Previously? Feng Yisai's words pierced Qianu's heart, a surge of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Though she could not yet lay hands on Yingsheng, this woman, unconnected to the general's household, dared to vie for attention. She would not hesitate to show her no mercy. Feng Yisai noticed the malice lurking in Qianu's gaze. It was clear that this woman was no ordinary adversary. Merely uttering a few words had drawn out her venomous nature, and Feng Yisai dared not imagine what would occur should she confront Sister Sang. She must certainly warn her of the malice embodied in this woman before her. Sheng'er quickly reverted to her previously fragile demeanor. I am the general's little CI. Why did you not inform me of your visit in advance? Sang Yingsheng, seeing the two together, subtly furrowed her brow. Upon spotting Sang Yingsheng, Feng Yisai instantly donned a broad smile and rushed to embrace her arm. Sister Sang, did you not typically refrain from venturing out in the mornings? Sheng'er observed the intimate interaction between Sang Yingsheng and Feng Yisai, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. Sang Yingsheng affectionately tousled Feng Yisai's hair, inquiring about her arrival and remarking on her absence from the rain-listening courtyard, which was most uncharacteristic of her. Feng Yisai turned to glance at the seemingly fragile Sheng'er and replied wistfully, I wished to, but someone insisted on restraining me, claiming that the old lady is unwell and refusing to see anyone. Sang Yingsheng's gaze fell upon Sheng'er, who immediately felt a pang of anxiety, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Madam, this morning when I went to pay respects to the old lady, Aunt Shui said as much to me. Sheng'er stammered, struggling to conceal her distress. I merely intended to create a peaceful environment for her to recuperate, yet this young lady has turned the tables and accused me unjustly. You villain? Repeat that. Feng Yisai's temper flared, gripping Sheng'er by the collar, her imposing presence threatening to strike. As Sheng'er felt the grip tighten, her heart raced, and she looked to Sang Yingsheng for help, exclaiming, Madam, save me. I carry the general's child. Should anything happen to me, the general will not spare you. Feng Yisai was taken aback by Sheng'er's words, astonished that Brother Nanxu could betray Sister Sang in such a manner. Sang Yingsheng's expression darkened as she intervened, Yan Qi. Take Princess Tsuerue to my mother. Unwilling to comply, Feng Yisai protested, Sister Sang, I haven't yet dealt with this arrogant wench. Go ahead, I will join shortly. Sang Yingsheng signaled Yan Qi, who promptly led Feng Yisai away. As Sheng'er learned the identity of the woman, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over her, and she clutched her abdomen tightly. Watching Feng Yisai depart, Sang Yingsheng's demeanor turned icy. Now you are afraid? Do you truly believe that carrying a child will shield you from consequences? Offending the beloved Princess Tsuerue, do you think Wen Nanxu can protect you? She had previously warned Sheng'er to consult her for any matters instead of troubling the old lady. Do you dismiss my words as mere noise? Believing yourself untouchable in the general's residence, testing my patience? Sang Yingsheng shot her a sidelong glance, her commanding aura suffocating Sheng'er. Chapter 27. You are the type to drive one to exasperation, madam. Faced with Sang Yingsheng's overwhelming pressure, a profound fear surged within Sheng'er. At this moment, she was indeed no match for Sang Yingsheng. Someone, escort Miss Sheng'er back. Without my permission. She is not to step beyond the threshold of the unwelcoming pavilion. You cannot do this, Sang Yingsheng. Each of Sang Yingsheng's words pierced Qianu's heart. How could she possibly see the general if she was confined? Sang Yingsheng dismissed Qianu's resentment, saying lightly, in the general's residence, my word is law. If you wish to see Wen Nanxu in the future, you will obey me. Otherwise, a smile curled on her lips, rendering Qianu speechless. Everyone in the general's residence indeed heeded Sang Yingsheng. Until she met Wen Nanxu, she could not afford to offend Sang Yingsheng. Suppressing her grievances, Qianu understood that as long as she complied, she and her unborn child would remain safe. However, disobedience would bring dire consequences. Sang Yingsheng gestured to two maidservants nearby, who stepped forward to escort Qianu away. As she departed, Qianu, unwilling to relent, exclaimed, You promised that the general would come to see me. Sang Yingsheng cast her a glance. Do you see him here? With the flooding in Yuehe, he is not even in the capital. How could he visit you? With that, Sang Yingsheng turned and headed toward the rain-listening courtyard, ignoring Qianu, who resembled a drenched rat. Upon reaching the courtyard, the cheerful laughter of Feng Yisai, who was amusing her mother, greeted her. Sang Yingsheng cast aside her earlier displeasure caused by Qianu, entering with a smile, teasing, with a new darling around. I must be quite the old flame to no longer amuse mother. Dear sister, do not belittle me so. Who in the capital doesn't know that old lady when favors her beloved daughter-in-law above all else, even more than her own son? Feng Yisai pouted, pulling Sang Yingsheng close. After some playful banter, Feng Yisai voiced her curiosity. Sister Sang, what is that woman's background? Is it true she carries brother Nanxu as child? If so, you know he would not procure disaster relief supplies for me. Yingsheng took a sip of the fragrant tea before her, its aroma soothing her worries.
Indeed.
But what gives her the audacity to claim that her child is brother Nanxu's? The thought of that woman's insufferable demeanor sent chills down Feng Yisai's spine. The existence of such a person was truly repugnant. Shall we allow her to flaunt her power in the general's residence? Yingsheng's eyes flickered as she set down her teacup, pondering the implications. After their earlier conversation, even if dark thoughts lingered, the next few days would require restraint. After all, when Nanxu was absent, and there would be no audience for her theatrics. Feng Yisai grasped Yingsheng's hand, exclaiming, "Sister, you cannot let that woman bully you. If she becomes too arrogant, just eliminate her." I refuse to believe brother Nanxu would object. Yingsheng playfully poked Feng Yisai's forehead. "What are you thinking? I am not one to take lives at whim." While she could not commit such an act, enduring humiliation was out of the question.
Indeed.
You are the kindest person in the world, having contributed significantly to this disaster relief. Since meeting you, my admiration for you has only grown. I adore this wealthy and beautiful lady. Flattery will get you nowhere with me. So speak. What brought you out of the palace this time? Feng Yisai scratched her head, realizing nothing could escape Yingsheng's keen perception, and replied mischievously, "If I said it was because I missed you too much, would you believe me? Rest assured." "I would not," Yingsheng replied, knowing that the queen rarely allowed Feng Yisai to leave the palace without cause. Most likely, she had been sent away due to her impudent remarks. "Dear aunt, are you implying that I angered my mother again and was driven out? How could you say such a thing?" Feng Yisai retorted, her lips pouting high, hands on her hips, indignant at the bluntness of the statement. "As the esteemed princess of Tianke, do I have no dignity?" Yingsheng chuckled. "Now, tell me, what did you do to incur your mother's wrath this time?" Feng Yisai protested. "I will not let you all turn this into a spectacle."
Come.
"Let your aunt one help you discern whether it was your mother's mood or her unreasonable demands that led to your expulsion." Yingsheng entirely overlooked the upset princess Tuerwei. Indeed, the outside world often spoke of the favored little princess of Tianke, who frequently found herself without status in the palace, often being expelled by her dignified mother only to seek refuge in the general's residence. Feng Yisai pouted, lamenting that she had complied with her mother's wishes, only to be harshly reprimanded and banished. She was determined to have Aunt Wen and Sister Sang judge the situation fairly. "Mother says that as a princess, mastering music, chess, calligraphy, and painting is fundamental, and she even invited the royal court's painter to teach me." Upon hearing this, Yingsheng had a good idea of what trouble Feng Yisai had caused. "Is that painter still alive?" Feng Yisai protested. "Sister Sang, how could you suggest I am the kind of person who would act so violently?" Yingsheng tugged at the corner of her mouth, remarking, "Indeed, you are not the innocent type. You are the kind that drives one to despair." Feng Yisai opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. "Sister Sang, why do you always speak such uncharacteristically candid truths?" Realizing she could not outwit Yingsheng, Feng Yisai turned to Nestle in Aunt Wen's embrace. "Auntie, I am the very epitome of obedience, am I not?" Aunt Wen, helpless, ruffled her hair, replying, "Yes, you are the most obedient." Feng Yisai nodded in satisfaction and began to recount her illustrious achievements in the palace. "Mother has invited Master Mu to teach me painting, and I believe I have grasped his true teachings well enough to embark on my own." "Ah, you shall leave the palace then. Do not undermine my potential," Feng Yisai protested, striking her chest with great confidence. The haughty demeanor of independence was almost unbearable for Yingsheng. "Yan Qi, fetch me some paper and a brush. Let us see how truly skilled our little princess is after receiving Master Mu's teachings." Feng Yisai stood up from Aunt Wen, rolling up her sleeves, and with an air of majesty, strode toward the table, despite it being mere steps away. Her face radiated an overwhelming confidence, as if she had no rivals in the entire realm. Grabbing a brush from the table, Aunt Wen felt a flicker of interest sparked by Feng Yisai's exuberance. Those familiar with her knew her artistic abilities were notoriously poor. It was a miracle if her written characters could even stand upright, let alone her painting. Thus, Aunt Wen, seeing Feng Yisai take the initiative, felt optimistic about what she might produce this time. Yingsheng, propping her head lazily on her hand, harbored no expectations. Feng Yisai dipped the brush in ink, looking quite the part, yet as time passed, She maintained her pose for an entire quarter of an hour without so much as a stroke on the paper. Approaching her, Yingsheng pointed at the empty xian paper with her chin. What? Still contemplating how to begin. Feng Yisai blinked innocently, stating, "This princess has completed her painting." Completed it? But the brush hasn't touched the paper. Are you painting with your mind? Is this work titled The Emperor's New Painting? Yingsheng crossed her arms, her interest piqued. Eager to see what absurdity Feng Yisai would conjure this time. What did you paint? Cows grazing, Feng Yisai replied with remarkable composure. Yingsheng fought to suppress a twitch at the corner of her eye. Indeed, the girl's talent for nonsense had improved significantly in just a few days. Where's the grass? The cow ate it. And the cow? It walked away after eating its fill. Taking a deep breath, Yingsheng mused, surely. There ought to be clouds in the background? The wind blew them away. Stunned by the logic in her reasoning, Yingsheng felt utterly disarmed. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, she questioned, "Is this what you call having learned Master Mu's true teachings?" One could only imagine how Master Mu would react to such a student. Feng Yisai set down her brush and proudly held up the xian paper, declaring, "Master Mu said that the essence and charm of a painting lie in the white space, and the more, the merrier." Yingsheng found herself at a loss for words. Her expression stiffening. Surely, her last remark about the more, the merrier was a misguided interpretation of her own. Xiao Ci. Has no one explained the difference between white space and emptiness to you?
Huh?
Feng Yisai glanced at her so-called masterpiece, then looked back at Yingsheng bemused. Is there a difference? As expected, the girl was utterly oblivious. Yingsheng resumed her seat, taking a sip of tea to quell her exasperation. Aunt Wen, equally astonished, took a sip to suppress her shock. Xiao Ci, did you present this cow's grazing painting to your mother as well? Feng Yisai shook her head.
How could I?
With my exceptional skills, it would be a disgrace to produce the same painting repeatedly. Yingsheng nearly spilled her tea. Incredulous that she could claim to have superior skills without having painted anything. It would be difficult to find anyone in the world whose audacity matched hers. To avoid dampening her enthusiasm for painting, Anwen continued, "What did you depict?" Feng Yisai replied, brimming with confidence, "Sheep grazing." But if the grass was eaten by the sheep and they ran off, then there is nothing left, is there? Not quite. The painting for my mother had no white space. I believe that is what upset her, making her think I hadn't learned Master Mu's true teachings. Yingsheng's lips twitched. Really? I find that hard to believe. Feng Yisai nodded earnestly, a hint of grievance in her tone. I filled the entire paper, and afterward, Mother scolded me to leave. That a queen, known for her grace and composure, could utter such a blunt command spoke volumes of her anger. Yingsheng struggled to maintain a smile. What did you fill it with? I covered the entire paper in ink, Feng Yisai declared, still brimming with misplaced confidence. And the sheep and grass? The sheep left after eating, and then it got dark. Once she finished speaking, the room fell into an immediate silence. Yingsheng remarked, I have never encountered such absurdity in my life, nor did I in my past. Aunt Wen's smile froze, her expression reflecting a newfound enlightenment. Feng Yisai, noticing the silence from both, curiously asked, Why are you both so quiet? Are you astounded by my exceptional artistic skills? Yingsheng scoffed lightly, Your confidence is remarkable. Indeed, that is my greatest asset, Feng Yisai replied, lifting her chin, completely oblivious to the sarcasm in Yingsheng's words. Yingsheng silently admired her tenacity. What prompted your mother to request a painting from you? She found it hard to believe that the queen would want to see Feng Yisai wield a brush. Sighing, Feng Yisai replied, I am not sure. After 2 days of guidance, Master Mu suddenly became very serious and said, Little princess, your astonishing artistic talent humbles me, before resigning from his position as the royal painter before my father. I believe he was so taken aback by my skills that he felt unworthy and chose to resign. However, once my mother learned of this, she insisted I paint something for her. Afterward, she scolded me severely, saying the palace could not tolerate someone as foolish as I, and sent me away. Throughout her life, Feng Yisai had driven countless people to frustration, and Master Mu would neither be the first nor the last. From a young age, she had caused numerous scholars to leave in exasperation during her studies at the Hanlin Academy and had even driven several to illness. When she hired dance instructors, some of the most renowned dancers vowed never to dance again. When she sought to learn the guqin, the teacher fled with the instrument in the night. Henceforth, Anyone who heard the palace was seeking a tutor for the little princess would avoid it like the plague. Sang Yingsheng, having heard tales of the little princess's past exploits from Wen Nanxu, felt a deep admiration, recognizing the immense fortitude of both the emperor and the empress. Enough of this. It is time for lunch. Let us feast at the general's residence before returning to the palace to face the music. Sang Yingsheng walked alongside Aunt Wen, helping her toward the dining hall. At the mention of food, Feng Yisai's eyes sparkled. Wonderful. Finally, I can eat my fill today. Sang Yingsheng frowned. What? You cannot eat enough in the palace? Feng Yisai stuck out her tongue, explaining, Mother says to ensure I look a bit different from a pig. She controls my diet, only allowing me to eat to 70% fullness. Upon taking a seat, Sang Yingsheng was once again astonished by Feng Yisai's voracious appetite, reminiscent of the wind sweeping away the remnants of clouds. When Moose smiled gently, continuously serving her dishes, yet was equally taken aback by the speed at which she consumed her meal. Little Ci, slow down, no one is competing with you, she cautioned, her concern growing that the girl might choke. The dishes from the general's mansion were simply delectable. Aunt Wen, you have no idea. My mother specifically hired an atrocious cook to prepare meals for me to curb my appetite. When you visit the palace next time, please speak to her and ask her to stop punishing me in this manner. After finishing her meal, Feng Yisai recalled, originally, my father was to host a celebration banquet for brother Nanxu tomorrow, but due to the sudden flooding in the Yu River, both my elder brother and brother Nanxu have gone there, so the banquet will be postponed. The crown prince has also gone? Sang Yingsheng's brow furrowed slightly. Did the flood require their joint intervention? One of their capabilities was sufficient. Initially, she believed the emperor dispatched Wen Nanxu, but now suspected that the flood had ignited other concerns. Chapter 29. Do not blame her for protecting officials and merchants. Sang Yingsheng harbored many thoughts within, yet with Feng Yisai present, she successfully diverted Wen Mu's attention, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape her. At least her mother remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. After dining, Sang Yingsheng concocted an excuse to leave. Where was Jingmo? She had not heard from her recently. Sitting in her room, she perused the commercial layout of the Northwest region. The last contact from Jingmo was last month. When she heard about expanding their commercial influence there, she wondered how things had progressed. Yan Qi, clutching her right cheek, spoke somewhat indistinctly. Upon meeting Sang Yingsheng's gaze, she instantly felt guilty and stood before her meekly. You've been indulging in your appetite and have disregarded my words once again. Now, bear the consequences. Sang Yingsheng, feeling flustered, tucked away the booklet and turned to rummage through a cabinet in the corner. Yan Qi lowered her head. Miss, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry. Why should I be angry when it is not I who is in pain? The cabinet yielded nothing of interest to Sang Yingsheng, and she exited promptly. Before Yan Qi could react, Sang Yingsheng returned with several small porcelain vials. Take this medicine. The other one should be applied to your teeth morning and night. Yan Qi, grinning unabashedly, threw her arms around Sang Yingsheng and showered her with kisses. Miss, I knew you cared for me the most and wouldn't you want to see me hurt? Sang Yingsheng rolled her eyes.
Get off me. No.
I wish to cling to you for a lifetime. Yan Qi tightly embraced Sang Yingsheng, content as long as her mistress was not upset with her. Sang Yingsheng pulled Yan Qi off herself, expressing her distaste. Is your tooth not hurting now? Hurry and take your medicine. All right. Sang Yingsheng rubbed her temples. Feeling helpless, she had forbidden her from consuming the pastries from the Lotus Pavilion for half a year. Mississippi. Yan Qi instantly morphed into a little bitter melon. You brought this upon yourself. I have always been clear with rewards and punishments, and you know this well. Those who defy me must face consequences. If I catch you eating sweets during this period, you will switch places with Jingmo. She will stay by my side while you manage commerce in various regions. Yan Qi panicked, kneeling before Sang Yingsheng, her voice trembling. No. I promise I want to eat sweets again. Miss, you cannot drive me away. Since Yan Qi could not control her mouth, it seemed she had to take on the role of the villain. Sang Yingsheng sighed, helping her up while offering gentle reassurances. Do not cry. You are my little treasure, Yan Qi. I would never abandon you. 15 minutes later, Yan Qi finally stopped her tears. Sang Yingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued crying, one might think Yan Qi was possessed by Sheng'er. At that moment, a Huang rushed into the room. Madam, there is a woman named Jin Yang outside seeking an audience. She claims there is urgent business to discuss. Jin Yang? What urgent matter requires her to seek me in the manner? Yanqi, go and bring her in.
Yes.
Yanqi wiped her tear-streaked eyes and hurriedly went to the front door. Upon seeing Sang Yingsheng, Jin Yang immediately knelt. Master Sang, Jing Mo has met with misfortune in the northwest. Our business there has suffered a 50% loss, and the remaining is not looking optimistic, especially in those border towns, where we were met with destruction upon arrival, with deaths occurring in swaddling clothes. Sang Yingsheng tightened her grip on the cup, her expression betraying no emotion. Please rise. Is Jing Mo safe? Jin Yang, unable to decipher Sang Yingsheng's thoughts, answered promptly. She sustained some injuries, but is not in life-threatening danger. That is good. With a life intact, what was there to fear regarding business losses? The northwest was adjacent to Wada. The Yu River lay within, with the crown prince attending to flood relief, while Wen Nanxu quelled banditry. Clearly, someone was orchestrating events to achieve multiple goals. While she would not interfere with political matters, she would not shy away from confrontations in the commercial realm. Where is Jing Mo now? In Ningzhou. Ningzhou? The disaster relief supplies are being dispatched from there. It seems someone's greed cannot be suppressed. Coincidentally, the orders issued last night had made it known throughout the capital that Sang Yingsheng was providing disaster relief supplies. It appeared someone in the capital was secretly watching her. Who could it be, wishing to achieve multiple objectives? Sang Yingsheng slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes, bright as stars, concealed a hint of fierce determination. Send word to Jing Mo, instructing her to suspend all business activities in the northwest. Master this. Jin Yang, her enchanting peach blossom eyes widening, was puzzled by Sang Yingsheng's decision. Suspending all business in the northwest now would make it exceedingly difficult to secure a foothold there in the future. Fear not. Ningzhou is the main base for business in the northwest. We just sent a significant amount of supplies to the disaster-stricken citizens of Yu River. Even if we were to contend with those individuals now, we would gain little. It is better to recuperate and observe as they tear each other apart, further familiarizing ourselves with the situation in the northwest. Upon hearing this, Jin Yang quickly grasped Sang Yingsheng's intentions. I will handle it immediately. Sang Yingsheng swirled her tea, her thoughts drifting far away. The northwest's harsh environment, with some areas scarcely populated, was indeed not suitable for business. However, her ambitions did not lie within those border towns. Furthermore, those who would go to such lengths to uproot her commercial power in the northwest were unlikely to be businessmen solely focused on profit. Such an unprofitable transaction was not something they would pursue. The border towns were in close proximity to Wada. It appeared some individuals were engaged in nefarious activities. When officials collude with merchants, they should not blame her for protecting them. Suddenly, Sang Yingsheng's mind flashed with the visage of Sheng'er. Her skin as white as snow and her beauty exquisitely crafted. It was inconceivable that someone from the desolate northwest could possess such allure. Overthrowing an important piece in the Rongshengbo mansion, Sheng'er was undoubtedly a significant pawn for them to counter Wen Nanxu. Since she had taken advantage of her resources, it was only reasonable for her to collect a toll. Sang Yingsheng set down her cup. Yan Qi. Have Bu Shijing thoroughly investigate Sheng'er's background. Understood. After receiving her orders, Yan Qi retreated. Sang Yingsheng gazed out the window toward the direction of Buingxian, her expression growing serious as she made her way there. Located at the far western side of the general's mansion, her mother had arranged for Sheng'er to reside there, possibly to ensure that Sheng'er would not disturb her peace. She was in the east, while Sheng'er was in the west. Though they were in the same residence, they remained worlds apart. As she walked along the path, Sang Yingsheng couldn't help but admire Sheng'er for her daily trek to find them, seemingly unbothered by the fatigue it entailed. Just as a nearby guard was about to salute her, she shook her head to halt him. She was not there to seek out Sheng'er. Winding around to the back of Buingxian, she found a vast expanse of vibrant blossoms, a riot of colors bursting with life. The sight of several purple magnolias she had carelessly planted blossoming beautifully filled her heart with a fragrant delight. As her hand gently brushed against the petals, a sudden jolt of pain shot through her palm, blood dripping from her fingertips, adding an even more mesmerizing allure to the flowers before her. How could a flower without thorns cause such a wound? The gash was not shallow. With her left hand, she parted the blooming flowers to reveal a dagger, its blade glistening silver, stained with her blood. Swiftly extracting the dagger, she noticed a long, slender thread tied to its hilt. Gently pulling, she discovered it was connected to a rolled-up piece of paper. She tucked it into her sleeve, clenching her bleeding right hand, and promptly left Bu Yingsheng, instructing someone to clean the bloodstains from the flowers. Upon returning to Tingxue courtyard, Sang Yingsheng hastily attended to her wound and scrutinized the dagger on her table. It was exquisitely crafted, with an exceptionally sharp edge, just a touch drew blood, and its lightweight design made it an uncommon, yet superb concealed weapon. Unrolling the paper, she read, "We assist in birthing a child in the womb to replace Sang. Control the sound within the chamber." The few words were audaciously bold. Playing with the sharp dagger, her lips curled into a slight smile. Replacing her, how intriguing.
Come in.
She commanded. Strengthen the guards at the general's residence. Keep a close watch on Sheng'er, and miss nothing she does. Understood. Just then, Yan Qi returned with something in hand, surprising Sang Yingsheng. Given Mo Shangchen's notoriously slow approach to tasks, she had not expected him back so quickly. Yan Qi shook his head. No, this concerns the general. Sang Yingsheng furrowed her brow. News about Wen Nanxu? What could he possibly know that I do not? Unfolding the letter in Yan Qi's hands, he revealed, beasts have suddenly appeared in Wushan, disturbing the local populace. General Wen has entered Wushan with elite troops to eliminate them. Yet this appears to be a deliberate scheme against him, with numerous ambushes laid out to take his life. Sang Yingsheng placed the two pieces of paper together. On one side, she sought to elevate Sheng'er, while on the other, a plot to murder Wen Nanxu was unfolding. What was the intention behind this? Did they aspire to inherit the general's estate? The general's residence held no treasures, nor did the Wen family possess a throne to be claimed. What were they truly after? Did they covet her wealth? After contemplating for a long while, she sighed. What use is this information to me? I cannot assist him from the capital. Yan Qi shook his head. I do not know, but the mirror master mentioned that he does not disdain a woman who has been married before. Sang Yingsheng's expression darkened in an instant, her teeth clenched. Does he no longer cherish this world? Does he require me to send him on his way? With force. She crumpled the paper, as if it were Mo Shangchen himself. Yan Qi was taken aback. No wonder, she had felt the mirror master's gaze was peculiar. He dared to curse her fiancé. Next time they met, she would ensure her lady avenged this slight. It's my fault for not reading the content of the paper sooner, allowing him to speak so recklessly. Sang Yingsheng smirked. If he doesn't take advantage of my misfortune, he wouldn't be called Mo Shangchen. Next time we meet, do not hold back. By the way, where did he get this information? Yan Qi nodded silently, beginning to devise a plan for retribution. I do not know, but the mirror's information is always reliable. The likelihood of ambushes in Wushan was slim. The mountains were filled with ferocious beasts, making it perilous for anyone entering, let alone laying traps for others. However, it could not be ruled out that someone adept at controlling wild beasts was involved. Setting ambushes within the mountains was difficult. Surely, they would have laid numerous traps outside. Fighting beasts was a brutal battle. If they were all to perish within the mountains, it would be best for them. Even if they managed to escape, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Lurking outside, like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a yellow bird poised behind, the scheme was indeed cleverly devised. Rubbing her aching temples, Sang Yingsheng realized that when Nanxu had already entered the mountains, even if she knew these things, she was powerless to intervene. After a moment, she spoke softly. Since Mo Shangchen is so well informed, he must also know where those ambushers are. Have him send someone to eliminate them, as a price for his reckless words. Yes. Let him dream of swan meat while he is but a toad, Yan Qi retorted angrily before departing. How dare he target her lady? The Wen family had been loyal ministers for generations, maintaining a strong relationship with the royal family. When Nanxu shared a deep bond with the crown prince, and since the emperor had no other sons, it could not pertain to the royal family. However, the crown prince was also there, suggesting there might be further plans targeting him. It seemed that someone in the court could not contain themselves and sought to disrupt the tranquility of the court. What kind of figure was Lord Rongxing? This put her in a difficult position to understand the various relationships within the court. She would need Wen Nanxu or the crown prince, yet both were in the northwest. Did they merely wish to deal with them outside of the capital? Or were they also plotting something within? Sang Yingsheng felt a headache coming on. Matters of the court were beyond her influence. She had to be cautious. Yet the enemy lurked in the shadows, making investigation nearly impossible. Connecting the note attached to the dagger, she pondered whether the two factions were aligned. Unbeknownst to her, the sun had already set. Feng Yisai skipped over, peering through the window upon seeing Sang Yingsheng inside, her face lighting up in surprise. Sister Sang, you're here. I thought you had gone out. Sang Yingsheng met her innocent gaze, momentarily reminded of her younger self, and waved her over. I was just attending to some matters. No wonder you look so fatigued. Sister Sang, do take care of yourself and don't let that vixen create havoc in the residence. I heard my aunt say that person is quite detestable, always disturbing Aunt Wen. How infuriating. Feng Yisai chattered on about Qianna's faults while urging Sang Yingsheng to expel her from the residence. Sang Yingsheng pinched her round little face and smiled. Enough. Why fret over someone irrelevant? I shall not let her off easily. It's getting late. Shall we have dinner before you head back? At the mention of dinner, Feng Yisai recalled her purpose for visiting. Embarrassed, she tugged at her sleeve and sheepishly said, Sister Sang, I actually came to say goodbye. Someone from the palace has come to fetch me, and I completely forgot upon seeing you. You? Sang Yingsheng playfully poked her nose. Since the Empress has sent for you, I shan't keep you. Return and listen to your mother well. Do not vex her.
Got it, Sister Sang.
Farewell. The girl smiled, revealing 2 adorable dimples, utterly charming. Sang Yingsheng nodded, be safe. To avoid revealing the wound on her hand, she intentionally removed the bandage while dining with Aunt Wen. However, upon returning to her room, she discovered the wound had torn open, her palm overflowing with blood, with splatters on her clothing. This made Sang Yingsheng anxious, fearing her blood had touched her mother or that she might have noticed it. Fortunately, when they met the following day, her mother did not mention it, allowing Sang Yingsheng to breathe a sigh of relief. As she exited Tingyu courtyard, a maid from Bu Yingxian approached her, saying, What's the matter? Do you wish to resist? What's wrong? Alan appeared troubled, not speaking directly, but imploring. The maid insisted that I must summon you. I truly have no way to deal with her, which is why I came to you. Let her go. You all need only prepare her 3 meals a day. She has not yet earned the right to command you. Keep a close watch on her every move, and if she attempts to win you over, simply acquiesce to her whims. She is not so idle as to attend to that woman every day. The maid understands. With Sang Yingsheng's words, Alan immediately comprehends what must be done in the future. In the non-welcoming pavilion, Qianna comfortably reclines on the soft couch, allowing Alu to massage her shoulders. Upon seeing Alan return, she adopts a condescending demeanor. Where is the person I instructed you to call? Alan internally scoffs. She truly considers herself a significant figure, foolishly believing she can command the lady, oblivious to her own limitations. Yet outwardly, she remains polite, stating that the affairs of the household are pressing, and the lady is unable to attend. Sheng'er, caressing her abdomen, reveals a glint of calculation in her eyes. Enough, it is time for me to rest. Have her come again tomorrow. She wishes to refer to herself as the lady but feels the time is not yet ripe, and she cannot expose her ambitions. Alan and Alu exchange a glance, suppressing their disdain for her. The following day, Sang Yingsheng is nowhere to be seen upon rising, prompting Sheng'er to grit her teeth in the non-welcoming pavilion, a sinister expression passing over her face. Sang Yingsheng, if you possess any capability, continue to avoid me. 2 days pass, and Qianna still cannot see Sang Yingsheng as desired, her frustration mounting. How could she win the favor of the old matriarch if she cannot even step outside? How could she ascend to the position of the general's wife? With a shift in thought, malicious ideas begin to form in her mind. Meanwhile, Sang Yingsheng is preoccupied with managing an unforeseen incident at her newly opened tavern, completely forgetting who Sheng'er is. After the last inspection of the tavern's layout, she had instructed Yan Qi to arrange for renovations, only for a tragic accident to occur shortly thereafter. Fortunately, a doctor arrived in time to save the life of a worker who had fallen from the 3rd floor. The tavern's interior is designed in a square layout, allowing a view of the bustling 1st floor from both the 2nd and 3rd floors. The unfortunate worker had fallen while painting the railing on the 3rd floor. Sang Yingsheng initially perceived this as merely a failure in safety measures, an ordinary accident, but soon found herself being accused by officials who sought to pin a murder charge on her. Her tavern had not even opened yet, and already there had been a death. This was unacceptable. Upon her arrival at the tavern, she found the crowd of onlookers had swelled to an overwhelming number. The sound of a woman weeping could be faintly heard among them, undoubtedly the family of the fallen worker. As soon as Sang Yingsheng appeared, an officer approached her with a fierce glare. Are you the owner of this tavern? I am, she replied, neither servile nor arrogant, scanning the scene with a sense of unease. Upon her admission, the officer smirked mockingly. Arrest her. Two men rushed forward, intent on apprehending Yingsheng. Wait, she interjected, casting a glance at the officer, whose expression she memorized. The officer glared at her. What? Do you intend to resist?
Why not?
Under the Emperor's rule. You dare to arrest an innocent person at will? Do you still wish to keep your position? Yingsheng was undaunted by the officer's threats. The accusations were utterly absurd. She was determined to uncover the hidden culprits behind this incident. The officer flung a document at her, the words clearly stating, "You, the owner of this tavern, are accused of premeditated murder. What defense do you have?" Yingsheng stepped aside, a chill in her demeanor, a smirk gracing her lips. Premeditated murder under the Emperor's gaze? Truly foolish. Indeed, you are quite foolish, the officer retorted, averting his gaze. His disdain evident, as if she were unworthy of his attention. Why would I, as a tavern owner, wish to kill? Would I not be cutting off my own livelihood? Can you accuse me based on mere papers? She had already gathered the details before arriving. Someone had fallen yesterday, and now the authorities claimed she had intended to murder. This led her to suspect that the incident was orchestrated. Perhaps it tied to the ongoing sabotage of her embroidery workshop, which had provoked her repeatedly. She was no pushover. After all, even clay figures possess their temper, let alone a woman like her. Otherwise, such trifles wouldn't warrant her intervention. The officer barked. How do we know your intentions? Comply with the law, and you may mitigate your suffering. Yingsheng found it amusing. Moments ago, he had boasted of clear evidence. Yet now he questioned his own clarity. If you lack reason, then I must decline to accompany you. With a slight smile, she pulled a chair beside her and sat down. They had meddled with her embroidery workshop and now sought to harm her unlaunched tavern. Did they truly believe she was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? If they challenged her, she would show them what it meant to strike back. The officer, infuriated by her defiance, veins bulging on his forehead, roared, "You bold girl, how dare you act so recklessly? Seize her."
Two men advanced.
But before they could grasp her sleeve, they were sent flying by a swift kick, leaving them bewildered as to who had struck them. Yingsheng stood by innocently, biting her lip and brushing off the dust from her clothes. The commanding officer, furious at this affront, felt a rare sting to his pride. He had always been met with deference, but this time someone dared to challenge him. He vowed she would pay dearly for it, a dark glint crossing his eyes. We uphold the law, and you dare to harm a court officer? Do you wish for your life? Yingsheng smiled sweetly. Pray tell, esteemed officer, which official do you serve? Allow me to pay my respects. I have never encountered a court officer dressed so plainly. The officer's expression shifted. His earlier bravado had faltered, realizing he had slipped up. However, with so many citizens around, he could not afford to lose face. Instantly, his demeanor returned to one of arrogance. You think you are worthy to know my rank? Yingsheng nodded eagerly. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. A government official who hides their title while claiming to uphold the law exhibits a humble disposition, unlike those who flaunt their titles. Such talent surely delights the emperor. Yingsheng bit her lip, struggling to suppress her laughter, though her shoulders betrayed her amusement. The crowd erupted in laughter, debating among themselves. How could the emperor possibly know who this self-proclaimed officer is? Indeed, is it humility or mere pretension? Do those in official garb even possess a title? The officer seethed, his face alternating between shades of blue and white as he glared at Yingsheng. You sharp-tongued girl, do you dismiss Lord Zhao, the magistrate? How could I dare? Yingsheng replied, her lips curving into a smile as she surveyed the sobbing mother and daughter nearby. Without further concern for the officer's rage, she approached the grieving pair, offering a handkerchief. Wipe your tears. The girl, startled by Yingsheng's gesture, quickly lowered her head, weeping profusely. Yingsheng caught a glimpse of the officer's threatening gaze. Understanding the fear that gripped the young girl, gently crouching down, she wiped away the little girl's tears, her voice soft as she asked, "Little sister, what is your relationship with the worker who fell?" Perhaps soothed by the tenderness in Yingsheng's voice, the girl raised her tear-filled eyes, choking on her words. That is my father. All right, no more crying. Shall we stand up first? Yingsheng brushed aside the girl's disheveled hair, revealing her delicate features. The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Yingsheng glanced at the woman beside her, pale and unsteady, with a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine lingering about her. If the girl continued to cry, it might lead to dire consequences. Little sister, look at your mother. She has reached her limit. If you kneel any longer, she may collapse right here. Please listen to your sister and rise, all right? We will resolve any issues. But crying alone will not help, do you understand? The girl, seeming to comprehend somewhat, nodded, yet her gaze flickered to a distant point, and she immediately shook her head, biting her lip in silence. Sheng'er had no choice but to summon Yanqi to help the woman to a chair to rest, and to send someone to fetch the doctor from the apothecary. What do you think you're doing? The officer, witnessing Yanqi assist the woman on the ground, suddenly became agitated, attempting to intervene but was blocked by Sheng'er. With a half-smile, she stood before the officer and said, "Let me ask you this. What is the problem with me helping this woman who is in distress?" Sheng'er circled the officer, scrutinizing him from all angles, and continued, "Are you really intent on causing a scene on my territory? Ridiculous." "I have no such intention," the officer retorted, though his voice betrayed a hint of insecurity.
Oh, is that so?
Sheng'er locked eyes with him, an invisible pressure forcing him to nearly gasp for breath. The officer took a deep breath, glaring fiercely at Sheng'er. "Do not be so arrogant. My duty today is to arrest you." "Then do enlighten me on what crime I have committed," she replied, unfazed. The officer repeated, "Intentional murder." Sheng'er shot him a sidelong glance. "Who have I killed? The victim's family is right here. What justification do you have left?" The officer pointed at the mother and daughter, suddenly feeling more upright. "Is it typical for your government to act so capriciously?" Sheng'er smirked, meeting the officer's gaze with unwavering composure. "Victim? Who has harmed him? You should clarify that, esteemed officer. I am not acquainted with the worker who fell. Why would I wish him harm? Moreover, there are many workers in this tavern. What makes this one so special that I would harbor murderous intent?" The officer coldly replied, "Who knows? How amusing. You think you can condemn me based on such ignorance?" A glimmer of frost appeared in Sheng'er's eyes as she pressed on. The officer's bravado diminished under her scrutiny, and he stepped back, looking up to say, "This matter requires investigation." "Then investigate. You wish to arrest me without any clarity? Do you think this capital is your playground, where you can act at will, blurring the lines of justice and injustice?" Sheng'er's eyes hardened, the last vestiges of her smile evaporating. "How dare you, a mere commoner, speak so boldly? Do you truly believe I will not arrest you?" The officer's eyes bulged, his face quivering in anger, a stark contrast to the other two officers beside him. "If I am a commoner, then what are you? A common officer? I am curious to know what grounds you have to apprehend me." "The workers simply fell due to negligence. It was an accident, and I have never denied compensation. Besides, I have not set foot in this tavern since renovations began. Even if someone plotted against that worker, what connection do I have? You, however, have made accusations against me without proper investigation. What is your intent?" The officer snorted, "I am merely following orders." "Following whose orders? That Lord Zhao you mentioned? I doubt we are acquainted. Is he not shirking his duties while sitting in his lofty position?" "Lord Zhao, indeed," she mused. "I have been worried about finding clues regarding his covert schemes against me, and now, it seems, they have conveniently come to my door. How audacious. You dare to speak ill of Lord Zhao. Are you seeking death?" At the mention of Lord Zhao, the officer stood straighter. "With you as his subordinate? He is truly unfortunate." Sheng'er's eyes sparkled. Like leader, like follower, it seems Lord Zhao is not as impressive as one might think. "Seize this impudent woman. Give her 30 lashes." The officer commanded, his chest swelling with indignation, urging his companions to advance. However, they hesitated, intimidated by Sheng'er's imposing presence, knowing full well she had committed no offense and that they lacked evidence. Frustrated, the commanding officer kicked one of them. "What are you standing there for?
Go."
The bolder one leaned in to whisper, "Zhao, this ISN Tirite. We can't arrest someone without evidence. The consequences will be dire." The officer dismissed him. "What is there to fear? We can fabricate evidence later. With my uncle's backing, we will be rewarded." Sheng'er looked disdainfully at the two men. "Do you think I am deaf to your conspiring whispers? How convenient it is to fabricate charges against me." The crowd around them began to murmur, pointing at the commanding officer. "Look at him. Isn't he the one who relies on his uncle, Lord Zhao, to act recklessly? Anyone who crosses him is in for trouble." A voice called out, "That's Zhao Jian, isn't it? Oh my, that girl is in for a rough time dealing with someone who arrests based on whim, especially with Lord Zhao backing him." Yet, some opposed this view, suggesting, "Look at her. She calls herself this young lady, dressed splendidly and speaking elegantly. To manage such a large tavern in the capital, her status must be considerable. She could be the daughter of a high-ranking official. Indeed, the girl showed no signs of fear. She must also be formidable. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some believing Sheng'er would be doomed against Zhao Jian, while others thought Zhao Jian would be unfortunate to confront her. The voices were a cacophony, and though Sheng'er couldn't catch every word, she clearly understood the identity of her opponent, Zhao Jian. Truly, he lived up to his name. Zhao Jian arrogantly lifted his chin, looking down at Sheng'er. Did you hear? The current prefect of Jingzhou, Lord Zhao, is my uncle. Do not provoke me. I am related to a third-rank official. Do you understand how significant that is? Sheng'er did not even bat an eyelash. I am well aware of the current emperor's stature. Zhao Jian erupted into a loud, boisterous laugh. And what of it? Does the emperor even know who you are? No, but my uncle does. Sheng'er's patience waned. A mere third-rank official? Should I fear him? As an officer of the law, you act with impunity, disregarding the law. Someone, throw these men out. Several figures in black appeared before Zhao Jian, their laughter abruptly silenced as they glared at Sheng'er. You dare. I am Zhao Daren's nephew, here to arrest you for intentional murder. If you were the emperor's nephew, I might have considered taking action, remarked Yingsheng, her expression devoid of emotion, showing no regard for the third-rank official's nephew. Zhao Jian was merely capable of intimidating defenseless commoners. When confronted by highly trained shadow guards, he had no room for resistance. The onlookers, startled, were even more curious about Yingsheng's identity, yet fearing repercussions similar to Zhao Jian's, they remained silent. After Zhao Jian was thrown out, a young girl seemed to perceive Yingsheng as even more formidable and immediately knelt before her, sobbing, Dear sister, I implore you to save us. With your act of throwing that man out, his mission remains unfulfilled, and he surely will not spare my mother and me. I have already lost my father. I cannot bear to lose my mother too. As she spoke, the girl desperately knocked her head against the ground, soon drawing blood from her forehead. Yingsheng commanded her attendants to restrain the girl, preventing her from continuing such reckless behavior. Do you know that Zhao Jian? She inquired. The girl, teary-eyed, nodded. Stand up and clearly recount what you know. And by the way, your father is alive. Do not speak foolishly, Yingsheng said, her gaze sweeping over the crowd of onlookers outside, feeling a twinge of headache. Zhao Jian, clearly unaware of her identity, nonetheless proclaimed with unwavering conviction his intention to capture her. What audacity he possessed. And who exactly was that Lord Zhao? She did not recognize him at all. The woman, after receiving 2 injections from the physician of the Baichao Hall, gradually regained consciousness and, wiping her tears, looked at Yingsheng with excitement. Miss, is what you say true? Her coarse, hoarse voice startled Yingsheng, interrupting her thoughts, and she politely nodded at the woman. She approached the woman and continued. We promptly took that worker to the medical clinic after he fell yesterday. He is no longer in danger, but he has several fractures in his legs, and his recovery will take time. To ease the woman's worry, Yingsheng added, Rest assured, we will cover the medical expenses during this period. Upon hearing that her husband was safe, the woman sighed in relief, missing Yingsheng's subsequent remark. Grasping her daughter's hand, she exclaimed, Xiao Yuan, your father is alive. As long as he lives, Zhao Jian cannot threaten you. Quickly, thank this young lady. The woman and her daughter knelt together, bowing deeply to Yingsheng.
Rise, she said, come with me.
Finding a room furnished with tables and chairs, she invited the mother and daughter to sit. Little sister, could you share your relationship with Zhao Jian? Upon mentioning his name, Xiao Yuan's expression turned grim, her lips tightly pressed together. After a moment she spoke. Zhao Jian has long relied on his position in the government, and with my uncle being the governor, he acts without restraint, frequently abducting young girls in the streets, particularly those around 12 or 13, and even as young as 7 or 8. My sister met her demise at his hands. As she spoke, her voice broke, tightening her grip on her mother's hand. Our family has been evading him, but yesterday, after my father fell, he somehow learned of it and stormed to our home that night, insisting that I bring my mother here to solidify your guilt of premeditated murder. However, Uncle Neo from next door witnessed my father accidentally fall and tried to catch him but failed. Moreover, my father was indeed earning a higher wage working for you than elsewhere. Now that I see you, I believe you could never commit such an act. My father, a laborer, would bring you no benefit if he were dead. Yet Zhao Jian threatened me that if I did not come today, he would abduct me for that Lord Zhao. I simply had no choice. Since my sister's demise, my mother has been in poor health, unable to work, surviving only on medicinal soups. If I were to vanish as well, she would have no one to care for her. Xiao Yuan and her mother embraced, weeping bitterly. As Sang Yingsheng recalled Yan Qi's fervent reaction when he helped the woman up, she suspected Zhao Jian aimed for her to be blamed for the woman's death. A truly cunning scheme. Pouring tea for the two, she spoke sincerely, I shall handle this matter. Your father's fall also bears my responsibility. My safety measures were insufficient. We will compensate you for the medical expenses and lost wages. Is that acceptable? They were incredulous, having never heard of receiving compensation for injuries sustained while working. Usually, employers would only provide a small sum for medical bills. Xiao Yuan sniffled, unable to fathom the notion. Sister, may I see my father? Of course, but today, after I cast Zhao Jian out, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. You may not be safe returning home, Sang Yingsheng reasoned. Xiao Yuan nodded, understanding that Zhao Jian was indeed vengeful. Observing the mere 15-year-old girl before her, Sang Yingsheng resolved to lend her a helping hand. Chapter 34. Resolving the issue. There is a courtyard behind my inn, designated for future employees. If you do not mind, you may choose a room there to stay. The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that someone would extend such kindness to her. The woman was equally astonished and began to refuse. But Sang Yingsheng continued, Of course, I cannot let you stay for free. After all, I am a businesswoman, not a philanthropist. My inn is still under renovation, and I am in the process of recruiting staff. Currently, aside from the workers, there are no others here. Thus, as they complete their work, little sister, you can clean up each area as your contribution for your stay. Sister, are you truly willing to take us in? Xiao Yuan, overwhelmed, found it difficult to digest this unexpected stroke of fortune. Until now, she had only experienced bullying and misfortune. She had never known such good fortune. Her father was safe. She need not worry about medical bills, and she now had a place to stay. Overcome with joy, she felt compelled to kneel and bow to Sang Yingsheng. Realizing her intent, Sang Yingsheng gently pressed her back into her seat, stating, If you genuinely appreciate this, work diligently to keep the inn clean. Fearing the girl might injure herself with another bow, she added, Your forehead still bears the mark. Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously, Sister. Rest assured, I will work hard. Sang Yingsheng took a sip of tea, proclaiming, Consider this your trial period. If you perform well, you may remain here indefinitely.
Yes.
Unable to bow, Xiao Yuan clasped Sang Yingsheng's hand tightly, declaring, I will not disappoint your expectations. Very well, Sang Yingsheng replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. This young girl, though young, possessed a sincere heart. Perhaps she could be nurtured into someone capable of bearing great responsibilities. Waving in a particular direction, she called, Ngui, at your service. The subordinate responded, Arrange living essentials for these two. Then take them to Baichao Hall to see the injured worker. Ensure their safety, and remember to convey my regards to the injured. Understood. You may accompany him. If any issues arise, seek him out. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. As Sang Yingsheng turned to exit, she was suddenly grasped by Xiao Yuan. Sister, it's dangerous outside. Sang Yingsheng gently patted her head, reassuring her. You mean Zhao Jian? Fear not. I will ensure justice for your sister. You two stay safe here. He will not trouble you. With that, she stepped outside, where the crowd had long dissipated and the workers continued their tasks in an orderly manner, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Yan Qi hurriedly approached Sang Yingsheng, saying, Miss, I have ascertained that Zhao Jian is indeed the nephew of Lord Zhao, the Jingzhao Yin. His actions are well known to Lord Zhao, who merely turns a blind eye, never intervening. It is quite audacious for someone in such a position to tolerate blatant disregard for the law. Since he fails to discipline his juniors, I shall reluctantly offer my assistance. With a veil of coldness lifted from her eyes, Sang Yingsheng boarded a carriage to Jingxiafeng. Upon arrival, Jin Yang was somewhat surprised to see her. Sang Zhuer, what brings you here? Please come in. She promptly led Sang Yingsheng to a room in the back courtyard of Jingxiafeng. Sang Yingsheng wasted no time and inquired, How many orders has Jingxiafeng accumulated? Jin Yang's smile faded instantly as she retrieved a ledger. We have been working day and night. Yet there remains half of the orders to fulfill. Given the timeline for collection, we will be unable to complete at least 1/3 of them. Sang Yingsheng was not taken aback. Have the design drafts for this year's spring collection been finalized? Jin Yang let out a soft sigh. The initial drafts were roughly completed last year. After the new year, we intended to refine the designs and prepare for production. However, several key embroiderers, particularly Lin Yang, who was the lead on this collection, have gradually departed. It is now impossible to launch the new designs on schedule. You focus on recruiting talent.
Do not worry about the rest.
I have arranged for 50 embroiderers from Jiangnan to arrive this afternoon and tomorrow. They have already completed the design drafts for the spring collection on their journey here. Once they arrive, we can proceed with the preparations. Within 10 days, the first batch of new products will be launched, and I trust that some noble ladies will not hasten the delivery of their previously ordered spring garments. Is that true? Sang Zhuer, you are truly remarkable, Jin Yang admitted, feeling inferior. Sang Yingsheng's eyes sparkled. I have taken care of the personnel. The rest is in your capable hands. Rest assured, Sang Zhuer, you will be completely satisfied, Jin Yang replied, shaking her hand fan as she busied herself. Sang Yingsheng, however, was not idle. She was determined to uncover who was undermining her and that particular third-rank official neglecting his duties. She needed to identify the puppet master behind these offenses directed at her. On the following day, Yan Qi brought all collected evidence along with a letter penned by Sang Yingsheng to Feng Eci. Although she did not know the other ministers in court, it sufficed that she could reach someone who commanded their attention. The rest was no longer her concern. Reclining leisurely on a beautiful couch, she had neglected the wound on her right hand amidst the recent hustle and bustle, and the wound, which should have healed, began to bleed anew. Yan Qi winced as she bandaged it. Be gentle, she exclaimed. Yan Qi cautiously cleaned the injury with cotton, grumbling, Miss, you are being quite excessive. You suffered an injury, and did not inform me. You neglected to bandage it, and now look, your palm is swollen. I was merely trying to spare you worry. I avoided using a bandage. Even when I had minor wounds before, I did not pay them mind. Who knew this time would be different? Sang Yingsheng stuck out her tongue, unaware that a careless graze from a dagger would result in such a profound cut. Yan Qi shook her head helplessly. Her mistress was like this, meticulous with others' injuries, but careless about her own. With such a deep wound, she could not guarantee it would heal without complications. As she diligently applied medicine, she firmly admonished, Miss, you must not remove this bandage without permission. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, Sang Yingsheng replied obediently, knowing that if she were to disobey, it would take less than a quarter of an hour for everyone in the general's residence to learn of her injury, treating her like a revered ancestor. Yan Qi remained unconvinced and stayed nearby, reiterating the seriousness of the wound. Eventually, Sang Yingsheng listened to her and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 35. Have you not been taught a lesson in 3 days? Meanwhile, Feng Eci was perplexed when she received Sang Yingsheng's letter. Upon opening it, she immediately dashed toward the imperial study, disregarding her royal demeanor as she ran, heedless of the empress's calls behind her. Clutching the items sent by Sang Yingsheng, she skillfully evaded the guards and arrived breathlessly at the imperial study, pressing one hand against the door while gasping for air, and called out, Father, something is wrong. Inside, Emperor Ren, who was reviewing memorials, twitched at the corner of his eye. You foolish girl, what nonsense are you babbling outside? Your father is perfectly well. Still catching her breath, Feng Eci rushed to Ren's desk but lost her grip, sending a neatly stacked pile of memorials tumbling onto him. Ren clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Feng Eci, have you not learned to behave? Just as he attempted to calm himself with a cup of Bai Luo Chun tea, the little girl gulped it down greedily right in front of him. Andin. Feng Eci paid no heed to her father's murderous glare as she wiped her mouth with the sleeve of Ren's robe, remarking, This fabric is a bit rough on the face. The emperor's temper flared, his hand slamming down on the table with a resounding bang, startling Feng Eci. She immediately turned to him, saying, Father, what are you doing? You frighten me. Ren closed his eyes in resignation, striving to ignore his infuriating daughter. After finally managing to send one rebellious child away, he had forgotten about the other. Despite his empress's gentle demeanor, how could she bear 2 children capable of driving him to the brink of madness with their words? Placing a hand over his heart, he felt fortunate to have only 2 offspring. Had there been one more, he feared he might have already met his ancestors. Opening his eyes, he found the vexatious girl still standing beside him, and Ren rubbed his aching head and asked, What do you wish to discuss? Feng Eci. thumping her thigh in frustration, nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. Shoving the items into Ren's hands, she insisted, "Father, you must apprehend that person immediately. Hurry. Do not let him escape." And Ren took a deep breath. "Little ancestor, while I am the emperor, it is not sufficient for you to simply declare whom to apprehend. Everything must be substantiated with evidence." I am not being reckless this time. What you hold in your hands is the evidence. Hurry up, old man. Do not dawdle. Old man? Mind your words, or you shall kneel in the ancestral hall next time, he warned, irritated by her insolence. At that moment, Fomi Ci was unconcerned with Ren's reprimands. She was determined to seek justice for her sister Sang. Pushing the disheveled memorials aside, she spread out the items. "Father, you must capture this person. He is derelict in his duties and has bullied Sang. This is outrageous. If he dares to bully Sang today, who is to say he won't bring his tyranny to you tomorrow? Hurry and seize this ruffian. There is not a good person among them." Fomi Ci's relentless chatter left Ren in a daze as he raised his hand to silence her. "Wait. Who is this Sang you speak of? Such trivial matters can be handled by the Jingzhao. Fomi Ci's face fell instantly, hands on her hips. "Trivial, you say? Leave it to the Jingzhao? Father, open your eyes. Be cautious, lest one day you find your throne usurped while still smiling and dismissing it as trivial." And Ren was momentarily stunned by her words. Fomi Ci glared at him, exasperated. "You do not even know who Sang is? Who fills the national treasury every year? Who sends you this exquisite tea?" Suddenly, Fomi Ci, resembling a wise sage, began to lecture the emperor on Ren. The emperor blinked, asking, "Are you referring to that girl, Sheng'er? Who else could it be?" Fomi Ci was infuriated, pointing at the items laid out. "Father, you must capture that villain immediately. How dare he bully Sister Sang? If you turn a blind eye, it would be utterly unacceptable. Brother Nanxu just married and is already leading troops to defend our land from invaders. He has returned victorious only to head back to the northwest to eliminate beasts and ensure peace. And now, Sister Sang is being wronged and falsely accused right under the emperor's feet. If Brother Nanxu finds out, do you think he won't throw the military insignia in your face and resign? Brother Nanxu protects the whole world, yet he has failed Sister Sang. This is a debt our royal family owes her, and yet Sister Sang has never complained. Every time there is an issue in Tianke, she provides whatever is needed without hesitation. When disasters strike, while most merchants exploit the situation for profit, only Sister Sang strives to balance everything. Father, the peace of this realm and the well-being of its people are largely due to their efforts. They harbor no ambition and are solely devoted to the country, assisting you in maintaining the stability of Tianke, allowing you to sleep soundly each night. We cannot let them feel disheartened, can we? When you sent Brother Nanxu off to battle, Sister Sang single-handedly managed the entire general's residence while also overseeing much of Tiang's commerce, silently supporting you. Everyone knows General Wen is valiant and a hero of Tianke, but shouldn't those who support heroes also deserve recognition? By the end, Fomi Ci's voice trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The Emperor Onren was deeply moved by her words. The little girl he had once held in his palm had grown up, seeing everything with clarity and understanding. He gently wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, assuring her, "Do not worry, I shall not let the heroes of Tianke feel neglected." While Fomi Ci continued to expound her philosophies, he had already reviewed the situation thoroughly. Anyone who dared to bully his niece would face his wrath, especially if they were a corrupt official. "Minister of Justice, Lorden, please come forth."
Yes.
"What is happening here, father?" Fomi Ci's first reaction was skepticism. Could just anyone be summoned for this? The emperor, observing her glistening eyes filled with confusion, pulled her closer. "Did you not just say you wanted to apprehend that group? We must follow the proper procedures and gather more evidence to ensure they cannot recover." Fomi Ci nodded, feeling reassured. "Please be quick, for Sister Sang is in distress." "Understood. Have your mother prepare some gifts for Yingsheng." This incident reflects a lapse on the royal family's part, allowing such a wolf to lurk nearby unnoticed. Fomi Ci pouted. "What can you give Sister Sang? She is not lacking in wealth like you." The emperor thought to himself, "I should not have worried about this girl. A small gift carries significant sentiment. Do you not understand? Now hurry along. For the sake of living a few more years, it is best to avoid my daughter." After leaving the study, Fomi Ci silently criticized her father, the old man, for his pettiness, getting angered just because she spoke a few truths. However, She dared not disobey his orders, particularly since it was for Sister Sang. She skipped joyfully toward the Empress. Sang Yingsheng awoke in the evening, having slept soundly until then, and learned that the palace had sent gifts. Her mother, Wen Mu, was already in the front hall. Upon hearing this news, Sang Yingsheng was somewhat puzzled. She had merely handed over some evidence regarding a certain official's negligence through Feng Yisai and did not expect the palace to respond with gifts. With her large, bewildered eyes, she hurried to the front hall and was met with 2 large chests, accompanied by several smaller ones. What is going on? Nearby, Wen Mu and a palace maid were conversing. Sang Yingsheng approached and saw that it was the esteemed Lu Mama, the most senior attendant beside the Empress. Her confusion deepened. What is the meaning of this? She quickly stepped forward and greeted Mother Lu Mama. Lu Mama, with a kind and gentle appearance, warmly took her hand, her beauty radiating like spring flowers. Sang Yingsheng smiled politely while Lu Mama offered her compliments. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Mama explained the purpose of her visit. Since the gifts have arrived, I shall take my leave. There are many matters to attend to in the palace. Lu Mama politely nodded to Wen Mu before departing with the palace attendants. Sang Yingsheng assisted her mother as they watched Lu Mama leave. Wen Mu grasped Sang Yingsheng's hand, saying, "Silly girl, why did you not tell me if you were bullied outside? If it weren't for Lu Mama's visit, I would be none the wiser."
Oh.
I would never let myself be bullied. I merely gathered some evidence of a certain minister's inaction to present to the emperor. But I did not expect that little CI would misinterpret it as me being bullied. When Mu feigned anger, do not make excuses. I know your nature well. You always bring good news but never the bad, just like that Nanxu. Sang Yingsheng wrapped her arm around her mother as they walked toward the Tingyu courtyard. Are you missing your son? I do not miss him. I am merely concerned for you. When Mu was being obstinate, and Sang Yingsheng chose not to press further. Understanding a mother's heart when her son is away, though she would not admit it. After sharing dinner with Wen Mu, Sang Yingsheng returned to the Tingxue courtyard and found Alung waiting for her in the courtyard. Is there something you need? Alung quickly handed her a note. Madam, this is for you. Sang Yingsheng opened the note, her brow furrowing. Where did you get this? Alung recounted how this afternoon, while picking beautiful begonia flowers for the young lady, she had come across it. Did she know? Alung shook her head, seemingly unaware. I see. You may go back now. Sang Yingsheng clutched the note as she entered the room. Indeed, this person is quite extraordinary. She took out the previous note for comparison. The handwriting was unmistakably from the same individual. It was unfortunate that they did not realize the situation in the residence. To think they could control the finances of the general's residence was laughable. Did they truly believe she had been taken away by officials? How amusing. Sang Yingsheng feigned ignorance, continuing her daily routine in the residence. Eventually, the cooped-up Sheng'er could not bear it any longer. Alung rushed over. Madam, something is wrong. Sheng'er says she has a stomach ache, but the doctor found nothing wrong, and now she is crying pitifully. Sang Yingsheng was at a loss for words. She just wants attention. Day after day, crying incessantly, she would make a fine candidate for the funeral industry. Let her be. After all, the child is not hers. Before long, Yan Qi approached. Miss, that wretched Sheng'er has gone to the old lady. She truly knows how to cause trouble. Has my mother responded to her? Not yet. Aunt Shui has intercepted her. Sang Yingsheng rubbed her temples. Very well, bring her to me. Yan Qi, recalling Sheng'er's tear-streaked face, could hardly conceal her disdain. Miss, I cannot stand such a person. Her persistence is truly formidable. Let us see who truly possesses greater strength. On my territory, one must adhere to my rules. If one cannot comply, then so be it. Sang Yingsheng set down the book in her hands, casually contemplating a meeting with her. If that were the case, she would reluctantly grant her a favor. Yan Qi observed the expression of his young mistress and promptly understood, bringing Sheng'er over. As Sheng'er entered the grand courtyard of the Tingxue residence for the first time, she was consumed with a burning jealousy upon witnessing Sang Yingsheng leisurely savoring tea in the hall. She silently vowed that one day she would pull her down from that lofty position. Upon seeing Sheng'er approach, Sang Yingsheng slowly placed her teacup down, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, fully embodying the demeanor of a gracious matriarch. Sheng'er, though filled with resentment, had no choice but to pay her respects, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. She had encountered the mistress before. Sang Yingsheng, perceiving her inner thoughts with clarity, smiled and said, No need for formalities, please sit down. I heard you've been feeling unwell again. What seems to be the matter? The phrase "one does not strike a smiling face" resonated within Yingsheng. Every gesture she made ignited Qian'er's ire, yet she could not express it. Sitting in her chair, one hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, Yingsheng thought it was all Qian'er's fault for being inconsiderate and disturbing the mistress. She mused, at least she recognizes her own lack of decorum, while feigning ignorance. Despite the emotional fluctuations that come with pregnancy, it was Qian'er's failure to manage her feelings that had caused the maidservants in the courtyard to worry and disrupted the peace of the mistress. All the blame lay squarely on Qian'er's shoulders. As Qian'er dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, she appeared pitiable indeed. However, understanding her plight once or twice was acceptable, but the same scene repeated time and again was becoming tiresome for Yingsheng. Day after day, if you're so idle, perhaps you should find some work. Yingsheng maintained a gentle smile. I understand that your emotional state might be influenced by the increase in hormone levels during pregnancy, which can lead to heightened stress. Coupled with your new role as a mother, it is natural to experience some psychological discomfort. I can completely empathize with your situation. Qian'er was perplexed by Yingsheng's peculiar words, entirely at a loss for their meaning. Noticing Qian'er's bewildered expression, Yingsheng smirked slightly and asked, "So, what is it that you wish to do?" Chapter 37. Letting Fate Decide. As I recall his arrival, I ponder. Qian'er, her eyes reddening, failed to grasp the mistress's words. Yingsheng feigned surprise. Was I not clear enough? If you have something to discuss, simply speak to me without hesitation. After all, she was unlikely to refuse. Qian'er bit her lip, appearing as though she were preparing for a noble sacrifice, engaging in a mental struggle with herself. Yingsheng found this amusing, silently stirring the froth in her teacup while waiting for Qian'er to propose her conditions. After about 15 minutes, Qian'er twisted the handkerchief in her hands, her demeanor indicating she wished to speak yet feared rejection. Mistress, Yingsheng did not look up. If you have made up your mind, then speak. If not, return home. Do not burden me with your childless affairs. After all, the child is not mine, and I have no obligation to protect it. With those words, Qian'er could no longer hesitate. Mistress, I do not wish to remain in Wuying courtyard every day. The doctor said that pregnant women should engage in moderate exercise, and being cooped up in that small courtyard is truly unbearable for me. Yingsheng shot her a disapproving glance, lifting her head with a smile still adorning her face. Why did you not mention this sooner? Why claim that your belly hurts, causing the doctor to make unnecessary trips? Without waiting for Qian'er to explain, she continued, crying, making a fuss. And throwing a tantrum only works on those who dote on you. For others, it merely appears as a nuisance. Qian'er understood. No, you do not understand. If you truly comprehended, you would not repeatedly cause disturbances at the general's residence. Do you not know the reasons for your confinement in Wuying courtyard? In an instant, Yingsheng's smile vanished, her hand striking the table, causing the teacup to clink sharply. Qian'er flinched, believing Yingsheng had capitulated, only to realize she had provoked her ire. She immediately knelt before her. It was my fault for provoking the mistress. Please punish me. Yingsheng, with a smile that was neither genuine nor false, replied. Punish you? For what? If you held no value, you would have been discarded long ago. Qian'er mistakenly interpreted Yingsheng's words about having some value as a reference to her carrying the general's child, igniting a newfound courage within her to confront her. Caressing her belly, Qian'er insisted it was not her intention. It was merely that the general insisted she keep the child inside her. Besides using the child to leverage against me, can we not speak of anything else? If it were not for the desire to extract more from you, I would have revealed your delusions long ago. Day after day, forcing this illegitimate child upon the head of Wen Nanxu, I truly feel for him. Can we not discuss other matters? You need not resort to the child to create issues. Know that outside of yourself, no one truly cares for its existence. If you are bored during the day,
Just say so.
there is no need for roundabout ways with me. Managing this vast general's residence keeps me exceedingly busy. I have no time to decipher your thoughts. If you do not speak plainly, I shall assume you have nothing to address. Only then did Qian'er grasp the source of Yingsheng's displeasure. It was her failure to communicate clearly. Mistress, I do not wish to remain solely in Wuying courtyard. Then come out for a walk. Yingsheng took a sip of her tea. If a simple matter can be articulated clearly, why go in such circles? It truly invites scorn. Sheng'er still hesitated. Is it truly acceptable? Of course it is. Next time, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I am rather busy. It was Sheng'er's oversight. Get up, the ground is cold. If you have matters to discuss, let us address them today, and I shall resolve them all. Thank you, mistress. Sheng'er was helped up by a lawn and seated in her place. With Yingsheng's earlier words in mind, she dared not beat around the bush any longer. Mistress, when will the general return? Well, I cannot say. Lately, he has been so busy that I have had no time to think of Wen Nanxu. A trace of disappointment crossed Sheng'er's eyes. It has been such a long time since I last saw the general. It has only been a few days. Did you not manage to endure over a year without seeing him? Yingsheng could not resonate with Sheng'er's sentiments. He will return. Mistress, do you not miss him? Sheng'er gazed at Yingsheng's impassive face, growing more convinced that there was no affection between her and the general. Yingsheng was well aware of her thoughts. Since there was a misunderstanding, she did not mind deepening it. I am quite busy.
How could that be?
The general is your husband. Missing him does not take up time. Yingsheng, assuming the stance of someone with experience, replied, You are too naive. Without managing the household, one does not understand the value of rice and oil. In this vast general's residence, so many matters arise daily, each one reliant on my mind to think through and handle. My mental capacity is filled with these trivialities. Where is the room to think of him? Moreover, whether I miss him or not, there will always be someone who does. My presence or absence makes no difference. Let fate decide. I will think of him when he comes to mind, and if I do not, then so be it. Sheng'er was utterly bewildered by Yingsheng's words. From her perspective, if things continued to develop in this manner, when the general returned, their relationship would grow even colder. If the general were to learn of her daily affections for him, he would surely appreciate her more. Perhaps Sheng'er was simply too idle. Whether day or night, the general's figure lingered in her mind, fearing for his safety outside. Very well, it saves me from thinking too much. Think well, after all. That is all you can do. Suddenly, Sheng'er grasped Ying's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with tender emotions and an electrifying gaze. Had she not known the true nature of Sheng'er, Ying might have believed she had captured her affections. The thought nearly caused her to choke on her own saliva, and she awkwardly cleared her throat. What do you mean by looking at me like that? In a soft voice, Sheng'er replied, Madam, you tirelessly manage all affairs of the general's residence, and it weighs heavily on my conscience as a mere beneficiary of your efforts. I feel the urge to alleviate some of your burdens, especially since my circumstances are still manageable. Yanqi, standing beside Ying, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Nearly exasperated by such unabashed audacity, how could someone with no standing aspire to meddle in the internal matters of the general's household? The ambition was glaringly apparent. Ying grasped Sheng'er's hand in return. It is commendable that you wish to help, but you are with child, and the household matters are intricate. I cannot impose such responsibilities upon you. It would be quite improper, and if the general were to find out how I treated you, he might be displeased with me. Indeed, as indicated on that piece of paper, she was now intent on infiltrating the internal affairs of the general's residence, cleverly cloaked in a guise of noble intentions, which left Ying both impressed and curious about the puppet master maneuvering behind Sheng'er. Madam, that will not happen, Sheng'er insisted. I reside in the general's residence purely to contribute in any small way I can. Should there be any misunderstandings in the future, I will clarify to the general that my intentions are entirely voluntary. Chapter 38. She feared this slippery character would have a change of heart. Since you are so proactive, it would seem unreasonable for me to decline further. Ying pondered for a moment, feigning a look of indecision. However, with your frequent ailments, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Sheng'er grew anxious. No, I assure you, I am in excellent health. Ying observed Sheng'er, her complexion radiant, appearing healthier than herself, yet prone to theatrics. Such antics would undoubtedly have consequences. Ying's eyes curved slightly as she gently shook her head. Let's leave it be. I appreciate your goodwill, but if anything were to happen to you, I could not bear the responsibility. Every time there was a task, Sheng'er feigned discomfort. It had only been a few days since she moved in, and the number of physicians summoned was staggering. Did she think that hiring doctors came at no cost? Each day, funds were squandered on her medical consultations, a true burden for the one who earned the money. Rest assured, Madam, should I encounter any issues in the future, I shall not hold you accountable. Sheng'er was determined not to forfeit this rare opportunity to engage with the general's affairs. Sang Ying's lips twitched slightly. Could Sheng'er's scheming be any more blatant? It was as though she was inscribing "I intend to usurp your position" on her forehead. Sang Ying remained resolute. You do not understand the intricacies of household management. If any issues arise within the general's residence, do you think I, as the general's wife and steward, would bear no responsibility? For your safety and my own integrity, I must insist we refrain from this. As Sang Ying turned to leave, Sheng'er hurriedly exclaimed, Madam, I am doing this of my own free will. I can even sign a guarantee. Sang Ying feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Are you sure you are all right? Have you been overworking yourself? Eager to prove herself, Sheng'er responded earnestly, Madam, I am serious. Everyone contributes to the general's residence, and I feel remiss in doing nothing. Sang Ying raised an eyebrow. You truly wish to pursue this? Sheng'er nodded. Yes, I am willing to sign the guarantee right now. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Ying reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, you are with child, so you shall have your way. Although Yan Qi did not comprehend her mistress's intentions, she quickly recognized the impending trap. Without delay, she fetched ink and paper, beaming, Miss Sheng'er, please proceed. In her haste to replace Sang Ying, Sheng'er showed no hesitation in drafting the guarantee and affixing her seal. As soon as Sheng'er lifted the document, Yan Qi interjected, Miss Sheng'er, we typically prepare 3 copies of such documents to avoid future disputes. Sheng'er glanced at Sang Ying, her resolve firm. All right. After completing the 3 guarantees, Sheng'er proclaimed, Now, Madam can rest assured that I will contribute. Sang Ying nodded slightly. It is rare to find someone so willing to manage these matters. I am quite pleased. I happen to have a ledger that requires attention, but I have been too busy to tend to it. I can do it. Sheng'er nearly leapt up in excitement, but restrained herself due to decorum. Sang Ying noticed her enthusiasm, her smile growing broader. However, it is quite a daunting task. Suppressing her eagerness, Sheng'er thought that having something to do was far better than being a mere idle bystander. Sang Ying grasped Sheng'er's hand, her expression one of a proud elder witnessing the accomplishments of a younger generation. I must thank you in advance. You have no idea how that ledger has troubled me for days. Since you have willingly taken on this responsibility, I shall reward you handsomely upon completion. Flushed with embarrassment from the praise, Sheng'er replied, I merely wish to contribute. No reward is necessary. Madam's trust is enough. Sang Ying nodded in satisfaction. Let us agree on this. I shall have Yan Qi bring you the ledger shortly. There is no rush. You may take your time. Sheng'er struggled to conceal her excitement, astonished by the swift progress made, as she would soon be engaging with the general's accounts. I shall take my leave then. Fearing a change of heart from Sang Ying, Sheng'er respectfully bowed and exited. Sang Ying beamed, relieved that this slippery character had not reconsidered. Once Sheng'er had departed, Yan Qi jumped forth, Miss. How could you misunderstand the accounts? Sang Ying chuckled, shaking her head, her sparkling eyes glimmering like a wolf that had just captured its prey. Since she wishes to delve into the general's affairs, I shall grant her the opportunity, though she did not anticipate direct access to the ledger. I suspect she is positively elated. Miss, are you attempting to keep her in check? I am merely turning the tables, allowing her cleverness to backfire. Does she think my position is so easily attainable? Yan Qi nodded, understanding her mistress's cunning nature. What shall we do next? Send her the ledger. Track how long she has stayed and the expenses incurred during her time here. Then present it to her and let her calculate how much she owes me. Yan Qi immediately grasped the implications. Once Sheng'er realized the truth, she would likely be in tears. Make it intricate. The more convoluted, the better. Keep her occupied for a few days. Rest assured, miss, I will ensure it is done. In the afternoon, Sang Ying reclined leisurely in a rocking chair under the sun, savoring the warmth. Miss, what is the name of our tavern? Sang Ying suddenly opened her eyes, having not considered this before. Sitting up, she pondered, what should we call it? Yan Qi shook her head. Miss, please do not put me in such a difficult position. I lack the talent for naming. Sang Ying fanned herself, visibly troubled. Naming a business is no small feat. I should have over 100 establishments in the capital by now. Yan Qi lowered her head and meticulously counted, concluding that, including this restaurant, there should be over 130. Sang Ying frowned. Did I name them all? Yan Qi nodded. Pretty much. Some of them are chain restaurants with the same name across the nation. After pondering for a moment, Sang Ying suggested, Since I have some free time, why not take a look at the renovations now? I can think of names once I see the interior. Plus, Xiao Yuan is there. I wonder how she has been these days. Alright, I'll have someone prepare the carriage, Yan Qi said, bouncing away. Yingsheng was still lost in thought about the restaurant's name and suddenly missed her dear Wen Nanxu. If only he were here, she wouldn't have to struggle so much to name the establishment. Chapter 39. Just two ordinary shops. If a certain general were to learn that his beloved wife thought of him only because she was struggling to come up with a name for a restaurant, he would surely faint from despair in the mountains of the northwest. However, Yingsheng felt no guilt. After all, he was far away and could offer her no assistance. She quickly cast him from her mind and cheerfully set off with Yan Qi. The gentle spring breeze caressed the streets, where the sunlight shone brightly, creating a scene of harmony and bustle. The carriage rolled slowly to the entrance of the restaurant. After disembarking, Yingsheng took a brief tour inside and found the renovated areas immaculate, leaving her quite pleased. "Sister," a sweet voice called from behind. Turning around, Yingsheng saw a little girl with a cloth in hand, happily waving at her. Yingsheng returned her smile and walked over, only to be stopped by the girl's voice. "Sister, it's dirty over here. I haven't finished cleaning yet. Please don't come closer." Observing the girl's innocent smile, Yingsheng nodded, watching as she diligently scrubbed the floor. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yuan approached Yingsheng, her hands freshly washed. "Sister, what brings you here today?" "I came to check on the restaurant's renovations," Yingsheng replied. Xiao Yuan beamed. "Uncle Niu said it will be ready in 10 days. Yingsheng surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. "How is your father's recovery?" "Thanks to you, sister. He is doing remarkably well under the care of the doctor at Baichaotang. The doctor said he would be able to get out of bed and walk within a month." The rapid recovery surprised Yingsheng, as it is often said that healing from injuries takes 100 days. "Is your sister's restaurant opening by the end of the month? Would you like to continue working with me?" "Really?" The little girl's eyes widened, her joy evident. "Of course. This restaurant is quite large and requires many hands," Yingsheng replied, gently ruffling her hair. "That's wonderful. I can finally help relieve some of my father's burden." Yingsheng nodded, however. "You need to first familiarize yourself with your duties at another shop. Is that all right?" Xiao Yuan tilted her head, looking innocently at Yingsheng. "Where is it?" "If it's too far, I can't go. My mother still needs my care." She then lowered her head, fearing her words might hurt Yingsheng's feelings. "It is a bit far. Do you know where Zuyuxian is?" The little girl blinked, thinking hard, and suddenly her eyes widened in realization. "Is it the most prestigious restaurant in the capital?" Yingsheng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yes. Would you like to go?" "But I heard it's very difficult to work there," Xiao Yuan said, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She longed to see the capital's largest restaurant, but felt unworthy. "If you are willing, you can go and learn for a few days. There is already a batch of people there learning. If you find it too far, they can teach you when you return." Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope as she cautiously asked, "Can I really go?" "Of course, that restaurant is mine. So there's no reason you can't." Yingsheng inspected the renovated rooms, pointing out any discrepancies, while Yan Qi noted them down. The little girl was now in disbelief. "Sister, you're amazing." "It's just all right," Yingsheng modestly waved her hand. "If you'd like, I can send someone to take you in a few days. By the way, how is your mother's health?" "After taking the medicine from Baichaotang, my mother is much better. She helped me clean this morning, but I was worried she would tire herself out, so I came alone this afternoon. She's probably in our room, embroidering." Xiao Yuan's heart swelled with sweetness at the thought of Yingsheng, and she excitedly shared more. "Your mother can embroider?" Yingsheng asked. Xiao Yuan nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, her embroidery skills are excellent. She used to help wealthy families with their embroidery work to supplement our income."
Is that so?
"I think I've discovered a hidden talent. Would you mind taking me to see your mother?" "Of course," Xiao Yuan exclaimed, delighted to lead Yingsheng to the backyard, where she called out, "Mother, come quickly to see who's here." At the sound of her daughter's voice, a woman sitting outside, engrossed in her embroidery, looked up. Her eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Yingsheng. "Miss Sang, what a pleasant surprise. Please, have a seat. I will fetch you some water." "That's not necessary. I heard from Xiao Yuan that your embroidery is exceptional, and I came to see." Yuan Yang smiled shyly. "Oh no, please don't listen to that little girl's exaggerations." Sang Yingsheng picked up a half-finished fan that Yuan Yang had been working on. The stitches were fine and even, and the half-embroidered orchid was elegantly colored, even incomplete. It was evident that it was a work of art. I heard you used to help wealthy families with embroidery work? Yuan Yang nodded, yes. I did so to ease my husband's burdens. However, for the past 2 years, my health has declined, and I haven't been able to take on such work. Thanks to the medicine from Bai Chao Tang, I feel much better now. I really must thank you, Miss Sang. Tears welled in Yuan Yang's eyes as she expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her family. Have you considered becoming a dedicated embroiderer? Sang Yingsheng inquired. Yuan Yang sighed. It's hard to find such good opportunities. Actually, I have a shop that is in urgent need of embroiderers. Would you be interested? Could I? Yuan Yang was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She felt at a loss for how to repay such kindness. Only if you are willing, Sang Yingsheng said, sitting down to explain the rules of the embroidery shop in detail. After listening for a while, Yuan Yang was as excited as Xiao Yuan had been upon hearing about Zui Yuxian. Are you talking about Jingxiafeng? Yes, Sang Yingsheng nodded. Does it sound surprising? Zui Yuxian, Jingxiafeng, they are just 2 ordinary shops. There's no need to be astonished. But the embroiderers at Jingxiafeng are all exceptionally skilled. I fear I wouldn't measure up, Yuan Yang said, feeling dwarfed by the reputation of the shop. Sang Yingsheng observed how both mother and daughter were so self-deprecating. It's just a job. What is there to fear? Why don't you think of it as helping me out? My shop is currently short-staffed. Yuan Yang nodded. Then I cannot accept payment.
What?
Sang Yingsheng was taken aback, having hired numerous workers in her time. It was the first she had heard of someone refusing payment. How could you work without compensation? Chapter 40. Truly interesting. Sold at a high price by the rival. Yuan Yang smiled, her eyes sparkling. You mentioned earlier that you were merely helping. How could one demand a fee for assistance? Miss Sang, we are unable to repay the kindness you have shown our family. If we can assist you in this small matter, it is we who benefit. This reasoning was indeed a novel experience for Sang Yingsheng, who pondered on the idea of bringing her to her side first. Let us set a time then. Since you, Sister Sang, have mentioned a severe shortage of hands, why not let me come over right now? Are you certain? No further consideration? Yuan Yang shook her head, asserting that since it was a matter of assistance, it was best to go sooner rather than later. Goodness, where can one find such an employee? Sang Yingsheng expressed her delight. Very well, I shall accompany you shortly. Little Yuan, hearing her mother mention going to the Jinxiu workshop, felt a flutter of excitement to visit the Drunken Moon Pavilion. She shyly tugged at Sang Yingsheng's sleeve and timidly asked, Sister, I wish to go to the Drunken Moon Pavilion, may I? Her voice was barely a whisper, revealing the girl's bashfulness. Sang Yingsheng smiled at her. Then do prepare yourself, for I shall take you along. Little Yuan nodded eagerly and dashed into the room to gather her belongings. At that moment, Sang Yingsheng sought out the person in charge of renovations, pointing out a few areas that needed improvement with concise instructions. After Yan Qi inspected the entire establishment and returned to Sang Yingsheng's side, he inquired, Miss, have you settled on a name for the restaurant? Sang Yingsheng lifted her chin, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Of course. How could someone as clever as I fail to think of a fitting name? Yan Qi teased, you certainly didn't express that sentiment before leaving. Sang Yingsheng, hands on her hips, retorted. Humph, I am indeed impressive. You have changed, Yan Qi remarked, observing her playful demeanor. Have you become even more formidable? Sang Yingsheng replied, upon arriving at the Jinxiu workshop. She noticed that the display area for finished garments was gradually increasing. Whether these were custom designs awaiting pickup, she could not ascertain. She led Yuan Yang directly to the work area, where Jin Yang was engrossed in discussions with several embroiderers about the spring collection designs, oblivious to their arrival. Observing the workers diligently engaged in their tasks, needles and threads flowing like water, Sang Yingsheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Jin Yang, upon raising her head, caught sight of Sang Yingsheng's pleased expression and waved her fan. Why did you not announce your arrival, Miss Sang? How can I conduct a surprise inspection on your work without prior notice? Jin Yang chuckled. Our embroidery workshop is the most industrious. We would never give you a chance to catch us slacking. That is splendid. I have brought you another embroiderer today, Sang Yingsheng said, nudging Yuan Yang forward for evaluation. Jin Yang assessed the woman before her. Is there any need for evaluation? Your expertise in embroidery surpasses mine. Then I shall defer to your judgment, Jin Yang, she replied, bowing to Yuan Yang. I trust you are aware of our workshop's recruitment standards. Please embroider something of your choice for me to see. If it captures my eye, you shall become a member of the Yingsheng workshop. Yuan Yang nodded confidently, picking up a fan that had just been layered with glue. With deft movements, she brought to life a lively little cat on the fan's surface, seemingly ready to leap off. Jin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is no wonder you were recommended by Miss Seng. You shall work in this position from now on. She gestured to another embroiderer to assist Yuan Yang with her upcoming tasks. In a room designated for discussions with Sang Yingsheng, Jin Yang cut to the chase. Miss Seng, do you recall the Lin family embroidery workshop from long ago? Sang Yingsheng savored the floral tea on the table. What have you discovered? I have learned that the Lin family intends to revive their workshop and compete with us at Yingsheng. Surely, the 20 or so embroiderers who left were poached by them. Jin Yang's gaze turned cold at this revelation. Sang Yingsheng was not surprised. She had been aware of the Lin family's increasing activities in the capital. Once, they had been on par with Yingsheng, but a series of fabric-related troubles had forced them out of the market, allowing Yingsheng to dominate. Their return could signify an attempt to reclaim their position. But if they resorted to their previous underhanded methods, it would be futile. Fear not, we shall focus on our own business. As long as we conduct ourselves with integrity, our clientele will remain loyal. Jin Yang nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Aline Yang is our primary designer for this spring collection. They will undoubtedly seek to replicate our new designs. Moreover, their actions seem undeniably provocative, opening directly across from us. I have heard they will launch in 3 days, but their space is quite small. If they intend to display finished garments, they may struggle for room. Across from us? Sang Yingsheng blinked, realizing it was the very shop she had recently acquired. How amusing, sold at a high price by the rival. Jin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, their actions are quite bold, almost a declaration of war against us. Sang Yingsheng took a sip of tea. If in 3 days, they unveil your originally designed spring collection, what is your plan? Given the recent rush to produce our new items, we could also unveil a new design shortly. Although we intended to launch in the next few days, if they wish to play this game, I shall gladly oblige. Jin Yang's enchanting eyes sparkled, as if this matter were trivial. Sang Yingsheng smirked. Very well, I shall return in a few days to witness this spectacle. Jin Yang feigned surprise. Then I must prepare thoroughly to ensure Miss Sang finds it entertaining. Sang Yingsheng smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Do not act so innocently before me. It is clear you are well in control of the situation. Jin Yang waved her fan, every gesture captivating. Miss Sang, with countless business opportunities before you, I must strive to be the most profitable among them, to catch your attention. Sang Yingsheng chuckled softly. Fortunately, you always maintain an aloof demeanor. Otherwise, even women would be enchanted by you, Jin Yang. Then, Miss Sang, why not abandon the elusive General Wen and join me instead? Jin Yang's eyes shimmered with affection, her gaze so captivating that anyone who met it would blush deeply. Chapter 41. The half-paralyzed set meal, delivered without hesitation, however, Sang Yingsheng was unfazed, the only one impervious to Jin Yang's alluring glances. Save that line for him, next time. Let us see if he dares to challenge you. Should that jealous fellow overhear, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Jin Yang laughed playfully. He would not dare. How can you be so sure? Remember, in Jiangnan, a certain young master once expressed his feelings to her, causing her to nearly renounce the world and seek refuge in a monastery. Jin Yang raised an eyebrow. Because this is your domain, Miss Sang. If he dares to disrupt my Yingsheng workshop, I am certain you would handle him with great finesse. Sang Yingsheng shot her a glare, her cheeks puffed up adorably. Nonsense. He is not violent. I am the gentlest of souls. Jin Yang remarked. Indeed, you're the most gentle one. Who would have thought that someone would nearly disturb the ancestral graves because of a ruckus? Sang Yingsheng gazed at her with hopeful eyes, her voice sweet and soft. Oh, that certainly was a me. We Jiangnan girls are as gentle as water. Jin Yang nodded. Then you must be the water that freezes. How rude. The waters of Jiangnan do not freeze. Jin Yang could not suppress a chuckle. Sang Zhu. I've known you for many years. Just be yourself around me. Humph. Sang Yingsheng puffed up her round little face and stormed off. Even as she exited, Jin Yang's laughter rang out unabashedly. Xiao Yuan, observing Sang Yingsheng's angry demeanor, immediately inquired, Sister, who upset you? Yan Qi, too familiar with her expressions. Knew someone had likely remarked upon her gentleness. Xiao Yuan blinked her bright eyes. Sister, you are the gentlest person I have ever met. How could anyone say otherwise? Yan Qi, a longtime companion of Yingsheng, remained unfazed, warning, do not be deceived by her appearance. If you are misled, do not become her adversary or else. Yingsheng, noticing Yan Qi's inscrutable expression, playfully smacked her shoulder. Am I not gentle enough? Under threat, Yan Qi reluctantly nodded, so gentle, in fact, that you generously offered a full-course meal to a paralyzed person without hesitation. I never offered that to you, Yingsheng retorted, indignant at such defamation of her character. Xiao Yuan, confused by Yan Qi's words, asked curiously, what do you mean, Yan Qi? Yan Qi, as a seasoned acquaintance, offered a piece of advice, a small suggestion. Never offend her. Lightly, she might crack your skull. Heavily, she could disturb your ancestral graves. She is a formidable woman. Xiao Yuan still did not grasp Yan Qi's meaning before realizing Yingsheng was chasing her down for a playful scuffle. Miss, I was wrong. Yingsheng placed her hands on her hips. What did you do wrong? Yan Qi, devoid of any survival instinct, lamented, I shouldn't have spoken such harsh truths. Yingsheng widened her starry eyes and threatened Yan Qi. You are finished. I am angry now. But I was merely speaking the truth, Yan Qi defended. Yingsheng nodded. Well, I was going to take you to Drunken Moon Pavilion to try the new dishes, but it seems someone no longer wishes to go. In an instant, Yan Qi dashed over like a gust of wind and hugged Yingsheng, rubbing her face against her arm. Miss, I truly want to go. Yingsheng turned her gaze away. Oh, who just said I am not gentle? It certainly wasn't me, Yan Qi replied, as she pulled Xiao Yuan along, showering her with extravagant praises about Yingsheng, declaring her beloved by all, a celestial being descended to earth, with even the stars and moon paling in comparison. Yingsheng listened from behind, her toes curling in embarrassment, while Xiao Yuan wholeheartedly agreed, chiming in with every compliment. As the mealtime approached, Drunken Moon Pavilion was already bustling with guests. It was Xiao Yuan's first visit, and the exquisite decor dazzled her, a smile of youthful delight brightening her face. Upon entering, a server promptly approached. Esteemed guest, please come in. Are there any private rooms available? The server, smiling, replied, I am truly sorry, but all our private rooms have been booked. However, we do have seats available in the hall. Would you be willing to sit there? With a tone both respectful and poised, Yingsheng nodded in satisfaction. That's fine. You may attend to your duties. Of course, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to let us know, the server said, bowing slightly before returning to his tasks. After a brief survey of the surroundings, they ascended the stairs. Xiao Yuan, feeling a bit shy, tugged at Yingsheng's sleeve. Sister, where are we going? To check the situation upstairs. After exploring both levels, Yingsheng led Xiao Yuan back to the hall, where they found an unoccupied table. She handed the menu to Xiao Yuan. Choose what you like and order it. Initially excited, Xiao Yuan's enthusiasm waned upon seeing the lavish decor and the affluent patrons around her. Flipping through the menu, every dish seemed beyond her reach. Fortunately, as she turned further, she discovered some more affordable options, though she still hesitated to order. Observing the grand images of new dishes displayed in the hall, Yingsheng called out, Server. The server approached with a smile. What can I do for you, young lady? I'll have the newly launched dishes and those recommendations displayed. Certainly, please wait a moment, the server replied cheerfully. Xiao Yuan glanced at the prices of the dishes and felt they were exorbitantly high. However, before she could voice her concerns, Yingsheng interjected, look through the menu and pick what you like. Order it all together. Xiao Yuan hesitated, but sister, you have already ordered quite a few dishes. Yan Qi chimed in, do not feel pressured. This also serves as a way for the miss to evaluate the culinary skills of this establishment. Your role now is that of a taste tester. What is a taste tester? Xiao Yuan asked, puzzled. Simply put, it means you try these dishes to see if they are good. If there are any issues, you can suggest improvements to the kitchen. Xiao Yuan nodded, her understanding slightly clearer, and her pressure lightened. Once the dishes arrived, Yingsheng sampled each one. And soon someone approached her for a discussion. Yan Qi, take good care of her while I am away. Yan Qi understood her mistress's intent and continued to indulge in the meal, while Xiao Yuan watched Yingsheng leave, a hint of worry in her expression. Yan Qi offered her a large chicken leg. Do not worry. The miss has her own matters to attend to. We shall eat first, and I will bring you to find her later. But she hasn't eaten much. Xiao Yuan protested, gazing longingly at the staircase, hoping to wait for Yingsheng to return and dine together. Yan Qi chewed heartily, assuring her, "Do not fret, she will not go hungry." Upon reaching the private room, Yingsheng found a composed middle-aged man waiting at the table, his demeanor warm, yet slightly aloof. Upon seeing her approach, he immediately stood, clasping his hands in greeting, "Zhu." "Manager Liu," Yingsheng replied with a slight nod before taking her seat. Manager Liu poured her a cup of tea. "When do you plan to open your new restaurant, Zhu?" "By the end of the month." "How is the training of the staff you have been cultivating? Should I expect a thorough inspection from Zhu?" Yingsheng shook her head. "No need. I trust your management." "Then I must thank you for your trust," he said, raising his cup in a toast to her. "You all should refrain from being overly polite in my presence. It makes me seem like a stern and unapproachable boss, which does not align with my gentle nature." Yingsheng pouted adorably. Manager Liu was charmed by her cuteness. Laughing heartily, "Indeed, I would not dare to offend you. You are truly gentle." Satisfied with his last remark, Yingsheng asked, "By the way, have you selected a manager for the restaurant?" "There are several candidates, of course, but it will ultimately be your decision," Manager Liu replied candidly, providing her with a list of names and analyzing each one. However, Yingsheng seemed indifferent. "You are more familiar with them. You decide." "Lately, some have been obstructing my path, so do keep an eye out. Not many know this restaurant belongs to me, but it is difficult to guarantee that no one will discover it. Exercise caution." Manager Liu understood her concerns, replying, "Then Zhu, please be careful when you are out and about. Should I notice any suspicious activity, I will inform you immediately." Yingsheng nodded slightly, stating her intention to depart. "By the way, I have brought along a young girl. Please take good care of her." "Very well." After saying this, Manager Liu left the room, and only then did Yingsheng take her leave as a young attendant approached. After finishing their meal, Yan Qi ascended to the second floor with Xiao Yuan, yet there was no sign of Yingsheng. After giving Xiao Yuan a few instructions and entrusting her to a steward, Yan Qi departed. After waiting for quite some time in the carriage, Yingsheng finally appeared. "Miss, why did it take you so long?" She replied, "I just spotted someone who bears a striking resemblance to Sheng'er and sent someone to investigate." The likeness was so uncanny that she nearly called out to the person. However, Sheng'er was at the general's residence, making it nearly impossible for her to venture out. Moreover, if she intended to act upon the orders written on that note, she would certainly not choose to create a scene at this moment. Furthermore, the individual exuded a fragrance that did not belong to Tianke, a scent both peculiar and almost magical, compelling anyone who caught a whiff to turn and gaze at her. It was this gaze that sparked her suspicions. A woman who bore such a close resemblance to the ambitious Tiana, what connection could they possibly share? Her sixth sense hinted that this person was no ordinary individual and might even surpass Sheng'er in capabilities. Upon returning home, Alan dutifully reported Sheng'er's activities for the day. Sheng'er was diligently reviewing the accounts, further solidifying Yingsheng's belief that they were not the same person. Yet, the identity of this mysterious individual was of great interest. Seeking someone with whom she had only a fleeting encounter felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, unless that person revealed themselves. Finding them amidst the vast sea of humanity was nearly impossible. Not having received news of that person did not come as a surprise to Yingsheng, and gradually, she ceased to dwell on it. 3 days later, a sign reading Hualin Embroidery Workshop was hung outside the shop opposite Yingsheng. With splendid garments at affordable prices, and positioned directly across from Yingsheng, it immediately captured the attention of many. On the opening day, crowds of onlookers and bargain hunters flocked to see just what this newly opened establishment could offer, daring to set up shop right across from the most renowned embroidery house in the capital. Upon arrival, they discovered an even more astonishing sight. The 20 or so embroiderers from Yingsheng now stood in 2 neat lines at the entrance, their gazes easily crossing over to those from Yingsheng. However, the owner of Hualin Embroidery Workshop showed no intent to conceal the origins of these embroiderers, boldly displaying a sign that proclaimed them to be the esteemed embroiderers from Yingsheng, known for their reliable craftsmanship. Watching the rows of garments that were originally spring collections from Yingsheng, brothers Lin Hua and Lin Ji could hardly contain their smiles. Lin Hua approached Lin Yang, patting her shoulder. "Well done. Our Lin family will not treat you poorly." At this moment, Lin Yang's face turned ashen, her eyes fixed on the scene before her, unable to lift her head. Lin Hua, however, remained unconcerned, even proclaiming loudly to the surrounding customers, "Look, this is our top embroiderer, once among the best at Yingsheng. These spring garments are undoubtedly the trendiest styles this year." Some young ladies also gathered to witness the spectacle, initially hoping to see if Yingsheng had released any new styles, only to find the newly opened Hualin embroidery workshop displaying beautifully crafted clothing. One young lady traced the patterns of a displayed dress, acknowledging the exquisite embroidery, comparable to that of Yingsheng, yet at a significantly lower price. Still, she hesitated, turning to her companion. "Isn't it unusual that Yingsheng hasn't released any new styles at this time of year?" Another charming young lady shook her head in confusion. "I have no idea. I was planning to select a couple of new outfits from Yingsheng for the upcoming flower viewing." "Still, the garments here are quite appealing," remarked another, seeing the sign outside, claiming these embroiderers hail from Yingsheng. "The quality should be on par, right?" "Absolutely," Lin Ji interjected, fanning himself. "Each stitch and thread is the handiwork of the original embroiderers from Yingsheng, guaranteeing the same quality. In fact, with all the seasoned embroiderers now with us, Yingsheng might struggle to compete." One young lady asked, "If these embroiderers are from Yingsheng, how did they come to you so easily? They have been established for years. And suddenly, all their top embroiderers have left. What does that indicate?" "It suggests that Yingsheng is faltering and cannot retain talent." Lin Ji raised his chin slightly, wearing a smug expression. The young lady who had intended to shop there, upon seeing his demeanor, promptly pulled her friend away, feeling a strong aversion to the shopkeeper. A young lady still engrossed in examining the garments was bewildered as she was dragged out, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. "Jar, what is wrong? I think the dresses here are quite nice, and the prices are reasonable." Yi Jar furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. Moreover, at such low prices, using the embroiderers from Yingsheng, even if Yingsheng is in decline, surely they wouldn't be incapable of delivering quality. She recalled how her mother had recently received a custom spring outfit from Yingsheng, remarking on its beauty, and had declared her intention to order all future garments from there, showing no signs of Yingsheng's decline. The shopkeeper's words sounded all too much like sour grapes from someone who couldn't partake in the grapes. Chapter 43. Is this an attempt to bring ruin upon the general's residence? Tang Jinjin nodded, finding her friend's points compelling. Linking arms, she suggested, "Since Yingsheng is right across the street, let's go take a look." They cheerfully made their way to Yingsheng, only to find the ready-to-wear section lacking in new garments, which puzzled them. Could it be true that the claims from the shop across the way were accurate, suggesting Yingsheng was in decline? With a new store opening and offering substantial discounts, Yingsheng appeared rather desolate, with only a few patrons who, upon arrival, were quickly drawn to the boisterous sales pitch from across the street. As a shop assistant arranging garments noticed their approach, she promptly welcomed them. "Good day, ladies. How may I assist you?" Tang Jinjin surveyed the surrounding area, noting that even the displayed garments were merely old styles, lacking any allure. Why hasn't Yingsheng released any new styles this year? Look at the shop across the street. Their garments are all new designs. With a gentle smile, the shop assistant replied, "Our new styles will gradually be available in 3 days." Yi Jar questioned, "Why not showcase them now? Look at Hualin Embroidery Workshop, bustling with customers. Aren't you worried about losing business?" The assistant maintained her smile, unaffected by the situation across the street. "At Yingsheng, we have always prioritized quality, ensuring our garments enhance the wearer's beauty. If we wished, we could certainly display our new styles for sale right now. However, we aim to perfect each outfit, pairing it with suitable accessories to alleviate any concerns our customers may have regarding matching." Upon hearing this, Tang Jinjin's eyes sparkled with delight. How meticulous! No wonder Yingsheng has such a reputation. I often struggle with pairing accessories for my outfits, and now, if everything is pre-coordinated, I won't have to spend hours or even days fussing over my wardrobe. Yi Jar, too, felt a sense of satisfaction. Whenever she prepared to venture out or attend a gathering, she would agonize over her outfit combinations for far too long, often failing to achieve the desired look. Indeed, I heard my father mention that General Nan, upon his return from the Northwest, intends to host the celebratory banquet that was previously overlooked. If Jin Xiaofang were to present an entire ensemble of attire, it would surely simplify matters for the occasion. Tang Jinjin nodded in agreement, almost forgetting the matter until now. She turned to the shop assistant and inquired, "When will your new collection be available for sale?" The assistant replied, 3 days from now, we will launch our new styles. If you ladies are interested, do come by. We have a diverse array of designs that incorporate various regional features. Upon hearing this, the two were filled with anticipation and resolved to arrive early on the designated day to select their garments. Since the reception of these two young ladies, Jin Xiaofeng had not seen another customer all day, allowing the sales staff a rare moment of respite as they observed a steady stream of patrons at the embroidery shop across the street. Why does that embroideress across the way look so troubled? A new girl inquired. An older employee responded. How could she not? She has betrayed us at Jin Xiaofeng. Look at them. They dare not even glance our way. The new styles in that shop were all meticulously crafted by our hands, and now they reap the benefits.
Why don't we launch our new styles today?
The young girl asked, her big, sparkling eyes wide with innocence. The older employee shook her head. I'm not privy to the arrangements, but Sister Jean is quite shrewd. She won't simply allow her business to be usurped. Perhaps these 2 days are merely a time for her to regroup. Once the new collection is unveiled, the workload will undoubtedly increase. The young girl nodded, somewhat understanding, as she began to look forward to the bustling days ahead. However, 3 days later, she would lament her earlier thoughts, regretting not cherishing the quieter days without customers. Once the doors opened, a steady influx of patrons left her with scarcely a moment to drink water. In preparation for the spring collection debut, Jin Xiaofeng closed its doors for the next 2 days, with the entire staff devoted to readying the new styles. Lin Hua and Lin Ji, observing from a distance, could hardly contain their disbelief, taking every opportunity to disparage Jin Xiaofeng. They've only been in business for a day, yet Jin Xiaofeng is already faltering. I suppose they're not as formidable as they claimed, they remarked, believing that with the embroideress gone, Jin Xiaofeng's time was nearing its end. Amidst this seemingly tranquil period, Yingsheng suddenly learned of an assassination attempt on the emperor, which nearly resulted in his demise. Upon hearing this news, her brow furrowed in concern. Who would dare to act so boldly? Just as she contemplated sending someone to inquire with Feng Yisai about the matter, an imperial edict was posted outside, calling for a woman clad in blue, who bore an exotic fragrance. Upon hearing the term exotic fragrance, Yingsheng's instincts heightened. The description matched that of the woman she had previously encountered, who bore a striking resemblance to Sheng'er. Although Sheng'er was with child and occasionally seen strolling in the back garden, it was impossible for her to be the one in question. Nevertheless, Yingsheng grasped Yan Qi's hand and asked, "Is there a portrait of the assassin posted outside?" Yan Qi shook her head, "No. I heard that the individual wore a veil and it was nighttime, making it impossible to discern their features. However, when she fled, I saw she was dressed unusually, unlike our Tiang style. Do you recall when I mentioned seeing a woman who closely resembled Sheng'er?" Yan Qi's mind raced. "Miss, could it be that the woman described in the edict is the same one you saw before?" The resemblance was uncanny, yet Yingsheng could not be certain. She chewed her lip, pondering the connections between these events. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Yan Qi, and she leaned closer to Yingsheng, whispering, "Miss, could it be that the culprit is aware of Qianu's presence here and has deliberately sent someone resembling her to frame our general's household?" Upon hearing this, Yingsheng found the reasoning compelling. This was an attempt to sow discord between the emperor and Wen Nanxu. Wen Nanxu wielded military power and was devoted to protecting the realm, earning the emperor's favor, serving as a loyal arm. If this was indeed the intention behind the scheme, the two exchanged glances, instantly reaching a conclusion. This was a plot for rebellion. "Miss, what should we do? The emperor is unaware that Sheng'er resides within the general's household. If someone emerges claiming to have seen the assassin and presents the portrait, we could never absolve ourselves of the suspicion surrounding an assassination attempt on the emperor, which is a heinous crime punishable by the execution of entire families." Yingsheng also considered this, her brow knitting tighter with worry. It was evident they were being cornered. Chapter 44. Could she not close the doors and unleash the dogs? Yingsheng recalled the 2 letters that had been sent to Sheng'er, which were merely intended to secure her position as the general's wife, without any indication of a plot against the household. Or could it be that these individuals were not of the same master? If their assumptions were correct, it seemed the blue-clad woman had access to more information, perhaps even controlling Sheng'er directly. Thus, there were 2 possibilities. Either they were allies, using Sheng'er as bait, or the blue-clad woman had more formidable backing, with vast ambitions and a sense of urgency. In the absence of Wen Nanxu, it would be a prime opportunity to strike, accusing him of treason in his absence, creating a narrative to support their claims. Yet, upon reflection, It was known that when Nanxu had previously mentioned that Sheng'er was brought back at the behest of the crown prince, meaning the crown prince was aware of her existence. With his testimony, there was little reason to fear the emperor's suspicions. However, if this matter were to come to light, even if the emperor wished to protect them, he would be overwhelmed by the voices of the court. Before Wen Nanxu's return, it would be the families residing within the general's household who would suffer. Should Wen Nanxu hear that his mother and wife were imprisoned while he was devoted to the nation, it could lead to his wrath and rebellion, solidifying the accusations against him. Contemplating this, Yingsheng could not help but admire the cunning of her adversary. Their strategy was indeed masterful. Throughout history, rulers have feared powerful generals, and it was clear that the relationship between the current emperor and Wen Nanxu was far deeper than mere appearances suggested. Were there any signs of discord, Wen Nanxu's repeated requests to relinquish his military command would have been granted after the third plea. With the external forces aiming to suppress Wen Nanxu and internal plots to frame him, it was evident that he had significantly disrupted many interests, prompting such urgency from his rivals. Based on the previous conversations regarding Sheng'er, it appeared that the Yingsheng family harbored significant issues. A vast net was being cast, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting. Could she not simply close the doors and unleash the dogs? Yingsheng instructed Yan Qi to prepare paper and ink. Since she could not locate the blue-clad woman, she might as well start with those around her. Taking the materials, Yingsheng quickly sketched the likeness of the blue-clad woman, and once it dried, she summoned Alu, Qianu's attendant, and whispered a few instructions. Alu promptly took the image and set off. Yan Qi, observing Alu's arrival, was puzzled. "Miss, don't you usually consult Alan for such matters?" Yingsheng smiled slightly. "Alu, in Qianu's presence, is merely a loyal maid who has wholly devoted herself to her. If Alan were to take this, she might perceive it as a test of her loyalty, but Alu is different." After a brief explanation, Yan Qi couldn't help but admire her young mistress. It was truly remarkable how she had secured a trustworthy confidant for Sheng'er within the general's residence. Those matters that others deemed unmanageable would be entrusted to Alu, and all the unspeakable secrets would be divulged to her. At that moment, Sheng'er sat before her desk, diligently organizing the accounts, while Alan occasionally fed her pieces of fruit. Noticing Alu's unusual demeanor, she promptly dismissed Alan, stating, "I am feeling somewhat fatigued. You may leave now. Let Alu attend to my rest." Yes, Alan obediently exited. Alu hastily shut the door behind her, and Sheng'er, observing the perplexed expression on Alu's face, set down her pen and inquired, "What is it? What has happened?" Alu recounted the events regarding the imperial edict in meticulous detail, then unfurled a portrait, revealing a face remarkably similar to Sheng'er's. Her pupils dilated in shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. Alu continued, "My lady, this individual bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Unless she reveals herself, anyone would assume you were responsible for the assassination of the emperor. However, you have not left the general's residence since your arrival." As she spoke, Alu discreetly scrutinized Sheng'er's expression, assessing whether she recognized the woman in the portrait. Sheng'er clenched her fists, exclaiming, "How could that be? My sister would never attempt to assassinate the emperor. Does she know I am in the capital? This is an attempt to place me in peril." A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, quickly masked by an innocent expression as she grasped Alu's hand. "How could there be anyone who resembles me so closely? You yourself said I have remained in the general's residence, never stepping outside. And furthermore, I am with child. I possess no martial skills, let alone assassinating the emperor. I cannot even enter the palace." Alu found her reasoning sound. Indeed, she had been confined to the residence and had been unable to venture beyond its boundaries. Yet, the trace of panic she had observed in Sheng'er's eyes did not escape her notice. It appeared that while the woman in the portrait was not Sheng'er, she certainly held some connection to her. But if this is traced back to our general's residence, no one would believe that there exists another person who looks just like you. An assassination of the emperor is a capital offense, and the general's residence would not escape unscathed. "My lady, do you have a plan?" Sheng'er's face paled instantly, having finally settled in the general's residence. She could not bear the thought of being implicated in a crime punishable by death. She would not allow her bright future to be extinguished. Seizing a pen, she swiftly penned a letter, folded it, and placed it in an envelope, gazing tearfully at Alu while caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. "You know I carry the general's child. How could I commit such an act? Even if I do not consider my own future, I must think of the child in my womb. Take this letter to the place I mentioned before and meet with the contacts there. They will assist me. Lu nodded, carefully stowing the envelope in her sleeve before excusing herself. Once outside, she instructed Alon to keep a close watch on Sheng'er and see what further actions she might take to prove her innocence. She then hurried to Yingsheng's courtyard, delivering the letter and recounting the recent events in detail. Yingsheng perused the contents of the letter, concluding that she recognized the individual in question, but confirmed they were not aligned. Lu stood respectfully before Yingsheng, noting her expression indicated agreement. Very well. I understand.
Proceed as she instructed.
An agile figure emerged from atop the roof, responding, Your subordinate is here. Yingsheng replicated the portrait and instructed. Take this image to Sheng'er's contacts and have them investigate the dilapidated temples and thatched cottages surrounding the capital. Ensure they search for any unfamiliar faces encroaching upon their territory. Understood. The agile figure grasped the portrait and vanished into the twilight. Chapter 45. Why learn something else when you can boast? As the lanterns illuminated the evening sky and the birds returned to their nests, tranquility enveloped the outskirts. A woman, wounded and weary, staggered toward a decrepit temple, coughing up blood and nearly losing consciousness. After wiping the blood from her lips, she gritted her teeth and leaned against a crumbling wall, tearing a strip from her garment to bind her bleeding arm. Dog Emperor, consider yourself fortunate this time. The woman leaned against a pillar, feigning sleep, when suddenly a flash of blue appeared, prompting her to open her eyes and draw a dagger from her waist. Who is there? It's me, Mississippi. Upon recognizing the voice, she breathed a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Your subordinate has confirmed that the second miss is indeed in the capital. However, her exact whereabouts remain unclear. With a cold expression, the woman replied, If you don't know, then find out. Anyone who dares betray the Lu family will pay dearly. The man hesitated, but she is your biological sister.
Ha!
To betray an entire family for a man? I, Lu Qingyu, have no such sister. A venomous glint flickered in Lu Qingyu's eyes as a smile reminiscent of a viper graced her beautiful face. By the way, ISNT that dog emperor searching for me? Spread my portrait far and wide. Since that wretched woman is in the capital, let that dog emperor find my dear sister for me. Understood. Yet, the man did not leave. Lu Qingyu's expression darkened. Why are you still here? He glanced at her injury. Miss, shouldn't I help you leave first? Is it that I can no longer command you? Do as I say. It's merely a scratch. I can still preserve my life. Even if I am stripped of all my martial prowess, there are few who could take my life. Lu Qingyu flew into a rage. She despised being perceived as weak. Unlike Lu Qianan, that useless wretch who only knew how to weep, she was destined to be a pawn, manipulated by others. Lu Qingyu was different. She was the future head of the Lu family, destined to control others. After being reprimanded, the man hastily departed, spreading her portrait. Just a wall away, a figure lazily scratched his ear, evidently roused by the conversation. Stretching in the grass, he reached for his wine gourd, weighing it in his hand, and frowned. Something was amiss. He remembered that his gourd was empty. Had someone played a prank? With that thought, he sat up, intrigued by the source of the mischief. He was eager to uncover the contents of the gourd. Removing the cork, a robust aroma of wine wafted out, startling him into quickly replacing the cork. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he recognized it as the exquisite pear blossom spring. For the first time in his life, Sheng'er doubted his superb sense of smell. He removed the cork again, inhaling deeply. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with delight. Who had been so generous? This gourd was filled to the brim with pear blossom spring, enough to last him for quite some time. Grinning, he took a sip of the wine, savoring its rich flavor, feeling utterly content. Reclining back in the grass, he absent-mindedly poked at the gourd's base when suddenly, a piece broke off, startling him into sitting upright. Fearing he would lose the precious liquid, lifting the gourd, he found the base intact, allowing his racing heart to calm. Thank goodness. He resolved to abandon this habit of poking at the gourd, lest he miss out on such delightful wine. Picking up the broken piece, he rolled it between his fingers, discovering it could unfold. In search of an individual, a portrait was hidden within a haystack, with the promise of a month's worth of intoxicating wine for anyone who could locate it. Upon discovering the note, Sheng'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a generous reward was indeed befitting of his extravagant nature. He rummaged through the haystack for the portrait while leaning against a pillar, and the disdainful expression on Lu Qingyue's face reflected her irritation at the presence of rodents in this desolate wilderness. Once he retrieved the portrait, Qian Erdwa scrutinized it, exclaiming in disbelief that such a delicate figure dared to enter the palace to assassinate the emperor. Could she withstand the formidable blades of the imperial guards? Just as he contemplated rallying his comrades to take action, he recalled that there was another presence on his territory, a woman who appeared to be injured. Yet, upon hearing her boast that even if her martial prowess was diminished, few could defeat her, his curiosity was piqued. He was eager to discern the true identity of this so-called young lady who dared to encroach upon his domain. Peering through a hastily made hole in the crumbling wall, he squinted at the figure in the fading light of dusk. Dressed in a striking blue attire, she certainly attracted attention. The adornments on her forehead seemed to be of considerable worth. Why would she abandon the opulence of the capital's luxurious inns to vie for his territory? Observing her wounded arm, he couldn't help but scoff at her earlier bravado. With a sigh, he thought to himself that were it not for the high-paying job he had just accepted, he would have unceremoniously expelled this blue-clad girl from his territory. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was this not the very girl from the portrait? It seemed that some wine was indeed destined for him. Summoning a mouse, he whispered a few words, and it scurried off to gather its companions. With a gentle puff at the cave's entrance, he swaggered past the dilapidated wall, only to be approached by several others who had received word of his newfound treasure. "Big brother, we hear you've acquired a fine jug of wine," one exclaimed, while another sniffed the air, eyes widening with recognition. "Is that not the famed floating life intoxication?" They gathered eagerly around Qian Erdwa, pleading for a taste. No, I have barely enough for myself," he replied, pulling up a rickety chair and gesturing towards the blue-clad girl. As they exchanged glances, one remarked, "She's quite pretty, but her attire does not seem to belong to our Tianke." The youngest interjected, "Look, she's injured. Perhaps she's a spy sent from another place." The leader declared, "Regardless of her identity, anyone who dares to intrude upon my territory deserves to be captured." As they prepared to act, Lu Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Who goes there?" The leader tossed his hair dismissively. "Just someone you don't know." Lu Qingyue retorted, "Li Ge. Why waste words on someone who brazenly invades territory? Just bind her up." The young man brandished a rope, boasting of his audacity. "I, Xiongda, fear nothing." He proceeded to bind her around the pillar, leaving her breathless. Attempting to break free, she found herself utterly powerless. It was no wonder she hadn't sensed their intrusion earlier. "What have you done to me?" she demanded. Xiongda scratched his ear. "Miss, your eyesight seems to be failing you. We just tied you up. Are you not of sound mind?" Fuming, Lu Qingyue clenched her fists, struggling to maintain her composure. "Release me, and I will grant you whatever you desire." "Is that so? Didn't you notice?" Xiongda retorted, almost mocking her. Frustrated, she spat at them defiantly. "You think you're worthy of my body?" Xiongda scoffed. "You're quite ordinary in appearance, yet so confident. Commendable indeed." Li interjected, "Come now. She is still a lady. You ought to speak more respectfully." "Indeed, we must cherish the fairer sex," added Luobo, observing the scene with amusement. Xiongda snorted. "She's not even as lovely as the finest jade." Lu Qingyue's eyes glinted with fury. Such insolence would not go unpunished. However, finding herself in a compromising position, she resorted to negotiation. "Let me go, and I will fulfill any condition you propose." Xiongda pondered, "But what if we refuse?" Determined, Lu Qingyue resisted the urge to voice her indignation. Luobo yawned languidly. "What's this? Do we need to look good for you? You're nothing but a child." He turned to Qian Erdwa. "Big brother, how shall we deal with this young lady?" "Let us sell her for some wine," Qian Erdwa replied nonchalantly. The trio's eyes lit up at the prospect, but Xiongda frowned. With her looks, will she fetch a good price? Li scratched his head. "True, she's not much to look at." Lu Qingyue nearly ground her teeth in frustration. What kind of judgment is this? I am the most beautiful woman in the Southwest. Yet, she remained composed, seizing the opportunity to bargain. "Name your price. I can meet it if you release me. I promise you a life of wealth and honor." Luobo dismissed her offer. "I could grant you a lifetime of power as well." "Anyone can boast," Li quipped, swinging his head lazily. Xiongda remained expressionless. "The night is dark. Even cows can fly." Frustrated by their indifference, Lu Qingyue felt her resolve falter. She had intended to wait until her strength returned to confront them, but in her agitation, she felt herself faint. I didn't even have a chance to act. How could I have passed out? Luo Bo remarked, unimpressed. Ellie patted his shoulder. Given the potency of Qian Ji's concoctions, it's remarkable she lasted this long before succumbing. Rising from his chair, Qian Erdwa produced a bag to encase her for transport, declaring, "Gentlemen, let us indulge in some wine." Xiongda eyed the gourd at Qian Erdwa's waist. "Brother, can we have a taste first?" "Patience. Soon we shall enjoy it to our heart's content." Qian Erdwa waved dismissively as he led the way. The trio swiftly secured Lu Qingyue in the bag, following closely behind. Luo Bo leaned closer to Qian Erdwa and asked, "Brother, were you serious about that earlier statement?" Qian Erdwa tossed him a roasted chestnut. "When have I ever boasted? This girl is valuable enough to keep us well supplied with wine." Luo Bo remained skeptical, as did the shadowy figure who had sent Qian Erdwa on this quest. Had he truly found the person so swiftly? "Brother Yao, here is the individual you sought," Qian Erdwa revealed, unveiling the bound woman. "She bears an uncanny resemblance to the portrait you provided." Yao was taken aback, staring at the captured figure, who indeed matched the likeness in the image. It was astonishing how quickly they had succeeded. Qian Erdwa raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought such a coincidence would occur? That this woman would be on my territory, awakening to find her before my very eyes. There's a saying, isn't there? Something about breaking shoes without effort. Xiongda interjected, that would be treading on iron shoes without finding a place, gaining it all without effort. Exactly. Qian Erdwa exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is the beauty of cultured individuals. Xiongda scoffed, you lack education. Qian Erdwa continued to animatedly recount this remarkable coincidence, his spittle flying like rain. Luo Bo remarked, "Brother truly has a gift for storytelling." Lu Li added, "You've made it sound almost mythical." Xiongda suggested, "Let us tidy up and head to the storyteller to report." An envoy emerged from his sleeve, producing a card. "With this card, we can indulge in an entire month's worth of drinks at Fu Xingzue." Qian Erdwa's tale abruptly ceased as he took the card, nearly bursting with excitement, contemplating running circles around the capital. The other three halted their inner critiques, gazing at the card, stifling laughter. Fu Xingzue, the largest tavern in the capital, renowned for its exquisite selection of wines, truly a paradise for connoisseurs, albeit pricey, making it hard for them to indulge, yet now they could drink to their heart's content. The envoy, carrying a person in a sack, vanished into the night. Yingsheng sat on a swing in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, her thoughts drifting far away. Suddenly, the envoy descended. "Madam." Yingsheng snapped back to reality. "What's the matter? We have captured a person." "Who?" Yingsheng was taken aback. The envoy explained, "I have imprisoned the woman in blue in the dungeon. Would you like to see?" "So soon? You're astonishing," Yingsheng exclaimed, having expected a much longer wait. The envoy, feeling the speed was indeed remarkable, relayed a simplified version of Qian Erdwa's words to her. Yingsheng felt as though she were listening to a story. It was truly a remarkable twist of fate. "I think so too," the envoy agreed. Yingsheng rose. "You've worked hard. What reward do you desire?" The envoy clasped his fists. "Madam, the rewards you grant me are already plentiful. This is merely part of my duty. And capturing this person is also thanks to Qian Erdwa and the others." Yingsheng yawned. "All right. As long as you don't shortchange yourself with the privileges from the various establishments, it's all good. By the way, did you give them any rewards?" Chapter 47. The Frustrated Blue Rat Alcohol.
"Oh, what?"
Yingsheng blinked. "You only gave them a little alcohol?" The envoy replied, "A month's worth of drinks at Fu Xingzue is far more delightful to them than receiving gold and silver." Yingsheng nodded. "Fu Xingzue's wine? That sounds vaguely familiar." The envoy, noticing her puzzled expression, couldn't he help but remind, "Madam, this tavern, which earns thousands of jugs daily, is also yours."
"Ah."
Yingsheng felt slightly embarrassed, realizing she had opened a few too many establishments and momentarily forgot. As long as the reward satisfied them, that was all that mattered. Having said that, Yingsheng slipped away, intending to inquire with Yanqi about the tavern's location, wondering how she had no recollection of it. Did it truly earn thousands daily? Meanwhile, Qian Erdwa and the others, somewhat intoxicated, were supporting each other as they made their way towards the city gate. The moon was bright, and the dimly lit street was deserted, save for the night watchman. Luo Bo suddenly felt an urgent need and darted beneath a large tree. Just as he unfastened his belt, he noticed a shadow nearby and thought nothing of it. "Brother, you're also here for convenience?" Came the reply. And Luo Bo collapsed immediately. Qian Erdwa and the others, waiting for Luo Bo, leaned against the city wall, wondering why he had not yet returned. Did he fall from the tree? Who knows? Xiongda remarked, feeling an itch on his back, rubbing against the wall, only to hear a sound that startled the other two. Luli turned to him. "Be careful. You can't mess with the things posted near the city gate. Don't damage any imperial edicts." Xiongda, feeling a bit guilty, picked up the half-torn paper from the ground, squinting at it. "This is serious." Qian Erdwa, half awake, inquired, "You really tore down an imperial edict? Brother, look at the person in this illustration. What is it? You recognize them?" Qian Erdwa approached, his eyes widening. "Isn't this the girl in blue? What's going on? Why is she next to this imperial edict? She wouldn't be the one who assassinated the emperor, would she?" Lu Li speculated. Qian Erdwa stared at the image for quite some time before finally ripping it down along with the remaining half. "What are you doing?" Xiongda asked, puzzled. Qian Erdwa crumpled the illustration in his hand. There must be a plot here. Xiongda and Lu Li were bewildered. "What plot?" "We didn't see this illustration during the day. It must have been posted at night when no one was around. It's certainly not something the people depicted would do, and since Brother Yao asked us to find someone and then this was posted, it could very well be a ruse." Lu Li scratched his head, not comprehending. Xiongda wrapped an arm around Qian Erdwa's shoulder. "But could they have guessed we already captured her?" That was indeed the most puzzling aspect. However, since Brother Yao had asked them to find this person, it indicated her importance. They decided to ignore that for now and see how many more of these illustrations were posted, intending to tear them down and consult Brother Yao the following day. Xiongda nodded, "Right. Otherwise we wouldn't be doing justice to the fine wine Brother Yao provided us." With determination, the two set off, tearing down any posted illustrations throughout the capital. Lu Li, unable to keep pace with them and confused by their conversation, lagged behind and decided to sit under a tree to doze off. As spring arrived, mosquitoes began to swarm, and while Lu Li was enjoying his nap, a buzzing mosquito bit him, rousing his temper. He drew his whip and snapped it in the air a few times. With a rustle, a blue rat fell from the tree, startling Lu Li awake. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be moving.
Somewhat human-like.
Suddenly, Lu Li recalled ghost stories he had heard and became even more frightened. Lu Li, feared nothing but ghosts. Watching the creature writhing on the ground, he tightened his grip on the whip and began to lash out wildly, striking the blue rat repeatedly. The blue rat, stunned from the fall, sensed danger and released a peculiar fragrance. Those who were awake did not faint, but the scent wafted to where others were, awakening them. "What?" Luo Bo heard the commotion and hurriedly pulled up his trousers, rushing over to hear Lu Li's voice. "I'll beat you, you rat spirit." As the blue rat stood up again, it was promptly kicked down by Lu Li, its sword unsheathed yet again thwarted by the long whip. Already injured, facing this madman, it had no strength left to retaliate. For the first time in its life, it felt such defeat. It had been a top-tier expert in the southwest. Yet here in the capital, it had failed time and again. Rushing over, Luo Bo exclaimed, "Brother Li, what are you doing?" Wiping the sweat from his brow. Lu Li replied, "Do you have any rope? Quickly tie up this blue rat." "Oh, sure." Luo Bo unfastened a rope from his waist and swiftly bound the blue rat into a blue bundle. With great strength, he lifted the person and, while walking, asked, "Where's the big brother?" Lu Li rubbed his hands together, seemingly preparing to tear the image apart. I couldn't quite grasp what they were murmuring about and fell behind their pace. I thought to take a nap under the tree, but unexpectedly encountered a blue-skinned rat that nearly frightened me to death. The blue rat exclaimed, "Who is scaring whom?" I was resting peacefully up in the tree. "And you pulled me down with your whip." Luo Bo weighed the blue rice dumpling in his hand and remarked, "Brother Li, this is a person." The blue rat, being clever, urged, "Tie him up tightly, do not let him escape. When the elder brother returns, he will surely have a way to reveal his true form." Lu Li shot a fierce glare at the blue rat, thinking about how he would strip away its blue skin for scaring him in the dead of night. The rat shivered slightly, questioning the supposed etiquette of the people from the capital. The two sat beneath the wall, awaiting the return of Qian Erduo and Xiongda. But soon the drowsiness crept upon them. Seizing the opportunity, the person bound nearby tugged at his ropes with all his might, but instead of loosening, they tightened even further. Are the people from the capital all this formidable? He pondered. Considering they were about to sleep, he thought it might be helpful to assist them. He discreetly extracted some sleeping powder from his sleeve and let the wind carry it towards them. A sly smile crept across his face. Sleep well. I shall ensure you do so. In the next moment, both men opened their eyes simultaneously and fixed their gazes upon him. The blue rat was astonished. Why did the most potent sleeping powder from the southwest fail to work on them? As their spirits seemed to lift, Luli gazed up at the sparse stars scattered across the sky. Perplexed, why am I not sleepy? Luo Bo scratched his head. Indeed, if we were drowsy, time would pass swiftly. Perhaps when we awaken, they will have returned. The blue rat speculated. Could he be using fake medicine? To verify the authenticity of the drug, he lowered his neck and took a deep breath, only to find his vision blurring and consciousness fading as he succumbed to a splendid slumber. Luo Bo glanced at him. Amused, this fellow still managed to sleep. Quite the mindset to be bound yet still at ease. Sheng'er, while tugging at the wall-s portrait, complained, did a human even paint this? It is utterly grotesque, unrecognizable as a person. Disdainfully, he crumpled the paper in hand. They stepped under the starlight, heading towards the city gate to rendezvous with Sheng'er duo. Under the same starry sky, in stark contrast to the serene capital, at the foot of the thick fog-laden mountain, the clash of blades echoed amidst the carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, and the acrid stench of blood mingled with human waste filled the air. What on earth was happening? One man mechanically swung his sword, his strength nearly exhausted. Yet his desperation drove him to fight with increasing ferocity. However, the enemy seemed endless as he witnessed his comrades fall one by one, deepening his despair. A closer inspection revealed that these assailants were clearly targeting one among them. Protect the general. Despite their exhaustion, they fought valiantly. General, I have yet to utter a word of protection for Mushan, but before he could finish, a sudden wave of assassins caught him off guard. He swung his large iron hammer, sending the nearest attackers flying. Wen Nanxu gripped his sword tightly, his sharp, deep-set black eyes glimmering with a fierce intent. His movements were swift, striking with precision, leaving no room for hesitation. This invigorated the morale of his comrades, and they quickly dispatched the attackers before them. As the last assassins had toppled, relief washed over them, and they hurriedly counted their numbers. Having already suffered casualties in the mountains, they were now left with even fewer. Mushan gasped, General, should we rest for a moment or press on? When Nanxu picked up a token from a fallen opponent's waist, his brow furrowing slightly. Members of the Sheng'er men. Casting a glance at the mountain of corpses, he ordered, let us leave at once. Yes, Mushan hefted his two large hammers, organizing the remaining men to move forward. Not far into their journey, two dark arrows fell from the sky, narrowly missing Wen Nanxu's face and embedding themselves in the stone ahead. When Nanxu approached and retrieved an arrow from the stone, noting the force behind it, had it struck a person, it would have surely been fatal. In the chilly night of the northwest, a gust of wind stirred, and he turned the arrowhead, hearing something roll nearby. When Nanxu glanced at the adjacent stone cave, you all should hide in that cave. Mushan looked at him, asking, what about you, General? When Nanxu remained silent, stepping toward the cave entrance. The others followed suit, and just as they entered, a hail of arrows rained down, their rapid fire echoing ominously. Had they been a moment slower, they would have been riddled with arrows. Mushan watched the scene unfold, swallowing hard, realizing his general possessed remarkable foresight. When Nanxu observed the chaos of arrows, the howling winds filling his ears along with the sounds of approaching hooves, it seemed more were coming, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, waiting for the shower of arrows to cease. After about a quarter of an hour, the arrows dwindled in number, occasionally dropping a head or two. Mushan stood frozen, astonished. Are they even killing their own? The others resting against the wall heard Mushan's words and peered out to see what was happening. Yet, as the rain of heads intensified, curiosity got the better of Mushan, stretching his neck out, only to be struck squarely by a flying head, hot blood splattering across his face.
Ugh, he spat,
wiping the blood off his face in disgust. When Nanxu shot him a sidelong glance and Mushan, feeling wronged, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Great. Now I'm covered in blood again. Mushan was on the verge of losing his mind, wondering who was so ruthless. Those lying in ambush did not anticipate being attacked themselves. By the time they reacted, heads were already soaring through the air. After a night of slaughter, as dawn began to break, the horrific scene became painfully clear. The ground was littered with corpses, a sight that was beyond description. A sea of blood and mountains of bodies, bones exposed to the elements. Even those who had experienced battle were shocked by the spectacle. Who were these foes that sought to annihilate them? Stepping over the remains, Wen Nanxu emerged from the foot of the mountain, observing the traps that had been dealt with, his brow furrowing deeper. Who was assisting him? Lazily perched atop a tree on a cliff, a figure lay back, chewing on a blade of grass. Watching Wen Nanxu and his group depart, murmuring, "My dear treasure, how shall you repay me this time?" Beside him, another person smirked, "Master Jing, they have left. Shall we not follow?" Mo Shangchen sprang upright, "They've left." His subordinate nodded mechanically, "They left long ago." "Then let us go as well. You could have reminded me sooner." His disgruntled subordinate retorted, "I called out to you several times, but you were too busy chuckling to yourself." Mo Shangchen felt a bit flustered, adjusting his clothing. Such remarks need not be voiced aloud. "Let us inquire about the reward for my dear treasure." His subordinate hesitated. "Master Jing, are you certain you will receive it?" Mo Shangchen narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" His subordinate replied, "Have you forgotten she requested your help in investigating someone?" Mo Shangchen paused, realizing he had indeed overlooked that detail. Yet, how could he admit it? He fanned himself dramatically. "Who says I forgot? Let us go investigate. I'm quite busy, and you should know to help me with these matters." His honest subordinate reminded him, "Master Jing, you previously stated that you would handle this young lady's affairs personally, as this would facilitate better negotiations for the reward." Mo Shangchen gritted his teeth, recalling the words with clarity. His subordinates stood respectfully before him, knowing they could not forget the words of the Mirror Master. Mo Shangchen, in a fit of anger, stormed away. In the main tent of the disaster relief area, Feng Yan was concluding the final relief efforts while discussing the reconstruction of homes for the disaster victims with two other ministers. Suddenly, a person rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, there is grave news." A sense of unease flickered within Feng Yan. "What is it?" General Wen was ambushed and assassinated on his way down the mountain. Blood flowed like a river from the foot of the foggy mountain, with corpses scattered everywhere. "What?" Feng Yan sprang to his feet, demanding, "What happened to the general?" The man shook his head, explaining that a woodcutter had discovered the scene earlier that morning and informed him. After leading a group to investigate, they found complete corpses along the recently descended path, most of which belonged to General Wen's subordinates. Further along, the bodies were mangled beyond recognition. Chapter 49. Even a master of gossip would shake his head at this. Feng Yan's expression darkened, his phoenix eyes slightly lowered, obscuring his thoughts. The two ministers exchanged glances, their faces growing increasingly grave. One of them, filled with indignation, remarked, "This is a blatant provocation against the authority of the Tianke kingdom." General Wen led elite soldiers into the deep mountains to eliminate ferocious beasts for the welfare of the people, yet someone has deliberately laid ambushes along the main route down. Fully aware that the soldiers, after battling in the mountains, would be too exhausted to withstand a second confrontation. The other minister raised his chin slightly, his gaze piercing. "Lord Wei, are you suggesting that this was a deliberate act?" "The matters of the mountains are complex," he replied. "Spring has arrived, and the beasts on Foggy Mountain have started to forage, posing a threat to the lives of the surrounding populace. However, it cannot be ruled out that someone is deliberately using this situation to harm our talents in the Tianke kingdom. Moreover, General Wen took only elite troops to minimize casualties." Lord Wei paused, glancing at Feng Yan. "Your Highness, how should we address this matter?" Feng Yan met his gaze before striding out. Observing the disaster victims working diligently, praising themselves, stirred a deep discomfort within him. Accompanied by two aides, he rode closer to Foggy Mountain, the heavy stench of blood suffocating him. The endless sight of corpses and the shattered armor of the Fengyun guards overwhelmed him. Closing his eyes, he ultimately decided not to advance further. As he turned his horse around, a pearl glimmering with a pure white light pierced his heart. Dismounting, he picked up the pearl from the blood-soaked ground, only to realize it was part of a tassel, now stained by blood, with only the white jade-like bead gleaming under the sun amidst the crimson. Feng Yan recognized the tassel. Every time when Nanxu had bested him, he had caught sight of it at his waist. He had long wished to snatch it away, but had never been able to touch even the corner of Wen Nanxu's clothing due to his formidable skills. He had heard that this tassel was crafted by Yingsheng herself, with the pristine beads polished by her own hands. Unless Wen Nanxu were to perish, this tassel would never leave him. gazing down at the tassel, now tainted by someone else's blood. He held a singular thought. As long as the blood was not that of Wen Nanxu, he would find solace. Climbing back onto his horse, his expression hardened, reflecting the unyielding demeanor of a prince. He instructed a nearby attendant, "Send someone to clean this place thoroughly. We cannot allow this thick stench of blood to attract the tigers and bears from the mountains." Upon returning to the disaster area, Feng Ian personally washed the tassel. But despite his efforts, it would never regain its former pristine white appearance. "Your Highness, trouble arises," came a voice. Feng Ian wrung out the water from the tassel. "What now?" A unit of elite troops is approaching the South Mountain Pass with ill intent. A cold glimmer crossed Feng Ian's eyes.
Indeed.
Some individuals could not conceal their ambitions. Did they truly believe that all would be well beyond Wen Nanxu? Glancing at the tassel in his hand, a subtle, imperceptible smile of cold amusement crossed his lips as a well-trained unit stealthily approached the South Mountain Pass. The northwestern wind howled fiercely, carrying the scent of blood and rain across the verdant mountains and rivers, reaching the capital. On this day, a plethora of new spring garments were unveiled at the brocade boutique, drawing in numerous young ladies, including Feng Yisai, who could not resist joining the excitement. The recent assassination in the palace had cast a heavy pall over the entire court, and Feng Yisai, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, had risen early to visit the general's residence, pulling the still-sleeping Yingsheng from her dreams.
Sister sang.
"I heard that the brocade boutique has many new spring outfits today. Will you accompany me to take a look?" Yingsheng, still half asleep, responded with a groan. Feng Yisai, brimming with excitement at the prospect of finally escaping the palace, chattered incessantly about the fascinating sights she had encountered on her way. From the countless food stalls to the beautiful hairstyles of a certain young lady, lamenting the absence of handsome men, even mentioning a grasshopper she had spotted at the general's residence. Yingsheng, who had only just closed her eyes after a long night, found herself drifting back into slumber at Feng Yisai's words. Seeing her sister close her eyes again, Feng Yisai took a deep breath and pulled her up. Sister sang. "Your clothes are made by the palace's embroiderers. Why do you need to join the crowd?" Feng Yisai pouted. "It's different. The palace embroiderers' clothes aren't as beautiful as those from the brocade boutique. Then you should go choose for yourself. Whatever you select will be considered mine, all right?" "I'm so tired," Yingsheng replied, pulling the quilt over her head. Feng Yisai, feeling wronged, clutched her hand. "Sister sang." Yingsheng took a deep breath. "I'll go with you after I wake up." Feng Yisai's face lit up. "All right, Sister Sang, you rest first. I'll wait for you." She placed Yingsheng's hand back under the quilt and skipped out of the courtyard. Yingsheng thought to herself, "Then I shall wait. She won't get up until she's fully rested." Ever since that night when Lu Qinghua was captured, she had hardly slept at all. Though she was merely an unremarkable little merchant, content with counting her coins and leading a pleasant life, there were always those who fancied themselves with power and wealth, targeting her as a small merchant one moment and plotting against the general's residence the next. If they wished to confront her, they should come at her openly. What was the point of colluding in the shadows? The intricate web of relationships was so convoluted that even a master of gossip would shake their head in disbelief. Many had begun to show their faces, yet whether they were truly connected remained uncertain, even to themselves. Sheng'er and his 3 companions had torn down numerous posters throughout the city, while 2 others had captured a blue-skinned rat. Upon receiving news from each other that morning, the dark creatures were left in shock, staring at the deeply sleeping blue-skinned dumpling, their eyes widening in disbelief. After hearing of their peculiar experiences that night, one dark creature held the dumpling in one hand and a crumpled poster in the other, stepping into the first rays of morning light before Yingsheng. Upon seeing the blue hue, Yingsheng's first reaction was, "Did it escape?" The dark creature flipped the blue dumpling over, saying, "Madam, this should be that person's accomplice. Captured by Luobwa and Luli as a monster." Yingsheng merely touched her nose, placing no importance on the person before her. "What sort of monster? A dumpling spirit?" The dark demon blinked, a sense of peculiarity lingering in the air, resembling a rat spirit. Yingsheng circled around the Zongzi on the ground twice, resting her chin on her hand, and remarked, "This doesn't quite seem right. However, judging by its appearance, it certainly looks rather dim-witted. Could it truly be an accomplice?" Suddenly, the figure opened its eyes wide, its round pupils rolling in surprise, startling Yingsheng, who jumped back. The dark demon, upon noticing, kicked it twice on its rear, admonishing, Why would you scare her? The Zongzi spirit, propped up on the ground, was perplexed. Yingsheng tossed a few crumpled images in front of it, folding her arms. Do you recognize the blue sprite depicted in these drawings? Initially taken aback, the Zongzi spirit frowned, wondering what blue sprite she was referring to. But upon closer inspection, it was dumbfounded, for how could it not recognize its own handiwork from the previous night? Seeing its expression, Yingsheng concluded, Indeed, you are an accomplice. The Zongzi spirit retorted, You hardly appear clever yourself. Why would anyone wish to collaborate with you? It's no wonder you were captured. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Yingsheng then turned to the dark demon, saying, You decide how to handle this. A buy-one-get-one free deal seems quite reasonable. The Zongzi spirit's eyes widened further, gazing at Yingsheng. Aren't you going to inquire about anything? Yingsheng blinked innocently. What should I ask? If I were to question you, would you provide truthful answers? Even if you did, I would still need to expend considerable resources to verify your words. Yet, you don't strike me as particularly astute, so it hardly seems worthwhile. I am one of the top experts in the Southwest. The Zongzi spirit exclaimed passionately. Since arriving in the capital, nothing had gone smoothly for it, and now someone dared to declare it was not clever? This was intolerable. Yingsheng's bright eyes glimmered with a shadowy light as she spoke nonchalantly. Which ranking are you referring to? Does it hold any authority? Can you prove its legitimacy? Surely it's not a purchase ranking? The Zongzi spirit's face flushed with anger, resembling a Zongzi that had been boiled and was still steaming. I am among the top 3 in the Southwest's radiant ranking. Do you even know what that is? Yingsheng blinked. I do not. Her simple reply nearly turned the blue Zongzi red with fury. You should inquire about it. But wouldn't that require spending money? The Zongzi spirit felt a surge of frustration, as if it had a blockage in its chest. It was exasperating. Who claimed that the people of the capital were gentle and unpretentious. The ones it encountered were all infuriatingly vexatious. Yingsheng elegantly lifted the teacup from the table. Taking a sip. Take it away, it's becoming rather painful to look at. The Zongzi spirit spat out a mouthful of blood, while Yingsheng delicately covered her mouth and nose, expressing disdain. Surely, your reputation as a top expert from the Southwest wasn't earned through such antics. Upon hearing this, the Zongzi spirit nearly fainted, its vision darkening, collapsing in a manner reminiscent of a turtle turned upside down. Lock him away and thoroughly investigate this so-called radiant ranking of the Southwest. Such a person, who faints after just a few exchanges, must have bought their way onto the list, the dark demon decided, confining the Zongzi spirit next to Lu Qingyue, separated by a wall. With no one knowing who resided on the other side, all hopes were now pinned on the unknown occupant. Lu Qingyue woke in the dim prison cell, her expression fierce. Teeth clenched. If I catch those beggars, I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome end. Gazing at the bright light filtering through the window, she surmised it must be daytime. Hao Xian should be returning after completing his errands, and she presumed he would manage to finish his tasks without encountering her. Meanwhile, the slumbering blue Zongzi spirit hoped that the young lady would be unharmed, as the coming events would depend solely on her. In the afternoon, the dark demon reported the findings to Yingsheng. Initially drowsy, her eyes lit up upon hearing the news. The Zongzi spirit truly was no braggart. It was indeed a formidable expert. My subordinate has assessed his pulse. His internal energy is profound, yet he is gravely wounded and currently devoid of any energy. This must be why Ru Li and the others were able to capture him, speculated the dark demon. Yingsheng, munching on a peach, commented, his name suits him well. Hao Xian sounds rather simple-minded. By the way, where have you imprisoned him? Next to that woman, came the reply. This meant they were unaware of their familiar neighbor. Yingsheng raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. Indeed, that woman possesses considerable martial skills, yet there are no females listed on the radiant ranking. We have yet to uncover her identity, the dark demon continued. With them in our grasp, we shall eventually ascertain the truth, it added. How shall the lady handle the Emperor's thorough investigation into the assassins? Yingsheng remained silent for a moment. It has only been 2 days. Revealing the assassin's identity now would surely alert them. We must remain patient and observe who is manipulating matters from the shadows in the Southwest. Understood. Yingsheng rubbed her aching temples, pondering who is capable of orchestrating such chaos. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, glancing at the sun that had yet to reach its zenith. I had hoped to sleep until midday, yet here I am, awake at dawn. An inexplicable restlessness coursed through her, instilling a sense of unease. However, upon investigation, she found nothing amiss, attributing it to a restless night's sleep. After freshening up, she hurriedly headed to the brocade shop with Feng Yisai. Despite the newly opened Hualin embroidery shop across the street offering lower prices, the crowd at the brocade shop was still substantial. Yingsheng surveyed the throng of customers, noting their attire indicated they were not of ordinary households. The influx of patrons was largely thanks to the casual mentions by Yi Jia and Tang Jinjin during a recent sister gathering, which had spread like wildfire, informing everyone of the new arrivals at the brocade shop, complete with matching accessories. Even those who had previously purchased spring attire from the Hualin embroidery shop couldn't resist the temptation to see what new products the brocade shop had to offer. Given its status as a benchmark for fashion in the capital, who wouldn't want to be the epitome of style? The Hualin embroidery shop had aimed to open before the brocade shop, featuring garments primarily designed for young ladies, whereas the brocade shop catered to all ages and genders, offering a diverse range of prices. With numerous embroiderers arriving from Jiangnan, the new styles incorporated many elements from that region, making the brocade shop as offerings even more varied and once again setting the trend for spring fashion in the capital. Lin Hua and Lin Ji observed the bustling brocade shop, jealousy igniting within them as carriages continued to arrive. Yingsheng had no desire to join the fray, and since they had arrived later, pushing their way inside would be quite arduous. Rubbing her flat stomach, she led Feng Yisai to a nearby farong shop, ordering a few snacks that left Yanqi drooling. In fulfillment of her previous promise, Yanqi eagerly volunteered to check on how other shops on the street were faring. Yingsheng readily agreed, though she had not anticipated her return would bring shocking news. Chapter 51. The Wind from the Northwest. Feng Yisai, smiling as she enjoyed her milk sugar dumplings, said, "Sister Sang, you mentioned that the clothes I chose would count as yours. Is that truly the case?" Yingsheng politely returned a broad smile. "Why, does the esteemed daughter of a duke find herself unable to afford a couple of garments from the brocade shop?" Feng Yisai shook her head, her cheeks puffed out adorably. "Of course not. But if Sister Sang were willing to gift them to me, I would be even more delighted." Yingsheng playfully poked her forehead. "You certainly know how to take advantage of the situation. Who has fostered such a deep bond between me and Sister Sang? Moreover, given Sister Sang's remarkable prowess, she is the proprietor of nearly all the premier establishments in the capital. Surely, I can benefit from her goodwill without her declining my request." Feng Yisai blinked her adorable large eyes, piercing directly into Yingsheng's heart. She reached out, pinching her chubby cheeks, and remarked on how sweet her lips were, attributing it to the myriad of confections she indulged in. Feng Yisai stuck out her tongue, crediting the delectable treats to Sister Sang's pastry shop. Yingsheng chuckled at her antics, declaring that she would cover any expenses for whatever caught her fancy today. Without hesitation, Feng Yisai planted a kiss on Yingsheng's cheek, exclaiming how wonderful Sister Sang was. As they were finishing their meal and about to leave, Yanqi rushed in, her face a portrait of distress. Both girls turned their attention to her, with Yingsheng initially assuming that Yanqi was merely coveting sweets. "What's the matter? Why do you look so troubled? Are you still upset about not being able to enjoy desserts for the past 6 months?" Yanqi shook her head, still breathless from her hurried entrance. "No, miss. Something has happened." Yingsheng furrowed her brow. "What has occurred? Has the Hualin embroidery house caused trouble for the Jin Xiu house?" Feng Yisai blinked her curious eyes. "What has happened?" Yanqi's expression shifted, recalling the news she had just received but unsure how to convey it. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. "Last night, the general encountered an ambush while descending from Dawu Mountain. The entire path was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Even closer to the mountain, the bodies of the Fengyan guards could still be seen, and in the end, only shattered armor remained." "What?" Feng Yisai exclaimed in shock, her heart swelling with rage. "Who is behind this? Who dares to conspire against my father in the capital and assassinate a high-ranking general?" Upon hearing this, Yingsheng felt a gripping pain in her heart. She placed one hand on the table and the other over her chest, recognizing a familiar sensation that mirrored the one she felt upon awakening that morning. "Miss, are you all right?" Seeing Yingsheng's pale complexion, Yanqi rushed to support her. Knowing well the consequences of revealing such disheartening news, Feng Yisai, momentarily forgetting her ire towards those villainous individuals, looked anxiously at Yingsheng. "Sister Sang, are you okay?" "I trust in Brother Nanxu's capabilities. He will surely be fine." Yingsheng wished to believe in Wen Nanxu's safety, Yet her heart felt as if it were pierced by countless sharp needles, causing her immense pain. After a brief moment, as they exited the Furong Pavilion, they found the streets abuzz with discussions of the general's assassination. Yingsheng's expression shifted slightly. I have a distant relative who recently returned from the northwest. It is said that the elite soldiers of Wada are once again gathering around Nanshan Pass, seeking to breach the borders, coinciding with the morning following the general's assassination. Heavens! Are we on the brink of war again? The soldiers of Wada are formidable, they are all skilled in combat, and now they coincide with the general's misfortune. As the conversation unfolded, some began to speculate. Do you think General Wen's assassination could be the work of the Wada people? After all, they lost to Tian Ke in the last battle and may harbor resentment. It has been less than 2 months since the last war concluded. If fighting resumes, what will become of the common folk? Yet, Dawu Mountain lies within Tian Ke's territory. How could the Wada people possibly infiltrate? What if there are traitors collaborating from within? At this remark, the lively discourse abruptly chilled, and after a moment of tense silence, someone promptly shifted the topic, vividly recounting the gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the ground. Yingsheng stood nearby, absorbing every word, her fingers instinctively tightening into a fist. In a hushed tone, she asked Yan Qi, did Mo Shangchen not devise any countermeasures upon learning of the ambush? Miss, the path down from Dawu Mountain is extensive and densely forested, making it easy to set an ambush without detection. They had concealed themselves long before, and the Mirror Master could not relay news of the ambush from outside, only addressing it bit by bit from the outermost point. Yingsheng blinked, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Did the Mirror report any news? They mentioned that after eliminating the outer circle of assassins, they did not see the general's figure. Specifics were not disclosed, and the Mirror Master is also unaccounted for. Upon hearing this, Yingsheng felt the pain in her chest surge again, her knuckles turning white from the intensity of her grip. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. Since he is not seen, he must be safe. Suppressing her anguish, she attempted to sound less sorrowful. Xiaozi, let us go. Did you not say you wished to choose some clothes? The Jinxiu house should be less crowded now. Feng Yisai gazed at her sister's pale face, wishing to offer comfort but unsure of how to begin. She nodded silently. All right. The staff responsible for the external sales at Jinxiu House were bustling with activity, tirelessly introducing the styles, patterns, and accessories of each new garment to the customers streaming in, thus failing to notice Yingsheng's arrival. Standing at the entrance, Feng Yisai hesitated. Sister Sang, perhaps we should return. Her spirits were utterly deflated. Since we are here, let us go inside and choose. I am fine. Yingsheng forced a smile. Nudging her into the shop, Feng Yisai felt a pang of guilt, secretly chastising herself for insisting on coming today and dragging Sister Sang along. Simultaneously, she mentally cursed the individuals responsible for the assassination of Wen Nanxu, wishing ill upon their ancestors. Yingsheng, in a foul mood, sat on a nearby bench, propping her head up with one hand, lost in thought. 3 days prior, Hualin Embroidery House had enjoyed a boom in business, relishing their perceived victory over Jinxiu House, only to be caught off guard by Jinxiu House's new arrivals today. The embroiderers standing outside Hualin Embroidery House, under the banner proclaiming their affiliation with Jinxiu House's top embroiderers, felt utterly humiliated, unable to lift their heads in shame. If Jinxiu House were to collapse, they would not feel too embarrassed, but it remained the same thriving establishment it had always been, bustling with patrons regardless of their presence. The Lin brothers glanced at the throngs of customers entering Jinxiu House, then back at their own sign, their frustration mounting. Lin Ji, seeing Oli Liang at the forefront, without a second thought, delivered a resounding slap, drawing the attention of passers-by. Lin Ji paid no heed to the onlookers' gazes, pointing at the ready-made garments hanging in his shop. Did you not tell me these were Jinxiu House's new seasonal offerings? How is it that I do not see a single piece in today's new collection that resembles any of my designs? As a man, Lin Ji's slap had considerable force, swiftly reddening a Liliang's face. Yet, her tone remained unyielding. These indeed are the new spring designs set by Jinxiu House at the beginning of the year. Lin Ji, upon hearing this, raised his hand for another slap. But this time, it did not produce the sharp sound of impact. Chapter 52. You are not a worthy person. Everyone knows it. Yingsheng seized his wrist. What skill is there in striking a woman? If you have the ability, go reclaim your customers. With that, she pushed him away. Oli Liang looked up at Yingsheng. her lips moving, yet the words she wished to speak remained unuttered. Yingsheng cast her a disapproving glance. I am not helping you. I simply cannot abide men striking women. Lin Ji glared at Yingsheng, his jealousy flaring as he witnessed the continuous stream of customers entering Jin Xiao house. What of it if I chastise my employees? And why do you meddle in my affairs? You think yourself so important? I not only wish to strike her, but also you. Just as his fist was about to descend upon Yingsheng's face, a cacophony of shrill cries pierced the air. Lin Jidong felt a sharp pain as his ears turned red. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes glinted with fury. You crazy woman! How dare you hit me? Let me go! Immediately, Yingsheng twisted her wrist, causing Lin Jidong to collapse onto the ground, his right arm wrapped around his neck in a painful grip, distorting his face. Once she released him, she took a handkerchief from her waist to wipe her hands, casting a disdainful glance at him. What do you think I am? You are not worthy of knowing, but you are nothing. Everyone knows that. Lin Jidong was utterly astonished that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such strength, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. The commotion attracted many onlookers, spreading rapidly to Lin Hua, who was scheming in a narrow alley. However, at that moment, Lin Hua was too engrossed in handling matters at the brocade house to care about the gossip surrounding him. My lady, would you truly not consider collaborating with me? If you follow my instructions, I can assure you a most generous reward. Tang Jinjin's expression soured. Why should I collaborate with you? Perhaps you should assess your own worth. Your attire suggests otherwise. Lin Hua chuckled, my lady, do not judge solely by appearances. And, do you possess substance? Tang Jinjin retorted sharply, clearly annoyed by his persistence. Lin Hua refused to relent. She was the only young lady he had seen alone after purchasing clothes at the brocade house. And he surmised that, even if she were from a noble family, her status would likely be modest. His malevolent thoughts surged as he followed her for some time, finally confronting her in an empty alley. My lady, you must trust my words. The sudden influx of new garments at the brocade house, with such exorbitant prices, is undoubtedly suspicious. If you agree to expose their true nature with me, we at Hualin Embroidery will ensure you have first choice of the latest styles at no cost. So that is your ulterior motive, Tang Jinjin smirked. Do I appear to you as someone who cannot afford clothing? Lin Hua forced a smile. That is not my intent. I understand perfectly. You wish to exploit my recent purchase at the brocade house to frame them, do you not? My lady, such words cannot be uttered lightly. It is the brocade house that has issues, and I merely wish to protect you and other customers from deception. Tang Jinjin regarded his cunning visage. Did he believe she could not perceive the truth? In a cold tone, she demanded, then tell me, what problems does the brocade house have that requires your revelation? Lin Hua, convinced he had swayed her, wore a greasy smile. Would you permit me to see the garments you acquired from the brocade house? Absolutely not. I assure you, I have no other intention than to point out the flaws in those garments. Tang Jinjin shot him a disdainful glance. With so many clothes hanging in the brocade house, if you have the time, why not address them directly at their doorstep? I am but a lone voice. If I were to confront them directly, the crowd would dismiss my claims as envy, refusing to hear the truth. Tang Jinjin, possessing a gentle temperament shaped by refined upbringing, found it difficult to utter harsh words even against unreasonable behavior. To rid herself of his incessant pursuit, she reluctantly handed over the garment. You may point out your supposed issues, but if you cannot identify any, your harassment will not go unpunished. Lin Hua seized the garment from her hand, tearing open the packaging with abandon, which sent Tang Jinjin's blood pressure soaring. He carelessly tugged at the fabric, crumpling its intricate designs until they were wrinkled, exclaiming, my lady, look, the patterns on this dress cannot withstand such handling. Then, grasping the hem of the dress, he forcefully pulled, asserting, I tell you, the fabric from the brocade house is utterly flimsy, with the slightest tug. Yet, despite his exertion, the fabric did not tear, despite the sounds of threads snapping. Even with her refined upbringing, upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Jinjin could no longer contain her anger and slapped him across the face, without hesitation. If you dare to pull again, do so with all your might. Did you not claim the fabric was inferior? I see you're the true villain here. Fuming, she snatched the garment back and stormed away, intending to return home. However, recalling his earlier revelation of his identity as Lin Hua from Hualin Embroidery, she promptly turned back towards the brocade house. Lin Hua, enraged by the slap and frustrated at failing to steal, learned on his way back that his younger brother had been beaten, further fueling his anger as he hastened to Hualin embroidery. Upon seeing his brother, Lin Jidong burst into tears, demanding justice for the beating he had received from Yingsheng, downplaying his own role in provoking her. Lin Hua, recalling the slap he had received from a woman, felt his fury intensify. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared, "Who struck you? I will avenge you." Feng Yisai, disinterested in choosing clothes, randomly pointed at two sets, linking arms with Yingsheng and preparing to leave. Lin Jidong, spotting Yingsheng, grew excited and pointed at her. "Brother, it's her. It's her." Feng Yisai, blocked in her path, scowled. "What are you doing? Are you attempting to rob in broad daylight?" Ignoring her, Lin Jitong glared at Yingsheng, spitting words of vengeance. "You dare hit me and think you can escape?" Yingsheng, uninterested in his provocations, shot him a glance. "Do I appear to be running?" Lin Hua, silently observing Yingsheng, felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen her before. Chapter 53. In the realm of verbal artistry, she feared no one. Lin Hua clasped his fists, addressing Yingsheng, "My lady, have we met before?" Feng Yisai eyed him suspiciously, blocking Yingsheng. "You must be mistaking. I see you mistake every pretty face for familiarity. How can you say such a thing about my brother? He finds you unfamiliar." Lin Jidong, a stout figure, stood defiantly before Feng Yisai, his face jiggling as he spoke. Feng Yisai's temper flared, hands on her hips. "Why would I care if your brother finds me familiar? With those beady eyes and rat-like features. He certainly does not resemble a good person. If you were to refine oil from him, it would surely be more effective than rapeseed." Lin Jitong was infuriated. While he could tolerate insults directed at himself, he could not abide those aimed at his brother. Yet, when he opened his mouth, no words emerged, leaving him to glare with wide eyes, trying to bolster his presence with his stout form. "How can you speak so to a lady?" Lin Hua began, but was interrupted by Feng Yisai. "Stop looking at me with those oily eyes. You'd best step aside, lest you frighten the women and children in broad daylight."
Sang.
"Let us go." As she pulled Yingsheng away, Lin Jitong once again blocked their path. Lin Hua, engrossed in the mention of Sang, suddenly realized. "Sang? Is your name Yingsheng?" He pointed at her, but Feng Yisai swatted his finger down. "What are you doing? How rude. Try pointing again, and I shall break your finger." Lin Hua had yet to speak when Lin Ji bellowed with his booming voice. "So you are the proprietor of Jinxia Studio?" Yingsheng. "No wonder you have suddenly appeared to meddle in our affairs. It seems you are intent on sabotaging our Hualin embroidery studio." His loud proclamation attracted the attention of passers-by. Lin Hua, seizing the opportunity, straightened his posture and addressed Sang, "My younger brother was minding his own business in our shop. Yet you chose to assault him. Shouldn't you provide our Hualin embroidery studio with an explanation?" Feng Yisai raised her chin defiantly. "What explanation could you possibly need? Your brother is a burly man, and how could I, a delicate woman, ever bully him? Who would believe such a tale?" Unfazed by the onlookers, Feng Yisai engaged them, pointing at Lin Ji. "Just look at his appearance. Does he seem like someone who could be bullied?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Feng Yisai smirked at Lin Hua. "See? No one believes you." Since the closure of Lin's embroidery studio, Lin Hua had harbored resentment towards Yingsheng. With this rare opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Standing beside his brother, he declared, "Do not think that just because I was not present at the earlier incident, I was unaware. My brother reprimanded the embroiderers for their mistakes, yet you insisted on meddling. Was it not jealousy that drove you to disrupt our Hualin embroidery studio, seeing that our embroiderers are the finest that Jinxia Studio has produced? It is no wonder that those embroiderers chose to leave the most renowned Jinxia Studio to join us at Hualin. They must have been discontented with your ways. As for my brother, raised with proper manners, he has never laid a hand on a woman, which has allowed you to act without restraint against him." Feng Yisai nearly laughed at his words. "Oh, how could I not see the good upbringing in your family? If we are to discuss skills in turning black into white, I wholeheartedly agree. Your brother does not strike women. Yet, what of the crimson handprint on the face of that embroiderer in your shop? Surely she did not get it from swatting a mosquito? As for me, I Yingsheng, never strike people. Even if I were to fight, it would only be against pesky flies and mosquitoes." Lin Hua pressed on. "Perhaps that mark on our embroiderer's face was indeed inflicted by you, Yingsheng. After all, she was once a seasoned embroiderer at Jinxia Studio, and it stands to reason that jealousy could lead her to lash out. My brother, unable to bear witnessing her tyranny, stepped in only to be struck himself. You claimed you weren't present, yet you weave such elaborate tales. It is a pity you are not among the 4 great storytellers of the capital. Had I not been here, I might have believed your ghostly words, Feng Eci retorted. Lin Hua cleared his throat, ready to engage in yet another verbal duel with the young lady before him. However, a singular glance from Sang Yingsheng rendered his words stuck in his throat, unable to be swallowed or expelled. Sang Yingsheng stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura that compelled the 2 brothers to retreat. Lin Ji, who had previously experienced Sang Yingsheng's physical prowess, was so frightened that his legs trembled. Yet, with many spectators present, he could not help but declare, "What do you intend to do, Sang Yingsheng? Do you think we fear you?" He firmly believed that in front of the townsfolk, Sang Yingsheng would not dare act aggressively, for it would spell the end for her Jinxia Studio's reputation in the capital. Sang Yingsheng's voice was devoid of warmth. "Do you believe I am afraid of you? What do you intend to do in broad daylight?" Lin Hua began to speak. But Sang Yingsheng suddenly passed between the 2 brothers, causing Lin Ji to collapse onto the ground like a plump piece of meat. Sang Yingsheng approached the entrance of Hualin Embroidery Studio, observing the more than 20 embroiderers standing beneath the sign of the former Jinxia Studio. A smirk crept onto her lips as she crossed her arms, fixing her gaze on the brothers. "Your writing is commendable, however, next time, refrain from inscribing the name of Jinxia Studio." The brothers blinked in confusion, not comprehending her words when suddenly, with a loud clatter, the sign bearing those bold characters was torn down. "If you truly wish to compete with my Jinxia Studio, do not brandish our name, looking from across the street. It will only bring you misfortune. By the way, let me offer you a friendly reminder." Sang Yingsheng cast a glance at the embroiderers, her expression impassive. "My Jinxia Studio has never lacked new styles nor embroiderers. It is well known throughout the capital that our embroiderers possess exceptional skills, and many aspire to join us. These are merely the ones we have chosen to eliminate. Of course, having worked at Jinxia Studio proves they are indeed talented, yet the tides of time roll forward. It is the quality of the finished product that matters, and ultimately, the customer's opinions hold sway. Your words are inconsequential." Her gaze fell upon Aline Yang briefly, before shifting elsewhere. "You chose this path. You must walk it, even if on your knees. Lin boss, am I not correct? You are well aware of how Lin's embroidery studio crumbled piece by piece. Some memories cannot be dulled by time." Mentioning the former Lin's embroidery studio caused Lin Hua's expression to change, his fists clenching tightly. He had only just begun anew. How could he allow these past events to resurface in the minds of the populace? Chapter 54. Hope completely extinguished. Tang Jinjin returned to Jinxia Studio and spotted a throng gathered at the entrance. Fearing that the nefarious plot might succeed, she rushed over. Pointing at Lin Hua, "That is him, the owner of Hualin Embroidery Studio, Lin Hua. He is attempting to frame Jinxia Studio, claiming our fabrics are inferior and that garments from Jinxia Studio easily tear. Do not believe this man's deceitful words." As her voice rang out, the crowd scrutinized the 2 brothers. Lin Hua, seeing Tang Jinjin return, felt his heart skip a beat. "Stay calm, young lady. Do not falsely accuse me." Tang Jinjin scoffed. "Just a moment ago, you were addressing me as Miss, and now you switch to young lady to feign ignorance of my identity?" She produced her crumpled garment. "Open your eyes and behold. This new dress from Jinxia Studio has been twisted and torn by your relentless grasp, and you dare claim our fabric is flawed?" Tang Jinjin revealed the area he had attempted to rip. "Did you not say the fabric from Jinxia Studio is not durable? Yet this section which you struggled to tear remains intact. Rein in your malicious heart and cease your slander." Foamy Ci observed the speaking young lady, feeling a sense of familiarity, pondering which family she belonged to. "Do not slander here, for I have always remained at my own studio. How could I have encountered you? Are you perhaps acting on behalf of another to deliberately frame me?" Lin Hua secretly passed a signal to Sang Yingsheng, attempting to cloud the judgment of the bystanders. Foamy Ci could not tolerate his victimized facade, finding it repulsive. "Is that so? Just earlier, you claimed my sister Sang had intentionally stirred trouble at your studio while you were absent. Now you assert you were at your studio the entire time? I suggest you abandon the idea of running a studio altogether and open a tea house instead. With that tongue of yours, business will surely be yours to claim." Initially, Tang Jinjin was unsure how to respond, but Foamy Ci's words emboldened her. "How quickly you forget. It has not been long since you followed me closely after I exited Jinxia Studio. Now you accuse me of slandering you? You ought to reflect on your own weight before claiming victimhood." Now, this young lady has gained clarity. It is merely an attempt to undermine the Jingxiafang by poaching their embroiderers, yet little did they realize that the establishment is utterly indifferent to those 20-odd seamstresses. Observing the bustling clientele within the shop, they began to concoct nefarious schemes to ensnare the establishment. They incessantly urged me to look beyond appearances. Yet what is there of merit within? Just take a glimpse at that rotting heart, how it seeks to harm others. Alas, you have chosen the wrong person. I am neither short of wealth nor fearful of trouble, and I shall never conspire with someone of your ilk. The garments produced by your embroidery shop are indeed commendable. I visited 3 days ago, when you first opened. However, upon learning that all your designs stem from Jingxiafang, it comes as no surprise that they are aesthetically pleasing. Everything about you is pilfered from Jingxiafang, yet you harbor delusions of defeating them with what they discard. Truly, a fool-less dream. As the truth emerged, onlookers began to murmur about the Hualin embroidery house, and Lin Hua could scarcely fathom how matters had escalated to this point. Among the spectators, someone hurled an egg, splattering it across Lin Hua's face, denying him even the opportunity to defend himself. Witnessing her brother being bullied, Lin Ji became incensed, stepping forward with a menacing smile. Sang Yingsheng, do you know why General Wen met such a gruesome end? It is because of you, a curse upon men. A sharp slap landed on his face. With Feng Yici's eyes ablaze with fury. Cease your nonsense. General Wen is alive and well, and you shall not weave your lies here. Lin Ji licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and shoved her aside, his visage ghastly. Rest assured, news of Wen Nanxu's gruesome demise will soon reach the capital, then you may witness whether I speak in jest. Sang Yingsheng caught a vital clue. How could he possibly know of Wen Nanxu's fate? While plotting against her, he was simultaneously conspiring against Wen Nanxu. It seems that the puppeteer behind him orchestrates these events. With a pair of icy starry eyes, she glared at him, laced with chilling rage. Do you comprehend the gravity of fabricating accusations against court officials? Lin Ji opened his lips to retort, but was interrupted by Lin Hua. Miss Sang, consider today a misunderstanding. It is our Hualin embroidery house at fault. We shall certainly come bearing gifts to atone. Do you not understand the saying that calamity often comes from the mouth? As for your brother's earlier words, I shall relay them verbatim to His Majesty. How he is prosecuted is a matter for the Ministry of Justice. Feng Yici's aura suddenly shifted, embodying the dignity of a legitimate princess. Tang Jinjin gazed at Feng Yici, then back at the two brothers, standing tall. How unfortunate. I too shall recount every word to my father, the current Minister of Justice, Lord Tang. Feng Yici turned to her, blinking. You are the second miss of the Tang family, Tang Jinjin? Tang Jinjin approached and bowed. Jinjin pays her respects to your highness. Feng Yici pulled her close. Dismissing the formality. Quickly return and inform your father that General Wen, a paragon of virtue, has dedicated his life to the nation and its people. Such slander from these petty individuals must not be tolerated. Her words ignited patriotic fervor among the onlookers, transforming the Lin brothers into the targets of public ire. As they walked, Feng Yici and Tang Jinjin fervently discussed how to deal with the Lin brothers, while Sang Yingsheng leaned against Yan Qi in silence. Her mind replaying the man's words, revisiting all that had transpired. This aligned with what Wen Nanxu had once stated. Despite knowing all events were connected to the Duke of Rongxing, she could find no evidence implicating him. The Lin brothers and Sheng'er's backer were likely the same person. However, it remained uncertain whether the two blue spirits imprisoned in the dungeon were also linked to their mastermind. The number of individuals surfacing was steadily increasing. Feng Ian had spent over half a month in the northwest, addressing the flood issues, finalizing locations for the affected populace's housing, and was now ready to return to the capital. In the morning, he received news that Wen Nanxu had appeared at Nanshan Pass, repelling foreign invaders, but by afternoon, word spread that he had suffered grave injuries from a fall. The Fengyan guards turned the area upside down, yet he remained absent. The flicker of hope that had ignited was now utterly extinguished. Upon returning home, the first order of business for Sang Yingsheng was to instruct the household staff to refrain from discussing any rumors they might hear outside, particularly not to relay them to the matriarch, lest they wound her heart. However, she did not anticipate Sheng'er's reaction to the news would be so pronounced. Like a faucet left running, tears streaming down her face for an entire day, leaving Sang Yingsheng fearful she might cry herself dry. Yet, typically, others would approach such news with skepticism. Sheng'er's heartfelt and resolute weeping only solidified Sang Yingsheng's belief that the individual behind her and the Lin brothers was indeed the same. reclining on the beautiful couch. She yearned to weep as freely as Sheng'er, yet the current circumstances did not permit her to indulge in such emotional release. Miss, the Lin brothers have been taken away by the Ministry of Justice. Yingsheng thought of the two little maids who had been so animatedly discussing this matter. It was not unexpected. However, the Lin brothers, upon their arrest, found themselves in the company of an acquaintance in the prison. Lin Ji clung to the bars of the cage, his eyes gleaming. Brother Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Jian, disheveled and dejected after days in confinement, was momentarily jolted by the familiar voice, leaving him incredulous. You too? Lin Ji, crestfallen, replied, I merely spoke a few truths and was inexplicably brought here. Zhao Jian, intrigued, queried, what truths could land you in the Ministry of Justice's prison? Lin Ji's anger flared as he gritted his teeth. It is that Yingsheng. She is remarkably cunning. She first drove our Lin family embroidery house out of the capital and now has directly sent us to prison. I have never encountered such a venomous woman. Zhao Jian smirked. Women are like that. They won't behave unless handled firmly. Lin Ji did not respond, but instead inquired, Brother Zhao, why are you imprisoned? It's a long story. Then let us share it. There's little else to do in here. Zhao Jian pondered. Would he publicly confess to his past misdeeds and ruin his reputation? Certainly not. To change the subject, he asked, did you not say you were in prison with your brother? Where is he? This only deepened Lin Ji's despondency. Perhaps he is locked away elsewhere. I wonder if that esteemed official has learned of our capture and will intervene. Zhao Jian, upon hearing this, realized that if he could leverage the connection of the Lin brothers' benefactor to extricate himself, Lin Ji, with his naivete, would be easy to manipulate. They exchanged words, quickly extracting all the information Lin Ji possessed, including the name of the esteemed individual behind them, which naturally reached the ears of the jailer on duty. Meanwhile, several cells away, Lin Hua endured an hour of brutal interrogation, steadfastly refusing to divulge a single word. He never anticipated that he would endure his punishment for such a long duration, only for his Na'vi younger brother to divulge every unspeakable secret without restraint. The esteemed gentleman that Lin Ji mentioned, upon learning of their capture the following day, cursed them as fools. He had painstakingly re-established Lin's embroidery workshop in the capital, only for it to falter within 3 days due to their impatience. Moreover, his brother's indiscretion revealed their past misdeeds in the capital as if he were eager for the world to know. Sir, what of the two brothers? The man, seated at his desk, furrowed his brow, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, causing the servant standing nearby to tremble. He had long cautioned them that their impatience would lead to inevitable defeat. Since they had acted so foolishly, he saw no harm in adding fuel to the fire. He handed an envelope to the servant, instructing him to disseminate this information. Such ineptitude did not warrant his further concern. Yes, sir. The servant, though disagreeing with his master's methods, obediently accepted the envelope and proceeded to follow orders. He was acutely aware of his master's brutal tactics. Anyone who defied him would find themselves in dire straits. What news of the woman at the general's residence? Reporting to you, sir. Miss Sheng'er has successfully won over a servant at the general's residence and can now relay messages to us. She has also begun to engage with the internal affairs of the general's household and will likely soon capture the favor of the venerable Lady Wen. The man nodded in satisfaction. Do not rush to spread this news. We cannot yet ascertain the reliability of the servant she has bribed. Continue to relay information as per our original method, advising her to exercise utmost caution. Also, inform her of the brother's situation. Should she fail to comply, her fate will be similar. Understood. 3 days passed, and the Imperial Relief Convoy was on its way back to the capital. Sang Ying's face bore no hint of joy. She immersed herself in business affairs, striving to keep herself occupied, yet her heart remained preoccupied with the one who had vanished without a trace. While examining the account books, the dark envoy suddenly appeared. Madam, forgive my intrusion. Sang Ying was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. What is it? The dark envoy bowed deeply. It has been quite some time since anyone was imprisoned in the dungeon, and my subordinates had forgotten that 2 individuals were still confined there. And they have escaped? The dark envoy shook his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. My subordinates neglected to provide them with meals. When I remembered today, I found them nearly starved. Sang Ying observed his flustered demeanor and nearly chuckled. Truth be told, she too had forgotten about the 2 imprisoned souls. However, even had she remembered, she had no intention of interrogating them. Consider it a minor lesson. They must not forget their meals in the future. The dark envoy bowed his head. Understood. He could hardly believe that he, known for his sharp memory, could forget the two individuals in the dungeon. After much reflection, he could only blame their lack of presence. Had he not encountered Sheng'er, who was also donned in blue, he might have forgotten them for days more. The two imprisoned individuals, unaware of their own notable identities, had nearly starved to death in their cell. Hao Han, leaning against the wall, despondently scratched at the dirt on the floor, his gaze filled with profound resentment. Am I not worthy of even a cursory investigation by those who seek to engage me? I have waited so long without a single inquiry. Do I not merit their attention? He contemplated self-funding an investigation to inform them of his true prowess and urged them to come and interrogate him. Lu Qingyue was equally perplexed by the absence of inquiries regarding her. Did they know everything already? Yet she could not shake the feeling that this was improbable. As she leaned against the wall, her mind raced, pondering who had imprisoned her and what their intentions were. Chapter 56. I am your true husband. The sun hung high in the azure sky, casting a golden glow upon the earth, while the gentle spring breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and the weight of human sorrow. Standing atop a lofty pavilion, one could behold the verdant spring grass and the lush canopies beyond the city. The orioles sang sweetly among the branches, seemingly welcoming the return of travelers. The relief convoy gradually made its way into the city, and many citizens paused to watch, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Feng Ian led the procession, his tall figure exuding an aura of regal authority. Beneath his handsome features, his brows were slightly furrowed, concealing a profound sorrow, though he masked it well. Sheng'er stood quietly on the pavilion, unaware of the convoy's departure, but she could clearly see the returning group from her elevated vantage point. Yet, throughout the entire procession, that familiar figure did not appear. As the last of the convoy faded from view, her hand resting on the railing turned pale, and with downcast eyes, she smiled wryly. Did he not owe her a word of apology upon his return? Two pale yellow butterflies seemed to be quarreling, fluttering about in a chaotic dance, retreating and advancing in tandem. Sheng'er shook her head in exasperation. Even butterflies had become inseparable companions in these times. Aimlessly wandering the streets, she found herself uncertain of what she was still hoping for. Glancing up, she noticed that the bickering butterflies had followed her. A wave of irritation surged within her, and she raised her hand to shoo them away. To her frustration, as she lifted her hand, they soared higher, and when her hand fell, they resumed their fluttering above her head. Sheng'er exclaimed, "Are butterflies truly capable of bullying a person now?" The melancholia that once filled her heart had transformed into a tempest of anger. Despite her efforts to capture the two butterflies that had taken to squabbling above her, she returned home in a state of exasperation, her mind preoccupied with their antics. As she stepped into her courtyard, she was startled to find a large shadow standing beside her swing. Sheng'er quickly withdrew her foot, stepping back and scrutinizing the three prominent characters above her door. Ting Shuiyuan. Blinking rapidly, she affirmed that this was indeed her courtyard. She had not strayed. Surely, it was the individual within who had made a mistake, grasping her swing's rope with utter rudeness. The figure appeared unfamiliar, unlike any of the guards from the general's residence. Sheng'er turned to leave, intent on inquiring with her household guards about how anyone could intrude upon her sanctuary. It was quite unsettling. Upon hearing the commotion, she glanced back to see the figure departing without a backward glance. Wen Nanxu stood there, dumbfounded. "Madam, is she angry?" Wen Nanxu shot him an irritated glare. "Is this your idea of a surprise for her? How could I possibly be pleased when she is upset before I even see her face?" Having caused her displeasure without even a proper introduction, he felt at a loss. Mu Shan scratched his head, bewildered. "This is not how I envisioned it. In the stories, when the male lead returns, the female lead is always overjoyed." When Nanxu rolled his eyes. "Clearly, your suggestions are never reliable. How many tales have you read to come to such a conclusion?" Confidently, Mu Shan replied, "I've read quite a few." "Have you truly finished them?" Feeling guilty, Mu Shan hesitated. As a man, he shouldn't be so interested in such tales. He merely feigned knowledge, recalling having seen that particular scenario. Perhaps he had indeed read it to completion. In an instant, a chilling light flickered in Wen Nanxu's eyes as he advanced towards Mu Shan, who, feeling wronged, covered his face, anxiously speculating which part of his body might suffer this time. However, the departing Yingsheng suddenly returned, and upon seeing Wen Nanxu's profile, She was startled, an overwhelming sense of unreality flooding her heart. She widened her eyes, scrutinizing the man before her with suspicion. Wen Nanxu abruptly rushed over to embrace her, forcibly silencing her words. Yingsheng still felt the situation was surreal. She pushed him away, stepping behind him, and carefully examined his back. Was that large shadow she had seen earlier really him? It shouldn't be. How could she not recognize his silhouette after such a short absence? Touching her chin, she refused to accept this reality. When Nanxu's heart tightened, it was over. His wife was not accepting him again. What to do? He cautiously turned around, and at that moment, Yingsheng scolded him, causing Wen Nanxu to tremble and obediently face her. Mushan, crouching behind a tree, opened his eyes, shivering in fear. What if the lady found out he had suggested this ridiculous idea? Would she cast him out of the general's residence? Wen Nanxu clenched his fists, trembling slightly in his sleeves. Yingsheng, puzzled, asked what he was nervous about. Could it be that he was truly an imposter? When Nanxu was taken aback, his wife actually thought he was a counterfeit. Mushan was equally shocked. How could the lady think their general was a fake? In an instant, when Nanxu's sense of grievance surged, "My dear, I am indeed your genuine husband." Yingsheng pouted. "What are you feeling wronged about?" "I am the one who feels wronged." Swinging her sleeves, she plopped down onto the swing, still unable to comprehend how she could fail to recognize his back. When did Wen Nanxu's silhouette become so bulky, looking so robust and unreal? A butterfly fluttered past, reminding Yingsheng of the two butterflies from earlier, deepening her sense of frustration. Moreover, she felt a nagging sense of something missing in her heart, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. When Nanxu approached from behind, gently pushing the swing's ropes. "My dear, could you please not be angry?" "How did you know I was angry?" Yingsheng turned to look at him, wondering how he could read her emotions so easily. Why had she not recognized his silhouette? Was there something wrong with her? Engaging in conversation with him indicated there was still a chance, and when Nanxu felt a surge of joy because every time she was unhappy, her little face would puff up adorably. Yingsheng frowned. "Is that so? I never noticed."
How do you feel now?
This simple question left Wen Nanxu at a loss for words. If he said he was happy, his dear was frowning. If he said he was sad, seeing her brought him immense joy. And angry? Who could be angry when in the presence of someone they adored? His gaze remained fixed on Yingsheng's face. Seeing her brought him joy, but witnessing her displeasure equally pained him. Yingsheng moved behind him, playfully patting his back, catching Wen Nanxu off guard. The unexpected force almost made him spit blood, and he gripped the swing's ropes tightly, his brows furrowing as he suppressed the intense pain. The faint metallic scent filled her nostrils, and Yingsheng instantly understood the reason for the silhouette she had failed to recognize. She led him back inside, pressing him onto the beauty's couch, arms crossed, her eyes sharp. "Speak honestly. If you resist, the consequences will be severe." Chapter 57. Remove your clothes. When Nanxu's gaze darted away, how had the story taken such an unexpected turn? Why was he being questioned like a criminal? Had his dear ever seen him so composed? After such a long time, he still hadn't organized his words? Yingsheng maintained her stern expression, eager to see what excuse he would concoct to fool her. He always returned with injuries, yet pretended as if nothing had happened. Did he not care for himself? Were the hearts of others made of stone? When Nanxu sat there like a child caught in wrongdoing, obedient yet unable to meet Yingsheng's gaze, his long lashes quivering, concealing the endless love within his eyes. "My dear, actually..." After a long wait, Yingsheng heard no further words. Her brilliant eyes tinged with coldness. "Please continue. Do you have some sort of selective mutism?" Suddenly, when Nanxu reached out, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, burying his head in her embrace, his voice hoarse and gentle. "I missed you so much. I almost couldn't see you again. I was scared." The last three words were barely audible, but Yingsheng could sense his emotions clearly. His fear of losing her mirrored her own during their time apart. Tears that had been held back for so long filled her eyes once more. She tilted her head slightly, preventing the tears from falling, gently caressing his head. "But you are here now. I will always be with you, so don't be afraid." Came a muffled response, filled with endless affection. As he closed his eyes, the harrowing images of death, severed limbs, and bloodshed flooded his mind. He would not let those terrifying scenes reach his dear. He alone would bear the burden of it all. As he felt Wen Nanxu's desolate emotions dissipate, Yingsheng slowly spoke, "Remove your clothes." Wen Nanxu blinked rapidly, confused. What did his wife intend to do? Be obedient. Yingsheng's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against him. Under normal circumstances, Wen Nanxu would comply, without hesitation. But now, he clutched his collar tightly, his eyes glistening with moisture, his face filled with reluctance.
No.
His innocent, pleading gaze struck deep into Yingsheng's heart. But she thought, being cute is shameful. Yingsheng roughly tugged at Wen Nanxu's hands, urging, hurry up and take off your clothes. My dear, how could you do this? Quickly, take off your clothes so I can see your back. Yingsheng grasped his collar, but the disparity in strength was too great. Despite her efforts, she could only manage to wrinkle his clothing. A wave of frustration washed over her, and the image of the two butterflies flirting above her head reappeared, further aggravating her mood. Shaking her aching wrist, she exclaimed, You big man, why are you so slow? Do you want me to get angry? Wen Nanxu felt a mix of excitement and fear. It was rare for his wife to take the initiative, yet he felt wronged. My dear, it's broad daylight. What does day or night have to do with it? Can you stop me from doing what I want? Wen Nanxu fidgeted with his sleeves, his gaze flitting about. My dear, the emperor doesn't know I've returned yet. I need to go to the palace to report on my recent activities.
What about me?
Yingsheng fiercely lifted his chin. Why didn't you report to me first? Am I not worthy? No, that's not it, Wen Nanxu hurriedly explained. After repelling the elite troops at Nanshan Pass, if I had taken the usual route back, it would have delayed my return for several days. You're just making excuses. Yingsheng interrupted boldly. Since you're back, you should indeed go to the palace to inform the emperor of your safety. Personally, he regards you as a son. Don't make him worry for too long. Professionally, as a minister of Tianke, whether it's an ambush at the foot of the mountain or resisting enemies at the pass, everything must be investigated thoroughly. Wen Nanxu opened his mouth, staring blankly at Yingsheng. How did his wife know so much? Ying's voice cast a faint glance at him as she leaned forward, asserting that nothing could remain hidden from her curiosity. You must understand, I am not a delicate flower nurtured in someone else's greenhouse. Sheng'er, I can provide you with support. There is no need for such urgency, he replied. Ying shot him a sharp look. If you intend to enter the palace, do so swiftly. Otherwise, the emperor may shed a river of tears for you, and your good brother shall endure several hours of scorn on your behalf. Wen Nanxu cautiously rose, hesitant to meet her gaze. Then, I shall take my leave. As he took a step, Ying's voice rang out once more.
Currently, it is still midday.
I do not require your presence for lunch, but I shall wait for you until the sun sets. If you have not returned by then, you may embrace the carefree life of a bachelor once more. Wen Nanxu's heart tightened. A certain thought had not even fully formed before it was extinguished by his wife's words. Sheng'er, Ying's gaze was piercing. Do you believe you possess the right to negotiate terms with me? Wen Nanxu lowered his head, conceding, Indeed, I have no such right. Do not think to concoct various excuses for your absence, be it matters of the military or urgent tasks assigned by the emperor. I shall not be deceived. Should you fail to return in time, prepare to remarry. By the way, let me remind you, do not attempt to conceal anything. You cannot deceive me. Spare yourself the futile efforts. Since you refuse to be honest with me, brace yourself for the consequences. Ying gently blinked her glistening eyes, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet brimming with an undeniable authority. Even the battle-hardened Wen Nanxu dared not challenge her dominion. Upon reaching the door, Ying glanced at Mushan. Your subordinate is here. Prepare the carriage and escort the general into the palace. Stay close to him. Should he dare to abandon you, Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk, frightening her subordinates into silence. Her gaze finally settled on Wen Nanxu. If you do not appear before me with Mushan, you may as well find a suitable resting place. Wen Nanxu cast a furtive glance at Mushan, but before he could speak, Ying interrupted his thoughts. Mushan has been attending to you tirelessly. Even if you are a superior, you cannot treat him so harshly. Our general's manner is not solely dependent on him for assistance. Even a workhorse needs rest, let alone a human being. Ying tilted her head slightly, regarding Mushan, then continued to Wen Nanxu. As the great general of Tianke, some responsibilities are unavoidable. However, Mushan is merely a diligent subordinate who has fought alongside you for too long and deserves a proper respite. Let Dark Demon assist you with the remaining matters. Yan Qi, take Mushan to rest properly. Mushan, wearing a distressed expression, protested, "Madam, I am not tired." Sang Ying's gaze hardened, and Mu Shan felt as if struck by lightning, desperately signaling to his general for rescue. Chapter 58, General. May you seek your own fortune. Sang Ying turned gently towards Mu Shan. Surely you understand who holds the authority in the general's manor, yes? Mu Shan trembled, leaning against a nearby pillar, nearly in tears.
Thank you, madam.
I am indeed a bit fatigued and hope to rest for a couple of days. Sang Ying smiled satisfactorily. When General, did you hear? One must indulge their wife and dare not oppose her. Wen Nanxu forced a smile, aware that Sheng'er was indeed the most understanding. He looked at Mu Shan, his tone laced with authority. Then you shall rest well. The threat in his voice left Mu Shan feeling utterly helpless. Caught in a double bind, he was the unfortunate soul in the middle. Should you proceed to the palace, we shall discuss the remaining matters upon your return, dark demon. Sang Ying smiled sweetly, a smile that sent shivers down Wen Nanxu's spine. He sensed a storm brewing on the horizon. Dark demon gestured for him to proceed. General, please. Very well, I shall heed Sheng'er's words. Wen Nanxu reluctantly walked ahead, casting a warning glance at Mu Shan, who knew that if he dared to speak out of turn, it would spell his doom. Mu Shan clung to the pillar, his expression one of impending doom. General, if you leave, how will I withstand Madam's gentleness? He felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Once when Nanxu's figure vanished, Sang Ying turned to the pitiable Mu Shan, amusement dancing in her eyes. At that moment, for words flashed in Mu Shan's mind, beauty and scorpion. Swallowing hard, he stammered, Madam. Sang Ying gently patted his shoulder. What is there to fear? Your madam is the gentlest of souls. I would not harm you. The moment she uttered harm, Mu Shan contemplated where he might be buried. Yan Qi, sensing the tension, hurried inside to fetch a chair for Sang Ying. Mu Shan thought to himself, will I even live to see the general again? Sang Ying seated herself calmly, while Yan Qi prepared paper and pen nearby. Mu Shan mused, though death is inevitable, I have yet to marry and leave heirs for my family. How can I possibly accept this fate? You may choose. Shall I dictate while you write? Or will you write as I observe? The choice is yours. Madam, Mu Shan, you have long served in the general's manor, having followed the general since childhood. You understand the concept of discretion without my guidance, do you not? Out there, you may unconditionally obey the general's commands, but within the general's manor, you know who ultimately decides your fate. Yes, I understand. Mu Shan nodded vigorously, as if trying to crush herbs. Closing his eyes, he thought, for the sake of both our futures, General, forgive me. By noon, Mu Shan had finally managed to still his chin, while Yan Qi's paper was filled to the brim. Sang Ying stood up contentedly. You may rest easy now. Should anyone threaten you, seek me out. I shall support you. Mu Shan, incredulous, wondered if he had truly been let off so easily. He pinched his thigh hard, wincing at the pain. Surely, this was no dream. Madam is indeed the gentlest of souls, he thought. However, regarding the days that lay ahead for the general, well, never mind. After all, Madam had promised support. Watching Sang Ying depart, he murmured, General, may you seek your own fortunes. I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, in the palace, Wen Nanxu suddenly felt a chill on his back. How strange. It was clearly the spring of March, yet he felt a gust of cold wind. Seeing Wen Nanxu's troubled expression, Emperor Anren grew concerned. Nanxu, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Would you like the imperial physician to take a look? Wen Nanxu composed himself, replying, No, it is merely the fatigue from traveling all night. Emperor Anren waved his hand generously. Then you should return to rest. It is not too late to address these matters once you are well. Your health is paramount. Do not push yourself. Wen Nanxu quickly gestured, I am fine, truly. Feng Yian understood immediately. As a married man, he was never entirely free. A smile crept onto his lips, which did not escape Emperor Anren's notice. With a gentle pat to the back of Feng Yian's head, Anren scolded, Can you compare yourself to Nanxu? He goes to battle and returns with blood on his hands. Without him, would you be able to confidently strategize from afar? Well, considering the dire state of his brother, it is evident that he bears some responsibility for this situation. Feng Yian, quite rare for him, did not add to his father's frustrations nor ridicule his married brother, but rather gently urged his father to allow the visitor to express himself fully so that he might find solace at home and recuperate properly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Anren, pleasantly surprised to hear such sensible words from him, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would indeed be beneficial to resolve these matters swiftly to avoid future worries. At the general's residence, Yingsheng received a large parcel from her dear sister, causing her eyelids to twitch slightly. The unexpected arrival of such a substantial box hinted at something significant. Upon opening it, she found that the dusk was settling, and the crimson clouds were gathering. As Wen Nanxu returned, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, Yingsheng cast a casual glance at him, noting his timely return. "My dear, I was merely occupied and did not intend to delay," he remarked, unable to admit that he had lingered over tea with the emperor after their discussions. Although Emperor Onren found Wen Nanxu's behavior perplexing, as he typically would hasten to return home, today he seemed content to share a few cups of tea, which delighted him, offering a chance to converse with the younger generation. During this leisurely exchange, Feng Yan made considerable sacrifices, as he spent a significant portion of the time enduring his father's criticisms. Alas, for the sake of his dear brother, he had to endure. Fortunately, his father was not entirely ungrateful, taking the time to commend him in front of the emperor. Yet, such delays could not be sustained indefinitely. "Let us depart." "Where to?" Wen Nanxu asked, his face betraying caution. He had returned punctually and hoped he would not be cast out of the house. Observing his timid demeanor, Yingsheng decided against frightening him further, stating, "Of course, we are going to join mother for dinner. Are you not willing to meet her?" Wen Nanxu, suddenly invigorated, boldly took Yingsheng's hand, asserting, "Of course not, let us go." Though he had returned discreetly that morning, he could not hide from Wen Mu's discerning eye. Watching her son standing sheepishly beside Yingsheng, a smile crept onto her lips, for she found his demeanor deeply endearing. "Now that you are back, sit down and eat. These dishes were all prepared by Yingsheng for you," Wen Mu said, settling herself with calmness. As Wen Nanxu gazed at the table laden with food, his eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, his beloved Yingsheng held him in her heart. No sooner had he taken his seat than Yingsheng eagerly placed a large chicken leg into his bowl, grinning at him. "Eat well, you must have suffered outside." Overwhelmed with emotion, Wen Nanxu thought to himself that his wife loved him far too much, making him feel that his earlier procrastination at the palace was a grave sin. Wen Mu, observing her son's reaction, subtly raised an eyebrow and added a piece of rich pork to his bowl, noting how he had grown thin from his exertions outside. He needed to eat more. To Wen Nanxu, it felt surreal. His mother rarely treated him with such tenderness, a luxury he believed he did not deserve at home. During the meal, he relished the exquisite kindness of both his wife and mother, leaving him both astonished and uneasy, as though he were savoring a final meal before facing an ominous fate. This thought quickly dissipated, for he knew that if his mother was willing to indulge him, so too would his beloved Yingsheng. After the meal, as they conversed briefly, Wen Nanxu, touched by his mother's unusual warmth, wished to linger longer. But Wen Mu dismissed him, saying, "It is getting late. You should return and rest. I am quite fatigued." With that, she ushered him out of the Tingyu courtyard. Wen Nanxu, somewhat disgruntled, rubbed his nose and gazed at the fading sunlight, puzzled. Does mother usually retire this early? Yingsheng, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, linked her arm with his, saying, "Mother merely cares for you. Come, let us return to our room." Wen Nanxu sensed something amiss, but was disarmed by the gentle warmth in his wife's gaze, following her cheerfully back to their quarters. Once he left, Wen Mu perked up, and when Cui Fong observed her demeanor, she could not resist teasing, "Madam, are you truly willing to send your son away so quickly? After merely a brief visit?" Wen Mu relaxed in her chair, replying, "What is there to be reluctant about? He is simply a daily nuisance." Cui Fong stepped forward to massage her shoulders, chuckling. If it were another lady, she would surely hold on to her son, unwilling to let her daughter-in-law take him away. Thus, the conflicts arise. Take the old lady of the Wang family, for instance, who has made her sons' lives miserable, causing their wives to ignore her. Yet she seems proud of it, becoming a subject of ridicule. Her eldest son, despite being of age, still clings to her, always asking if he's thirsty or hungry, leaving others to wonder if she is his wife. It puts the poor lady in a difficult position. Wen Mu had always despised such individuals. Once a son is raised, he must stand on his own. I cannot coddle him, as I did in his infancy. The relationship between the madam and the young lady-in-law is one that many in the capital envy. Unmarried girls often hope to foster a mother-daughter bond with their mothers-in-law. Speaking of her daughter-in-law brought an undeniable smile to Wen Mu's face. Who wouldn't he be pleased with our Yingsheng? She is gentle and far superior to my troublesome son, although I have not borne a daughter like her. Having such a daughter-in-law is indeed a blessing we've earned over 3 lifetimes. This time, the general has concealed much. I fear the young lady will not let him off easily. Wen Mu leisurely sipped her tea, adding, let the young ones handle their affairs. This old body cannot manage so much. I can only stand by and cheer for my Yingsheng. As long as she is not wronged, I shall be content. Now that my son is married, as a mother, I cannot overstep my bounds. After a lifetime of toil, I deserve some peace. In the Tingxue courtyard, once the door closed, Sang Yingsheng's smile vanished like the wind outside, leaving her with a somber expression. Sit down, she commanded. Wen Nanxu's heart raced. Yingsheng, what is wrong? Your expression changes so abruptly, it's rather frightening. Her voice, laced with ominous intent, rang out. Are you certain you do not wish to sit? Wen Nanxu gathered his scattered thoughts and obediently took a seat, ready to face whatever consequences awaited him. Sang Yingsheng glanced out the window at the twinkling stars, the night deepening. Now, are you no longer busy? Not busy. Not busy at all. Wen Nanxu finally realized that the earlier gentleness had been merely a facade.
Now,
let us discuss what transpired during your absence. Wen Nanxu gently tugged at Sang Yingsheng's sleeve. My dear, it was merely a matter of skirmishes, nothing worth recounting. Oh, is that so? She replied, her luminous eyes sparkling with curiosity. You emerged unscathed from a battle where 100 exhausted soldiers faced 1,000 spirited assassins. How is such a dramatic scene not worth sharing? I find myself quite intrigued. Wen Nanxu lowered his head, unable to meet Sang Yingsheng's gaze. This is nothing. The crux lies in having endured a night of bloody battles, and yet still managing to hasten to the border to claim the enemy general's head. Oh, of course. This might not be a feat for General Wen, considering he could still utilize his lightness of foot, returning to the capital faster by a quarter of an hour than the main troop that set out a day and a half earlier. General Wen, truly impressive. The last few words were pronounced with great emphasis by Sang Yingsheng, who felt nearly driven to madness upon hearing this news, wishing to drag him out of the palace. Especially after reading a letter detailing Wen Nanxu's injuries, she was consumed by both anger and heartache, while he, seemingly unfazed, casually downplayed the situation in her presence. Wen Nanxu cursed Mushan countless times in his heart, realizing that his loose lips could not be contained, spilling every grim detail. Had he known, he would have discarded him long ago. With his incessant chatter, he could not fabricate a more palatable narrative, insisting on sharing these tragic truths with his beloved, proving to be more of a hindrance than a help. Lazily reclining on a soft bed, Mushan turned over, relishing the comfort of life, clearly finding security in the favor of their lady. Completely disregarding his general's well-being, he obediently followed the lady's orders and rested well. When Nanxu clutched the corner of Sang Yingsheng's sleeve, unwilling to let go, he too desired to hold her hand. Yet the fierce glint in her eyes deterred him. With a tone of feigned grievance, he called out, Sheng'er. Sang Yingsheng averted her gaze, resolutely refusing to look at him. To his surprise, his cries of distress only intensified her resolve, and as her eyes swept over his face, the redness at the corners revealed his pitiable state. Upon recalling the letter's description of his injuries, Sang Yingsheng's heart softened, and she released her grip. The moment when Nanxu heard this, he tightened his hold, his voice laced with even more sorrow. Sheng'er, do you no longer want me? Taking a deep breath, Sang Yingsheng replied, I wish I could. Could she truly bear to part with him? If she let go, what if he fled? When Nanxu's heart raced at the thought of losing her, Sang Yingsheng softened her tone. How can I examine your wounds if I do not let go? Hurry. No, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about, is it? As soon as Sang Yingsheng's demeanor softened, it quickly hardened again. When Nanxu, tell me, what is worthy of concern? Realizing that Sang Yingsheng was genuinely angry this time, when Nanxu hesitated, fearing that revealing the extent of his injuries would alarm her. After all, the last time, mere knife wounds had brought her to tears. This time, it could be catastrophic. As Wen Nanxu grappled with his thoughts, Sang Yingsheng unceremoniously exposed his true state: 2 broken ribs, dozens of knife wounds on his back, and the arrows lodged in his right shoulder contained poison. A severe blow to his chest nearly fractured his sternum, affecting his internal organs gravely. A sword had pierced his chest, just an inch from his heart. Had it shifted slightly, they would have been worlds apart. Wen Nanxu swallowed hard, attempting to articulate an explanation, but upon meeting Yingsheng's tear-filled gaze, he found himself utterly speechless. After a moment, she composed herself, stating, "I won't recount the other minor injuries. I trust you know them better than I do. But let me ask you this. Do you still value your life?" Sheng'er, he thought, seeing her eyes brimming with concern, felt a pain in his heart that eclipsed the physical wounds he bore. Yingsheng trembled as she pointed at him. "You are indeed something else. So formidable. Yet why not ascend to the heavens beside the sun?" She wiped away her tears with a trembling hand. "You must remove your clothing to tend to your wounds, or the king of hell will surely claim your life." Even though she had steeled herself for the sight, seeing his bloodied form was overwhelming. This fool had layered cotton behind his back to absorb the blood from his wounds, making it hard for her to recognize him at first glance. Having recklessly pushed himself on, his wounds had worsened significantly, exactly as she had feared, serious enough that a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Yingsheng fought to suppress her emotions, yet tears streamed down her face like a kite severed from its string as she turned to leave. "Sheng'er," he called, taking a deep breath, "do not turn around, just sit still and wait for my return." Watching her hurried retreat, his heart ached. He knew he should not have been so reckless, but each moment he remained absent meant one more moment of sorrow for her, a thought he could not bear. Yingsheng carried the medicine sent by Wei, while Yanqi followed with hot water. Upon witnessing Wen Nanxu's exposed bones, Yanqi's heart trembled, understanding why the lady was so distraught. What a man, to communicate with such severity of injury as if it were nothing. Anyone else would have fainted from the pain. It took countless bowls of hot water to clean his wounds sufficiently. Following Wei's instructions, they reapplied the medicine and dressed his wounds, a task that consumed 2 full hours. Yingsheng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and only after the last wound was tended did she finally exhale in relief. Just as when Nanxu intended to raise his hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, a single look from her sent him back down. "Lie still. Do not move." No matter how pitiful his expression was, she gathered the medicine box and left without a backward glance. Wen Nanxu, lying on the bed, gazed longingly at the closed door, resembling a forsaken spouse. Half an hour later, the door creaked open, and Yingsheng entered clad in a flowing white nightgown. Wen Nanxu's eyes widened in delight, his spirits soaring instantly. She settled beside him, her voice soft and inviting. "Still awake?" Without hesitation, he laid his head on her lap, looking at her with innocence. "I cannot sleep without you, Sheng'er. Did you sleep at all when I was not here?" Yingsheng chided, finding his antics utterly exasperating as he feigned weariness while clearly playing the fool. To her surprise, Wen Nanxu replied, tightening his grip on her slender arm, "Indeed, I long for you every night, hoping to see you again soon." A warm current flowed through Yingsheng's heart as she lay beside him. "All right, sleep now." As soon as she lay down, he wrapped around her like an octopus. And she hesitated to push him away due to his injuries. "Doesn't it hurt?" "Holding you makes all the pain go away," he replied cheerfully, his tone reminiscent of a child rewarded with candy. Yingsheng was utterly at a loss. "I am not a painkiller, but you are more effective than one. Fortunately, you are a warrior and not often in court." Wen Nanxu blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" She shot him an exasperated glance. "You are never serious." If you were by the emperor's side, he would be utterly bewildered, unable to distinguish between heaven and earth. "Hey, my wife praises me. How delightful. Does that mean I can stay close to you, Sheng'er? You could drive me to madness." Sheng'er stopped with his self-pity. However, he truly was in dire straits, and Yingsheng could not help but feel pity. "Sleep now. I will keep you company tonight, and you will surely have sweet dreams. But when I am not beside you, have you ever slept well? Perhaps just this once." Exhausted to the point of being unable to keep her eyes open, she resolved not to dwell on anything else. When Nanxu embraced Yingsheng, grasping her delicate, almost boneless hand, promising to always be by her side. She, however, had never placed faith in promises or oaths unless they were fulfilled, for the anguish of unfulfilled hopes could be profoundly painful. After a night spent toiling until the early hours, she awoke the following day well past dawn, only to be pulled back into bed by Wen Nanxu's arm. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" Her voice, still husky from sleep, concealed a deep reluctance to part. "Baffled," she replied. "I'm getting up." What, are you afraid I'll run away? Firmly, he encircled her waist, preventing any escape. Amused, she ruffled his hair, chuckling, this is my home. Where could I possibly go? Rest easy, I'll have the kitchen prepare breakfast for you. I want to accompany you, he insisted. With a sigh, she relented, considering his injury, and chose not to argue further. Ultimately, wherever she went, he followed, even standing by the door while she used the restroom, as if guarding a precious treasure. Doesn't your wound hurt? She asked, noticing his discomfort. It does, he admitted. If it hurts, then lie still. Do you wish to ascend to the heavens? Frustrated, she dragged him back to the room and pushed him onto the bed. As she prepared to leave, he hurried to follow her. What do you intend to do? Are you testing my patience? She scolded. He stood there dejectedly, looking quite pitiful, which made her soften her tone. Just lie down obediently. I'll fetch the medicine box to tend to your wounds. Okay, he replied, eagerly climbing onto the bed. Who would have thought this merciless general would exhibit such a demeanor at home? As she changed his dressings, he couldn't contain himself any longer. Is it true that all my injuries were revealed by Mushin? Sang Yingsheng, with utmost seriousness, applied ointment from the bottle to his wounds. His incessant chatter is mostly nonsense. Why would I care to pry information from him? Wen Nanxu blinked rapidly, puzzled. How does she know so much? I'm simply perceptive, she replied. I noticed you were exhausted and thought you could use some rest. Wen Nanxu felt a twinge of disbelief. What if I don't believe my wife? Then what? Mushin ought to express his gratitude to you.
Don't mention it, she said nonchalantly. Just listen to me.
He stole a glance at her, sensing hidden meanings in her words, yet her earnest expression left him bewildered. How does she know these things? Tilting her head curiously, she asked, do you wish to find out? He pressed his lips together, conceding, if you don't want to tell me, that's all right. I was merely concealing it from you. But it seems you're simply too formidable. You know everything. Sang Yingsheng beamed at him, while his heart ached. Can you grant me some consideration? He pleaded. She adjusted her posture and replied, you've been away at war for so long. Surely you've met many people. As for me, my business connections span the nation. I know just as many, if not more. You face enemies while I cultivate relationships, so discovering your whereabouts is hardly a challenge. When Nanshu's mouth fell open,
he had forgotten this aspect.
But who truly knows the extent of my injuries? As he pondered, she continued, alas, I'm simply too capable. I know friends in every industry. For instance, if you were to fall into a valley, coincidentally, my friend Weiwei could be there gathering herbs and would save you. When Nanxu was astonished. No wonder what he insisted on leaving despite his injuries. That girl had told him to return quickly, so as not to worry her. He had found her odd at the time, but now he realized she was a friend of Sang Yingsheng. Sang Yingsheng raised an eyebrow proudly. Isn't Weiwei impressive? If not for her serendipitous presence, you might not have made it back to the capital. Seeing her smug expression, he affectionately tapped her nose.
Indeed.
If you are so remarkable, then your friends must be equally extraordinary. Once the dressing was complete, the lingering scent of medicine made her uncomfortable. Now rest properly. He grasped her sleeve. Will you not stay with me? Sang Yingsheng hesitated, then agreed. I'll just wash my hands first. Then I'll accompany you, he declared. She couldn't help but chuckle. You can go away. Can't you just stay put without acting like a toddler? It's quite bothersome. When Nanxu pouted, letting out a heavy sigh. Is it too much to ask for a single day without you finding me annoying? I merely spoke a few extra words. And now you seem displeased. Very well. I'll remain here quietly. Her astonishment at his words left her speechless. You've truly crossed the line. In her moment of fury, she stormed out, leaving him grinning on the bed, eagerly awaiting her return. True enough, it wasn't long before Sang Yingsheng reappeared, followed by two maidservants who quietly set the lunch on the table before withdrawing. When Nanxu, upon seeing this, feigned sleep. Ah, this man, she muttered. Approaching him, she poked his face. Are you asleep? It's time to eat. He lay still, unresponsive. Why has your demeanor changed? You were so clingy earlier. And now you ignore me? Is this a ploy to entice me? She shrugged, amused by the notion of playing games with him. If you don't move, I shall leave. Upon hearing this, he shifted slightly. Gazing at him, Sang Yingsheng couldn't help but laugh, likening him to a turtle without its shell. Unable to contain her mirth, she burst into laughter, causing Wen Nanxu to open his sharp eyes and fixate on her. What's so funny? Did the turtle awaken? she teased, averting her gaze to suppress her laughter. Come on, get up to eat. He pouted, I can't. What's wrong? Just a moment ago. You were wandering behind me, without issue. His voice muffled in the pillow, he replied, I can't now. Didn't I tell you to remain still? Where does it hurt? As her hand reached to check his injuries, he seized her wrist, pulling her onto the bed and leaning over her. Yingsheng was taken aback. But his strength overwhelmed her, and looking into his earnest eyes, she found herself lost in confusion. You, his soft lips descended upon hers. And her heart raced as she blinked rapidly. After what felt like an eternity, he released her, his voice husky. My heart is broken. Only your kiss can mend it. Yingsheng's cheeks flushed. Can you not speak properly? How could she bear to witness her husband's heart shatter into pieces? With a voice both enchanting and laced with grievance, and those glistening eyes, Yingsheng felt her heart melt. Fine. When compared to the shameless Wen Nanxu, she certainly could not outmaneuver him. Chapter 62, Is my husband's waist in good condition? Perhaps it would be better for her to check personally. Yingsheng tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and gently pushed him away. Get off me. I want tea. Wen Nanxu clung to Yingsheng like a child cherishing a beloved toy. She found herself at a loss, unable to hit him, yet questioning if he could not tend to his injuries properly. With a heart in tatters, how could she focus on recovery? Observing his woeful demeanor, she began to doubt her initial attraction to him. Why do you act like a wronged woman? One might think I committed some unforgivable act against you. To be precise, it is a wronged husband. How precise indeed, she thought, feeling utterly exasperated by him. Fine, you are right, whatever you say. Then let me commit some unforgivable acts against my husband, Wen Nanxu replied, feigning innocence, as if he had not just taken advantage of her. Yingsheng was so infuriated that she struggled to find her voice, almost choking on her own words. Wen Nanxu playfully nudged her cheek with his nose, as if teasingly suggesting that she was yearning for her husband's beauty. Yingsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. After a brief absence, he had indeed grown more audacious. Had she not known the perilous circumstances he faced outside, she might have suspected him of attending some shameless class. Wen Nanxu, could you be a bit more serious? Wen Nanxu shrugged, unconcerned. Why should I be serious in front of my wife? If I were to act serious, would you even remember me? Yingsheng could hardly bear to look at him, a martial general so glib that it was fortunate he had taken on the role of a general. Otherwise, what status would the literati hold? The lunch is getting cold. Hurry up and get up. If you cannot eat properly while busy outside, at least do so while at home. Wen Nanxu, with his cunning eyes, inquired, Is there a reward for eating properly? Yingsheng rolled her eyes. Had she adopted a child? Yet, in order to hasten his departure from her lap, she relented. All right, but please get off first, or I may be crushed. Is your waist in poor condition? Yingsheng inhaled deeply. Your waist is the problem. You are the one pressing down on me. Just as he got up, Wen Nanxu pressed down once more. Could you act like a decent person? Their faces were mere inches apart, with a slight lean forward. When Nanxu's lips would meet hers, the smile at the corners of his mouth teasingly asking, Is my waist in good condition? Perhaps you should check personally?
Wen
Nanxu. My ears are perfectly fine, dear. Please do not scold me so harshly. Wen Nanxu placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and cheerfully stood up, straightening out his slightly wrinkled attire. Yingsheng gazed at the ceiling, muttering curses in her heart. Your ears are fine. It's your brain that's faulty. Wen Nanxu leisurely took a seat at the dining table, regaining his elegant demeanor. The way he handled his chopsticks radiated a noble grace, as if the earlier antics before his wife were not his doing at all. Glancing at his wife, sprawled on the bed in a state of despondence, he could not help but smile. It's lunchtime, my lady. Aren't you getting up? For a fleeting moment, Yingsheng truly wished to package him up and send him away, willing to cover the shipping costs. Who is it that has not risen yet? Yingsheng slowly made her way to sit across from him, initially a bit hungry, but now felt satiated just by seeing him. Wen Nanxu peeled a shrimp and placed it in her bowl, noticing she did not move her chopsticks. Are you not eating properly at home either? Yingsheng shot him a glare. Seeing you is enough to fill me. Wen Nanxu's laughter rang clear. It seems my appearance is quite to your taste. Yingsheng's lips twitched. What nonsense are you spouting now? Is it not true? My beauty is a feast for the eyes. He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, his tone lingering with an alluring charm. Yingsheng felt a mix of love and irritation, tempted to give him a good thrashing. Yet knowing he was not in a state to withstand it, she would only end up feeling guilty. Instead, she silently resolved, stay calm, stay calm. He is the man I chose. A gentleman takes his time for revenge. I shall note this down and settle the score once he is healed. Watching the pouting young woman before him, he thought every pain was worth it, as long as he could see her again soon. Ultimately, he was too gravely injured. After the meal, he leaned back against the bed and quickly succumbed to sleep. Yingsheng approached to tuck him in, gazing at his striking features, pale complexion, and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Her heart filled only with tenderness. What a fool you are, enduring unbearable pain just to keep me from worrying, while pretending everything is fine to amuse me. In the afternoon, Yingsheng sat beside him, organizing her accounts, and time passed swiftly. In the listening pavilion, Sheng'er, upon hearing Wen Nanxu had returned, longed to fly directly to the listening snow courtyard. A green quickly stopped her. My lady, it is late. Your haste is unbecoming. Sheng'er disregarded propriety. Her only desire was to see Wen Nanxu. I carry the general's child. Surely, he would not mind such trivialities. That is not the case. It is late, and the general must be resting. You would not wish to disturb his rest, would you? A green hastily blocked the doorway. Surprised by how vigorous Sheng'er was, even in her condition, Sheng'er gazed at the stars dotting the sky, feeling a tinge of disappointment. But I truly... A green led her into a room. The general has sustained injuries and needs to recover. If you truly wish to see him, it would be best to wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sheng'er found a green's reasoning quite sound. She could not afford to appear uncultured. Moreover, she had begun to engage in the affairs of the general's household, and surely he would be pleased to hear of it, hastening her marriage into his family. A green observed the expression on Sheng'er's face, a hint of intrigue crossing her eyes, and she and Alon helped her to sleep. The following day, Sheng'er rose early, holding several garments before the mirror, her face aglow with youthful shyness. A green, which one looks better on me? A green had no desire to entertain her, thinking that no matter how beautiful she dressed, the general would not spare her a glance. Alon cast her a sympathetic glance, grateful she had not been chosen as Sheng'er's confidant. In the morning, after Yingsheng accompanied Wen Nanxu for breakfast, she vanished from sight. Wen Nanxu felt profoundly frustrated after an entire afternoon of her company yesterday. How could she disappear now that he had awakened? Unbeknownst to him, Yingsheng had intentionally concealed herself, wishing for him to rest properly in their chamber without feeling compelled to be strong for her. Wen Nanxu stood by the swing, indulging in self-pity, enveloped in solitude. Chapter 63. This is the new clothing that Sheng'er specifically purchased for him. Mushan leaned against the wall, a blade of grass in his mouth, quietly observing his general, convinced that if there were a ranking for wronged wives in the capital, his general would surely be at the top. General, a sweet, high-pitched voice sent chills down his spine, leaving goosebumps in its wake. Looking up, he saw Sheng'er adorned in extravagant attire, resembling a moving flower vase as she hurried towards Wen Nanxu, her feet barely touching the ground, catching him off guard. Immersed in the sorrow of his wife's rejection, Wen Nanxu was entirely oblivious to the sultry call that echoed around him. When a delicate, fair hand brushed against the hem of his garment, he was startled and swiftly stepped aside. Yet, Sheng'er, her footing unsteady, was about to tumble into his embrace when Mushan, with remarkable swiftness, grasped her collar from behind, pulling her back upright with considerable effort. It was akin to drawing water from a well with a rope. Once Sheng'er stood straight, Mushan clapped his hands and exhaled with relief. Sheng'er was nearly driven to madness, yet to maintain her gentle and gracious demeanor before Wen Nanxu. She swallowed her anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him with a longing expression. When Nanxu cast a fleeting glance at the corner of his garment that she had touched, his expression gradually cooling. This was a new outfit that his wife had specifically purchased for him. Sheng'er's cheeks flushed as her cold, dark eyes glared at the ostentatious moth-like creature before her, causing her heart to chill, and despite having a plethora of words prepared, none would escape her lips. "Do your legs not know how to walk?" Sheng'er thought in astonishment, having envisioned numerous reactions from the general upon their meeting, but never such indifference. Her round, almond-shaped eyes filled with mist. Feeling utterly wronged, she dared not utter a word of defiance, biting her lip, recognizing that she had momentarily forgotten her manners in her excitement upon seeing the general. A cold glimmer flashed in Wen Nanxu's eyes as he took 2 steps forward, maintaining a distance of 10 feet between them. Acknowledging that he was aware of her lack of decorum, Sheng'er lifted her gaze to the man before her, bewildered by his aloofness. In her haste to follow, she stumbled over a stone and nearly fell forward. If Mushin had wished, he could have caught her again, but he remembered well the resentment in her eyes when he had previously helped her. Well, it wouldn't be his general who would bear the brunt of this incident, so he resigned himself to fate. Looking up at the sky, he noted how beautifully the clouds adorned it today. With her palm pressed against the ground and the sharp stones of the grass painfully digging into her skin, Sheng'er raised her head only to find that no one acknowledged her, especially not the man before her, who didn't even flutter an eyelash. Unwilling to concede defeat, she recalled how the general had once favored her. She attempted to rise using the swing's ropes for support, but before her fingers could grasp them, Wen Nanxu's icy gaze shot toward her, accompanied by a chilling reprimand. "Who permitted you to touch that swing?" His frigid voice sent shivers down her spine, even under the warm sun of early spring. "General," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of grievance and inquiry, unable to believe Wen Nanxu could be so indifferent, especially since she carried his child. "From now on, without my permission, you are not to step foot in this courtyard." The scent of her heavy makeup was giving him a headache. He preferred his wife's fragrance, which was delightful and made him yearn to hold her. Sheng'er clenched her fists, disregarding the pain in her palms, a flash of malice crossing her eyes. "So it's you, Yingsheng, who dares to sow discord between the general and me. I shall not let you off easily, you jealous harpy." Seeing that she still lingered, Wen Nanxu's dissatisfaction grew, the disdain in his gaze unmistakable. "Still not leaving?" Frustrated, Sheng'er confronted him. "General, why do you heed that woman's words?" Mushin's brow twitched. Had his general ever listened to any woman? Just yesterday, his wife had been infuriated, referring to him as a typical ungrateful son. In the general's residence, "It is not your place to dictate. If you find this temple too small to accommodate you, you may leave and seek another refuge. I shall not hinder you." Wen Nanxu couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance, hoping she would take the hint and leave promptly. With that, he dismissed her with a flick of his sleeve and entered the house, his silhouette exuding an air of aloofness and detachment. Mushin silently critiqued. Who could have guessed that beneath such a poised and cold exterior lay a soul lamenting the absence of his wife? Just before the door closed, Wen Nanxu added, "Mushin, I do not wish to see irrelevant individuals in this courtyard again." "Yes, I understand," Mushin replied obediently, then turned to Sheng'er with a blank expression. "Miss Sheng'er, please." "Humph." Sheng'er shot him a fierce glare, recalling how she had meticulously prepared for an hour that morning, only for that man to not even spare her a glance. Enraged, she yanked the floral hairpin from her head and threw it to the ground, stomping on it several times before storming away. Mushin observed her retreating figure, utterly speechless, thinking she could have at least thrown it farther away. Luckily, he had witnessed it. Otherwise, if someone discovered that a woman had left her belongings in the courtyard, he would surely be in trouble. He picked up the deformed hairpin from the ground and instructed his subordinates to meticulously clean the Tingshui courtyard, especially the swing. When Yanqi returned to find Mushin directing the cleaning, she was perplexed. "Oh, what is happening? So you know how to instruct others to tidy up?" Ignoring Yanqi's sarcastic remarks, Mushin glanced around. "Where's the lady?" Yanqi looked back, puzzled. "What is going on?" Mushin scanned the area, lowering his voice to recount the earlier events to Yanqi, hoping she might say a few kind words about the general in front of the lady, as he truly had not intended to encounter that woman. "Is that all?" Yanqi replied, unfazed. Mushin was taken aback, realizing she did not grasp the gravity of the situation. "You don't understand? What's so funny?" Suppressing her laughter, Yanqi said, "All right, I understand. I'll be back shortly." Mushin nodded. "Good, go quickly." Instead of returning to the Tingshui courtyard, Yanqi headed directly to the Wuying pavilion, leaving Mushin in disbelief. Why was she going there? Shouldn't she be finding the lady to ensure she did not ignore his general? Yanqi covertly summoned Alan and Lv, whispering a few sentences in their ears before stealthily departing, leaving no one aware of her intentions. An hour later, when Nanxu emerged from the bath, donning another outfit that Yingsheng had purchased for him, finally feeling at ease. As lunchtime approached, Yingsheng returned to the courtyard, surprised to see Wen Nanxu in black, having last seen him in blue that morning. Noticing the fresh scent of soap on him, she became increasingly puzzled. How could he change outfits twice in a single morning? Had he been practicing martial arts behind her back? Chapter 64. Sheng'er, I am no longer clean. Upon that thought, Yingsheng's eyes turned cold. With such a severe injury, how could he still practice martial arts?
He truly needed to be dealt with.
Mushin's eyes nearly popped out. Had Yanqi failed to persuade the lady? He stealthily moved closer to Yanqi. How did you convince her? Why is the lady still so angry? Yanqi blinked innocently. Convince her? What do you mean? Mushin was astonished. Didn't he say you would go find the lady? Not at all. I went to the wooing pavilion, Yanqi replied calmly. Mushin was anything but calm upon hearing this. Hadn't they agreed on a plan? When Wen Nanxu spotted Yingsheng's return, he immediately embraced her, inhaling her faint, delightful fragrance, feeling revitalized. Sheng'er, you've finally returned. He had intended to receive a scolding, but the magnetic quality of his voice, tinged with a slight rasp, conveyed both grievance and innocence, causing Yingsheng to suppress her anger. What now? Shouldn't you be resting instead of feeling wronged? When Nanxu refused to let her go. This isn't my fault. It's all that bothersome woman's doing. What was her name again? He had forgotten, but she was undoubtedly annoying. Yingsheng was not surprised. What on earth did you do to warrant a change of clothes? In a low voice, when Nanxu replied, sounding pitiful, Sheng'er, I am no longer clean. Ah, what do you mean? Yingsheng was utterly baffled by his sudden mood swings. Yanqi suppressed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Miss, today Sheng'er came to the listening snow courtyard to find the general and accidentally brushed against his garment. The general felt sullied and stayed in the bathhouse for an hour, while the entire listening snow courtyard was thoroughly cleaned. Mushan nodded vigorously beside her. Rest assured, madam. There is absolutely no connection between the general and Sheng'er. Please do not misunderstand, or else our general will become a resentful little wife. Yingsheng's eyes twitched slightly. This was indeed something he could do, but given the severity of his injuries, how could he endure such a long time in the water? How long have you soaked in the water? Wen Nanxu's gaze flickered. Not long. Yingsheng thought to herself, I believe you, not at all. The last time, after bringing Sheng'er into the residence, he had washed for 2 hours. Taking a deep breath, she asked, have your wounds been redressed? I applied medicine. Yingsheng did not trust a single word, dragging him back to the room. Indeed, some of his wounds had worsened after contact with water. She wanted to scold him, but upon meeting those damp, pleading eyes, she found herself speechless and pressed him onto the bed to reapply the medicine. Then, Wen Nanxu clung to her tightly, asking, do you know how much torment my body and mind have endured? The overwhelming scent of powder makes me dizzy. Only holding you can alleviate it. Yingsheng replied, I suspect you are spouting nonsense. As a pregnant woman, applying so much powder is not good, is it? Are you not afraid it would harm the child in my womb? What does it matter to me? The child is not mine. Wen Nanxu shrugged off her concerns, his tone revealing his strong dissatisfaction. Yingsheng leaned against him, saying, what good does your dissatisfaction do now?
She is the one you brought back.
Thinking of this made Wen Nanxu even more frustrated. Heaven knows how tormented he felt when he first brought her back. Perhaps it would be better to get rid of her. After all, he saw no value in her.
Don't.
A few days ago, I caught a woman who looks almost identical to her. I believe there must be some relation between them, but I have been a bit busy these days, so the investigation is slightly delayed. Wen Nanxu's eyes darkened. The net cast by the other party was rather vast, wasn't it? How did you manage to catch her? By coincidence, I saw someone resembling her on the way back to the residence, and later discovered she was an assassin. Wen Nanxu's heart tightened. An assassin? Did she hurt you? The other party did not recognize me. She was targeting the emperor, and recently the emperor has been trying to capture her. As she spoke, Yingsheng thought of something. By the way, you might need to intervene in this matter. The emperor currently does not know what the assassin looks like. I only deduced it by chance, mainly because she looks almost identical to Sheng'er. I fear there might be some conspiracy, so I had to capture her first. Wen Nanxu instinctively tightened his embrace. All right, this matter is too significant and dangerous. You are not allowed to interfere any further. I understand. I only wish to be an ordinary wealthy person, but if you are not home, I cannot protect anyone else. I must safeguard the general's residence. Else I cannot just stand by and watch others slander it, sow discord between you and the emperor. Yingsheng blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. While he guards the border, she stands behind him to protect their home. It is my failure for not being able to protect you in time, causing you to suffer. Yingsheng smiled softly. Not at all. Who in this world could make me feel wronged? Besides, I am so wealthy, I would never treat myself poorly. Wen Nanxu leaned closer to her face. Indeed, one must never treat oneself poorly. Meanwhile, amidst the harmonious sounds of the zither, he also vented his frustrations with great vigor. Alan and Alu exchanged silent glances. Alu stepped forward and poured her a cup of water. My lady, do not be angry. The general is just this way. He treats everyone the same. You are currently pregnant and must not get angry. Speaking of the child, Sheng'er became even more agitated, feeling both wronged and furious. The general actually thinks of me as an irrelevant person, yet I am clearly carrying his child. Alu gently patted her back. My lady, did you see any other women in that courtyard when you went there? Sheng'er was taken aback, as she seemed to recall none. Not even Yingsheng had seen anyone. The general is not fond of women getting close to him, even with the old lady. You have never seen the general linger in the listening rain courtyard for long. He usually cannot bear it for more than a quarter of an hour. Sheng'er blinked rapidly. Is this true? Alan smirked and stepped forward. Yesterday, the madam was also extremely upset with the general. Otherwise, if you had gone to the listening snow courtyard today, you would have surely seen the madam. Are you implying that the general treats Madame Sang in the same manner? Sheng'er was a bit incredulous, thinking she had been instigated by Yingsheng. Alu nodded. Indeed, the madam was quite upset with the general yesterday, almost wishing to confront him. In just a few sentences, Sheng'er let go of her plans to deal with Yingsheng, feeling a tinge of pity for her. After all, she was carrying the general's offspring, while Yingsheng had nothing but the title of the general's wife. No wonder she had been so fearful when Sheng'er had tried to help her with the household affairs. At this moment, Sheng'er firmly believed that Yingsheng was not at all favored by Wen Nanxu, feeling that her own advantages were greater. And she suddenly sensed that the position of the general's wife was within her grasp. With this thought, her anger dissipated, and she cheerfully continued to sort through the accounts. If she could showcase her capability to manage the household affairs in front of the general, replacing Yingsheng would be exceedingly easy. The general's residence soon returned to tranquility until the arrival of a letter, causing someone to overturn their 1,000-year-old vinegar jar in a fit of jealousy. Chapter 65. Hey. Who doesn't have a little temper? Who is he? In the afternoon, Yingsheng went out for a matter, and upon returning, she found Wen Nanxu angrily pointing at a letter on the table and questioning her furiously. Her brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean, who? What are you up to now? Wen Nanxu placed the envelope before her, pointing at the words on it. You read it for yourself. To my darling precious Sheng. Personally opened. Who is it that dares to address you so intimately? Does he not know you have a husband? Upon seeing those words, Yingsheng immediately recognized the handiwork of a certain individual. Looking at the unopened envelope, and then at his jealous expression, she chuckled softly. Why are you so agitated? How can you be so sure that the sender is a man? When Nanxu was taken aback, his eyes widening. Then tell me, is the sender male or female? Had he not feared her anger, he would have opened the letter the moment it appeared, eager to see which audacious scoundrel dared to compete with him for his wife. Seeing him in such a state, Yingsheng hesitated to open the letter, as who knew what ridiculous words that fellow might have written. She pulled Wen Nanxu down to sit. You are not in a suitable state to be angry over just a few words. What do you mean not suitable? It is very suitable. Someone is calling him my darling wife, and he expects me not to be angry? I don't have such a broad mind. As Yingsheng delayed in opening the envelope, Wen Nanxu grew more suspicious, convinced that the sender was a shameless man. Raising his voice, he asked, is it a man or a woman? Yingsheng sighed. This jar of vinegar was beyond repair. She held his hand and said, this person is not worth your jealousy. Wen Nanxu stared at her, his dark eyes narrowing, exuding a palpable aura of danger.
So, it is a man, right?
Yingsheng remained silent, and Wen Nanxu felt an unnamed rage surging within him. Then, the soft lips of the girl pressed against his, extinguishing that fire of jealousy completely. Wen Nanxu would not miss any opportunity. Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, tilting her chin, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss, and only relented when he felt her breath becoming shallow. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Yingsheng nestled in his embrace, breathing softly. Her cheeks flushed with a captivating allure. Her shimmering, ethereal eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and her slightly swollen lips parted ever so slightly, rendering her even more enticing. Wen Nanxu could not resist and gently pecked at her, his voice low and sultry. "My precious darling." Yours," Yingsheng replied, leaning against him, her voice tender, like a feather brushing against Wen Nanxu's heart, instantly bringing a smile to his lips. "Humph. Daring to vie for my Yingsheng?"
Dream on.
He thought, his curiosity piqued by the letter. He was eager to see what this male vixen could possibly write to his beloved. As he felt his jealousy wane, Yingsheng slowly opened the envelope. Even without reading it, she could surmise its content, as he had yet to respond to her previous inquiry about Sheng'er. Unfolding the letter, she found indeed it contained information about Sheng'er. Lu Qianan, the second young lady of the Lu family from the southwest, age 17, had fled her family at 12, her whereabouts unknown. She was described as stubborn and unmarried. The Lu family, the foremost among the 4 great families of the southwest, was renowned for their incense-making, with the most gifted among them being the eldest daughter, Lu Qinyue, whose concoctions were unparalleled and whose martial prowess was formidable. Upon finishing the document, Yingsheng murmured, "It seems that the blue elf is none other than Lu Qinyue. No wonder the palace is heavily guarded. She managed to infiltrate it and escape unscathed." However, when Nanxu's gaze lingered on the last few lines of the letter, "My darling, will you truly not consider being with me? I am so handsome, charming, and dashing, far superior to your husband who is rarely home." With a thud, he slammed his fist on the table, causing the cups to clatter. Yingsheng flinched, her long lashes fluttering. What's wrong? Indeed, he was a male vixen. When Nanxu gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear the letter's author to shreds. It was only then that Yingsheng noticed the last 2 lines, confirming that the writer had a penchant for inserting nonsensical remarks amidst serious matters. Truly, his narcissism remained unchanged. What? Had he not been in contact with you before? How dare he attempt to sow discord between us? Shameless, he thought, seething with rage. Where did this male vixen come from? I must not let him escape. Otherwise, I'll pluck every last hair from him. Dashing? He'd be better off as a bald man. Witnessing the murderous intent flickering in his crimson eyes, reminiscent of an enraged big cat, Yingsheng was startled and quickly sought to soothe him. He is merely boasting in his letter. Why bother getting upset? When Nanxu turned his face away, huffing in annoyance. "Aksu," she called, but he released her and strode away, adding, "This time, I won to be easily appeased." "If you're angry, then be angry, but where are you going?" she exclaimed, struggling to keep pace with his long strides. "Can't we sit down and discuss this?" "Humph." She sighed behind him, realizing who the real little wife was. "Your injuries aren't suited for wandering about," she lamented. In her haste to follow him, she stumbled on the steps. It did not hurt much, and she intended to rise and dust herself off, but seeing him storming away, she thought, who doesn't have their little tantrums? With a rapid blink, she forced out a couple of tears that dried almost instantly, lying on the ground in a pitiful manner. "Ah!" Hearing her voice, when Nanxu immediately turned around, his heart tightening at the sight of his beloved on the ground. "Sir," he exclaimed, rushing to her side. Concern etched on his face. "Did you hurt yourself?" "Let me see." Yingsheng pouted. "Why were you walking so fast? I can't keep up. Is this how you treat me? It's all my fault, my fault. Where did you fall? Shall I call a doctor?" He grasped her delicate hand, which was red and tender, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Why did I have to walk so fast out of spite?" Yingsheng, mimicking his earlier demeanor, shook off his hand, fuming. "My heart is shattered. You can't mend it." With that, she turned and stormed back, ignoring whatever he might say. Upon returning to the courtyard, she slammed the door shut, leaving him outside. "Sheng'er, weren't you the one who wanted to leave? Why are you back? Go ahead. My humble abode cannot accommodate such a great Buddha." When Nanxu leaned against the door, experiencing the irony of fate, having just uttered similar words to someone else. "Sir, please open the door," he pleaded, feeling utterly humble. "You can rest in the study. There's a bed there. Just don't be difficult." Out of sight, out of mind. When Nanxu frowned, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he looked at Mu Shan. "When did the study acquire a bed?" Mu Shan's heart raced. "General, I will remove it at once. Hurry." When Nanxu commanded, his tone shifting completely. "Sheng'er, don't you want her husband anymore? What have I done to cause you such anger?" It's all my fault for being preoccupied with national matters, allowing that male vixen to gain your attention. Is he truly more handsome than I? He lamented, feeling the sting of abandonment. I am wounded and receive not a word of care from you. It was a classic case of out with the old, in with the new, and as he continued speaking, Yingsheng felt her temples throb with irritation. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Wen Nanxu's dejected figure, his fingers absent-mindedly scraping the wall. Is this a place I can enter? He murmured, avoiding her gaze. Yingsheng felt utterly defeated. I am thoroughly at a loss with you. Sensing the faint scent of blood, she instinctively knew its source. Come in, she said, patting his shoulder. Wen Nanxu lowered his head. Is this a place I can enter? You may enter if you wish. If not, then go away. You're nothing but trouble. As she entered, Wen Nanxu followed, a small smirk forming at the corner of his lips. When Yingsheng turned to face him, her eyes were filled with innocence, masking a smile. Yingsheng regarded him, both angry and heartbroken. I told you to rest and heal, yet you insist on causing trouble. Your wounds have reopened. Do you not feel pain? Wen Nanxu took hold of her hand, wishing she would show him some compassion. If only you could care for me. I would no longer feel pain. Yingsheng shot him an exasperated glance. Let go, behave, and I shall tend to your wounds anew. Wen Nanxu obediently unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his exquisite physique. Sensing her gaze, he raised an eyebrow. That male vixen cannot compare to your husband. Yingsheng scoffed. You two are cut from the same cloth. Both narcissistic and troublesome. Wen Nanxu, unwilling to concede, thought, how could that vixen ever measure up to me? I must not let him discover where that wretched creature resides. Otherwise. How long has Sheng'er known that vixen? Longer than you. What? Wen Nanxu suddenly leaped to his feet, the freshly bandaged wounds reopening. Yingsheng's temper flared, and without concern for causing him pain, she forcefully patted him, demanding he behave and sit properly. Wen Nanxu felt a mix of anger and grievance, bombarding her with questions. When did they meet? Where? What is his name? Where does he live? How old is he? Is he ugly or merely plain? Yingsheng couldn't help but chuckle. You are indeed more sour than aged vinegar from a century-old vinegar factory. Just where did this vixen emerge from? Has he dug up his ancestral grave? What, do you intend to bury the whole? Have a little more self-confidence. Stop concocting wild fantasies. He is merely an old friend from youth, someone I scarcely see once a year. She tugged at his ear, chiding him for perpetually being jealous instead of attending to serious matters. With a haughty expression, Wen Nanxu retorted, Am I not also a childhood acquaintance of yours? How could I be unaware of this vixen's existence? I met him when I was 3 during a fight. You naturally would not know. To think he had known the fellow a decade longer than Wen Nanxu, the term childhood sweethearts flashed in his mind. Observing his expression, Yingsheng knew he was indulging in his own imagination, urging him not to create jealousy where none existed. If I had any connection with him, it would be none of your concern. He is merely someone who enjoys boasting, fearful of how you treat me. With a hint of jealousy, Wen Nanxu asked, Do you often keep in touch with him? Yingsheng pondered. We only reach out to each other when necessary, such as investigating Sheng'er. Other than that, our relationship is fraught with grudges. We are akin to rivals in love and hate. Every time she thought of his infuriating face, her hands itched. Wen Nanxu, in a possessive manner, grasped her chin, declaring that while rivalry was acceptable, love was not. Very well, I shall love only you. Is that satisfactory? As Yingsheng helped him dress after changing his bandages, she supported him to lie down properly. This man has a heart smaller than a needle's eye. Satisfied. Wen Nanxu lay back on the bed, thinking, what if he had known him for 10 years longer? What belongs to him will always be his. Humph, little trash. No one shall covet his treasure. In good spirits, he slept soundly, not waking even for dinner, drifting into the next morning. Upon waking, the first thing on his mind was to find his wife. Yingsheng was in the storeroom, examining medicinal herbs that could help restore Wen Nanxu, when she overheard Yan Qi mention that Sheng'er was looking for her. Despite her reluctance to engage with her, she remembered Sheng'er's status and went to meet her. Consequently, the tale reached Wen Nanxu's ears, transforming into Yingsheng having risen early to gather various supplements for Sheng'er, displaying utmost care and affection. Wen Nanxu sat in the courtyard, squinting in confusion over why his beloved Sheng'er would show such kindness to that woman, glancing at Mushan. Is my wife still with her? Although Mushan was puzzled by the change in his general's demeanor, he nodded earnestly. Yes, it seems they are enjoying a lively conversation. HM? Yesterday it was a male vixen, and today a female one. Truly, he felt overwhelmed. Fuming, when Nanxu summoned his wife back. Mushan hesitated, pondering what excuse to use. The general's residence is governed by the lady's word, after all. What reason? She is my wife, not that vixen's. So, what right does she have to compete with me for her? That woman, indeed, harbors ill intentions. It infuriates him. Mushan queried, what if she angers the lady? When Nanxu paused, would you not suggest that I am unwell? What if my wife seeks her out for something? She is not a doctor. How would she know to find one if she feels unwell? Mushan speculated seriously, prompting Wen Nanxu to feel an urge to hammer him. Do you have so much to say? Do you believe I would throw you out? He lamented. Why could he not think of something better? Is my Sheng'er truly that sort of person? Chapter 67. The King of Imagination. Mushan was undeterred by Wen Nanxu's words, as the lady had previously instructed him to report any threats with her. Unbeknownst to Wen Nanxu, his subordinate's loyalties had long since shifted, and he shot him a glare. Are you not going yet? Mushan kindly advised, General, perhaps you should take a moment to calm down. Be careful not to be locked out by the lady again. Of course, he dared not voice the last part, fearing he would not survive until the lady returned to support him. When Nanxu lounged imposingly, do I appear busy? Without seeing his wife, he felt utterly uncomfortable. Mushan thought to himself that the general was too idle, were he a little busier. He would not face his wife's disdain daily. With a professional smile, he replied, not busy. Then you wish for me to be calm? Calm in what way? Shall I cease breathing? Your subordinate dares not. Mushan felt tormented, yet he could not confront his superior, whose prowess was overwhelming.
Dare not?
Then go fetch my wife back. If you have time to argue with me, you could have already completed the task. When Nanxu lifted the teacup, feeling a swell of frustration. Why did his Sheng'er, while he laid injured, neglect him to run to that woman? What did that woman possess that deserved such affection? She was not even attractive. What kind of spell had she cast on his Sheng'er? It was clear his Sheng'er should detest her. Mushan, dragging his feet, returned quickly. But when Nanxu had waited long, never catching sight of the figure he yearned to see. Where is my wife? Not seen. Furious, when Nanxu tossed the teacup aside. Why did you not bring her back? Just yesterday, she professed her love for me alone. How could she change her heart overnight? Mushan felt exasperated. General, why are you so insistent on having the lady return now? She has neither left the residence nor spoken to any other men. Why is your jealousy so intense? I am not feeling well. Shall I fetch a doctor for you? When Nanxu's heart was heavy, I am unwell. Mushan felt like losing his mind. Yet, he could not locate the lady. What about Yingsheng? I do not know either. Mushan was nearly in tears. The lady had given him strict orders to remain by the general's side, never straying far, and having just disobeyed her command, he feared her gentle wrath would return. When Nanxu's annoyance grew, yet his body ached painfully, rendering him incapable of action, or he would not have sent the unreliable Mushan to find her. At that moment, Yingsheng entered, carrying a platter of fruit, noticing Wen Nanxu's displeased expression as he sat in the courtyard. General, would you like some fruit?
No.
What is there to eat when my wife is not found? Yingsheng raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the source of his dark mood. Setting the fruit platter on the table, she asked, General, do you truly not wish to eat? This was carefully selected by the young lady for you, the freshest assortment. Upon hearing it was chosen by his wife, his expression softened considerably. He grabbed a peach from the platter and took a bite. Where is my wife? She is in the kitchen preparing soup. Soup? It wouldn't be for that woman, would it? Instantly, the peach in his hand lost its appeal, and he felt a surge of anger. She seemed to have too much time on her hands. She quickly refuted, no, she is very busy each day. Busy yet has time to visit that woman? And still finds time to make soup? Then do not let me have any. Just then, Yingsheng entered with the soup. Overhearing his sour remark, and immediately considered retreating. When Nanxu's heart clenched painfully, his eyes widening as he gazed at her. Is the soup for me? Yingsheng placed the soup on the table. Otherwise, who do you think I would cook the soup for? When Nanxu's heart blossomed with joy, the sudden happiness lifting his spirits as he clutched Yingsheng's sleeve, realizing that she truly was the best. Yingsheng shot him a glance. What are you talking about? Just a moment ago, weren't you mocking me for having the time to cook soup? Really, You spend each day finding ways to provoke jealousy. In my past life, I must have been quite the jealous one, and in this life, it seems I'm accumulating all sorts of envy. Yingsheng, I didn't mean it. I heard you were in the storeroom looking for supplements for that woman, and I heard you two were quite friendly. Wen Nanxu insisted that he couldn't be blamed for his thoughts. Yingsheng's eyes twitched. Where did you hear that? If I were truly on friendly terms with her, it would mean I was quite idle. If it weren't for Sheng'er relentlessly pestering me to chat with her, she would have left long ago. Who knew today Sheng'er would feel pity for her, advising her to let things go and not argue with Wen Nanxu. All excellent men are like this. What nonsense. Perhaps she's lost her mind, she thought, having listened for a long time without understanding. Eventually, she realized it was a misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Wen Nanxu, and Sheng'er had cleverly extracted some words from her. Little did she expect Sheng'er to have such a vivid imagination, and it seemed that the man returned with an equally vivid imagination.
She was truly impressed.
With her sparkling black eyes, she looked at Yingsheng. Knowing that Yingsheng would never look down on such a person, Yingsheng had no way to deal with him. Drink the soup while it's hot. Does your wound hurt today? Wen Nanxu blinked his moist eyes. It hurts. If it hurts, why are you still sitting outside? Drink the soup and then come inside. I will massage it for you. It's just a normal phenomenon. My medicine works like this. After these 2 days of pain, most of your wounds should be healed. Yingsheng lifted the soup bowl, blowing on each spoonful before feeding it to him. At last, he obediently accepted it, no longer making a fuss. In the afternoon, the esteemed Dihai personally delivered the invitation to the celebration banquet tomorrow, which astonished Yingsheng. What significant matter warranted the Grand Steward to deliver it in person? It was quite an honor. However, when Nanxu remained calm, accepting the invitation, noting that he would arrive early the next day. All right, let us return and report, Dihai chuckled, his face full of benevolence. Yet, when Nanxu's expression remained indifferent, betraying no emotion, Yingsheng furrowed her brows as she stood beside him. Once the steward left, she remarked, that old man is so amiable, and you wear such a long face. Can't you smile a little? It's a bit excessive. When Nanxu drew her close, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Smile? I fear I might startle the old man. Yingsheng pondered for a moment, realizing he had a point. Over the past few days, when Nanxu had been shamelessly playful in front of her, making her forget the public's perception of him, cold as ice and unapproachable. But who would have thought that the valiant general had two distinct faces? Last time, the Empress had sent numerous gifts to the general's residence, and, taking advantage of tomorrow's occasion, they should return the favor. All according to the lady's arrangements, when Nanxu said, grinning as he wrapped his arms around her waist, his eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 68. Discussing reason and husband's embrace. Yingsheng organized the gifts, pointing to a beautifully packaged box. Inside are this year's freshly harvested, high-quality teas. The emperor loves tea. Remember to present it to him tomorrow. When Nanxu toyed with a hairpin of Yingsheng's, the gifts you prepared should naturally be delivered by you. I could never usurp your goodwill. The emperor treats you so well. It's only natural to present him with things he enjoys. Besides, we are one body as husband and wife, so it matters little who gives what. But I fear you might grow jealous again, thinking I'm gifting something to another man, and then return home to sulk. Where would I go to reason with you? This jealous essence, she thought, was something she understood very well. When Nanxu blinked and embraced her from behind. Discuss reason in your husband's embrace. Don't start with that. Yingsheng shot him a reproachful glance, pushing him away as she meticulously examined the gifts. When Nanxu looked at the table full of gift boxes, leaning closer to Yingsheng, you prepared so many gifts for others. Did you prepare anything for me? Yingsheng gave him a disdainful look. What do you want? As long as it is from you, I shall love it. When Nanxu replied, seemingly taking her question seriously. Yingsheng twitched her lips. All right, stop daydreaming. Tomorrow at the banquet, those officials will surely engage you in deep conversation. Rest early to avoid being overwhelmed. When Nanxu enveloped Yingsheng in his arms. The gifts from you are my favorite. Yingsheng. What nonsense! What had she given? Before she could process this, his magnetic voice whispered in her ear. You are the greatest gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. I truly cherish you. He certainly knew how to find a way out for himself. Yingsheng huffed lightly. Then let it be so. At the Wan family residence, Wan Ruoling was overjoyed, trying on each piece of clothing in her wardrobe, occasionally asking Wan Ruyun, Sister, Does this outfit look good? Wan Ruyuan, reluctantly dragged in to assist her sister, stifled a yawn. It looks good. Our Ling'er is so beautiful that she looks good in anything. It's getting late. You should rest early. Wan Ruoling seized her arm. No, sister. Tomorrow's celebration banquet will have all the officials in attendance. If I don't dress up carefully, how can General Wen notice me? But General Wen is already married. Wan Ruyuan said helplessly. Everyone in the capital knew that General Wen's beloved had long been established, yet her sister remained fixated on the impossible. So what? There is nothing in this world that Wan Ruoling cannot obtain. The woman General Wen married is merely from a merchant family, and everyone knows merchants are of low status. General Wen has fought countless battles and achieved numerous merits. How could he be associated with someone of such humble origins? A glimmer of disdain flickered in Wan Ruoling's eyes. She was a noble lady of the capital. In terms of appearance and knowledge, she ranked at the top, with countless officials' sons wishing to court her. She did not believe that General Wen would not be attracted to her when they met tomorrow. Wan Ruyuan recognized her sister's high ambitions from childhood and chose not to argue further. Then let you dress beautifully. Tomorrow you will surely outshine all the other young ladies. Wan Ruoling's face broke into a proud smile as she pulled out a beautifully exquisite hairpin from her jewelry box and pressed it into Wan Ruyuan's hand. How can I be the only one looking good? This moonlit butterfly hairpin paired with your beauty will ensure that the two of us, the Wan sisters, will be the most stunning sight at the palace banquet. The crown prince will surely be captivated by you. Wan Ruyuan gazed at her sister's victorious demeanor, quietly sighing to herself. Sister, I still believe this moonlit butterfly hairpin suits you better. Nonsense. Why should we be polite? It's just a hairpin. You are usually too understated. With so many young ladies present, you must not fall behind. As she spoke, she picked out a pair of earrings from the jewelry box and directly adorned Wan Ruyuan's ears, picking up a bronze mirror. Sister, look how beautiful these cloud pearl earrings make you look, elegant and noble. Tomorrow, those young ladies won't be able to compare. The crown prince will undoubtedly be yours. Upon hearing the title of crown prince, Wan Ruyuan's expression subtly shifted, though she ultimately remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ling'er's exuberance was hard to dismiss, so she accepted the two items graciously. Time was fleeting, and she advised Ling'er to rest early, for she would surely shine even brighter on the morrow. Very well, sister. The same goes for you. Ling'er cheerfully bid farewell to Wan Ruyuan, closing the door behind her. However, the smile on her face vanished abruptly. A shadow flickering in her eyes as she addressed the maid beside her in a cold tone. Re-iron this outfit. Tomorrow, indeed. Returning to the courtyard, Wan Ruyuan was taken aback to find her father waiting for her. Father, she exclaimed, hastening towards him. Wan Niangui scrutinized her briefly before instructing, for tomorrow's palace banquet. Take a cue from your sister's spirited demeanor and adorn yourself well. Do you understand? He was aware of his daughter's restrained feelings towards the crown prince. Wan Niangui's countenance darkened as he continued, as the foremost talent in the capital, having known the crown prince since childhood, and with him still unmarried. You two are well matched. Wan Ruyuan felt her voice falter. What did it matter if they were suited? Did it guarantee his affection? Seeing her silence, Wan Niangui softened his tone. Yuan, I only wish what is best for you. Should you become the crown princess, you would enjoy a life of luxury and honor. Wan Ruyuan lowered her gaze. If he truly sought her happiness, he would not insist on her marrying the crown prince. The depths of the royal palace were like an ocean. Did those within truly find happiness? Yet, recognizing her father's resolve, she acquiesced. Thank you, father. A smile finally broke upon Wan Niangui's face. That's more like it. Remember, no one else will care for you as much as your father does. Rest early. He departed slowly. Wan Ruyuan bowed, watching his silhouette vanish into the night, the moonlight casting a serene glow as a sense of helpless desolation arose within her. The notion that she had known the crown prince since childhood was merely a fade. In truth, she had only listened in on a few of her father's lessons to the prince. How could he possibly remember her? Even if he did, it would be out of courtesy, devoid of any deeper sentiment. Furthermore, her father knew full well that General Wen was already married, yet he still urged his daughter to vie for his affections. What was there to compete for? Would the general divorce his wife or take a concubine? Everyone knew the Wen family's reputation for loyalty and integrity. They would never entertain the idea of polygamy. The old matriarch treated her daughters-in-law as her own flesh and blood. In their eyes, such pursuits were mere theatrics. It was indeed perplexing. And she found it hard to reconcile. Chapter 69. He simply wanted to dress in matching outfits with his wife the following day. Yingsheng lazily stood before her wardrobe, glancing at her garments. As it was her first palace banquet, she knew she needed to take it seriously and muster some enthusiasm. Wen Nanxu also stood before the wardrobe, surveying his predominantly dark attire. He glanced sideways at his wife's colorful garments, his brow slightly furrowing. Yingsheng picked up a pale pink dress. But Wen Nanxu immediately pressed down her hand, asking, "What are you planning to do?" She believed this color would be popular among the many ladies attending the banquet. After considering, she thought it made sense. Many young women favored pink. She turned her attention to a nearby apricot-colored dress, which also seemed appealing. Yet, before she could touch it, Wen Nanxu interjected, "That style seems a bit outdated, doesn't it?"
Does it?
Yingsheng tilted her head back to scrutinize it, finding nothing wrong. However, seeing Wen Nanxu's earnest expression, she decided to try something else. Yet, after examining his own attire, he shook his head, stating, "That white is too plain. The palace banquet calls for something more extravagant. This jade color is a bit too ornate. This fabric feels uncomfortable. If you wear it for a day, you will surely be ill at ease." Yingsheng was taken aback by how much he fussed over a single outfit. After a prolonged selection process, he found nothing suitable, and she snapped, "I'm merely attending a banquet, not a beauty pageant. Can't you just offer a suggestion without so much commentary?" Silenced by her reprimand, Wen Nanxu stood obediently by her side. Yet, Yingsheng sensed something was amiss. "You seem a bit strange today." Wen Nanxu's demeanor turned serious. "I simply have a fondness for you." Yingsheng thought she ought not to engage him further. Grabbing a random outfit, she watched as he coughed as if afflicted by pneumonia. "Is there something wrong?" she queried, but he quickly resumed his casual demeanor, glancing around. As soon as her fingers brushed the garments, he appeared gravely ill, but once she withdrew, he returned to normal. "If you wish for me not to attend the banquet or harbor any objections, please say so directly. There's no need for this charade." Wen Nanxu replied weakly, "I merely believe those colors are not suitable for today's banquet." "What's unsuitable about them? Then tell me, which outfit would be appropriate for me?" Yingsheng's mood soured at his incessant critiques. She despised being judged on her choices. After a long deliberation, Wen Nanxu finally selected a purple dress from the wardrobe, his expression hopeful as he asked, "What do you think of this one?" Yingsheng appraised it, finding it indeed lovely. "Very well, I will wear this." She accepted the garment, noticing his beaming smile, and her brow involuntarily twitched. Why was he so pleased? Was he eager to boast to the crown prince about his discerning eye for his wife's attire? While not entirely implausible, she chose not to dwell on it. Having wasted considerable time, she quickly changed into the dress and began to style her hair. She picked up a hairpin from the table and placed it in her hair. Yanqi, observing the pin, paused momentarily. "Miss, did you not dislike this style of hairpin? This was a gift from the last palace visit. I cannot disregard the emperor's goodwill." Yingsheng regarded the pin in the mirror, acknowledging her disfavor, but it was the only one that matched her attire today. In truth, her personal likes were of little consequence. Yanqi then picked up another pin, but Yingsheng immediately stopped her. "That's enough. Wearing too many will weigh me down." "But miss, you are attending a palace banquet. How can you go without adornments? You must not be outshone by those noble ladies." "No, I believe what I have is ample. There is no need to overload, or I will appear like a nouveau riche. Besides, there will be many attendees. It is wiser to maintain a low profile." Though she had never attended a palace banquet, she had gleaned enough from her experiences. The young ladies would be vying to showcase their beauty and talents, engaging in subtle competitions that resembled a battlefield. The stakes were high, and offending anyone was ill-advised. Discretion was paramount. Yanqi considered her words and found them sensible. One could never tell if others harbored jealousy. It would be prudent to tread carefully at such a grand event. "With my husband present, who would dare bully my Yingsheng?" Wen Nanxu entered, bending down to kiss her forehead. "You look truly splendid today." Yingsheng turned to see him also adorned in a purple robe, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. No wonder he had been so insistent about her choice of color today. The true intention lies here. Wen Nanxu feigned indifference to his previous actions, casually taking her hand, his brows unconsciously arching upwards. "How delightful it is to appear as a couple. Do we truly need others to see us as such?" Certainly, What if some unwise individual were to take a fancy to you? His wife, no one shall dare to covet her. Just by glancing at my hairpin, it is evident that I am married. Yet you, with such striking beauty, might attract the attention of many young ladies at today's court banquet. Yingsheng silently prayed that no foolish person would approach her, criticizing her worthiness. She could overlook the way her man gazed at her, but should someone persist relentlessly, she would undoubtedly respond with a gentle retort. Thus, it was imperative to dress similarly to Sheng'er, making it clear that she belonged to her. After all, who isn't already married? In accordance with the emperor's request from yesterday, they set off an hour early to have a private conversation with him. The general's residence was quite distant from the palace. On the carriage, with nothing to do, Yingsheng discovered a small box and picked up a hand bracelet she had not finished weaving during her previous bout of boredom. Just as she completed it, Wen Nanxu snatched it away. Yingsheng remarked, "Your hands are rather swift. What if Sheng'er were to gift it to someone else?" Without hesitation, Wen Nanxu secured the woven red string around his wrist, as if fearing it would be taken from him. Of course, something made by his wife's own hands should not fall into another's possession. Yingsheng gazed at the garish red string on his wrist, which decidedly detracted from his overall appearance. "Perhaps you should remove it," she suggested. "I shall not," Wen Nanxu declared, protecting his wrist. "Once it is on my hand, it belongs to me. It's so ugly, I myself find it displeasing. If you like it, I shall buy you a new one next time."
Indeed.
Some wealth is better earned by others. If someone were to see that hideous thing and inquire about it, would she not lose face? Chapter 70. How this good brother stabbed him repeatedly when Nanxu turned his head away, huffing in pride. "Well, regardless, it looks ugly on you." As long as she didn't acknowledge it, no one would know that this eyesore was her handiwork. He rummaged through the box and found a small brocade box, barely the size of a palm. When Nanxu's gaze instantly shifted. "What is it?" "A hand bracelet," Yingsheng replied, removing it from the box. A few tiny bells clinked together, producing a crisp sound. It matched perfectly with Wenmu's attire for the day. "Mother, does it look good?" "Very nice." Wenmu began, only to be interrupted by Wen Nanxu. "How can it look good?" "Not at all. Look at the craftsmanship, the style, truly pedestrian." Wenmu immediately shot him a disdainful glare. "You have no taste." Yingsheng was about to express her agreement when Wen Nanxu's boastful voice interrupted again. "This one on my wrist is far more exquisite. It was personally woven by my Sheng'er, a one-of-a-kind piece imbued with her love for me." Wenmu closed her eyes, unwilling to engage with her somewhat foolish eldest son. Over a mere hand bracelet, he was acting as if he had achieved something monumental. Yingsheng watched his expression, at a loss for words. Did he truly need to compare and boast so foolishly? It made her want to dig her toes into the ground in frustration. Thankfully, the carriage arrived at the palace, and the matter of the bracelet was finally put to rest. Upon arriving, Lu Mama escorted Wenmu and Yingsheng to the empress, while Wen Nanxu, unable to intervene, strode confidently to the study. Feng Yan noticed his disheveled demeanor and immediately understood. "How rare it is to see General Wen so disheartened," he commented.
Why are you speaking like that?
How could Nanxu be disheartened, with his eyes so high in the heavens? Each time he saw Wen Nanxu, Emperor Anren felt increasingly disdainful of his own son. Feng Yan, oblivious to the need for self-preservation, patted Wen Nanxu's shoulder. "Your Majesty, could it be that your eyes have reached the heavens, preventing you from seeing my elder brother's disheartened state?" A folded document flew through the air, and Feng Yan, experienced from years of dodging such projectiles, smoothly stepped behind Wen Nanxu, allowing the paper to land safely in his hands. Just as Emperor Anren was about to erupt, Feng Yan nonchalantly poked his head out from behind Wen Nanxu. "Your Majesty, you cannot deny your poor eyesight. Thankfully, my elder brother is quick-witted. Had he not caught it, it would have struck him instead. Be careful, or he might just resign." The last word was particularly poignant, and Emperor Anren's face darkened. He roared, "Do not think that I will not dispose of your title as crown prince just because you are my only son." Feng Yan lazily leaned against Wen Nanxu's shoulder, boredly cleaning his ears. "Father, you have repeated that phrase countless times since my birth, to the point where my ears are calloused. Perhaps you should take action instead. I would support you in having another brother." The exquisite teacup on the table shattered on the floor. "Feng Yan, do you wish to drive me to madness?" Feng Yan quickly shook his head. "I assure you, I have no such intentions. You are robust and resilient, perfectly suited to the throne. Sitting for another 20 or 30 years will be no issue. Please do not hasten to pass it on to me. Wen Nanxu unceremoniously dragged Feng Yan from behind him and presented him before Emperor Anren. Go on, he cannot escape. Feng Yan's eyes widened. Shouldn't a good brother be willing to sacrifice for one another? Why is he stabbing me instead? Emperor Anren was furious, nearly choking on his breath from his words. Observing his son being dragged by Wen Nanxu, he did not even blink before snatching the feather duster from the Gonggong's hands and gave Feng Yan a thorough beating. Instantly, the study echoed with Feng Yan's cries of despair. De Gonggong quietly stepped back, silently observing the scene of paternal affection. After enduring so many beatings, one would think he would learn his lesson. In the past, if he angered his father, he would simply run away, for the old man could not catch him. However, today was a miscalculation. As his good brother, instead of standing by him, he aided in his suffering. Wen Nanxu, you are finished. Just wait until I go to your wife and stir up trouble between you two. A quarter of an hour later, Emperor Anren, feeling fatigued in his arm, finally set down the feather duster. After thrashing his son, he felt refreshed and comfortably sat back on his dragon chair, sipping tea while beckoning Wen Nanxu to sit. Nanxu, you must be tired. Sit down and rest a while. This tea is freshly picked. Wen Nanxu recalled that Yingsheng had asked him to bring tea for the emperor. My Sheng'er heard that the royal uncle enjoys tea, so she specially instructed me to bring some for you. I hope it pleases you. Emperor Anren beamed with delight. How thoughtful of her. He glanced at the contrasting behavior of his own sons and felt an urge to reprimand his inadequacies. It was bad enough that he himself was lacking. He had no sense to learn from others and bring home a good daughter-in-law. Emperor Anren surveyed his son's disheveled appearance. No wonder he had yet to marry. Feng Yan stood meekly to the side. Father, why are you looking at me like that while speaking with my elder brother? Do you not know how it appears, almost as if you are about to strike me again? Wen Nanxu savored the tea. As long as the royal uncle enjoys it, that is enough. Last time, a great many gifts were sent to my residence from the palace, and my Sheng'er has been meaning to express her gratitude ever since. Emperor Anren waved his hand dismissively, expressing, there is no need for gratitude. It is my own fault that Yingsheng has been wronged in the capital, for I failed to discern the true nature of that treacherous official. Yet it is that girl, Yingsheng, who has rendered me a significant service. Why did you not bring her along? Wen Nanxu furrowed his brow. Had someone bullied his Sheng? What sort of bullying was this? Did Yingsheng not mention it to you? A flicker of confusion crossed Emperor Anren's face. Might I inquire about this matter, dear uncle? Whoever dares to mistreat my Sheng shall surely wish for a fate worse than death. Observing Wen Nanxu's expression, Emperor Anren nodded and recounted the events as they transpired. It is largely as you say. Were it not for that girl Sheng, I would still be oblivious to the malignant presence lurking among the officials. When Nanxu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, she had endured such injustices without uttering a word. Surely her mother was unaware, or she would have spoken of it. By the way, there is another matter I wish to report to you, dear uncle. Emperor Anren, in high spirits, encouraged him to proceed. Chapter 71. I wish to live a few more years. The assassin who attempted to take your life has been apprehended. What? Feng Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, are you unharmed? Emperor Anren shot him a glare. What? Do you wish for me to be unwell? I am merely concerned for your well-being, father. Did you not perceive my worry? Feng Yan replied, his tone earnest. Receiving another exasperated glance from Emperor Anren, he continued, No. Feng Yan lamented, Father, you have no heart. I see you have no brain. Emperor Anren retorted, casting his gaze towards Wen Nanxu, his expression softening. Please continue. How did you learn of the assassin? Feng Yan observed his father's sudden change in demeanor and fell silent. Was he unworthy of such gentleness from his father? He mused that if his father were ever kind to him, he would surely suspect something was amiss. The feeling of imbalance in his heart was instantly rectified. Sheng told me that the day after you issued the imperial decree, the assassin was captured. However, due to various reasons, she was unsure how to inform you. But how could she know what the assassin looked like? He had attacked before she could see his face. Interestingly, just 2 days prior to the assassination, she encountered that very assassin. His peculiar attire caught her attention, leading her to observe him closely. She did not expect that 2 days later, he would match your description perfectly, so fearing to alert him, She discreetly had him captured. Wen Nanxu explained succinctly. Feng Yan grew anxious, considering the timeline. Could it be the same person who ambushed you? This matter is still under investigation. Sheng is not privy to the intricacies and did not dare to intervene, especially in my absence. All of this remains speculation. Feng Yan leaned closer to Wen Nanxu, whispering, could this possibly be related to the Rongxing Marquise? I cannot say for certain, but the assassin bears an uncanny resemblance to the woman you previously asked me to bring back. Otherwise, Sheng would not have noticed her. Feng Yan blinked rapidly. Is the situation truly this convoluted? Emperor Onren, puzzled by their hushed conversation, inquired, what are your intentions? Feng Yan, unusually serious, replied, Father, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to us. Very well, but do exercise caution. As an emperor, he understood unspoken truths. In the court, loyalties varied. Fortunately, he had two individuals in whom he could place his complete trust. The atmosphere in Yingsheng Palace was far less somber than in the study, filled with laughter and merriment. Amidst the conversation, Yingsheng suddenly recalled the gift she had prepared for the Empress. Your Majesty, I have a small token for you. I hope you shall find it to your liking. The Empress exclaimed, I like it. Your Majesty, you have yet to see it, Yingsheng replied. Taken aback by the Empress's swift enthusiasm, the Empress, beaming, stated, I trust your judgment. Your words place considerable pressure upon me, Yingsheng teased, opening the brocade box. Inside lay a remarkably crafted phoenix hairpin, the magnificent bird appearing as if it might soar through the skies, with cascading tassels adorned with tiny phoenixes. The entire piece exuded grandeur. The Empress, astonished, then turned her gaze towards Feng Yisai, comparing the exquisite gift from Sheng'er to the one from her own daughter. Finding the disparity striking, Feng Yisai pouted. Though the gift was undeniably beautiful, she felt her own frog hairpin, gifted the previous day, was equally charming. What difference is there? One soars through the heavens, the other swims in water. Why must my taste be questioned? Mother, how can you belittle your own daughter? She protested. The frog hairpin I gifted you yesterday was quite unique, not something anyone could acquire. The Empress, incensed, retorted, Lu Mama, show everyone the hairpin the princess brought yesterday. A frog? It resembles a toad, hideous enough to pain my eyes. Feng Yisai felt a twinge of guilt. Mother, it is the thought that counts.
Do not speak.
I wish to live a few more years. Do not present me with further gifts, the Empress replied disdainfully. At that moment, Lu Mama produced the frog hairpin. Its appearance truly unbearable, a sight that stung the eyes. When Mother quickly averted her gaze and remarked, Xiaozi, your gift is indeed rather unique. Yingsheng felt her eyes were assaulted, whispering, such a gift is not appropriate. It rivals your own calligraphy in its absurdity. How did you think your mother would not scold you? Feng Yisai blinked. I ran quickly. The Empress, exasperated, cast a disappointed glance at her daughter before lamenting her misfortunes to Wen Mother, rebuking Feng Yisai's antics within the palace. Yingsheng leaned closer. Xiaozi, why do you always provoke your mother's ire? Feng Yisai glanced at her mother, then lowered her head, replying softly, Sister Sheng, one cannot control her feelings. If she wishes to be angry, I cannot stop her. Yingsheng endeavored to dismiss the image of the grotesque frog. Is it not possible that if you exercised restraint over your words and fanciful thoughts, your mother would not be perpetually displeased? Then what meaning would life hold? Yingsheng countered, but such meaning is founded upon the suffering of others. Listening to the Empress's relentless complaints, one could only imagine the torment Feng Yisai had inflicted upon her. The Empress, still holding on to Wen Mother, said, when the banquet commences, please help me select suitable suitors for the various young lords. Wen Mother glanced at Feng Yisai, are you truly willing to part with her? Absolutely. The Empress stated this without a hint of hesitation, her tone revealing an undeniable excitement. Feng Yisai protested, has Mother ceased to care for her? Yingsheng sighed inwardly, recognizing the depth of the Empress's long-standing frustrations with Feng Yisai. However, the tone seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of the day her own father had married her off. Nearly bursting with joy upon learning he would not have to endure her daily vexations. At that time, he had feigned a stern demeanor, which frightened Wen Nanxu greatly, fearing disapproval. Yet, deep down, she understood her father eagerly awaited the day she would leave. Sighing, she reflected on how long it had been since she last saw her father, wondering how he fared alone in Jiangnan, whether he remembered he had a daughter. As time passed, When Nanxu arrived behind the emperor, and upon spotting Yingsheng, he swiftly gravitated towards her like a magnet. Feng Yan wore a face full of disdain, unable to resist the temptation to tease. Upon witnessing General Wen, his wife's presence seemed to invigorate him like a fish returning to water. The expression on Emperor Onren's face was beyond description. How could one who lacked a spouse dare to speak of others? Would silence truly cause him to perish? Perhaps it would lead to suffocation. Feng Yisai, standing by, delivered a sharp retort. Feng Yan dared not glare at his father, yet his sister felt free to express herself. Mother, today's banquet hosts numerous scions of noble families. Do hasten to find a suitable match for her, lest her sharp tongue drive you to your grave.